All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1270. John takes the stage, and immense pressure. However, Sergeant John McClane was extremely calm. He simply pressed his hands to his eyes, as if to wake himself up. Dustin was relieved. As expected of McClane, Luke was the only person under Dustin who could keep him down. Well, maybe not. Luke was actually very thin-skinned. If he had to go out into the streets like this, he might turn hostile and refuse. Thinking that, Dustin waved his hand, and Connie and Joe leaned forward to hang the last piece of equipment on John. "After you get out of the car, we'll wait 2 blocks away to pick you up," Dustin said. John paused and yawning and his eyes widened. "Huh, Dustin, what the hell? What are you trying to do? 2 blocks away, are you joking?" Dustin said solemnly, "That's what that Simon wants. If we don't do as he says, he'll blow up another subway station." John gaped and couldn't say anything for a moment. Dustin smiled bitterly. "People we know from FBI and Homeland Security are here as well. They'll help out and won't let anything happen to you." John scoffed. "Of course, if I die, nobody will listen to that dog Simon. Who is this guy? Why is he targeting me?" Everybody in the car, including Billy, who was driving, fell silent. "Don't you know why he's targeting you? You've only worked 11 days this month, and you've already killed 2 criminals. It makes sense for someone to target you." Dustin explained patiently, "We don't know, but he said it had to be you. So, we can only do this now to buy us time and look for leads to uncover this guy." John said mockingly, "Wow, it feels good to be needed. Don't I still have 2 more days of enforced leave?" Dustin said, "Actually, there's only 1 day left, which is today. Your leave has been cancelled." John said, "Congratulations. You and that dog Simon ruined my best vacation." Everybody fell silent again. Dustin wasn't angry. If he were in John's position, he would call Simon worse things than a dog. After venting his frustration, John didn't waste any more time. "Okay, I'm ready." With that, he opened the back door of the logistics van and looked at the sky. He took a deep breath and got out. He was wearing 2 wooden planks, one in front and one in the back, which made it difficult for him to move. Dustin said, "We'll pick you up in 15 minutes, as per his demand." John nodded with a bitter smile. "Don't worry, I'll be dead on the street in 5 minutes at most anyway." Everybody fell silent, and Dustin said, "Let's go, Billy." Billy, who was driving, turned the wheel and sped off, leaving John alone on the street. An old black lady walked over from the opposite side. Her gaze was fixed on the wooden sign John was wearing. She looked angry and also sighed, but didn't say anything in the end. John looked around helplessly at the intersection. The sidewalk was empty, and there weren't any cars around. The afternoon sun shone down on the street. Sergeant John, who was wearing nothing but a pair of men's boxers and a wooden sign, stood at the end of the street. On the white wooden board, 3 words were written in black spray paint: "I hate XX." 20 meters away, a group of young African Americans was playing music and dancing on the roadside. John swallowed. He felt that he should have brought a bottle of water with him. It would help alleviate the dryness in his mouth a bit. In the midst of his mental torture, a tall black man walked out of the shop across the street. He quickly walked down the street and stood not far away from John with an odd expression on his face. Pushing up his glasses, the tall black man frowned and stared at the 3 words on John's chest. He said, "Good afternoon, sir." Looking at the man, who was almost 1.9 meters tall, John, who was more than 1.8 meters tall, John immense pressure. "Good afternoon." Looking at his expression, the tall black man felt that things might not be as they seemed. It was indeed unusual to be standing on the street in nothing but underwear, but the man didn't look like he was completely crazy. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, have you run into some sort of trouble? Even if you can't take it, however, you don't have to kill yourself this way, right?" John said, "More like someone wants me to be killed." The tall black man, "What?" In the logistics van, Dustin didn't say anything. He simply took out his phone and sent a message, "John's arrived." "Did you find anything?" Luke, who had just left the 2nd subway station in Brooklyn, didn't reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the intelligence which Little Snail projected on his lenses before he had Selena send a message. Looking at the reply, Dustin relaxed a little. Luke was already investigating. He said that he had some leads, which meant that there really were leads. Dustin had his own guess about how Luke operated. If he said there were no leads, then there really weren't any. If there was some progress or a small lead, it wouldn't be small. Generally, criminals whom Luke found a small lead on would end up either dead or captured. The only thing which worried Dustin was that the criminals this time weren't ordinary gangs, but terrorists. When dealing with people like these, the real problem wasn't catching them. Catching them might only be the first step to solving the problem. This time, they had to figure out how many backup plans the terrorists had set up in New York. Otherwise, there might be another subway station explosion. Thinking that, he finally said, "Any news from the FBI and Homeland Security? What are they up to? Are they pretending to be dead?" Connie shook her head. "Boss, there's no news. Instead, they've been asking us about our progress." Dustin rubbed his forehead. He knew that he couldn't think too well of human nature. For most people, the sooner the case was over, the better. But for some people at the FBI and Homeland Security, it would be best if they were the ones to control how the case ended. If anything major really happened, NYPD, the FBI, and Homeland Security would be held responsible. Since none of them had been of use, they would all be partly to blame. Some people could completely put their humanity aside for the sake of earning credit for solving such a huge case. Dustin wasn't like that, but he couldn't stop the other two parties from acting that way. What made him feel even more helpless was the timing. If he hadn't fallen out with Brad a few days earlier, Brad would still have helped him a little. But after talking to Luke that day, he had clearly rebuffed Brad's request. When Brad called him now, it was just to tell him to solve the case as soon as possible. Chapter 1271, Predicament and External Help. On the other hand, the commissioner who was about to step down suddenly seemed to be fully devoted to his work. He sent his sympathies and kindly asked Dustin to solve the case as soon as possible. Listening to the man's tone, Dustin felt that as soon as possible probably meant today. Until now, the detective bureau hadn't received any assistance. Instead, they were beset with all sorts of pressure. What was even more outrageous was that the commissioner, the chief of police, and the director of the investigation bureau, who was Dustin's immediate superior, all demanded that the detective bureau shared their information. The commissioner wanted him to give the FBI the green light, the chief of police wanted him to cooperate with Homeland Security, and the director of HQ's investigation bureau wanted him to help the anti-terrorist unit in the same department. Without doubt, the call from Simon made Dustin and the detective bureau the best scapegoats. If they didn't solve the case this time, Dustin and the detectives would have to take responsibility. Dustin didn't care. He hadn't been afraid of going to the 66th precinct to eat dirt. Would he hold up an investigation just because he was worried about his position? He gave them whatever information they wanted. He and the detective bureau might not get much credit once the case was solved, but at least they wouldn't have to take the blame. Simon hadn't told him about the earlier explosions. The FBI and Homeland Security's negligence was to be blamed for that. He could only hope that John and Luke, this magical pair of temp partners, would be able to do something extraordinary again. His two subordinates were very experienced in dealing with terrorists. Other people were too busy calculating the gains to think about it. One of these temp partners whom Dustin had pinned his hopes on was currently surrounded by a group of muscular African American men with fists the size of sandbags and knives. The other person was busy saving people at the 3rd subway station in Brooklyn. It wasn't that Luke didn't care about the case, it was just that he hadn't locked onto a target yet. Simon had never shown his face at all, so Luke didn't need sharp nose for now. Simon had only made one call. If Luke wanted to find a suspect in any database, he had to first have corresponding information on the person. Unlike for fingerprints or DNA, NYPD's current voiceprint database was very small. That was pretty much the case for other police departments in America. When Luke obtained the voice recording, Little Snail hadn't been able to find a matching voice pattern. It was even harder to track the phone signal. Nobody knew that the first call would be to Dustin, so nobody had been prepared. When Luke investigated later, he only found that the man had been in the southwest part of Manhattan, which just so happened to be where NYPD HQ was. But this was also one of the most populated areas in Manhattan. On Wall Street not far from HQ, tens of thousands of people worked in high-rise buildings that were hundreds of meters tall. Without a target to lock onto, it was useless for Luke to go over. On the other hand, his clone was almost done, and he sent Tony a message to ask the tycoon to get relevant leads from the authorities as soon as possible. At the same time, the multifaceted system didn't stop searching for suspicious information on the internet, while Little Snail did its best to look for suspicious targets on various surveillance cameras. These two programs were much more efficient at finding leads than Luke relying on manpower. At the very least, this wouldn't change before Simon was exposed. But before Luke got any good news from Little Snail and the multifaceted system, bad news came first. The multifaceted system showed him some short videos and images, and Luke couldn't help but worry about John. In less than half an hour, John's head had already been smashed open. His receding hairline couldn't block the image of the large amount of blood on the side of his head, which was a little scary. The arm of the tall black man who was walking with him was also stained with blood. He was clearly injured. Luke found the man familiar. Little Snail quickly found information on the black man. He was the boss of Zeus Appliances, and his name was Zeus Carver. The moment he saw the name of the appliance store, Luke remembered, wasn't this the second-hand store he had bought electronic parts from when he first came to New York? The reason he remembered this Zeus Carver was probably because Luke had looked at him for a while, and this Zeus with the horn-rimmed glasses had said that Luke was racist. Then, he insincerely rounded up the $100 worth of parts Luke had bought and charged him $200. How did he end up with John? Luke found that odd. After looking at the other intelligence, he got a rough idea. John had been standing in the Clinton area wearing the "I hate XX" sign, and had almost been killed by a bunch of hot-tempered young men. Suddenly, heroic Zeus had saved the Baldy, and he flagged down a cab before the two of them took off. Now, these two, Luke saw Dustin's notification, which said that the two had returned to the police department. Was Simon going to act again? As he wondered, Luke sped up. They had to catch Simon this time. Simon had killed at least 100 people in the subway station massacre. He deserved to die. Also, with such a huge ruckus, there had to be a lot of people under his command who were helping to cover things up, or there would be some leads by now. These people deserved to die. Sure enough, Simon called again. Little Snail immediately started tracking him. However, the other party was too experienced, and kept the call very short, even though John deliberately taunted him to stall for time. Simon gave John a new game mission. No matter how good Luke's technology was, he wasn't faster than the enemy. He picked up his pace. Right up until Simon hung up, Luke could only trace the phone signal to the area around HQ. Plus, the other party was using an old-fashioned prepaid phone. There was no doubt that this guy was watching HQ. When he thought of the tall buildings around HQ, Luke could only smile bitterly. Too bad HQ was in a busy area. Anyone could carry out surveillance on the side, and the tens of thousands of people around were the best cover. After John received the new game instructions, he could only set off. This time, Simon also had the second-hand appliance store owner, zealous citizen, Zeus, play the game with John. Luke couldn't do anything as he watched the two guys leave in a hurry. However, he was now more confident about catching Simon. As someone who stressed safety first, Luke knew very well that the police weren't afraid of the other party playing tricks in this situation. What they were most afraid of was that the other party would stop playing. The more Simon acted out, the more clues he would give them. Besides, there might be clues NYPD couldn't pick up on, but which Luke could. Given how much data there was, it wouldn't be strange if there were several abnormalities in a row. As long as the other party was just a little careless, Little Snail and the multifaceted system's big data analysis would be able to teach the other party a lesson. Chapter 1272, Big Sis. We're in a hurry. Luke didn't think that the other party could think of that, because few people in this world had a clear understanding of big data yet. Only a small number of highly educated criminals understood the principle behind it. This Simon definitely wasn't one of them, or he would have known that playing this sort of game of cat and mouse was just courting death. Soon, John and Zeus arrived at the Upper West Side. They received a call from Simon on a payphone. After the other party successfully scared them into breaking out in a cold sweat, only then did he tell them that there was a bomb in the trash can next to them. He was just playing with them. Then, they received the next mission. They had to rush back to the subway station on Wall Street and answer the phone if they wanted to prevent another explosion. They were extremely pissed off, but could only keep moving. At that moment, they realized that they didn't have a car. The other party said they had to make their own way, which meant that they couldn't take the police car that was following them. John simply walked into the middle of the street with his badge and hailed a cab. "NYPD, I need your car, huh?" As he spoke, he reached out to open the driver's car door, but it wouldn't open. The window rolled down a crack, and the black female driver sneered. "You want to steal my car? Not just NYPD, even the detective bureau can't do it." John was stunned. "How do you know I'm from the detective bureau?" The driver was also stunned. "You're from the detective bureau? There's a young, handsome, generous guy there. What's his name?" John subconsciously replied, "Luke." The driver snorted. "You really are his colleague. But you, tisk, tisk." Her eyes roamed over John's face and head in disdain. John said, "We're in a hurry. We need this car. You can look for Luke at the detective bureau later. I guarantee that I'll return the car to you intact." Of course, that was nonsense. Given his valiant driving, the car would need workshop repairs at the very least. But time was tight, and he couldn't dwell on it. He could only let Luke take the blame. The female driver calmly raised her thumb and gestured at the backseat. "What I'm best at is rushing for time." John and Zeus looked at each other and immediately got into the car. They didn't have time to waste. Any other car would be the same. The car didn't move when they got in. They saw the female driver press a few buttons on the dashboard with one hand as she fiddled with her phone with the other. The sound from her phone was clearly a message notification. Zeus couldn't help but say, "Hey, big sis, we're in a hurry. Kid, put away that shish-tty pickup line. My name's Belle." Without raising her head, the female driver read the message on her phone. "You have to be prepared even if you're in a hurry. Also, my time is very valuable. So, where do you want to go?" "John, 112 Wall Street." Belle finally raised her head. "How fast do you want to get there?" Zeus had been paying attention to the watch in his hand. "Apart from the 4 minutes you wasted talking, we still have 24 minutes. Belle snorted. "The fare's $500, up front." She paused. The two men didn't even have $200 all up on them. Everybody knew all about the pay rise issue at NYPD. Naturally, it was no secret that they didn't have much. She sighed and put on a pair of wide orange goggles. "Fine, since this is for Luke, we'll talk about the fare later. In any case, he's rich, and won't go back on his word." The two poor guys in the backseat looked at each other. $500. That was daylight robbery. They didn't even have $50 on them, let alone 500. If this crazy woman really wanted so much money, they could only grab another cab. Belle turned back around and put her phone on the central console. She put on her Bluetooth earpiece and said, "Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. The flight is about to take off." ETA, she pressed the electronic watch on her wrist and started counting down. 20 minutes and 30 seconds. The two people in the backseat rolled their eyes. They felt they were really unlucky today. After getting tangled up in the explosions, they even ran into this nutcase while trying to stop a car. 20 minutes and 30 seconds to get to 122 Wall Street from here. She was joking, right? John couldn't be bothered to move at all. He would be wasting time taking his seatbelt off when he got out of the car later. Although Zeus didn't care, he had always been a law-abiding civilian, so when he heard the warning, he subconsciously put on his seatbelt. In fact, while Belle was talking to them, the cab's appearance had changed a lot. A new vent had appeared on the hood of the car, the rear end of the car had been raised a little, and the tires had changed shape. The numbers on the license plates and on the top of the car had also changed. At the end of her spiel, Belle's hands were already on the steering wheel and the gear stick whoosh with a roar, the transformed cab dashed out. John's head was thrown back against the backseat at the huge force. Before he could come back to his senses, the cab started to swerve left and right as it sped through traffic. At that moment, John felt like he was sitting on a roller coaster instead of inside a car, the kind without seatbelts. He was thrown around in the backseat and had no idea where he was. On the side, Zeus had put on his seatbelt and so didn't roll around with John. At that moment, however, he could only grab the door handle with one hand. His eyes were wide open, and he looked forward stiffly. He wanted to shout, but his teeth were clenched tightly in fear. A series of cars brushed past them. It felt like they were going to crash at any moment. Zeus didn't know how fast the car was going right now. At the very least, he had never driven at this speed on the streets of Manhattan. If he was lucky, he might be able to avoid the first, second and third cars which brushed past, but luck wouldn't help him after that. What was even more terrifying was that John was now rolling around in the backseat like a ball. He was so frightened that he was almost foaming at the mouth. Belle, the crazy driver, was still laughing and talking from time to time. "Awesome, baby, I finally have a chance to test out the new gear downtown." Zeus felt a chill run down his spine. What new gear? This was AFC King Cab, not a fighter jet. Why would there be new gear for testing? Belle, however, was excited. Luke had gotten her a lot of special parts for the car, which couldn't be bought. More importantly, he had helped her upgrade the brain of her beloved baby, and she could now read a lot of information directly through the matching goggles. After adapting to the virtual interface on her goggles, which did whatever she wanted and provided support, her driving skills had reached a new level. Chapter 1273. Flying through Manhattan. After Belle's car was upgraded, the car's brain could provide info on real-time traffic on the streets of New York. It wasn't to the extent of pinpointing the location of each car, but it gave her a detailed outlook on the traffic situation within a kilometer and calculated a route beforehand. Belle, who was also very familiar with the terrain in New York, could always find a suitable route ahead of time, and would hardly run into any traffic jam. When she contacted Luke earlier and confirmed the men's identities, he had asked her to do her best to help them, which was why she had exposed her baby's capabilities to the cops. After all, she owed Luke a big favor for the modifications on her car. Of course, Luke didn't think much of it. He was now plotting to dig a hole for Brad, and a deal with NYPD higher-ups was underway. As long as Belle didn't kill someone in New York, it wouldn't be hard for him to protect this informant. Also, through the surveillance camera in Belle's car, he could see John rolling around in the backseat and the gray-faced Zeus. Naturally, the things that he modified were under his control, but he didn't usually use them. When they passed the Central District, Belle decisively turned the wheel and charged into Central Park. After a mad dash through the park and scaring a bunch of lovebirds, the cab finally hit a slope. Looking at the rapidly approaching slope, Zeus almost pissed his pants. Wait, that's a dead end," Belle laughed. Out loud. "I know it's a dead end, but my new gear doesn't need a road." As she spoke, she let go of the gear stick and gripped a shaft located further up. Zeus's lips turned pale. "What new gear? This is just a cab, not a plane." "Back there." As Zeus screamed, the cab shot up the slope, and flew. At that moment, two triangular wings had already stretched out on both sides of the car, giving the cab an additional boost. Belle turned serious as well. She maneuvered the shaft and the shaking car stabilized. She flew 20 meters over a fountain. Most of the people sitting next to the fountain felt it go dark above their heads as something whooshed past. By the time they lifted their heads, there was nothing there. The cab, however, had already flown over the outermost metal railing and landed on a street. But it didn't land as violently as Zeus had imagined it would. Before the car landed, he felt a slight resistance underneath the car, and in the end, it was just a light jolt. Also, when Belle's cab landed on the street, there was an empty stretch of 10 meters, which gave her enough time and space to adjust and complete the car's landing. It was just that a few cars behind them had been frightened into stopping, and there were several minor collisions. Belle had taken them through the park and out of the most congested area, and she headed south toward 112 Wall Street. At that moment, John finally straightened up and put on his seatbelt with Zeus's help. He looked out the window blankly. "Ah, where are we?" Zeus said. "The good news is that we flew over 50 blocks, and we're halfway there." John shook his dizzy head. "That means there's bad news, right?" Zeus said. "The bad news is that we have to fly the remaining 70 blocks. John followed his gaze and looked out the windscreen in front of him. Only then did he see the cars rushing toward them. He immediately screamed, "We're going to hit them." He had been rolling around earlier, and hadn't seen the impact. Zeus had calmed down a lot. Although his expression grew uglier and uglier, he had finally stopped screaming. He was already used to the situation. He even had the time to look at John's comical performance, and felt a sense of superiority. "Look, this guy from the detective bureau doesn't have as much guts as I do." Ignoring the two noisy fellows in the backseat, Belle successfully reached the location in 21 minutes with her driving skills and the information which Luke had specially provided her with. John and Zeus, the two unlucky devils, arrived at the subway station a few minutes before the deadline. Their faces were blue. After getting out of the car, they didn't immediately go straight to the payphone. Instead, they walked to the side of the road and fell to their knees as they threw up. Belle craned her neck and looked at them with a smile. "Call me if you need another ride next time." Both their faces were gray. Only an idiot would take your car. A full minute later, they finally got up and staggered into the subway station. At that moment, Luke was done with the rescue operation at the last subway station in Brooklyn. He called for Selena, and they headed straight for Wall Street. Belle looked at her digital watch, and was vexed. "Damn it, I was 15 seconds late. It's all because of the explosions today. The traffic jam was too bad." As she mumbled to herself, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and glasses opened the door and got in. "Kennedy Airport, I need to catch a plane, so step on it." Belle chuckled. "How fast?" The man took out a few green bills from his wallet and tossed them into the front seat. $200. "As fast as you can." Belle raised an eyebrow. "With what you're holding, you'll be at Kennedy Airport in half an hour." The middle-aged man chuckled and threw the rest of the cash in his hand into the front seat. "I'll remember your car number. If you can't do it, I'll file a complaint." Belle had already picked up the 5 $100 bills. She rubbed them together, and when she saw that they weren't fake, she smiled. "So, here's my $500. She turned around and smiled brilliantly at the middle-aged man. "Please fasten your seatbelt." The white man was a little impatient, but still did as he was told. He was rich, and his life was precious. Someone he knew at the police department had told him to leave New York as soon as possible, because there might be a follow-up to the explosion case. He had already been feeling anxious, and now felt that it was better to take a vacation. He should have been on vacation already anyway. So, he quickly booked a flight to Los Angeles and planned to party with hot girls there for a few days and stay away from this terrorist attack. Who knew, he might make a fortune from this attack. But if he stayed here, he would be too worried about his own life to think about making money. That was why he was so generous. The sooner he left, the sooner he was safe and the sooner he could make money. Belle, on the other hand, turned back around with a smile and chuckled inwardly. "So what if you're rich? If you want to file a complaint, go ahead. In any case, this car number isn't mine." This customer definitely wouldn't complain because he didn't make it to the airport. Instead, he might complain about how they got there. After all, not everybody could tolerate a cab speeding at 100 kilometers in the city. On the other side, Luke was on his way to Manhattan. Selena was munching on chocolate as she watched the surveillance feed on the tablet. "Wow, John and Zeus have run into a big problem." "How big?" Luke didn't look at the camera because he could hear the teasing in her voice. Selena asked. "About 300 pounds. Luke. "What?" He finally turned around and looked at the tablet. He was instantly speechless. On the screen, John and Zeus were looking at a payphone in the subway station, where a 6-foot-tall black woman was talking on the phone. He opened his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, could only say dryly, "That's indeed a big problem." However, he wasn't at the scene, so it was up to John and Zeus to act. Selena suddenly heaved a long sigh. "All right, it looks like Zeus used a honey trap to distract her." On the surveillance feed, Zeus was talking to the black lady. John took the opportunity to hang up the phone, and it immediately rang. John picked up. "We're here." Luke had already been monitoring the public phone earlier, and he immediately played John and Simon's conversation. But when Simon kept his promise and told John where the bomb was, Luke knew that this guy was starting to act shameless. The train with the bomb on line 3 hadn't entered the station yet, and there was only a minute to go before it exploded. Simon didn't mention the location of the bomb at all. John and Zeus would only have 20 to 30 seconds to search for it. It would be a miracle if they could find it. At that moment, even Luke hoped that it was a prank. At the same time, he asked Little Snail again, "Haven't you locked onto any suspicious targets?" "Little Snail, I'm doing a final calculation, sir." 10 seconds later, a map of Wall Street appeared with a circle 200 meters in diameter on it. "Sir, based on the trace, after cross-checking, the probability of the target being in this area is 94.7%. Scan the surveillance footage in this area right now for anyone acting abnormally." Luke sped up. Although there were many buildings in the area, it was much smaller than Wall Street. The last few calls had cut down the target's Little Snail had to look up at least tenfold. At that moment, his clone received a reply from Tony. "Got some info from the FBI, I'm sending it to you ASAP." Luke was delighted when he read the message. Although the tycoon liked to posture, he wouldn't deliver ordinary intelligence in a situation like this. He immediately sent a, "Thanks." Tony, on the other hand, was feeling gloomy. Terrorists were undoubtedly the group he hated the most. The only time in his life when he was imprisoned in a cave to eat pig swill and had almost died was thanks to terrorists. What the hell was going on lately? He had been in New York yesterday, but nothing had happened. He had just returned to the Malibu villa in Los Angeles that morning, when something happened in New York in the afternoon. After hearing the news, he immediately flew back to New York, and was on his way. He was better at finding people in big cities than most people in the world, including specialists. However, he couldn't refuse when Batman asked for information. Batman had taken the initiative to ask for help in order to save civilians. Tony couldn't hoard the info and watch the next explosion happen just because of his hang-ups. Luke didn't factor Tony into his plan, since this person had yet to reach New York. Otherwise, he could give him some intelligence support. He gave the information a brief look, then immediately had Little Snail scan a few photos, mainly to look for traces of the suspect named Matthias Targo. This was because Targo was a bomb expert suspected of providing technical support in multiple incidents. There was no doubt that this guy met the requirements for today's case. Unfortunately, most of the photos were taken at an earlier time with shoddy equipment. Most of the faces looked like pixels. There was only one clear photo of the suspected mastermind, Targo, from 2 years ago, and the FBI also had more detailed information on him. Now that it had a target, Little Snail immediately unleashed its power. In less than 5 minutes, it transmitted the intelligence it had sorted out. Luke smiled. Targo had appeared on Wall Street. He entered a building that morning and never appeared again. This building just happened to be in the range which Little Snail had marked out. Luke didn't let anyone know, and just drove faster toward the building. In the subway tunnel, his clone was wearing the Batman suit, and the cape on his back had been put away. He turned on the propulsion system and flew quickly to catch up with the train on Line 3 that was about to enter the station. Without stopping, Luke crashed into the train, eliciting shouts of fear. But less than 2 seconds later, the passengers' tones changed as they exclaimed in delight, "Batman!" Luke's blood-red lenses flickered, and he moved forward at a swift but even pace. He said calmly, "I'm Batman. Everyone, move to both sides and keep the middle clear. Try to stay quiet as much as possible and don't interfere with my actions." His voice was normal, but all the passengers on the train heard him. He had used elementary sound wave to spread his voice. The noise quickly died down, and many people suddenly realized, Batman was here. Why was Batman here? Of course, he only appeared when civilians were in danger or if criminals showed up. So, this place was dangerous. Most of them reacted, and were instantly anxious. However, thanks to Batman's mighty reputation, they quietly did as they were told. Few people dared to act stupid in front of Batman. Everybody knew that Batman was a good guy, but he had never been soft-hearted. He and Black Cat were already the biggest source of revenue for New York's orthopedics departments. Besides, if there really was danger in the train and they didn't listen to instructions, they would be the ones to die later. Luke was very fast. In fact, he had already moved through 3 cars before many people moved to the sides. Thanks to Sharp Nose and the armor's vision, he fixed his gaze on a yellow emergency phone box on the side as soon as he entered. However, there was no line connected to this emergency phone box, nor was there a phone inside. The smell coming from it was even more unique. The bomb used by the terrorists this time wasn't the typical C4 combo, but a liquid explosive. Currently, there weren't many terrorists who used this product, and its scent was naturally much more unique, so Luke instantly locked onto it. Luke gently and steadily took down the phone box and walked to the back of the train. The moment he turned around, the phone box was covered by his cape and thrown into his inventory. Checking the detonation time in the phone box, Luke sneered. Only 27 seconds left. That Simon was indeed insane. The subway train slowly came to a stop. Luke said, "Don't panic. Please get out of the train and leave the subway station as soon as possible." Then, the metal doors opened and he walked out. On the platform outside, a girl was making use of the time before she got on the train to read the group chat notifications on her phone, when she heard the people around her gasp. She also felt something big and black blocking her way. She raised her head, and couldn't help but cry out, and her phone slipped from her fingers. Luke grabbed the phone and put it back in her hand. He stepped forward and said, "This is Batman. Leave the subway station immediately." With the help of elementary sound wave, the warning was heard by everyone in the subway station. He had no time to deal with them. He slowly turned his head and scanned the subway station with his lenses. For some reason, even after eliminating the phone box, the faint sense of anxiety in his heart didn't subside. Instead of believing what that dog Simon said, he trusted his instincts. However, neither the armor nor sharp nose detected anything. Not far away, Zeus had just gotten up. After hearing what Simon said just now, he had simply thrown himself at the black lady whom he had been talking to and hid in a corner to brace himself for the explosion. It wasn't cowardice, but helplessness. The only person he could save was the black woman in front of him. Nobody else would listen to him, nor would they have the time. John didn't have to throw anyone else down, but there was nothing he could do except watch the train on line 3 come in, and prepare to act according to the situation. In the end, the train stopped on line 3, and the first person to get out was Batman. Before they could come back to their senses, they heard Batman's warning, and they were shocked. John reacted quickly and flashed his badge for everyone to follow him. He didn't know what Batman had found, but it wasn't bad to get everyone to leave the subway station first. What if the trigger on the bomb was just delayed? It would still explode later. Zeus also started shouting. At that moment, a dozen people came running out of the train. They had personally seen Batman take down the yellow phone box. Nobody would think that Batman had suddenly charged into the train to steal a phone box. Many people had already broken out in a cold sweat when they remembered the explosions at the other subway stations just a few hours ago. As they moved, the crowd in the subway station finally started to stir. Going with the flow, everybody no longer hesitated, and hurried to the subway station exit. John and Zeus stood near the exit to maintain order and prevent a stampede from blocking this only exit. At that moment, Luke's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of another subway train coming down the tunnel. He turned his head slightly to look at the exit, where more than half the people had yet to leave. His heart sank. With a flash, he charged into the subway tunnel and toward the train. Bang! The front of the train shattered. The driver screamed and crouched down with his head in his hands. When the gigantic shadow crashed into him, he thought he was doomed. But 2 seconds later, he was surprised to discover that he wasn't injured. Looking at the broken glass in the front, he was astonished. What he didn't know was that the moment the glass shattered, Luke had used his telekinesis to block all the debris that was flying at him before he rushed into the train. After knocking down 8 doors in a row, Luke's blood-red lenses lit up as he stared at a yellow phone box. It was exactly the same as the first one, but just as he broke through the door at the front of the car, the phone box at the back exploded. In his eyes, a dot of fire began to expand, bursting and spreading out in the car. Mind racing, Luke raced full speed to the back of the train car, and tossed the passengers closest to him to the front. At the same time, a grid appeared on the helmet where his mouth was, and a high-frequency sound wave shot out of his mouth. Ripples spread out in the air as it headed for the fire. This was the true ultimate move of elementary sound wave Lion's Roar. Boom! The sound wave crashed into the blast, and Luke was sent skidding backward. But he didn't stop roaring. He quickly grabbed passengers with both his hands and telekinesis, and threw them behind him. The passengers didn't know what was going on at all as they flew through broken train doors into the train car at the front. By the time everyone was out of the rear car, Luke had already withdrawn to the front of the car. He grabbed the door with both hands, support frames popped out of his feet, and his cape flared out and instantly hardened. At the same time, Lion's Roar stopped, and the mouth grid on his helmet sealed up. Boom! The violent shock wave hit him. The sound was muffled, but the passengers staring at the door could see faint flames flickering around the edges of the door. At the same time, Batman's cape expanded rapidly as it grew bigger and transparent. On the other side of the cape, the passengers clearly saw countless flames trying to break through the final barrier. Intense blasts of air howled from both sides of the cape and wreaked havoc on the train car. Many people cried out, "No, don't, oh my God, I don't want to die yet. Help us, God help us." Most of them were too shocked to make a sound. They could only watch blankly, and didn't even think about running. Luke's head hurt a little, but he quickly recovered with elementary self-healing. The moment he pulled the door shut, he had fully unleashed his telekinesis to form a long, curved arc which blocked the back of the car. The flames seemed close, but actually didn't touch the car, but the impact from the explosion blew the cape up. The explosion this time was too powerful. It couldn't be stopped by telekinesis alone. Thus, Luke only dared to use his telekinesis to disperse the most lethal flames and let them slide forward along the shield. He then used his cape and armor to block the most violent shock wave. Chapter 1276. Hell Train, Rescue. For a moment, part of the shock wave that slipped through this net turned into a gale that whistled through the car. It was as if the passengers were stuck in a wind tunnel. Their clothes and hats were blown around, and their bodies swayed. They looked very flustered, but in the end, nobody died, and nobody was seriously injured. However, the blast could only spread in two directions in the narrow train, and Luke was still under a lot of pressure. The most important thing was that this was just a clone. He only had 10 mental strength, which was only 4 times stronger than that of a regular person. He really wasn't strong. Since the quantity wasn't enough, he could only make up for it in quality. The biggest difference between him and superhumans was that he had Tony's research abilities. The tycoon wasn't absolutely omnipotent, but he had tinkered with sports cars, missiles, and armor since he was young. He was absolutely the best in aerodynamics and fluid mechanics. Coupled with the AI program, Luke had long calculated and designed multiple models for adapting telekinesis for various situations. There was more than one way to deal with an explosion. Currently, he wasn't using his telekinesis like a protective shield, but mainly to disperse the energy so that most of the energy from the explosion scattered toward the surroundings. Other superhumans with telekinesis might be able to do this sort of delicate work after 8 to 10 years of honing, but their bodies were the biggest weakness. In the face of such an explosion, most superhumans had to consume a lot of energy to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be injured or roasted. Luke, on the other hand, relied on the powerful defenses of his Batman suit, and didn't have to use any telekinesis to protect his body. The suit blocked the flames and the shock wave, and he didn't sustain any injuries at all. But the side effects of this method were also apparent. Most of the enormous impact from the explosion was transferred to half of the train car by the telekinesis, causing it to not only creak, but also build up momentum. The train car, which was supposed to slow down, sped up. As it charged into the station, the turbulent air in the subway tunnel now had space to escape. With a loud rumble, the train car charged out with raging flames, like a train from hell. The train cars in front couldn't withstand the irregular acceleration, and a pair of wheels twisted off the tracks. The subway train immediately derailed. Due to the inertia in front and the shock wave at the back, the last two cars struggled and twisted before derailing with the unpleasant sound of screeching metal and sweeping into the subway station at an angle. It was a good thing that the people in the subway station were gathered at the exit, or a lot of people would have been killed or injured. The people who were leaving the subway station turned their heads at the clamor. Even John and Zeus, who were in charge, were silent for a moment. When they saw the hell train charge out, their mouths dropped in shock. Less than 5 seconds later, everybody was terrified. The last two train cars were flung out and rolled over the ground. They swept through the subway station and headed right for the exit. John's hair stood on end as he roared, "Run! Run! Don't FC King stand around." As if waking from a dream, the 20 or so people at the station exit ran. Even a young man on a crutch was speeding up. His good leg and the crutch worked together flawlessly as he climbed the stairs frantically. John and Zeus, however, felt cold. It was too late. The train cars were moving too fast, and that one moment of distraction just now was too fatal. At least half of the 20 people wouldn't be able to escape. They could only pray that the cars would stop as they ran up. But when they saw sparks fly as the two cars scraped over the ground and didn't slow down at all, they knew that this was just wishful thinking. At that moment, a dark shadow smashed through the window of one car. Turning around, the figure exerted strength with both arms, and white flames spewed out from his back as he pushed at the cars. John and Zeus exclaimed inwardly. They had watched news and videos of Batman countless times, but it was mostly about him saving a few people and beating up some criminals. Everybody said that Batman's combat ability was indeed extraordinary, but he probably wasn't a superhuman. It wasn't until this moment that they suddenly remembered that this person seemed to be very familiar with Iron Man. So, it was actually the armor he was wearing that was very strong. The white flames died out after one burst. It was just to help Luke adjust his posture and the timing of his landing. At that moment, Luke's hands were already in place, and he braced himself with his legs. With a rumble, the bricks under his feet shattered, and he plowed a deep trench into the ground. The enormous sound made the last dozen or so passengers who couldn't run away in time subconsciously turn their heads. This was similar to how you always wasted time when you were being chased by turning to check the situation behind you. But they still did it, and couldn't help but pause. They saw a black figure, and the two train cars were slowing down at a visible rate. They finally stopped when Luke's foot hit the bottom step of the stairs to the exit. The two cars came to a shuddering stop. Looking at the train cars that had stopped on both sides of the stairs in the shape of a V, and then at Batman, who was at the tip of the V, the dozen or so passengers suddenly relaxed. They stopped. Batman really stopped the cars. They were still alive. Luke took his hands out of the dents he had left in the bodies of the train cars and rejoiced that there had been a buffer period, otherwise, his telekinesis wouldn't have been enough. If he hadn't used telekinesis to distribute the pressure from his hands, it was more likely that he would have smashed through the cars and lost momentum. That was also the reason why the cars hadn't stopped until the very end, which scared the group on the stairs. Thinking that, he turned his head and looked at John with his blood-red lenses. "It's not safe here, officer. Please call for backup and evacuate the passengers immediately." "Okay, no problem," John agreed. When it came to steel nerves, he was definitely one of the bravest in NYPD. Although Batman had demonstrated his prowess, it didn't prevent John from immediately understanding the current situation. The explosion just now hadn't happened on line 3, and the timing wasn't right. As expected, he couldn't believe what Simon said. Who knew if there was another subway train with a bomb on it? After reporting the situation to Dustin via his wireless comm, he immediately pushed the passengers up the stairs. He didn't forget to yell, "Remain calm and pick up your pace. Hurry and get out of here." Chapter 1277, Saving People and Investigating Targo. Luke was very satisfied. John was very good at solving cases, but his shortcoming was that all his talent went into this one thing, so he had no hope of being promoted. The thought flashed through Luke's mind as he went to the subway cars and opened them. The passengers inside were terrified, but they still struggled to get up and head for the door. However, there wasn't a scramble. Batman was standing outside, and served as a psychological anchor. The explosion in the subway tunnel had been a lot more powerful than in the subway station. Without Batman, the people in the back half of the train would have been heavily injured or killed, while the passengers in the front would have been seriously injured. It was all thanks to Batman that nobody was heavily wounded or killed. Of the 20 passengers in the rear car, half had been thrown to the front by Luke, and the other half had seen him block the explosion with his body. Batman's dauntless rescue of people who had nothing to do with him shocked the passengers. Even though most of them weren't Batman fans, they were overwhelmed with emotions and indescribable gratitude. However, Luke didn't have time to enjoy their grateful gazes. After opening the doors to the two cars, he immediately ran to the other half of the train that lay in the subway tunnel. There were even more passengers inside. They didn't know that Batman was here. If a stampede happened in the narrow train during the chaos, there was very likely to be unnecessary casualties. When Luke reached the train, he saw a lot of people trying to crawl out of the twisted, deformed doors, but the gap was irregular and small, and it took a long time for someone to come out. A few people were smashing the train windows, but the glass clearly wasn't something that an ordinary person could break quickly. Some were trying to open the subway doors, but were pushed around by the crowd, and couldn't open them for the time being. This was the predicament of captives in reality. The best way for all the passengers to escape wasn't something that most people would think about. Even if someone responded properly, they would be unsuccessful under the mad efforts of everyone else trying to escape. Luke didn't say anything. He simply walked over to the platform close to the front of the train and broke the train doors open. He pulled out a few people crowded around the doors and then walked in. The crowd suddenly paused, and many people exclaimed, "Batman! It's Batman! Batman's here to save us!" Luke's blood-red lenses flickered, and his signature low electronic voice came out of his armor. "Everybody, make your way to the back of the train. There's a way out here. Head straight for the exit after you leave. Don't linger in the subway station." He had already grabbed 2 dazed passengers and pushed them out of the car. An electronic voice rang out. "Don't stop, keep moving." He wasn't the one who said the words, it was Alfred who continued to repeat them, and even deliberately slowed down so that the passengers who heard the calm and cold tone didn't feel any sense of urgency. If it were anyone else, the passengers wouldn't be so obedient, but Batman was popular and influential enough. In just a moment, the chaos of people trying to escape inside the train turned into a normal queue of people exiting the train. They poured out like water and ran for the exit. Standing at the doors, Luke effectively prevented many people from blocking the way as they tried to force their way out. He directly grabbed anyone who had such intentions and then stuck them back in line in order to maintain the smoothest flow. Secondly, many people subconsciously picked up their pace at the doors. This was a very normal subconscious reaction. It was the instinct of every living creature to get out of danger as soon as possible, and when they were nervous, some people would stumble into the seats or lose their footing. Luke picked them up and stuck them back in line. At that moment, it was as if Luke had turned into a proficient assembly line worker, and he accurately ensured that everyone smoothly exited the train doors. Once the people exited the train, Luke didn't care if they collapsed or gasped for breath outside. In any case, the subway station was spacious enough, and they wouldn't block the flow of people still exiting the train. While his clone was using his Batman identity to rescue people, Luke himself arrived. But instead of going to the subway station, he turned off the police lights and put away his badge, before he went straight to a building not far from the subway station. The bomb expert and suspected ringleader Targo was probably in this building. The troublesome thing was that the building had more than 50 floors, and housed a large number of big and small financial companies, with employees and clients everywhere. Trying to search this place would be near impossible. It would create too big a commotion, and everybody in New York who was well informed might find out before a search warrant was issued. Furthermore, there was almost no chance of getting a search warrant. Even FBI and Homeland Security could lock down the building only in an emergency. Luke knew that Targo was here, but he couldn't report it. That was because the surveillance feed he had been monitoring was a confidential line which belonged to a private company. It was something he had set up earlier, and he couldn't reveal this information channel. Also, he didn't plan to arrest this guy for now. Now that the criminals were on the move, Targo, as their leader, would be in close contact with his men. If he was caught, those people would quickly sense that something was wrong. These were all terrorists who had proven their ruthlessness with 10 explosives. If their ringleader was really detained, they could simply threaten to set off bombs if he wasn't released, and the police might have no choice but to comply. This was why terrorists were more troublesome, since the choices they made at certain moments clearly differed from what regular criminals would do. Those at the bottom in particular who had been brainwashed would be a lot more prone to acting recklessly if they lost their leaders. As Luke mulled over this, he and Selena climbed the stairs. They didn't dare take the elevator. A normal person would take the elevator straight to the floor they wanted, and wouldn't stop at every floor. Security would always be the tightest around the leader of the terrorists, otherwise, it would be too easy to take the group down at the source. This Targo wasn't some uneducated criminal. From Simon's calls and the strong interference when trying to track the signal, these criminals were very vigilant and familiar with how the police and the FBI worked. Luke and Selena couldn't risk exposing themselves to the surveillance cameras in the building since it was very likely that the other party was also monitoring this place. As they walked up the stairs, the red zones on the 3D model of the building projected onto their lenses turned green. Little Snail had already ruled out most zones, and was unable to determine if Targo was in the remaining red zones. The mini drones that had been released beforehand infiltrated these areas one by one. These mini drones, which were as small as swallows, now had an optical camouflage function. They flew quietly inside the building without anyone noticing. While they were investigating the building, Dustin sent them a message: FBI and Homeland Security are here. I'm in their car. Luke wasn't too surprised. The explosion on Wall Street earlier had been in too sensitive a location. Also, it proved that Simon's game wasn't just for show. There were indeed follow-up arrangements that could be triggered at any time. The FBI and Homeland Security couldn't sit still anymore. If this continued, even if they didn't have to take full responsibility, the person in charge still wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. It didn't matter what the higher-ups thought, but the people in charge of these two organizations in New York didn't have the courage to take the blame, and had finally come knocking. Luke simply sent a message to Dustin to turn on the internet call function on his phone so that he could listen in. Actually, Luke had modified the cell phone which he had given to Dustin. Naturally, anything that passed through his hands, he could hack and activate himself. But Dustin was his friend, and Luke wouldn't do it without permission unless it was absolutely necessary. On the other side, Dustin got up and made a call to one of his men. When he hung up after saying a few words, he left the phone on. Putting it back into his pocket, he waved at John and Zeus. Here, John and Zeus were in a sorry state. They were covered in dust and looked exhausted when Dustin summoned them. It was a pity that all the people in this spacious logistics van had hearts of stone. They didn't care how hard up these two looked. They got straight to the point and asked them what they knew about the terrorists. As Luke searched for Targo, he listened in on the conversation in the logistics van, and curled his lip. Selena didn't have Luke's ability to multitask over a long period of time. She simply asked non-intrusively, conversation not going smoothly. Luke chuckled. They want to know everything, but they don't want us to know anything. Staring at the tablet, Selena controlled the drones to push in closer one by one. She sneered. Ha, they still want to steal credit at a time like this. Aren't they afraid they'll choke to death on sh*t? Luke shook his head regretfully. That's impossible. If they're full from eating sh*t, then Dustin, why did you describe it in such a shocking way? Selena said, it's because these people are so disgusting. They're risking the lives of ordinary people just to reap benefits. They're even worse than sh*t. Luke didn't say anything else, because there really was nothing he could say. Following the previous attack on New York, there had been a lot of clues after that, which pointed to a few departments in the United States and the person in the White House. It was very likely that they had known about the matter beforehand. Some conspiracy theorists said that they had deliberately allowed the attack to happen in order to increase their power. But the most they could only say was that they hadn't expected the outcome to be so tragic. That was because the whole world knew that whoever profited the most would be the biggest suspect. Anybody who recalled the fallout from that incident would understand that it was very likely. That was because since then, the collars around the neck of the White House and several intelligence agencies, which were habitually stifled by Congress and the public, were finally loosened, and their power of law enforcement increased dramatically. In the past, many things had to be agreed upon before they could be carried out. Now, as long as they followed certain rules, they could act independently against individuals suspected of terrorist activity. Compared with the last incident, the deaths in today's New York case were nothing. It wasn't unusual for certain agencies to watch the situation deteriorate or even fuel the flames. However, no matter what benefits certain people wanted to reap from this incident, the Detective Bureau couldn't shoulder the blame. Luke was in the Detective Bureau, and Dustin would be directly crushed by the blame if he couldn't shoulder it. Thus, the Detective Bureau had to capture Targo alive, and the other higher-ups would also do their best to do the same. The small fry should be taken down to the last man. However, Luke couldn't guarantee how long they would live after they were released from the police department. In any case, once everything was over, the fate of these people had nothing to do with the Detective Bureau. You took the first step, I'll take 50. It was only right to return the favor. As Luke pondered this, something substantial finally popped up in the conversation in the logistics van. In the face of the other party's haranguing, John didn't flare up, and simply retorted, I only know that there's some dog called Simon who has placed bombs all around the city, and he's already set off 10 of them. How would I know why he's fixated on me? The three men turned around and looked at each other. The oldest man, who was about 50 years old, was from the FBI. He nodded at the other two middle-aged men who were around 40, one African American and one Caucasian. The Caucasian man with gold-rimmed glasses was from Homeland Security. He took out a file from his bag and showed them a photo. Do you know this person? John and Zeus, who had been silent the whole time, looked at the photo carefully and shook their heads. Neither of them knew anyone in the next few pictures. The African American agent picked up the file and turned back to the first page. Pointing at the tall man in sunglasses, he said, this man is Matthias Targo, a bomb expert who has carried out far too many terrorist attacks. Also, he usually charges a fee for his work. We call him a freelance terrorist. John stared at the picture. Who's the woman next to him? The man in gold-rimmed glasses said, his girlfriend, Katya. The rumor is that an agent put a bomb under their bed. In the end, Targo never went back, while Katya met her maker. After that, the African-American agent flipped to the second page. This man is from Germany. Reportedly, he served in a classified unit, but the German side hasn't acknowledged him. His name is Peter Gruber. Then, all three of them looked at John, clearly waiting for his reply. John felt that something wasn't right and asked in confusion, wow, that's a lot of detail. But what does it have to do with me? The three of them had strange expressions on their faces. After trading looks for a moment, it was the old man from the FBI who said, "The name Gruber should ring a bell, right?" John was stumped, and Dustin frowned. A troublesome man in a beard appeared in John's mind as he mumbled, "Yeah, that sounds familiar." Joe, who was standing guard next to the vehicle, suddenly thought of something. "Is that from the Nakatomi Plaza case in Los Angeles?" As soon as he said that, Joe's expression turned strange. John had mentioned in private that he and Luke had killed the robbers together. What was even more of a coincidence was that Dustin had been in Los Angeles at the time, and was Luke's direct boss. Thinking that, Joe's hair stood on end. So, the explosions were aimed at the detective bureau and his three colleagues. The old man nodded slightly. "That's right, Peter Gruber, whose real name is Simon Peter Gruber, is Hans Gruber's brother." John looked bitter. "So, that's why this sh*T locked onto me." The African-American agent nodded. "That's right, we think that Simon is here to avenge his brother. After all, you caught his brother and sentenced him to hundreds of years in prison. He will never be eligible for parole." John was lost for words. Wait, that wasn't right. He looked at Dustin, who was next to him, only to see his boss give him a look that said, "Hang in there, you have to tough it out alone." John cursed inwardly. Wasn't it Luke who knocked Hans out in the end? Why was Simon looking for revenge with him? The old man seemed to guess what he was thinking. He said, "Your colleague was indeed involved in the Nakatomi Plaza case, but the survivors don't know his identity. None of the robbers even saw him. As for you," John immediately understood and couldn't help but curse. The only hostage who died in the Nakatomi Plaza case was the colleague of John's ex-wife. The man had stupidly revealed John's relationship to her to Hans, as well as the fact that John was a NYPD detective, before Hans shot him. So, the criminals knew John's identity back then, and it made sense that Simon had come looking for him. Luke, on the other hand, had been stealthily rescuing people that night. He had even put on a mask. Most of the criminals who ran into him died. Hans was alive, but he had been knocked out when his back was to Luke. After the incident, the case file had been transferred to the FBI. Few people in LAPD knew that the detective was Luke. NYPD had also locked down the information, but Hans and the criminals had known John's identity from that night. There was no need to investigate it at all. Dustin looked at John's expression with a strange expression of his own. In other words, Dustin wasn't the scapegoat this time. Wait, the other party didn't know that he was Luke's backer in the Nakatomi Plaza case. So, this was John and Luke's fault. Thinking that, he no longer felt depressed, but in fact relaxed. As it turned out, this matter had something to do with him. He and Luke were now in the same boat. If they couldn't solve the case this time, even becoming the head of a smaller department would be hard. It would also be impossible for Luke to be as comfortable as he was now under Dustin's protection. Just do your best. John looked like he had just eaten sh*T. It wasn't that he felt wrong for taking the blame for Luke. If Luke hadn't intervened, he and his ex-wife might have died in Nakatomi Plaza. But the real question was, why was he always the unlucky one? It felt like his luck had been crap for the last few years. A certain officer suddenly felt like crying. Luke was also stunned when he heard this. It actually had to do with the Nakatomi Plaza case. That was D*MN annoying. Nobody knew that Hans Gruber's older brother, Simon, was such a ruthless person. Simon was basically active in Europe. This person was basically an unknown quantity, and there didn't seem to be any traces of him. Luke hadn't investigated it too deeply. After all, he had arrested a lot of criminals, and they had even more family members. He couldn't go through all their records in thorough detail. But when he remembered how Simon had ordered John to wear only his underwear and a signboard on the street for everyone to see, Luke was creeped out. Thankfully, he had cleaned up after himself and hadn't shown his face to the criminals and hostages. Simon could be considered lucky. If they had investigated Luke in detail before this, any communication carried out would basically be via the phone or internet. As long as these people mentioned Luke multiple times, the multifaceted system would pick it up and warn Luke. That way, Luke would have gotten wind of these people, and they would be monitored and investigated. Simon might not have the chance to hide and direct the terrorists. Thinking quickly, Luke immediately sent a message to Tony. Tony had already arrived in New York at that moment, but a large number of rescuers had already arrived at the Wall Street subway station that had just exploded, and he wasn't needed. Now, the tycoon could only investigate in other ways to try and find leads. Tony felt helpless. Most of the lackeys of the 10 rings he had dealt with had been in the mountain wilderness. Even if there were villagers, there weren't many of them, and it was very easy to screen them. But these terrorists were in Manhattan, the most populated metropolis in the world. It would be very hard to find them in a sea of people. After receiving the message from Batman, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He finally had a direction. Batman proposed a two-pronged investigation. Firstly, investigate Simon Peter Gruber. Secondly, start with John McClane, the person from NYPD at the center of this case and whom Simon had a grudge against. Both directions would lead to Simon himself. This caller was the key figure in the subway explosions. Even if he wasn't the main ringleader, he should be second or third in command. As long as they found the guy who controlled the explosions, the problem would be greatly simplified, and the incident would be completely resolved. Thinking that, Tony hacked into the phones of everyone. In the logistics van, Luke could do the same, but he didn't want anyone to detect his multifaceted system, so he hardly ever used this sort of crude invasion method. Tony didn't care. It was normal for him to hack into other people's systems to do snoops, not doing so wasn't his style. At that moment, Simon called. This time, Simon directly called Dustin's cell phone, proving once again that this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment plan. This time, Simon was even more smug. He directly called them out on the fact that John was in a car with the FBI and Homeland Security. He even greeted the 3 agents over the phone by name. It was a shock to the people in the car, and the warning the words contained couldn't be any clearer to the tycoon and Luke, who were listening in. Tony immediately sent a message. "Where are you? If you're near Wall Street, you can try looking for Simon. He might be nearby right now, watching those people from NYPD and the FBI." Luke naturally thought the same. He simply replied, "Okay. Keep in touch." In fact, after saving the people at the subway station, his clone had turned invisible and started searching the surrounding buildings. He had already guessed that Targo and Simon were probably in this area, from the series of traces done so far. The other party had only used technology to make it impossible for them to lock onto his exact location, and never considered how, after a series of comparisons, the range he was in would become smaller and smaller. The only problem was that Simon wasn't among the 4 people who had followed Targo into the building. Although the photo of Simon was blurry, his height, build, and face were very different from the 4 men's. "Targo's out," Selena suddenly warned Luke. Luke turned around and saw Targo come out of a financial company with 4 people and take the elevator down. The guy had long hair and was wearing a Yankees jacket, a baseball cap, and a pair of big sunglasses. It was impossible to recognize him at first glance. This level of disguise couldn't fool the AI program, however. Selena asked, "What should we do?" After a brief silence, Luke suddenly said, "Watch him. Use all the sound and surveillance systems on him. I want to dig him and his men out." As he spoke, his face darkened. Listening to Simon and John's conversation in his earpiece, the dog man had just introduced the new game. The guy asserted that he had placed 2,400 pounds of a big surprise in one of the 1,446 schools in New York, and it was set to go off at 4 in the afternoon. Now, unless John and Zeus played the game with him, the school would completely disappear from New York City. Everybody sucked in their breaths. Even Luke gritted his teeth. 2,400 pounds was more than a ton. Even with ordinary raw materials, this power was still very terrifying. Only 1 or 2 kilograms of raw materials had been used in the explosions in New York today, that was less than 20 kilograms in total. This had already killed more than 100 people, and injured more than 1,000. If Simon really used 2,400 pounds of raw materials in one go, it would be enough to blow a huge hole in New York City. There would be no way to calculate the collateral damage in a range of several hundred meters. If that happened, it would be the biggest number of casualties in America so far. Nobody could take responsibility for that. His clone immediately sent Tony a message. According to the police department, a batch of raw materials was stolen from the Livermore lab a few days ago. It might be what the criminals have. Can you check how much was stolen? Tony didn't reply immediately, but less than half a minute later, he sent a message. It's true. The raw materials stolen from the lab amounted to 2,437 pounds. They really have that much. Tony was in a dilemma. The other party had come prepared and had a meticulous plan. What was even more troublesome was that he couldn't lock onto the other party's phone accurately. That was impossible. With his network skills and Jarvis's help, it was impossible for him not to be able to track down a terrorist gang. This wasn't the difference between 90 and 100. Logically speaking, unless the other party's technology was on par with his and also had a capable assistant like Jarvis, Tony should have instantly been able to lock onto the opponent's exact location. However, he could only track the other party down to within a 200-meter range on Wall Street. The subway station where the explosion had taken place happened to be in this range. Thinking quickly, Tony immediately sent another message to Batman. The target is probably on Wall Street. The explosion at the subway station might have been a smokescreen. Luke nodded in agreement. He had thought of this possibility before, but hadn't been too confident. He was almost 100% sure now. Just now, the disguised Targo had gone downstairs and turned into an alley behind the building, clearly waiting for someone. A lot could already be inferred from the fact that this first criminal had been nearby the entire time. Wall Street was their real target all along, and everything they were doing was toward this goal. That was why Simon was playing this superfluous game of cat and mouse. That was why Simon went to so much effort to mask his calls so that he couldn't be tracked. Now, NYPD, the FBI, and Homeland Security had been successfully distracted as they focused on the 2,400-pound, big surprise. There were at least 1,000 people, most of them students, in any school in New York. Coupled with the fact that this big surprise might spread to involve tens of thousands of people, this weight was heavy enough to crush everyone. Nobody could afford to take responsibility for something so big. Even though they were still full of doubt, they had no choice but to do as Simon said and focus on the big surprise. At that moment, it seemed that the series of subway explosions were all for the sake of reinforcing the authorities' impression of them as terrorists. After all, they had already dared to cause 10 explosions. Causing an 11th one was nothing to them. This was what they wanted to convey to the authorities. It was a plot the authorities had no choice but to play along with. Luke quickly passed on his speculation to Tony. The tycoon had far more varied connections to higher-ups than Luke did. Furthermore, Stark Industries had been establishing itself in New York in the last few months. Titanium Phone Company had long settled in New York. Luke wasn't a tycoon. He didn't care about being too proud to ask for help from such powerful external aid. Besides, what was pride? Could it be eaten? The most important thing was to save lives. After receiving the message, Tony simply replied a moment later, "I'll get people to help look for the bomb, but we have to find Targo and Simon, or this won't end." Luke naturally understood. If they didn't catch these two ringleaders, these attacks would never stop. What Tony was saying was that they had to focus on this and not be led around by the nose because of that 2,400-pound, big surprise. Even if it directly threatened the safety of tens of thousands of people, that had to be the case. Luke replied, "I'll personally keep an eye on Targo. Find Simon as soon as possible." Tony nodded and didn't say anything else. He was clearly busy. Luke saw Targo take a heavy-duty truck to the subway station. Chapter 1281. Want to hit a pretty face. The people in the truck were all dressed like workers. Some of them were even wearing city council vests, and looked like officials who had come to help with disaster relief. Luke was intrigued. There weren't many people at the subway station. There were only 2 patrol officers guarding the entrance to bar entry to civilians. Thanks to Batman's efforts, very few people were injured in the subway station, and with little to do, rescue workers had quickly left. After Simon threatened them with the big school surprise, the police force almost immediately started to move, and they scattered to check various schools. Luke and Tony both realized that Simon was playing another trick. He said the police couldn't evacuate the students, or he would directly trigger the big surprise, but he hadn't said that the police weren't allowed to search. Sure enough, the police started to mobilize everyone, and so did the FBI and Homeland Security. After all, agents from both organizations had also been in the vehicle at the time, and their kids were also studying in New York. What if they didn't go searching for this thing, and it was their kid who was sitting on this lethal weapon? They all knew very well that Simon's threat was equivalent to using everyone in all the schools as hostages. If the authorities directly told all the schools to end class early, that would create a commotion. Not only did they not have the right to do that, the other party could directly blow everyone to pieces. As a result, New York would be plunged into chaos. No matter how large NYPD's police force was, it wouldn't be enough. Many of the upper class had heard the news and started to leave New York. The subway station incidents hadn't affected these big shots at all. In any case, they would never take the subway. High above the Wall Street subway station, many people were still standing in front of the windows to watch the show. They took a lot of photos and videos, which were uploaded to F2F and played on the news. They didn't feel any sense of threat at all. Now that the threat of a 2,400-pound weapon had appeared, many big shots couldn't sit still anymore. In fact, the big shots who had school children were already starting to get the news. They either went to school themselves or arranged for their kids to be picked up right away. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,446 chance, normal parents wouldn't want to take such a risk with their kids. Also, even if Simon said that the bomb was in a school, was it really? Who knew if the criminals had hidden another one as a follow-up somewhere else? Bad guys like to do this in movies and TV shows, and real big shots weren't stupid enough to believe the criminals. Reality wasn't a TV drama. No protagonist was destined to save everything in the end. Nobody liked to entrust their lives to others. Even the officers on duty near the subway station were a little distracted. While it wasn't their assignment to look for the big surprise, who didn't have relatives, friends, or family, they couldn't directly reveal word about the big surprise, but they could get someone to quickly take their kids out of school. For a moment, there was traffic, phone and internet congestion. The whole city felt like an ant's nest that had just been poked. The people who sensed the danger subconsciously stayed away from it. Luke, who had just gone downstairs, saw his colleague Ricky from the detective bureau step forward and stop the heavy-duty truck. He then led the workers toward the subway station, as if he was going to follow them. At that moment, Ricky's phone rang. He took it out and said a few words before he looked around. For a moment, he didn't continue toward the subway station. The workers next to him looked at each other and didn't say anything. When Ricky saw Luke running over, he hurriedly waved. "Here, Luke." Luke ran over and pointed. "The boss wants you to go over. He needs an old hand to direct the officers. As for watching this place, let me do it." Ricky slapped his forehead. "That's true. I've been too busy." He then turned around and smiled at the workers. "This officer will take you in. Be careful." With that, he ran to the logistics van not far away. The workers exchanged looks, and one of them urged, "Officer, we have a lot of work to do. Can we go in now?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay, come with me." He took big strides far ahead of the workers. He walked to the subway entrance and said to the two patrol officers, "The engineering team will take over from here. You don't have to worry about it. The boss is short of people for other things. You should go." The two patrol officers didn't doubt his word. They nodded and ran off. Once the engineering team was inside, loiterers naturally wouldn't be permitted entry. There really was no need for them to guard this place. Also, they had heard all sorts of inside information over the comms, and knew that the department had even pulled interns from the police academy into the city to cooperate with the search. As official police officers, they couldn't slack off here. Thus, nobody from NYPD was paying attention to the subway station, except Luke. The workers around him weren't too surprised. They had clearly heard the conversation earlier, and they actually knew more about the current situation than most people in New York City. It was normal for the police to be short of manpower. It would be strange if they were relaxed. Looking at Luke's handsome and young face, a rough man felt sour. Cursing the pretty boy in his heart, he decided to kill him when they entered later. What they didn't know was that while Dustin and Ricky were talking, Dustin was looking at them with mocking eyes. Did they know that the best fighter in NYPD was right next to them? Dustin and Ricky weren't worried at all. They simply gave them a look before leaving with the patrol officers. Luke said that he would take care of things here. They just needed to act like usual so that Simon didn't notice anything wrong. Luke chuckled inwardly when he saw Dustin and the others leave. With these colleagues around, it would be inevitable that they would worry about him and come running over to check, which would make things difficult. Thinking that, he didn't stop as he walked into the subway station with the workers and explained the situation. "There's nothing wrong with the station, but a subway line over there was blown up. You might have to move these two cars first." Pooh. 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 Gunshots rang out behind him. "Ah!" Luke screamed and rolled down the steps before he stopped at the bottom. He lay unmoving, and blood immediately seeped out under him. Two workers sneered and put their guns away. One of them even cursed. FCK, I hate pretty boys like that. I really wanted to shoot him in the face. At that moment, someone walked out of the subway station. It was none other than Targo. He waved his hand and ordered, "Hurry up and get to work. Are you going to get paid more for pulling out your gun? If you have so much energy, hurry up and dig the hole." Then, he pointed at the other two workers. "Throw his body in a corner and cover it with dirt so that nobody can find it." The two workers silently stepped forward and picked up Luke's body. They tossed Luke's limp body in a corner before they returned. "It's done, boss." Targo didn't think much of it. He simply nodded and said into his walkie-talkie, "Come down. The passage is ready." As he spoke, several engineering cars drove down steel planks and rushed into the subway station. As the workers got to work, Luke's body slowly sat up behind a bunch of rundown lockers in one corner of the subway station. His thoughts moved, and a spray appeared in his hand, which he sprayed himself with. The blood from the broken bag on his back mixed with the mist and quickly turned into white powder, which Luke put back into his inventory. As for the two bullets, he was already wearing a close-fitting bulletproof vest, and they didn't even scratch his skin. Except for two holes in the back of his shirt, everything was the same as when he first came in. One of the shooters had wanted to blow up Luke's head because of his handsome face. Luke would remember this grudge. Thankfully, he had been able to use basic hypnosis and mental communication for a while before he came in. Under this mental suggestion, they didn't examine Luke further when they saw the blood on his back. The ugly man, on the other hand, was a lot more obsessed, and had almost aimed the gun at the back of Luke's head. If the guy had insisted on taking the lead, Luke could only pretend to stumble to avoid the shot. Worse came to worse, Batman, who was invisible on the side, would have no choice but to make a move. But this was the worst way to resolve the situation. Luke didn't want to do it unless he had to. He had a lock on Targo and his men, but there was still no sign of that lunatic Simon. Now was the best time to close the net and catch Simon. In any case, it was just the criminals in the subway station, there was nobody else. For Batman, these criminals were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, Tony suddenly sent a message. "Someone just sent me a message saying that Targo and Simon are at the Wall Street subway station and are about to dig into the vault of the First Financial Bank next door and steal a bunch of unmarked cash and 10 tons of gold." Stunned for a moment, Luke immediately recalled something. Isn't this just a small bank? He remembered investigating a robbery at the bank before, and running into a robber who wanted 40 hours a week at the bank with insurance. Before that, this First Financial Bank had only been robbed of slightly more than $3,000, it was a super poor bank. Tony chuckled. "Do you think this is an actual bank? The cash and gold it has are from shady private transactions." Luke dropped the matter. As long as the cash and gold were real, this info wasn't necessarily fake. "Who sent you the message?" He asked the key question. It was very important to determine whether the source of the information was reliable. In the face of the threat which the big surprise posed, no mistakes could be allowed. Tony said, "You might not believe it. I don't know exactly where he is, but he's probably within 200 meters of the Wall Street subway station." Luke narrowed his eyes. "The same result we got." Tony said, "Yes, I'm on my way. I want to see what kind of genius is able to escape me." Thinking quickly, Luke sent a message. "There are 95 criminals here, including Targo. Can you take them down?" After a brief silence, Tony said, "We have to subdue Targo and Simon in the first instance. We can't give them a chance to react." Luke said, "Then wait a bit. When they're moving the money is a good time to make a move." After a brief silence, Tony said, "All right. I'll head back to Stark Tower. Give me a 2-minute heads up before we move out." Luke knew that the tycoon was flying over in his suit. Stark Tower was right next to the Empire State Building. It would only take Tony a minute to reach Wall Street. After sending a simple reply, Batman stealthily approached the criminals. He scanned the room again to make sure that Simon wasn't among them. But when Targo used their comms, he used Simon's name. From the conversation, it was clear that Simon was already inside the First Financial Bank, and had taken control of the hall and the alarm system. He was now entering the vault. After saying that, they hung up. It seemed that he really had to wait for these two to break into the vault and regroup before taking action. Thinking that, Luke told Tony about the situation and had the tycoon think of a way to sneak in without alerting anyone else. Actually, He had always wanted to complain about the tycoon's flashy personality. This wasn't a superhero movie. Was there a need to be so flashy when he showed up in public? The guy was basically a peacock in his main armor. The gold and red colors could be seen even hundreds of meters away. These criminals weren't stupid. Even Tony couldn't completely crack their anti-tracking methods. They were very vigilant, and it was possible that they were guarding against Iron Man. It was even possible that these people had already accounted for the superheroes in New York. The Wall Street subway explosion had disrupted the alarm systems of many banks. With the threat of a big surprise, all of New York's police force and perhaps some superheroes had moved out. The one thing Wall Street didn't have was schools. As long as they weren't hypocrites, most people would have scruples and prioritize searching for that lethal weapon. The first financial bank was a special existence that involved underground transactions, and the bank itself didn't want to be targeted by the police. The robbers naturally could carry out their robbery smoothly. That was right, Luke no longer thought of them as terrorists. In the Nakatomi Plaza case, Hans Gruber acted like a terrorist, but in the end, was still focused on money. From the looks of things, it ran in the family. Chapter 1283. I'm talking to you about technology, you're talking to me about feelings. What Takagi said back then wasn't wrong. These Gruber brothers weren't really terrorists, and were just after money. Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. More than 90% of cases in America had to do with money. That was nothing new for this country. At that moment, Tony sent a message. I'm on Wall Street. Nobody will know I'm here, not even you. Stumped for a moment, Luke asked Alfred with a strange expression, where's Tony? Alfred. He hasn't appeared again since returning to Stark Tower. Luke exclaimed in surprise. Alfred wouldn't make such a rudimentary mistake and lose track of Tony. But Tony said that nobody would know he was here, including Batman. Could it be that this guy, Luke said, you made an invisible suit? Tony. You guessed it. Luke rolled his eyes. Of course. I would be more surprised if you snuck over dressed as a woman. Tony said, get lost. As Luke expected, the tycoon indeed didn't have the courage to dress as a woman. After he flew back to Stark Tower, he put on a professional stealth suit nicknamed Sneaky. Sneaky's real number was actually Mark 15. Tony had just developed it and hadn't officially used it yet. It was also Tony's first armor with a nickname. After Luke's disdain, the tycoon decisively took out this secret weapon. For Batman to be the first to witness the debut of this new suit, it hadn't been in vain that Tony had given it this nickname. On the other hand, it was also because of Batman's influence that the model was specially developed for low-intensity special combat in the city. The suit's armor and mobility weren't very strong, but it had a lot of support equipment, including many non-lethal weapons. It was useless against tanks, but most suitable for dealing with defenseless criminals. At the very least, it wouldn't launch a missile to blow up the criminals and the entire ground with them. Luke didn't know what the tycoon was thinking, but it wasn't important. He could make invisible armor, and Tony had personally seen him enter and exit invisible mode several times. It was very much like Tony to act like nobody else could show off in front of him. Luke just sent Tony a 3D map and marked out the locations of the criminals. Although Tony seemed unreliable, he never failed at critical moments. For the safety of tens of thousands of people, he wouldn't act rashly. Luke asked a few minutes later, you in? Tony said, I'm in the southwest corner. Luke actually had a complete handle on the tycoon's movements, but he could only pretend that he didn't, in case this guy grew suspicious. I'm in the southeast. Get ready to move, he said. Tony asked, are you sure that Simon is in the vault? Luke simply transmitted the surveillance feed from the drone. Looking at the leader of the criminals who walked through the vault door, Tony had Jarvis compare the image with the photo of Simon from the intelligence they had, and only after Jarvis confirmed that it was the same person was Tony reassured. Targo and Simon couldn't be allowed to escape. They had to be captured alive. Nobody could relax until they learned the whereabouts of the bomb. Now that the barrier between the vault and the subway station was about to open, Luke gave his drone permission to share the criminals' movements with Tony. 10 seconds later, the guy suddenly said, this thing is interesting, but it's too crude. It looks like it was made in a workshop. Wait, is this really handmade? Luke hummed lazily. I'm already very satisfied that someone else is willing to make it for me. Tony snorted. This level is a lot worse than mine. Luke chuckled. They don't charge me for it. Tony choked. Batman had saved him a few times, but it was Batman's principle not to charge for saving someone's life. Tony needed Life 1, but it wasn't absolutely essential. The chances of him dying from surgery were low, even without Life 1. Tony knew that Batman had offered him Life 1 purely so that he would be reassured about doing the surgery. On the other hand, this proved that Batman and that big shot who sold everything were also good guys who only talked about friendship and not money, the kind that was even better than the Bat-Iron CP that the public believed in. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have gotten a dozen Life 1s from the big shot, one of which he gave to Tony. The most important thing here was favors. As for the possibility that Batman was the creator of these products, Tony had already ruled it out. Unless this guy didn't need to sleep or had lived for hundreds of years, it was impossible for him to reach the top in both combat and technology R&D. It was impossible for an all-rounder to exist on Earth. Even though Tony thought highly of himself and didn't think that anyone could compare with him, he knew that was only in terms of technology. He didn't have that much time to learn so much knowledge, and it was impossible for Batman. He had only been discussing research out of habit, but now Tony was a little stuck. Given his personality, his relationship with Batman wasn't as close as the outside world imagined. Several seconds later, he finally said, "I can make you a suit too." "I've already switched out several sets," Luke replied lazily. Tony. He really couldn't reply. To be honest, his one set of armor was just as good as 10 of Batman's suits in every aspect, but he couldn't compare with the other party's ability to constantly replace the old with the new. Batman's combat ability was too high. The armor was just a support item, and didn't have high requirements in every aspect. Thus, the Mark suit really wasn't attractive to Batman. Luke said the words casually, and then realized that the Tycoon seemed stifled. Congress wanted nothing more than to take the armor from the Tycoon, but the Tycoon was actually willing to give him a set. He was really generous. Luke was only using Life 1 and the light dagger as consumable, magic items. He didn't think much of it. The Tycoon's armor, on the other hand, was like his little wife. Giving it away was like being cuckolded. It had been very difficult for him to say those words earlier. If the conversation hadn't gone down that path, the Tycoon absolutely wouldn't give his wife away. Mind whirling, Luke simply said, "If you really want to give me something, remember to give me all the research on Life 1. You can use that to repay me." Okay. Tony was relieved to hear that. No matter how good Life 1 was, it didn't belong to him. Nor would he clash with Batman and the even more mysterious big shot who sold everything for the sake of monopolizing Life 1. Tony's attitude returned to normal at the condition that he just needed to hand over research information on someone else's product. Escaping this awkward topic, Tony didn't dare talk nonsense anymore. He called up his drone and shared the image with Batman. "Then try my drone." Luke accepted and replied, "Sure enough, it's very expensive." Tony was lost for words. If you have nothing to say, don't say anything. Is the issue here how much it costs? It really was. The Tycoon was silent for a few seconds, before he could only helplessly accept this spot-on comment. With his insight, he could easily estimate that Batman's drone only cost a few $1,000s, and most of it was spent on optical camouflage. If it didn't prioritize stealth, this mini drone would only cost $1,000 at most. Tony's drone, on the other hand, was a medium-sized drone that was much bigger and more functional. The cost of raw materials naturally soared to more than $3 million. Even if he copied one of Batman's mini drones, the raw materials would cost no less than $5,000. After all, the Tycoon always chose the expensive and most suitable materials. He wasn't like Batman, for whom it was enough that an item could be used. As they chatted, their attention never left the robbers. There was a muffled rumble, and before Luke could say anything, Tony warned, "They've broken through." Luke said, "You slip in and catch Simon, I'll catch Targo and clean up the criminals here in passing." After a brief hesitation, Tony suddenly asked, "How about that detective in the corner? It looks like he's waiting for an opportunity as well." Amused, Luke said, "As long as we catch Simon and Targo, it doesn't matter what this Detective Coulson does. Also, don't tell me you haven't checked his file. He doesn't need our help." Tony was speechless. He was quite familiar with this detective. Or rather, the only police officers he was familiar with were Luke and his beautiful partner. If he had to say it, he owed the two young officers a favor, which was why he had asked the question. Thinking about it now, he felt that he was overthinking it. The young detective had taken down over 100 tough criminals in a year, including superhumans like Ironhide Creech. He had even arrested Simon's brother before. Did he have to care about catching Simon as well? Thinking quickly, Tony immediately said, "Okay, Simon is mine and Targo is yours. We'll leave the other criminals to this detective." In any case, he couldn't compare with Batman and the detective in a raid in such a small space. They were professionals. The tycoon preferred to use missiles and shock cannons to blow up all his opponents. Besides, Simon was more like the mastermind than Targo was, and capturing the boss on his own was more to Tony's liking. Let these two handle the small fry. Thinking that, Tony took action. Then, Luke was lost for words when he watched the tycoon sneak into the vault. It wasn't like he was a thief, it was fine as long as he was quiet and didn't draw any attention. Why did he have to walk on tiptoe like the cat from Tom and Jerry? It was a pity that Tony was invisible. Luke could sense him with elementary sound wave and sharp nose, but the surveillance system couldn't capture an image for Luke to keep as a memento. Tony didn't know what Luke was thinking. When he slowly snuck into the vault, he transmitted the armor's feed so that Luke could see what he was doing, and Luke did the same. One headed toward the tunnel entrance, and the other silently moved toward Targo. Tony didn't go in through the bank because Simon had locked the vault door after entering, and 4 of his men had disguised themselves as bank employees outside. Entering through the bank above might give Simon time to react. It wasn't until Luke and Tony saw Simon himself in the vault that they were 90% confident in their operation. Luke said, "You count down from 3, and we'll move at the same time." That put Tony in a better mood and made him feel that he was starting to stand out as a leader. But it was just a vague feeling. Faced with these lunatics who were playing with explosives, he didn't have any intention of being careless. After waiting a few minutes, Tony finally found the right opportunity. "Ready, 3, 2, 1. Jarvis counted down smoothly. Almost at the same time, Simon, who was standing next to the wall in the vault, felt pain in his back. He twitched and leaned against the wall. Shaking, he slowly slid to the ground. Targo, who was watching his men outside, felt pain in his neck. His eyes widened in surprise, and his vision turned blurry. In less than 2 seconds, he passed out. None of the criminals around him noticed the anomaly, because Targo was still standing and hadn't collapsed. Then, he took a few stiff steps back into the darkness. 2 seconds later, there were exclamations and angry shouts in the vault, followed by gunshots. Stunned, the criminals outside picked up their weapons. Batman finally revealed himself. He jumped out of the darkness and knocked down 2 criminals with 2 punches. On the other side, Luke, who was in a corner, was 2 seconds behind Batman as he attacked. Bang, 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 bang. Detective Luke, who had been waiting to go on a killing spree, aimed at the targets who were read on his list of good and evil without hesitation. Batman only glanced at him before he started dealing with the others. Batman selectively knocked down 5 people and threw them into a corner before interrogating them. The 5 people he had captured were clearly minor leaders in this operation. Luke directly used his strongest move against the red targets. It was a combination of drugs, mental communication, and basic hypnosis, with no care for the side effects. It didn't matter at all if these people turned into idiots. He wanted to get some leads from these minor leaders first, and then compare them with the leads from Targo and Simon. That would be the safest approach. Otherwise, if something happened to Targo and Simon, or if they could hold out for a while, it would be bad if some accident happened. Mental communication wasn't mind control, after all. Many soldiers and terrorists had been trained to withstand hypnosis and inducers. Targo was a freelance terrorist, and Simon wasn't normal, which was why Luke was so cautious. Too bad these 2 guys were both men, Luke thought regretfully. At that moment, he reminded a fired-up Tony in the vault, "Don't injure that female hostile too badly. She's Targo's woman." Tony was full of fighting spirit. This time was different. Not only was he here to save tens of thousands of civilians, he was also wearing the most suitable, sneaky, suit for low-intensity combat in the city. Chapter 1285, The Little Detective and 2 Good Citizens Who Upheld Justice. The fierce-looking criminals in the vault started shooting. Tony's eyes glowed as he unleashed his own firepower. He had tasers, nets, grappling hooks, sedatives, and infrasonic weapons on this sneaky suit. With Jarvis's help, these weapons were fired methodically. He wasn't as restrained compared with if he had been wearing Mark 6. If that were the case, he would have to worry about a missile blowing up the entire vault and the building above collapsing. He also experienced what it was like to fight like Batman. Lightly, flawlessly and smoothly, with everything accounted for. To use women as a metaphor, whenever he saw a beauty in the past, he would pursue them right away. Whether it was his wealth or power, these things were like the weight of a mountain, and most girls would buckle under it. Now, he was more restrained and didn't have to go all out. He only needed to say a few witty words, and women would fall for him. He was already tired of the first method, while he was using the second one for the first time, and it was utterly novel. It wasn't until he heard Luke's words that Tony broke away from this new sensation and finally noticed a woman in the vault. This was the only woman among all the criminals, Katya. She was Targo's woman, who supposedly had been blown up. Clearly, she was still alive and kicking. It seemed that the FBI and Homeland Security's intelligence wasn't very reliable. Given Katya's identity, even if she didn't have real power like Pepper, she would at least know most of the secrets of this operation. It was hard for a man to hide everything from his woman. The woman was very smart. She took out her gun and ran out as soon as the battle started. She had no intention of fighting Tony. But with Luke's reminder, Tony naturally targeted her. The tycoon fired a taser, and Katya collapsed. After successfully taking down the criminals in the vault, Tony wasn't interested in continuing to fight them. He simply stood there and let Jarvis handle things. Jarvis locked onto multiple targets in a second. 2 rows of tranquilizer launchers popped out of the shoulders of the armor, and the muzzles fired one after another. Pooh, 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 pooh. A series of hisses rang out, and the dozen or so criminals were all shot and fell unconscious. Tony then grabbed Simon and Katya, who were both still twitching, and asked, "Is it done outside?" "I'm bringing Simon and Katya out. Batman, come out in 10 seconds. Even as Tony let Batman know that he had caught the targets, the image of the battle outside was already being projected in front of him. In the end, the protagonist he had imagined, Batman, was hiding in a corner and interrogating criminals. The detective whom Tony thought would take down stragglers at most had gone out with guns blazing, and the subway station was filled with the bodies of the criminals. He was the main force in killing them. Tony was silent for a moment, before he finally said, "Fine, this guy is still as ruthless as ever." That being said, it wasn't as if he was concerned. When he dealt with terrorists, he often blasted them with a few missiles. As a detective, it wasn't strange for Luke to kill a few criminals with his guns. It wasn't like Batman cared. That was also worth pondering. Batman actually didn't care that Luke had killed the criminals. This was a superhero who was known to not kill anyone, but he didn't respond to the detective killing dozens of criminals. He truly didn't care. Tony pulled up the video of the battle just now. Batman didn't move at all from beginning to end, and didn't stop the young detective at all. As he was thinking that, the gunfire in the subway station stopped. As he pretended to reload, Luke walked out and headed straight for the tycoon. "Mr. Stark, why are you here? Why have you apprehended 2 people?" Stunned, Tony was about to say something, when he suddenly came back to himself. Wait, this detective was from NYPD HQ, and the detective bureau was at the center of the serial explosions since Simon had chosen to contact them at the very beginning, and was even playing a game with someone from the detective bureau. From a lawful point of view, this young detective was absolutely within his right to step in. Conversely, Tony and Batman didn't have any law enforcement power. The 2 of them could only be considered 2 good citizens upholding justice. However, the tycoon had clashed with Congress before, and didn't care about NYPD. If it were anyone else from NYPD, he would have immediately said, "None of your business." It was just that he still owed this young detective a favor, and couldn't act so pretentious. But before he could say anything, Luke nodded with a look of sudden understanding. "I get it, you and Mr. Batman knew about the threat these terrorists posed, and came to help, right? On behalf of the citizens of New York, thank you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Tony was still in a daze. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and they shook briefly. Then, Luke walked over to Batman. The tycoon couldn't help but look down at his hand. He actually took the initiative to help me think of a response. This kid has a bright future. Thinking that, he picked up the 2 individuals and followed Luke, but something didn't feel right somehow. After some thought, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, you're just a minor detective, aren't you? Why do you sound like the New York mayor? Since when do you represent the citizens of New York?" Luke turned around and smiled politely. "Mr. Stark, You solved this case. Shouldn't the citizens thank you? Tony suddenly felt it was interesting. But why are you representing them? Pondering for a moment, Luke said, because you're too busy, and probably don't have time to deal with the petty masses, so, I'm thanking you on their behalf beforehand. Tony was suddenly lost for words. He indeed wasn't that free. Besides, no matter how many people Batman saved, he had never run out for acknowledgement. Conversely, this was what made him popular. Tony wasn't stupid, he knew that Batman was doing the right thing. In any case, the media and word of mouth would help spread the news of what they had done. The clone turned his head. Enough chatter. Neither one of these people were involved in the delivery of that 2,400-pound, big surprise. Targo said he just made the bomb, and Simon was the one who placed it. According to the original plan, it should be at Chester Arthur Government School. Tony and Luke spoke at the same time. I'll have someone check it out right away. I'll inform my colleagues immediately. Then, they looked at each other. His clone simply nodded. Whichever is fine. I'll interrogate these two first. As he spoke, he took the man and woman from Tony's hands and continued interrogating them. Chapter 1286. Mutation, Monster, which when the clone was questioning Simon, he fully activated elementary pheromone control to control Katya. Simon answered every question he asked. Although Katya didn't say anything, she subconsciously nodded in confirmation. Luke's mental communication and pheromone control was enough for him to glean a lot of information from her without her knowing. Simon was only responsible for moving his mouth. After a few questions, all three of them had strange expressions on their faces. That was because the answers given by Simon and Katya were very different from what Targo said. Targo said that he had Simon put the bomb in Chester Arthur School, but Simon said that he never got the bomb, and had only made a fake with syrup and put it in the school to buy time. But Targo's information matched what the group's minor leaders said. Katya and Simon, however, said something completely different. It was unlikely that Katya would lie under elementary pheromone control. No matter how one looked at it, it was weird. Luke and Tony both remembered that someone had specifically told them that Simon and Targo were here. The clone looked at the two people next to him again. Tony and Luke said in unison, "I'll make a call." Luke called Dustin. Tony, on the other hand, had Jarvis contact the FBI and Homeland Security and give them the information. Suddenly, Luke frowned. His clone shouted at the same time, "Move." Luke jumped away and retreated to the subway tunnel. Tony's communication with the FBI was quick. The FBI's influence had skyrocketed in recent years as they cracked down on terrorists. After tasting such sweetness, they would always think of ways to avoid interference from other departments and directly exercise their power. Given this fait accompli, nobody cared about the small ways in which the FBI violated the rules. As a bureaucratic agency, it was Homeland Security that was a pain. Tony couldn't just give them an order. He had to explain everything clearly before the other party took action. When the clone called out a warning, Luke was already on high alert as he dodged. Tony, however, couldn't react in time, and was caught by the corpses of two criminals on the side. The skin of the two corpses had turned black, and they were much faster and stronger than when they were still alive. They immediately grabbed him tightly. Tony reacted quickly and kicked one of them in the lower half. Bang! The man's lower body exploded into black splatters that didn't look human at all. He hugged Tony tightly and howled. Boom! Tony's vision went dark, and the armor system almost crashed. Boom! The second criminal exploded as well, and black debris and tar-like liquid covered the armor. Bang! 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 Luke reacted quickly and fired his guns, taking down several criminals who were lunging at him. But even more bodies started to get up and pounce on the three people in the subway station. In the blink of an eye, Luke saw that the bodies of the criminals who had gotten up were now black with densely packed round balls all over them. Their faces quickly disappeared as well under the bright little balls. They looked like human-shaped monsters made of countless fish eggs. Anyone with trypophobia would have fainted from the shock of these fish egg monsters. At the same time, the two fish egg monsters which Luke had just shot in the head exploded as well, sending black debris and liquid flying everywhere. Luke didn't focus on the monsters. The clone was about to rescue Tony, who wasn't far away, when he felt something tighten around his feet. He looked around, only to see that Simon and Targo had soundlessly entangled their legs around his feet. Their faces quickly turned black as fish eggs grew over their bodies, and their legs and hands turned into octopus-like tentacles. The clone didn't panic. He swiped at his waist with both hands. Black streaks of light flew from his hands and spun toward the fish egg monsters. The clone's legs jerked with Kai, and he shook free of Simon and Targo. Hehehehe, a low trill of laughter rang out in the subway station. Alarm bells rang in the clone's head, and he abruptly retreated. "Got you, Batman," said the woman. At the same time, the clone felt a strong pull at his waist. A black mist appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his waist like a whip. The clone's blood-red lenses flickered. Magic. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a rope dart wrapped around the tycoon not far away. Several other black objects flew in Luke's direction. There was a loud bang as the Batman suit fired up and flew toward the station exit. Too late. The woman smiled again. This time, the laughter was hoarse and unpleasant, like crows wailing at night. No matter how big the sun is, a person can never escape their own shadow. Batman, your heart belongs to the darkness. Stop struggling and enjoy it. The woman's voice changed again, and she sounded like she was singing sultrily in a low voice. Hee hee. The clone suddenly chuckled mockingly. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and faint golden light flashed through the subway station. One of them hit the black whip wrapped around the clone's waist. The black whip exploded into smoke and disappeared. The clone sped up and threw Tony out of the station. The woman shrieked, "That's impossible. What's that power? How did it break my touch of shadow?" Even as she screamed, gunshots rang out non-stop in the subway station. Faint golden light flashed, and the fish egg monsters that were lunging at Batman and Luke exploded into pieces. The clone slowly turned around and ignored the exploding monsters. The blood-red lenses looked at Katya, who was still lying on the ground not far away. "It seems you're an idiot too." As soon as he said that, the sluggish look in Katya's eyes changed, and she suddenly became another person. Her short hair turned into long black locks. Her eyes were dark, and there was a dark red light in the center of her pupils, while her lips were purplish black. The military pants and jacket she was wearing also turned into a black gauzy, bikini-like outfit. She looked sexy and had a good figure, except that her skin was mottled gray and black, like that of a rotting corpse. Which ghost? The clone's blood-red eyes flashed as he activated the monitoring equipment to record everything. The woman didn't answer. She simply waved her hand. "Don't think you can fight me just because you gave him a weapon." Chapter 1287. The God Who Became a Dog. That being said, the witch was quite angry. Just now, the clone had grabbed Iron Man with the rope dart in one hand and tossed several gun clips to the detective with the other. After the detective reloaded the guns, what they fired were bullets that had the strength to contend with her. However, the power in the golden bullets was too weak to be a threat. They could only kill the puppet soldiers and shatter her touch of shadow. She turned serious at that moment, and the black fragments and the liquid left behind after the puppet soldiers exploded in the subway station moved according to her will, condensing into a black snake that was the width of a bucket. It roared and lunged at the detective who had disrupted the situation. Hiss! The black snake was surging forward aggressively, when it suddenly froze and stopped moving. Its huge mouth was only 2 meters away from Luke. "Your opponent is me." The clone was standing in front of the snake, both arms gripping the head and preventing it from moving forward. "Take him away." The clone spoke to Luke. Luke jumped toward the station exit, grabbed the end of the rope dart, and dragged Tony with him as he ran off. The metal suit sent up sparks as it clattered over the ground before swerving around a street corner. This woman wasn't that simple. Luke wasn't afraid of her, but it would be bad if Tony was left there. Besides, using enchanted bullets to instantly eliminate most of the monsters was already a little too powerful. If he really fought and crippled the woman, he would draw a lot of attention. The situation this time was different. The explosions had already attracted the attention of the FBI and Homeland Security. Now that this woman with superpowers had appeared, secret agencies would also show up. If Luke revealed such power against evil creatures, many people might be tempted. When all was said and done, the enchanted bullets would have to be revealed sooner or later. For other people, using up dozens of enchanted bullets might not have much effect if they all hit air. Luke, on the other hand, was a super shooter. Every one of his shots was lethal, and dozens of enchanted bullets were enough for him to kill a few small bosses. Someone would definitely be moved by this ability of his. Thus, he decisively had his clone take action to send him and Tony away. In any case, the tycoon would testify that it was Batman who told Luke to leave. How many people in New York would be willing to defy Batman? In the subway station, the clone finally got serious. Previously, the clone and Luke had been in the same place, along with Tony. There were too many things to consider. It was safer for the clone to stay behind on his own so that he could fight with his full strength. At that moment, he wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he seized the moment when the other party was accumulating strength to thoroughly examine her. There was something strange about this woman. When he had been interrogating Katya earlier and done a scan with his armor, she hadn't appeared any different from a normal person. It had been easy to control her with elementary pheromone control. Now, Katya had suddenly turned into a completely different person. She looked like a witch, and even her figure was different. From a size A to C, a man could tell at a glance. Secondly, the armor detected that this witch had almost no human attributes. Her body temperature was very low and there was a rotten smell on her, like that of a corpse. Finally, elementary pheromone control basically had no effect on the witch. It had been a few months since Luke acquired the pheromone control ability, and he had become good at using it. This ability was very helpful. What was even more terrifying was that women basically couldn't resist it at all, and they could be controlled without them even realizing it. That was because it didn't affect the mind but the body, and people made too many unconscious physical movements which they weren't aware of. The witch in front of him was clearly a woman, but apart from some slight influence in movements, it was like she was a blank slate with no reactions whatsoever to pheromone control. Luke's blood-red lenses flickered, and he activated his abilities to investigate everything about this strange witch. The witch opposite him bent forward slightly, like a wild beast waiting for an opportunity as she slowly circled him. "Batman, you're as strong as they say." Luke's heart jumped. The witch said, "So, I'll turn you into my puppet before I give you to them so that they won't get anything." As she spoke, Luke's arms suddenly turned empty. The snake's head disappeared, but the body suddenly curled around him. Then, the snake head slowly rose from the tail end and opened its mouth not far from his head as it hissed threateningly at him. Looking at Luke, whose head was the only thing that could be seen above the snake's body, the witch laughed again. "Nobody will save you this time. This is all a mortal like you can be in front of greatness, weak, pathetic, helpless." Luke suddenly chuckled. "Aren't you being controlled by mortals now? Weren't you sent here to catch me? You're so great, but the mortals treat you like a dog. After this, they'll give you a few bones as a reward, right?" Hearing that, the witch roared and appeared in front of him with a fierce expression. She grabbed his neck with her right hand, and the Batman suit creaked. "DMN humans, how dare you blaspheme against a god? I'll definitely make you pay," she roared. Luke interrupted her again. "Let them be your masters so that they can help clean up your sh*t every day." The witch's eyes blazed. "Go to hell." After being mocked non-stop by Luke, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She decided to disobey orders and kill this foul-mouthed guy. That was because the things that hurt people in this world weren't words, but facts. No matter how much she bragged about being a god, it couldn't change the fact that she was now being used like a dog. What made her even angrier was that there was no way to escape the control of these humans so far. It was like her face was pressed into a pile of sh*t and she was forced to eat it one bite at a time. There was nothing she could do except fly into a rage. After confirming some things, Luke didn't waste any more time. Whoever it was who controlled this witch, he didn't have any information on her, which meant that the other party rarely used her. Knowing the limits to how much extraordinary power could be used in pursuit of a goal was always better than unbridled behavior. Now that Luke knew that the witch was under someone else's control, it wouldn't be too hard to track down leads. It was impossible for all secret agencies to not leave a trail. Compared with the mystical, one-man army, that was Luke, an organization would leave behind clues several times over. The other party had set a trap for Batman, and Luke could naturally do the same. With a thought, his Kai suddenly exploded. The power of distortion was mixed into the Kai, and the snake's black body which was wrapped around Luke instantly rippled. Then, it twisted, and the originally tight hold was broken. Luke jumped out and grabbed the witch's right hand that was around his neck. He flipped over her head, and there was a burst from the jetpack on his back as he landed on the ground. Alarmed by his escape, the witch was too slow to react. Her right arm was locked, and she could only follow Luke's movements. At that moment, Luke swung his right arm forward with the momentum of the jet thrusters. The witch's body instantly turned into a blur as she was flipped 180 degrees in the air before she was smashed down. Boom! The ground cracked, and smoke rose from where the witch lay in a pit. Luke exclaimed in surprise again. This witch had a strange body. Neither her right arm nor her body had suffered any damage from being smashed onto the ground. But, it looked like her chest was a little flatter. Even as he pondered, Luke didn't stop. He stepped forward, stepped on her back, and twisted her right arm. Sure enough, there was no sound of bones dislocating. Luke immediately exerted more strength and tried to pull her right arm off. The witch suddenly turned into black smoke and escaped his attack. The black snake behind him regained its shape and opened its mouth to bite the back of his head. Luke's blood-red lenses flashed as he turned around. He raised his hands like blades and swung them down in an ancient martial art technique. The moment he turned around, narrow openings appeared in his palms. Blue and white arcs of electricity emerged, as if two laser blades had appeared in his hands, and he slashed at the black snake's head. Then, he moved his arms Wing Chun style to create a circle of blue light. The black snake abruptly stopped. Zzz. An extremely unpleasant smell of burning flesh wafted out. Luke stopped, and the blue electricity in his palms disappeared. His steps were light as he moved several meters away before he turned unhurriedly to look at the witch. The witch, who had turned into black smoke and was floating 10 meters away, was shocked. She had only said one word, when the upper half of the snake's body suddenly shattered into dozens of pieces. The intact lower half also fell to the ground, as if it were a real dead snake. Luke, however, lunged forward again, and blue electricity sparked in his hands. This time, the witch wasn't as arrogant as before. With a panicked expression, she instantly teleported 10 meters away, and didn't dare let him get close again. Then, she raised her hands and was about to attack, when she looked at her right arm in surprise and screamed. Ah, her right shoulder had been cut halfway through. The cut was black and burned. Luke wasn't affected by her scream. He charged forward without hesitation. The witch subconsciously teleported again, and then, this time, she looked at her left arm. She wasn't so lucky this time. Her entire left forearm had been cut off. After 2 attacks, the witch finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Luke had been ready the moment she teleported. As soon as she landed, he swung out at the same time, and the blue electricity that looked like a razor blade suddenly turned into a blue whip which swept out silently. However, Luke had yet to grasp the rhythm and pattern of her teleportation. He only hit her shoulder the first time, and she only lost half an arm the second time. The witch gnashed her teeth. She hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome opponent. What she didn't understand was that the other party was just an ordinary person who didn't have any spells, but had all sorts of strange props that could hurt her. Of course, Luke wouldn't tell her that the blue electricity was from Ivan's plasma whip, and the lethal cuts were from high-energy plasma. The witch wasn't completely immune to energy attacks. It wouldn't be easy for her to remain unscathed. On the contrary, she was restrained by the plasma energy to some extent. So, Luke chopped the black snake up with plasma blades and poured a huge amount of high-energy plasma into the snake in passing, burning it to death. The witch, on the other hand, had been wounded in both arms. She was a miserable sight. After successful consecutive attacks, Luke didn't want to give the other party any time to catch her breath. He unleashed his full strength and charged at her. The witch's eyes glowed red. With a roar, a mass of black smoke shot at him. Luke twisted to avoid it. However, the black smoke flashed and directly appeared in front of him. It crashed into his chest armor and disappeared. System. Special mental energy attack detected. Defense mechanism automatically activated. Special mental energy eliminated. Cost: 1,000 credit points. Luke cursed inwardly. With no time to mourn the loss of credit points, he lashed out with 2 plasma whips. The witch indeed turned into smoke and disappeared. He swiped at his waist with his other hand and threw out a handful of bat darts, which flew around the subway station. Faint golden light flashed on each bat dart as he enchanted them with credit points. At the same time, he swung the plasma whips in the gaps between the bat darts. The witch suddenly materialized 10 meters away. Before she could react, she was hit by a bat dart. She howled miserably as the bat dart pierced her abdomen. Luke's eyes flickered, and 2 bat darts nearby flew at the witch. The 2 plasma whips also drew hazy blue arcs in the air. The witch didn't stop screaming as she was hit by 2 more bat darts and the 2 plasma whips. Luke pressed forward, which gave him more leeway to control the plasma whips. With flicks of his wrists, blue light lashed out at the witch's gray body. The witch turned into black smoke again and disappeared. Luke frowned. Enemies whose movements couldn't be limited were too troublesome. The other party could retreat at any time, and he might not be able to catch up. Even if he did, he might not be able to stop her. DMN, don't you have the mentality of a close combat mage? If you have the skill, learn from Asgard's gods and fight head-on. Even as he cursed in his heart, Luke hesitated a little. Actually, it wasn't impossible for him to kill this witch. His telekinesis could be enchanted with credit points. Chapter 1289, The Return of the King and his BGM compared with various equipment with fixed forms. An ability like telekinesis which could transform at a thought and was astonishingly quick was most suitable for killing this witch. However, there was a faint sense of crisis in his heart that prevented Luke from using it. The serial explosions had been one huge trap from beginning to end. The other party was clearly targeting Batman, and the consequences of Batman's extraordinary abilities being exposed could be severe. Conversely, his equipment being lethal to the witch was a small thing. In the fight against the undead last time, he had given S.H.I.E.L.D. enchanted bullets. He would continue to do transactions with forces like these in the future so that it wouldn't be surprising for anyone to have this sort of magical item. The big shot who sold everything was a ruse to mislead everyone. That was Luke's biggest objective. Batman possessing superpowers was a different thing altogether. Once Batman used a superpower, especially a superpower as powerful as enchanted telekinesis, he would only be feared by all the secret organizations, and more traps would follow. The superhero era hadn't arrived yet, and Luke didn't want to become the target of all these secret organizations. As he pondered, the witch materialized again. This time, she had retreated to the subway tunnel, and was clearly hurting from Luke's 2 attacks earlier. Her eyes flashed red, but she neither attacked nor left. She simply stared at Luke. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Since he couldn't take down this troublesome opponent in one go, he had to think about how to deal with this situation. The two of them were very different. Nobody was controlling Batman, while someone was controlling this witch. She could only go back and be used as a dog, while he was still Batman, who upheld justice and saved lives. So, dragging this out wasn't a bad thing for him. He had a rough idea why the other party had used the explosions as cover instead of directly taking action against him. That was because the blame would fall solely on the robbers. At the same time, the witch turned the bodies of these people into monsters, and hadn't harmed any innocent civilians. It could even be said that she had done a great service in solving the case of these explosions, enough to even warrant giving her a certificate. After Luke left with Tony, the other party had shown no intention of pursuing him. Clearly, Batman was their only target. Who could Batman complain to about being attacked by a witch? Who would be sad if something happened to Batman here? He was just a superhero who had never shown his face. After a while, everyone would forget about him. Many big shots would just applaud and enthusiastically celebrate Batman's death. Thinking that, he chuckled. Want revenge? The witch didn't say anything. Luke continued, Who told you to come after me? Tell me, and I'll talk to them for you. The witch's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Luke didn't think much of it. You're too weak. Can you get any stronger? Otherwise, you'll only be beaten up again the next time your master sends you. How pitiful. From the red light in the witch's eyes, she was clearly agitated. Don't worry, you won't die next time. I'll turn you into an immortal puppet and torture you forever. Luke said, with your mouth. Or are you going to torture me with your face? Actually, there's no need to go through all that trouble. You're so ugly. As long as you appear in front of me, I'll be blinded. The witch couldn't take it anymore. No matter how she endured, she couldn't stand this endless humiliation. She had boasted that she was a god. It wasn't enough that this person had called her a dog several times, he had even called her ugly. Her initial plan to leave faded. If she didn't do something, she would be tortured by that cheap B*TCH when she went back. She might as well give this foul-mouthed guy a thrashing right now. Whether she succeeded in her mission or not, it wouldn't be her fault. Making up her mind, the witch raised her hands. Her wounds had already healed during their standoff. Her body was now intact, but unfortunately, she had lost a lot of strength because of her injuries. She had suffered a huge loss tonight. A series of strange syllables rang out in the subway station, and more black liquid fragments floated up. Luke snorted and waved his hands, sending out another handful of enchanted bat darts which flew at the black fragments and at the witch. Want to fight a war of attrition? He had hundreds of thousands of credit points in his system. He would see who got tired first. The witch's expression didn't change, but she spoke more quickly. A black light suddenly appeared in her hands and shot at the black fragments that had gathered together. The ball of black fragments glowed with a dark light and then shot out, as if it had been hit. The bat darts missed and spun in a half-circle as they chased after the black ball, showing no intention of letting it go. The black light ball, on the other hand, split into two and switched directions in the air to lunge at the two men in the corner. Luke's heart jumped. That was Targo and Simon, two of the few living people left in the subway station who had transformed into the fish egg monsters but whom Luke had yet to kill. He had just shattered their lower halves with Kai, and they lay there as if dead. With a thought, he immediately had the enchanted bat darts fly over. Whatever the problem, he had to deal with them first. However, when the black light ball hit them, black liquid poured out of their bodies and coalesced to form legs as they were swiftly restored. At the same time, they waved their hands, which were covered in black light, and the enchanted bat darts were sent flying. Luke narrowed his eyes. The golden light on the bat darts disappeared. Clearly, the energy from the credit points had been used up. Conversely, the black light on the arms of the fish egg monsters that Targo and Simon had turned into only turned slightly lighter, and they weren't injured at all. As soon as their lower halves grew out, the two of them charged forward. Compared with the other fish egg monsters, Targo and Simon were at least several times faster, and the ground exploded under their feet. Electricity lit up Luke's hands as he prepared to cut them into pieces and send them to the afterlife. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged into the station. He raised his hands, and with two bangs, the two monsters were sent flying dozens of meters before they disappeared into a corner of the subway station. A burst of raucous rock music rang out in the subway station. "All you women who want a man of the street, 'cause I'm the one who's gonna make you burn," Luke cursed inwardly. As expected of this flashy guy, the person in front of him who was decked out in gold and red and playing an extremely flashy BGM could only be a certain tycoon who had been dragged away after his suit crashed earlier. However, it was clearly Tony's main suit, Mark 6, in front of him. When the two fish egg monsters blew up earlier, the tycoon's sneaky suit had suffered and crashed due to the suit's low defense abilities. After escaping, he immediately put on his main armor and charged back, obviously determined to fight the witch head-on. Chapter 1290, 2 verses 1, 3 verses 2. Even as Luke cursed the tycoon inwardly, he immediately switched targets and lashed out at the witch with his whips. Seeing that, Tony couldn't help but curse. He was too familiar with this trick. A certain Russian had used these to smack him down. But that was all there was to it. Tony wasn't surprised at all that Batman had obtained this technology from Ivan. If Tony wanted to make something similar, it would only take a few days for him to make something even more powerful. It was just that he didn't like whips, mainly because it was too difficult to master them. While the rope darts that Batman liked to use were different from the whips, they involved similar techniques, and weren't hard to play with. The witch disappeared again, and Tony was shocked. Teleportation, naturally. Be careful not to be ambushed, Luke warned him. With a flick of one whip, he created a winding stretch of blue light around him to protect himself. Ah! The witch who had just appeared over his head was hit by the tip of the whip and screamed in pain. Tony's ears went numb, they felt tarnished by the unpleasant sound. He raised his right hand without hesitation and fired a pulse cannon. Caught off guard, the witch was sent flying by the white pulse cannon, her scream lingering in the air. This pulse cannon also contained a fair amount of plasma energy and was also lethal to her. Also, the third-generation arc reactor in Tony's chest, created from a new element, was full of energy. Putting aside the quality of this pulse cannon, the quantity was definitely enough, and a single shot created a big hole in her chest. With a light tap of his foot, Luke followed her like a ghost. The light disappeared from one of the plasma whips, and the gray whip quietly approached like a poisonous snake hunting prey. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, two fish egg monsters charged out of one corner, the black light on them dimmed by half. One of them grabbed Tony and crashed into a pile of junk and kicked up dust. The other one charged at Luke. Luke snorted coldly and swung the plasma whip in his other hand, sending out countless blue streaks. Chi 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 chi. With the sound of a hot knife cutting through lard, the black light on the fish egg monster disappeared. The next moment, the monster broke into dozens of similarly shaped pieces and fell to the ground with loud bangs. It had been cut into black pieces in the air by the high-speed plasma whip. At the same time, the other plasma whip suddenly lit up and hit the witch's neck. Luke wanted to see if she could continue jumping around if she was cut into pieces like a puppet. This time, the witch didn't dodge. Instead, a very dark black light shield rose from her body. The plasma whip bounced off the light shield, and its blue light faded drastically. Alfred immediately warned Luke that the plasma whip was temporarily overloaded. Luke wasn't too surprised. The black light shield was very resistant to energy attacks. He simply directed the enchanted bat darts in the subway station to attack from all sides, before he lashed out with the other plasma whip, which was fully charged. In the end, the golden light on the bat darts disappeared after they hit the light shield, and the blue electricity of the second whip also swiftly faded. Luke wasn't discouraged. The witch's black light shield could block energy attacks, but that didn't mean it would last forever. He wanted to see how strong the light shield was. On the other side, a fish egg monster was sent flying by a plasma cannon through a brick wall. Tony's brightly colored Mark 6 was covered in dust, but at least it hadn't crashed like the sneaky suit. Tony was quite angry when he blew up the fish egg monster. This was the second time he had been knocked down by this sort of monster, and it was quite embarrassing. Without thinking, he followed up with a second shot and hit the enemy in the air. But this time, his attack didn't send the other party flying. The white light beam continued to deal damage as it burned the other party's body. Tony had switched primarily to energy output with this attack. He placed both palms together, and the white light beam immediately doubled in size. The black light on the fish egg monster only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. The white beam of light burned the monster to a crisp, filling the air with smoke. Frowning, Luke shut down Sharp Nose, otherwise, he might pass out from the smell. He left Tony's side with a look of disdain and approached the witch. The two plasma whips lit up at the same time and he immediately swung them. The witch still didn't move, but the black shield around her suddenly disappeared, or more precisely, retracted into her body. The two plasma whips left two deep wounds on her body, almost cutting through all the way. Unlike before, however, the cuts were no longer black. Instead, they glowed with a dark black light. Sensing that something wasn't right, Luke shouted, "Let's go." Tony had just roasted the last fish egg monster when he heard the shout, and he subconsciously followed. He trusted Charcoal Head's judgment in battle. Previously, he had been half a beat too slow, and his armor had crashed from the explosion. He didn't want to experience that a second time. The witch, however, grinned maliciously. Too late. As soon as she said that, her body abruptly shattered and turned into a thick and twisting beam of black light. It cut through the air and hit their suits at an unbelievable speed. Before Luke could react, the black beam shot at him and Tony. Both their armor systems warned at almost the same time that their suits were severely damaged. What was even more terrifying was that when the black beam of light bounced between them twice in less than a second, its power didn't decrease, but actually increased, and it also grew thicker by 1/3. The damage to both their suits increased rapidly, from 1% to 7%. Luke and Tony both reacted and tried to dodge, but not only was the black beam astonishingly powerful, it also had a strange, lockdown, effect. Where they could have initially flown out of the subway station with a thought, they were now pressed to the ground by the beam of light, like grasshoppers on a string. "How much longer can you last?" he asked Tony. Tony's answer was very blunt. "At this rate, 10 seconds at most." Thinking quickly, Luke suddenly made a decision. He immediately used his virtual screen to activate an auxiliary function. Two nozzles opened up on the back of the armor, and white smoke spurted out. Tony couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Looking at the 17% damage to his armor, Luke just said, "Saving our lives." This was a small auxiliary prop. Sometimes, this special smoke was more effective than optical camouflage since it could block most light and heat from detection. This also meant that most technological probes would be disrupted or rendered completely ineffective by the white smoke. Since it was Batman's special prop, the smoke naturally spread very quickly, otherwise, it would be useless for battle. In 2 seconds, thick white smoke covered an area of 20 meters in diameter before it spread more slowly. At that moment, two people still glowed with black light, but the people outside the fog couldn't see the situation clearly. In the subway tunnel, hazy black smoke emerged in one corner. Two red dots of light flickered in the black smoke as they watched everything. They were restless for a moment before they quieted down. In the white fog, Luke put Batman's armor into his space. The black beam of light finally landed directly on the clone. As if it had fallen into acid, the clone was instantly corroded by the black light. With his extraordinary reflexes and quick thinking, Luke was able to sample the effect of the black light for 1 second. This was the first time he experienced synchronized damage, and it was an extremely valuable experience. This level of pain was hard to taste. Luke didn't like torturing himself. With elementary self-healing, physical enhancement, and muscle control, it was very hard for ordinary attacks to destroy his body so quickly. Even a continuous regular attack didn't have enough impact. It was like an ordinary person pricking their finger on a needle for hours. Something like this wasn't for sharpening the fighting spirit, but to train a person to resist interrogation. Luke no longer needed that. At the same time, his clone's resistance, recovery speed, and mental fortitude also gave him valuable battle data. He had put away the body armor, but still had the bat helmet. The AI butler Alfred dutifully recorded everything. It might seem complicated, but it only took a second to study and record the experience. Then, Luke put the bat helmet in his inventory, and his clone was completely exposed to the black beam of light. At that moment, in a building next to the subway station, Luke smiled grimly and walked to the window, dressed in the Big Dipper armor. A thought flashed through his mind. Star of Justice, recall. It wasn't good for Batman to use superpowers. Big Dipper, on the other hand, used them to wantonly slaughter superpowered criminals. It was a little troublesome for Batman, who now had eyes on him, but Big Dipper, the scapegoat king, liked trouble the most. Wasn't it just a level 1 Star of Justice worth 100,000 credit points? I can still afford it and even do a magic trick for you. Luke sneered inwardly as he dropped down to the subway station entrance below. Just as he jumped out a window, the recall of the Star of Justice was completed. In the smoke in the subway station, the clone turned transparent when Luke gave the order. It instantly shrunk and condensed into a bright white dot that shot out. The next moment, the white dot disappeared from the subway station and reappeared in front of Luke's forehead just as he jumped out the window. Luke realized that the white dot was the Star of Justice that had been recalled. Without any conflict or resistance, the Star of Justice merged into him. The main attributes that had been apportioned to the Star of Justice returned, and Luke's attributes returned to their peak. But that wasn't important. Even the witch who was still hiding in a corner of the subway station and looking at the white smoke with poisonous and pleased eyes wasn't important. What was important was that in the short 2 seconds when Luke was falling, he suddenly realized that recalling the Star of Justice wasn't as simple as recalling his clone or getting his basic attributes back. He cursed inwardly, and couldn't help but feel that he had suffered a huge loss. However, the thought didn't last more than a fraction of a second before he thought, thankfully, I used recall today. As soon as he had this thought, Luke completely tossed it to the back of his mind. Instead, he had the armor's AI program, Polaris, record data on his body in the upcoming fight. 2 seconds later, just as he was about to smash into the subway station, he had an idea. Star of Justice. Activate. 100,000 credit points instantly disappeared, and his basic attributes dropped again. Then, telekinesis enveloped his falling body, and the eye-catching black and white Big Dipper armor appeared. A BGM even louder than a certain tycoon's voice rang out. Amidst the melodious and heavy bells, a clear male voice began to chant once more, the Supreme Edict, Supreme Lonely Souls, all ghosts and charms, 4 lives with grace. The usually colorless and intangible telekinesis now glowed with a bright white light. It easily propped up the Big Dipper armor, and Luke, who had been falling straight down, made a sharp 90-degree turn. He didn't slow down at all as he charged into the subway station and headed straight for the witch hiding in the subway tunnel. As he passed through the white smoke released by the Batman suit, it instantly disappeared. The black beam of light that had been entangled with Tony disappeared without a trace. The red warning light for damage that had been flashing wildly inside Tony's armor suddenly slowed down. Although 72% damage was very high, the suit was still able to escape and survive. Tony calmed down and subconsciously looked at Big Dipper, who was moving at a high speed. Tony had experienced a lot of things now, and after training, his combat awareness had improved significantly. Without even thinking, he knew that the white light had helped him. He couldn't help but wonder who this newcomer was. The witch hiding in one corner of the subway tunnel had already sensed that something was wrong. She quickly retreated and disappeared into the tunnel. She had been casting spells on Katya for the last half-month, slowly accumulating a certain amount of power in the woman's body. Only then was Katya's body able to withstand a sudden possession, and the witch was able to unleash that earlier attack. But that was already the strongest attack she could use during a temporary possession, and she could only do it once. The witch at the scene was just a mass of black smoke with consciousness. Not only had she lost a lot of energy, she lacked a medium for possession. She didn't have any combat ability at all. She could just about deal with an ordinary person, but this intruder clearly wasn't ordinary. Listening to the melodious bells and the man's voice, she felt a sense of danger and chose to flee without hesitation. By the time the black smoke dissipated, her temporary consciousness had already begun to return to another woman's body. This was her true vessel of possession. Bright white light suddenly flashed in the black eye sockets of the skull on Big Dipper's helmet, as if piercing through some previously impenetrable layer of understanding. With a thought, most of the white light on his body shot toward the subway tunnel like an arrow. The arrow of white light instantly shot in the direction that the witch's spiritual body disappeared in, before it pierced some invisible level and disappeared. The Big Dipper armor floated in the air as the white light on its body faded. Inside the armor, Luke's eyes were half closed, but he curled his lip. "Don't run, you witch. Eat my arrow." A moment ago, in a base 100 meters underground, a young woman fidgeted uneasily on a couch. A man in an American military uniform had his arm around her shoulders. "It's fine, June, relax." The woman named June was nervous and pale. "No, Rick, I can feel her emotions. She's so angry she's about to go crazy with it." The man in the military uniform was helpless. He knew that he couldn't help her. What else could he do except comfort her? He could only pull the woman into his arms and gently pat her back. The woman, on the other hand, was shaking so hard that her teeth chattered. The man felt that something was wrong. He shifted slightly and looked down, only to see June gritting her teeth and staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. He grew worried and shook her gently. "June, what's wrong? Can you hear me?" He called her name several times, but she didn't respond and just shuddered like she had epilepsy. Suddenly, the man's vision blurred, and in his arms, June turned into a woman wearing gray and black, with long hair covering her face. His heart jumped. Before he could react, the woman in black opened her mouth in horror and looked in front of her. A dazzling white light flashed in front of the man and hit her between the eyebrows. "Ah!" The woman shrieked, and the man was thrown back 7 to 8 meters before he hit the wall and then dropped to the ground. He almost couldn't breathe. He immediately raised his head and looked at the woman in black. A bright white light enveloped her, and her gray and black attire quickly faded. In less than 2 seconds, she turned into June, who wore a white shirt and jeans. The white light flickered for a few seconds before it quickly shrunk and gathered inside her body. Stunned for a few seconds, June then collapsed back onto the couch. Alarmed, the man got up and ran to her side. He checked her vitals and was relieved. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "Commander Waller, something seems to be wrong with the Enchantress, and June is unconscious." After a brief silence, the person on the other end of the line said, "Colonel Flegg, send drive Moon to medical at once and have the research team diagnose her." Mind whirling, Flegg finally said, "Yes, ma'am." After hanging up, he didn't dwell on it as he picked June up and made a beeline for the medical ward on base. Luke opened his eyes and chuckled. System: inflict severe damage on the ancient enchantress and put her in a deep sleep. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 2,000. Total credit: 2,000. Contribution rate: 80%. EXP plus 1,600. Credit plus 1,600. As he expected, it was Simon and Targo who had planned the explosions, and they were worth a lot of experience and credit points. The person who had instructed the Enchantress to deal with Batman didn't allow her to attack the citizens of New York, and the explosions had nothing to do with her. That was why she was worth so few experience and credit points. Of course, killing this Enchantress would earn him a lot more experience and credit points. After all, she didn't seem to be someone who cherished human lives. However, she had only been defeated and hadn't been killed, so Luke naturally couldn't get those experience and credit points. Besides, this ancient enchantress was really hard to kill. Previously, he had felt a little pained and felt that he had wasted the super big move that had emerged in the wake of the recall of the Star of Justice. In the end, this move didn't destroy the enchantress in one go as he had expected, but this wasn't a bad thing. If he hadn't dealt that sort of damage to her, it might not have been long before she appeared again. Now, the person who had told the Enchantress to come after Batman would probably cry since they couldn't use this super useful dog anymore. The deep sleep that the system mentioned couldn't be mere sleep, but was probably self-protection following a serious injury. Just like how an ordinary person would fall into a coma after being heavily injured as a form of self-protection, could they still be as lively as ever as soon as they woke up? It would take a long time for her to recover. For ordinary people, a few months might be enough. But for a witch who had been hit by Luke's super move, it wouldn't be surprising if she had to stay under for years or even decades. Thinking about it, didn't a certain Lord of Hell have to recuperate in hell for 10 years? Thinking that, Luke floated quietly in the air, forgetting to cancel his telekinesis. Hey, Black and White, isn't it inappropriate for you to rush in without saying anything and steal my opponent? A voice rang out not far away. Luke came back to his senses and turned to look at the ragged Mark 6. I played music, and it was louder than yours. Tony couldn't help but choke. Somehow, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with this logic. The music for this black and white face was a little strange. Even Jarvis's translation of it was a mess. However, it was really loud. Tony had dealt with Batman many times, and was now a little used to interacting with unusual people. He asked directly, "How should I address you?" "Luke." "Big Dipper." Tony subconsciously asked, "Like the scoop?" Luke said, "Like the constellation." "Tony, thanks." As they chatted, a black figure walked out of the shadows and said, "Cut the crap. I know him." Tony turned around in surprise, and was curious when he saw Batman's damaged armor. "You're fine. The clone. If nothing happens to you, there's no way anything will happen to me." "Tony." The clone ignored him and nodded at Big Dipper. "Thank you. I owe you one." Luke nodded calmly. "It's fine. Let's meet up when we have the chance. I'll personally investigate that witch. Hee. I like villains with superpowers the most." As he spoke, Big Dipper took a few jumps and his figure grew lighter and lighter until it looked like he merged with the air. Tony watched Big Dipper disappear and immediately turned around. "Your friend?" The clone nodded and turned into a shadow. "Sort of." "Tony. Hey, wait, let's talk before you go." His clone said, "The paparazzi are coming over. You like dealing with them the most. I'll leave the task of duping them to you." With that, Batman disappeared into the subway tunnel and quickly left. "Tony. Bullshit, you want me to clean up your mess for you when you're done? In your dreams." As soon as he said that, the jets under the Tycoon's feet activated, and he charged out of the subway station and flew straight to Stark Tower. Putting aside the fact that Tony wasn't interested in dealing with the paparazzi right now, even if he was, Mark 6 was about to fall apart at any moment. How could he appear on the news in such a sorry state? A moment later, Luke walked out of an alley in the distance in his original clothes, a phone in his hand. "Boss, the thing at the Wall Street subway station should be finished. Iron Man has already flown off. It seems he was in a big fight inside. There's no sign of Batman, he probably left." Dustin was stunned. "Oh, how about Simon and Targo?" Luke said helplessly, "Dead. Their subordinates are dead too." Dustin asked, "Are you sure?" Luke said, "Yes. Iron Man would know. Should I call him and ask about the situation?" After a brief hesitation, Dustin agreed. "Okay, try to confirm the intelligence so that we can deal with this big surprise without worry." Luke, "Got it." After hanging up, he was no longer in a hurry. Selina and Gold Nugget had already arrived at Chester Arthur School where the big surprise was. Celine had only needed to take the dog head one round to confirm that the liquid in the big surprise really was just syrup and not raw materials that would explode after being mixed together. The alien dog head didn't have Luke's weird sense of smell, but it was quite sharp. If it said it was syrup, it was syrup. It could even guess who the manufacturer was. That meant that the case of the serial explosions had basically been wrapped up. Luke had learned from Targo and Simon that they hadn't placed any other explosives, since the big surprise was enough to draw everyone's attention. They were here to rob a bank, not to sacrifice themselves for some ideal. It was natural to run after the robbery. The last question was, where did the original 2,400-pound big surprise go? Pondering this, the clone had already gotten Alfred to start searching for clues left behind by the robbers. Luke simply stayed at the subway station entrance and stopped the paparazzi and nosy parkers from entering. He also made a call and passed on the information. Everyone else didn't matter, but Tony had to make an appearance. At the very least, this tycoon had to give a clear statement and confirm that Luke had contributed in the operation to capture Targo and Simon. As long as he said that, the Detective Bureau would have done a great job in this operation. That was because Luke was Dustin's direct subordinate and a police officer who had killed dozens of robbers. For the sake of its reputation, NYPD had to obtain this merit. Otherwise, everything would have been done by Batman and Iron Man, when 10,000 NYPD police officers hadn't been able to do anything at all. In the end, they only found a 2,400-pound fake. How embarrassing would that be? Not only that, Tony's testimony would also confirm the truth of the game between John and Simon, which helped Tony and Batman lock onto the criminals. There was no way NYPD would mind taking a little more credit. The FBI and Homeland Security were nothing. NYPD wasn't subordinate to these two departments. On the contrary, as the largest local police department in America, NYPD had always hated the two departments encroaching on their jurisdiction. After the Twin Towers incident in New York a few years ago, these two organizations had started to muscle in on NYPD's territory and started operating brazenly in New York, using the phrase, terrorist threat, to send the police department packing. Now that NYPD had contributed a lot in this serial explosions case, it would get at least 10 to 20% of the credit. Conversely, the FBI and Homeland Security had done practically nothing, and only poked their heads in when everything was almost over. There was no doubt that a few mid-level executives in the two organizations would be stepping down. It wasn't that their careers were ruined, but wasting 3 to 5 years was inevitable. Luke quickly arranged everything while he was at the subway station. Then, Phil arrived with a team of agents in black suits. Luke wasn't surprised at all. The terrorist incident wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, but Batman, the Enchantress, and the fish egg monsters definitely were. They looked at each other. Luke was smiling, but Phil looked conflicted. When they shook hands, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Why are you involved again?" Luke blinked. The Detective Bureau was looking into the subway explosions. The boss called me over to guard this place, and I ran into robbers in disguise. There was nothing I could do about that. Phil was lost for words. The Detective Bureau had taken the lead in this investigation, and Luke was the most capable detective in the department. It was reasonable for him to be involved. If he was kept out of it, it could only be said that his boss was an idiot. And from Phil's investigation, Luke's immediate superior, Dustin, wasn't an idiot. Instead, he was a capable enough person to become executive manager of the operations department if he were transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D. He nodded helplessly and patted Luke's shoulder. "Be careful in the future. Actually, you should have called me back then." Saying that, he gestured for them to talk inside the subway station. There were too many buildings around them from where they could be easily monitored. It was better to head in first. Thus, two agents in black suits posing as FBI took over from Luke. He and Phil entered the subway station and found a relatively clear corner to talk about what happened. There was no helping it. This time, Luke had fought alongside Batman and Iron Man, and had witnessed the appearance of that mysterious troublemaker. There was also the witch and the huge group of fish egg monsters, all of whom had extraordinary powers. And Luke as an ordinary person was right in the midst of them. Phil had been surprised when he received the news, but then relieved. Other people might not know all of what was in Luke's file, but how could Phil not know? Even if Phil didn't want Luke to get involved in these mysterious events, he had to admit that Luke, who was only a little over 20 years old, was already a special person with extraordinary combat ability. Of course, such people were common in America, and Phil himself was one of them. Otherwise, given how often he dealt with mysterious things, if he didn't have extraordinary abilities, he would have been buried long ago. They talked for almost an hour, and Phil turned on his phone and recorded everything that Luke said. After Phil turned off the recording, Luke coughed and said, "This is just a guess, so don't record it down, just listen." Stumped for a moment, Phil then pressed on his earpiece and turned off his comm. "What guess?" In a low voice, Luke told him about the witch's appearance and her suspicious movements. "It's possible that the witch isn't related to the terrorists, but is a secret weapon of some organization." Phil's expression was calm. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "Don't mention this to anyone else. This isn't something you can handle." After saying that, he felt that it would be easy for Luke to misunderstand, and added, "We can only let the higher-ups handle this internal matter. Those people definitely won't let word of this get out. After all, the robbers are all dead, and the witch escaped." "There's no evidence," Luke chuckled. "I know, I'm just telling you to pay attention to that witch. Iron Man was almost killed instantly, and she can teleport very quickly. If you run into her, stay away. Don't rush to your death. Phil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this the other way round? Am I warning you, or are you warning me? But just like how Luke couldn't reject his warning, he couldn't reject Luke's advice either. The sort of private speculations Luke shared were only things he told people he trusted. Based on Phil's understanding of Luke, this guy wasn't very friendly in private. Apart from Dustin and his old colleagues from Los Angeles, there weren't as many new colleagues in NYPD whom he had close personal contact with. What else could Phil say, given how much Luke trusted him? After that, the handover was complete. As per Phil's MO, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other departments wouldn't send anyone else to ask questions. So, it wasn't a loss for Luke to say more. He wouldn't be so relaxed if everything was done through official channels. He would be forced to write reports for a week or two. Although reports were Selina's business, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 reports. If things followed official procedure, several departments would never stop hounding him to add to his report, and would compare the details and make sure that he hadn't missed anything, or even lied. Naturally, there was no need for that now. Walking out of the subway station, Luke took out his phone. Looking at the message from Jenny, he smiled and murmured, "Boss, you should get your promotion this time." He found a number on his phone and dialed it. "Inspector Cobb, how have you been? Are you well enough to take down a bunch of criminals now?" As he spoke, he left the cordoned area and got into the police car on the street. Selina, who was in the passenger seat, didn't say anything. She just ate her cake, while Gold Nugget also munched on some in the backseat. A few minutes later, Luke ended the call. Selina pointed at the cake in her hand. "Want some? Forget it, you don't know what I've been through." Luke shook his head and started the car. Selina was curious. It can't be to the point that you can't eat, right? Nowadays, neither she nor Luke ever stopped feeling hungry, which was one of the biggest prices they paid. As someone who experienced all sorts of battles, it was unlikely that Luke wouldn't be able to eat in a normal situation. He sighed. "Someone created monsters pitch black all over and which look like they have shiny fish eggs growing on them." Selina exclaimed in disgust. "Gross." However, she looked at the Napoleon cake in her hand. It didn't look like the monster at all. Luke said, "Someone then roasted them." The smell was like a public toilet on fire. Selina glared at him angrily. "You did that on purpose. How can you say something so disgusting?" Luke chuckled. "That's because you're too curious. You're only imagining it now, while I spent a long time there." Selina was lost for words and could only nod. "All right, Gold Nugget will make dinner." Gold Nugget raised its head in surprise. "Huh," Selina said, "it's just pressing a few buttons. You can't even do that. You're really lazy." Gold Nugget whined aggrievedly to indicate that it could use the smart kitchenware, but it still felt that something wasn't right. A moment later, it suddenly realized, if it's just pressing a few buttons, why can't you do it? Unfortunately, the two people in the front were talking non-stop about today and had no plans to bother with it. The dog shook its head helplessly. Forget it, it was already good to have this fiend backing it. It could only endure and treasure this situation. As night fell, Luke and Selina returned home and washed up. In the end, it was Selina who made dinner. She didn't really make the dog head use the smart kitchenware, complaining that it got fur everywhere. Gold Nugget was elated. So what if it shed fur? It was better than serving a certain someone. Training and work projects were cancelled tonight. Everyone had their limits. That was clearly the case with Luke. He had to play 3 roles today, and had to constantly multitask and take care not to make any mistakes. He was exhausted, which was rare for him. Selina, whom Luke had deliberately sent away at the last station, had run back and forth as she saved a lot of people, who knew how many hooligans she had taken down for taking advantage of the chaos and disrupting law and order. She had shared more than 1,000 experience and credit points with Luke today. He told her most of what happened in the car, and Selina didn't ask him anything else after they got home. 2 people and 1 dog ate dinner quietly in the living room and read the news and files. Only then did Luke check his gains from today. The biggest gain was naturally the experience and credit points for killing Targo and Simon. Targo was probably the fish egg monster whom Tony had burned to a crisp, and Luke had cut Simon into pieces with the plasma whip. Luke had a 100% contribution rate for killing Simon, and 40% for Targo. Killing Simon gave him 15,000 points, while Targo gave him 8,000 points. In other words, Targo's net worth was 20,000 experience and credit points, which was slightly higher than for Simon. This guy had probably done too many bad things when he was a freelance terrorist. Today, he finally met his end. Luke had no regrets. In that situation, he hadn't been in the mood to think about experience and credit points. The witch was unlike most of the opponents he had faced before, and there was no benefit in thinking too much about gains during battle. Back then, he had a good chance of killing her with enhanced telekinesis. The fallout from it might not necessarily be troublesome, if it wasn't for the faint sense of crisis in his heart. But he trusted his intuition more, because it wasn't an ordinary intuition. His 40 mental strength and mental communication, as well as some of the functions of the Star of Justice clone, gave him this intuition. It was a subtle mental force, and could be called a sense for danger. However, this sense for danger was still in its infancy, and there was nothing about it in the system at all. Luke, however, was very satisfied. Having it made a huge difference. At the very least, this was a magical route. Humans should always have dreams. Who knew when it might turn into some great prophetic skill someday? Apart from the 20,000 experience and credit points which the two ringleaders had given him, the robbers and fish egg monsters he killed gave him over 200 points each, as expected of people who were read in the system's list of good and evil. These elite monsters gave him 26,000 experience and credit points in total, which was more than for the two ringleaders combined. The big surprise at Chester Arthur's school was fake, so Luke naturally didn't get any experience or credit points from that. Rescue operations on the 2 subway lines on Wall Street gave him 2,000 experience and credit points, and rescues at the 3 subway stations in Brooklyn gave him 3,000 experience and credit points. Plus the contribution from Selena, and bits and bobs from here and there, Luke obtained about 57,000 points in total. Now, the host's experience was 673,700 thousandths. Credit, 166,000. The amount of experience was great, but the credit was pitiful. When Luke jumped out the window, he recalled the Star of Justice and then activated it again when he reached the ground. His new clone appeared again, put on the Batman suit, and entered the subway station to meet Tony, thus drawing a difference between Big Dipper and Batman. He used up 100,000 credit points, but it wasn't a loss. He had already earned back more than half of it. The creation of the Star of Justice required credit points, and the experience and credit points it earned from completing missions were all given to Luke. On the surface, the clone was just like Luke's arm. However, this unusual, one person two bodies, mode was also why it had to consume credit points. It definitely wasn't easy for a normal person to have 3 arms. Luke, on the other hand, could perfectly control the Star of Justice without decreasing his own combat ability. This was thanks to his own abilities and credit points. Now, he finally knew why this ability wasn't called a clone, but a Star of Justice, and why he could recall the clone rather than cancel or remove it. To put it simply, the biggest difference between Luke's clone and his real body was that it could absorb and store a special type of mental energy. The special mental energy came from the Star of Justice's daily grinding. After harassing the system for a while, Luke finally got a vague answer. Only a special existence like the Star of Justice, who had this sort of body and credit points, could bear this special mental energy. It would be very dangerous for Luke's real body to come into direct contact with it. Daddy's system naturally couldn't let him die, and had to ensure the host's safety. After the Star of Justice absorbed the special mental energy, it filtered and stored the energy. Even so, the negative effects of this special mental energy still existed in the clone. If the clone was recalled or destroyed, the negative effects would be destroyed along with most of the body, and the remaining harmless energy would turn into a white dot of light that instantly returned to the main body. Even if this mental energy was filtered and converted, it was still special. Luke could only use it within a short period of time, and it wasn't suitable to keep it in his body. He could forget about keeping it for later use. This was the super big move that inevitably appeared after the Star of Justice was recalled, an accumulation of the special mental energy, along with various ways to use it. For example, Luke's arrow of white light, which locked onto the witch and launched an attack through space, was one way to use it. He could also draw out its use up to half an hour in battle. Luke wasn't disappointed. This sort of big move setting was too common in his previous life. Daddy's system had constructed the various system functions by plagiarizing all sorts of game knowledge from his previous life. For example, His 3 basic attributes, stats, skills, prerequisites, teammates, the good and evil camps, what wasn't related to games. It made total sense that he now had an XX slot setting. Thus, the name, Star of Justice, which he had mocked before, wasn't a random name. If you were righteous, you would obtain the power of justice. If you weren't, justice would befall you. Luke murmured the profound lines in his heart, but his actual thoughts were very simple. It was just a special skill paired with an exclusive slot. He now had another powerful trump card, and he didn't have to continue spending time on it. This couldn't be any better for someone like him, who didn't have enough time. Lastly, he defeated the ancient enchantress and obtained a list of her abilities. This time, the system notification was complicated, but extremely simple: ancient enchantress's abilities, ancient witchcraft unavailable. That was all. The result was as he had expected. No matter how you looked at it, a witch's ability was magic, and it was a very strange type at that. Considering her dead face, dead body, and rotten smell, Luke didn't dare learn her ability, even if Daddy's system said that it was partially available. He was very satisfied with his current appearance and temperament. He didn't want to look like a zombie. If it was the type of cool magic without any side effects, he would definitely be tempted. He couldn't learn magic superpowers, but he might be able to learn some simple spells. After checking his harvest, he looked at Selena, who was yawning. He stood up and said, "We'll definitely be busy in the next few days. Go to bed early." Selena nodded and went to bed. She wouldn't ask Luke what he was up to tonight. The two of them had been sitting for so long here because they were silently concerned about each other. Luke didn't go out. He returned to his room and closed his eyes. He needed to rest. He wasn't far from leveling up. However, New York hadn't exactly been peaceful today. He still needed to determine the location of the 2,400 pounds of raw materials which Simon and the others had taken. Thus, the Star of Justice was deployed again. However, he had had a big fight with the Enchantress today, and didn't want to make a fuss at night, so the clone simply put on an ordinary stealth suit and went out. After leaving underwater, Luke went ashore in Queens and entered a warehouse that Alfred had locked onto. A moment later, he came out, relieved that the 2,400 pounds of raw materials was indeed in this warehouse. The big surprise had been put together but hadn't been activated. For safety reasons, Luke put the bomb in his inventory before he dismantled the detonator, and then put it back. Then, he set up a mini drone to monitor the situation before he left. Passing through the city, he found New York very lively tonight. Many suspicious people wandered the streets and alleys. They looked ordinary, but had a lot of surveillance equipment on them and their cars. Even NYPD's logistics department didn't have that much good equipment. A lot of the small fry were asking about what happened during the day, especially at the Wall Street subway station. That wasn't the end of it. Drones and helicopters flew by every now and then, so Luke couldn't go over the rooftops. The multifaceted system had a lot of information about Batman and Big Dipper, but Luke couldn't be bothered with that. At the very least, he wasn't in the mood to look at it tonight. He would think about it tomorrow. Beating up small fry, relaxing, distracting himself, and enjoying life were all part of Luke's main theme for tonight's outing. Thinking that, he threw out the special yo-yo in his hand. The hard gray plastic ball spun and hit the back of a hooligan's head, before it was pulled back to bounce off the forehead of another hooligan. 2 hooligans were threatening a woman with knives to hand over her purse and take off her clothes. Suddenly, they swayed and fell to the ground. The middle-aged woman, who was covering her chest with her hands, was stunned. She subconsciously looked around for a moment, before she came back to herself and ran. It didn't matter if it was a human or ghost who knocked these 2 hooligans out, the right thing to do was to get as far away from here as possible. She didn't care if it was a ghost or human, though the best would be if it was someone like Black Cat, who would break their 5th limbs. Luke flicked his wrist, and the gray yo-yo flew back into his hand. He nodded in satisfaction. In the beginning, his rope darts were the yo-yo type, but after he started using his Batman alias, they turned into bad darts. The yo-yo wasn't very useful, but it was convenient for knocking out hooligans, and wouldn't leave behind any trace, much less cause them to bleed. He was already proficient at using this method, and just used it to knock out hooligans. Letting his thoughts wander, Luke roamed around, from Queens to Williamsburg in Brooklyn. As he passed through old apartment buildings, he heard all sorts of strange activity. Drug users, special service, workers and so on contributed to this noise. Luke had become more and more familiar with elementary sound wave, and could now automatically ignore activity within a range of 100 meters. Only certain sounds would cause him to react, such as gunshots, screams, and cries for help. He could basically differentiate between people who were just having fun and those who really needed help. That way, he wouldn't end up breaking into the workplaces of certain special service workers and disturbing them. The other party wouldn't be embarrassed, and neither would Luke. However, it had taken Luke months to become deaf to them, and he didn't want to rush in and get an eyeful. It was too blinding. He could ignore what he heard, but with his eyesight and memory, it would be too hard for him to forget anything he saw. Suddenly, he heard a familiar-sounding conversation. A robbery was taking place in a diner not far away, but something strange seemed to be mixed into it. He focused, and the conversation immediately became clear. After listening for a bit, the corners of his mouth curled up in amusement. Thinking quickly, he put away his stealth suit and put on his favorite jacket and work pants. At the same time, he took out the Thousand Faces system. He had made slight modifications to the Thousand Faces system. This could be considered the 1.02 version. The biggest modification was that it could be attached to the face, and the rest would automatically cover his body. The entire transformation took 10 to 20 seconds. The difference was that any movement interfered with the transformation process and slowed down the rate at which the nanomaterial covered the body. Transforming the face, however, only took a second. In an emergency, he only needed 2 to 3 seconds to completely transform his face and neck, which was very practical. 5 seconds later, Luke walked out of the dark alley. His upper torso had completely transformed, and filled out his shirt, while his lower body continued to bulk up as well. By the time he gently opened the door of the diner, the farce of a robbery had basically reached its peak. Come out from behind the counter, now. A young white man in a loose coat held something in his pocket and gestured at the two young girls in uniform. A tall, thin girl with shoulder-length blonde hair shook her head quickly. "Sorry, sir, I can't." The white man asked impatiently, "What did you say?" The blonde was embarrassed. "Because I pissed my pants." The white man was stunned. The shorter girl with black hair next to the blonde was stunned. She turned around and asked, "Are you done?" The blonde nodded with an awkward smile. Suddenly, the kitchen door behind them opened, and a 1.9-meter tall man rushed out with a baseball bat. "Girls, get out of the way. See how I kill this little bee *****. Oh, bang." When the aggressive big man rushed past behind the blonde, he suddenly slipped and fell heavily to the floor. Everybody in the restaurant was speechless. It was the robber who finally said, "Hurry up and stand over there." This was an ordinary neighborhood in Williamsburg in the wee hours of the morning. He was worried that one of these people would suddenly take out a gun and point it at him. He knew how chaotic it was nearby tonight, and thus dared to pull this robbery. It would be best to grab a bunch and run. The blonde girl meekly came out from behind the counter and didn't forget to pull the black-haired girl in front of her. Whether it was to cover her wet skirt or to block her from the robber's gun, no one knew. Luke had still been in the alley when the blonde said that she had pissed herself. When he entered, the blonde was standing behind the black-haired girl. An old black man at the cash register noticed him, but the robber had his back to the door and didn't notice. The two girls were too distracted to look at the door. Luke smiled at the old man and used mental communication. The old man subconsciously nodded in response, as if to say, "Good evening to you too." Then, Luke looked at the robber with a shocked expression, before immediately looking enlightened, and walked over with an indignant expression. His movements looked normal, but when he strode over, his footsteps were silent. He approached from the side, and was basically on the edge of the two girls' line of sight. Thanks to mental communication, the two girls ignored him. It wasn't until he walked behind the robber that they realized in surprise, where did this young man come from? The blonde was bewitched. "Wow, he's so handsome." The robber was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" He knew that he was a little handsome, but this was the first time a woman had praised him for his looks while he was holding a gun. For a moment, he was inexplicably happy, but then a little disappointed. What was the point of being handsome? It wasn't like he could make a fortune with his face. As he was thinking that, the robber felt someone grab his hand that was in his pocket. At the same time, he felt a huge force on his back. Bang! Luke grabbed the robber with one hand and pushed him forward. The robber's upper body hit the counter with a dull thump, and his other arm was pressed to his neck. He couldn't move at all. Luke took the robber's hand out from his pocket and showed everyone a gun. The blonde was shocked again. Gun? He really had a gun. With a strange expression on his face, Luke exerted a little more strength, and the gun fell to the floor with a clatter. The black-haired girl was suspicious. Why does this gun look like it's made of plastic? Luke looked away from the gun and smiled at her. Yes, and it's still leaking. The black-haired girl subconsciously stepped forward and bent down to take a look. She nodded quickly. Huh, it really is leaking. She then raised her head and smiled at him. Water gun. Wow, what a beauty. Luke exclaimed inwardly. His eyes felt like they had been refreshed, and he couldn't help his gaze dropping past the girl's jaw as he said casually, yes. So, are you going to call the police, or throw out this guy who tried to rob you with a toy squirt gun? The blonde was thunderstruck. Squirt? Squirt gun? Yes. He probably thought there was no danger here. Luke only spared the big stain on her skirt a swift glance. After all, it wasn't glorious to be scared by a leaking squirt gun. The old man at the cash register smiled. Wow, what guts. Back in my day, I would be packing metal while on a job. At the very least, I would never be exposed like that. The black-haired girl curled her lip, which looked especially attractive. Throw him out. If the police come, we might end up in the detention center ourselves. Luke chuckled and dragged the robber out of the store. Actually, it wasn't worth it for him to do anything. After all, that guy had simply tried to use a water gun to scare a bit of money out of some people, and couldn't hurt anyone. The system sent him a notification, but didn't even tell him how much experience and credit he had obtained. That was at Luke's request. The system could record points less than 100, and didn't have to notify Luke of the amount. Otherwise, if he needed millions of experience points for leveling up in the future, it would be annoying to death to get tens of thousands of notifications one after another. Luke returned with a faint smile. He sat down at a table and raised his hand. Can I order now? As he spoke, he looked at the black-haired girl. Compared with the tall, thin blonde who looked a little like a paper mannequin, he liked this short, curvy black-haired girl more. Of course, it wasn't because of the water stain on the blonde's skirt or the strange smell. Before the black-haired girl could say anything, the old man at the cash register, who was closer to Luke, said with a smile, Hey, since you're our lifesaver, I have to tell you a secret. Be careful about what you choose to eat here. After all, it was Oleg who made it. Luke asked with great interest, What? Is Oleg some hellish cook who specializes in black cuisine? The old man chuckled. He has the same sort of personal hygiene as a demon from hell. He's that kind. Saying that, he pinched his nose in disgust. Luke nodded with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. Right, what should I call you? The old man said, Call me Earl, or Old Earl. What about you? Maybe I should call you Bruce Lee. He waved his arms about, like in a kung fu movie. Luke was amused. Just call me Chris. As they talked, his eyes never left the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl had worked in the diner for a few years, and was quite good at reading people. Of course, she could tell what Luke was thinking. If it were any other day, she would only chuckle inwardly at this sort of forward gaze and pretend not to see it. Given her looks, any guy who didn't look at her like that was either gay or had ED. But tonight, not only had this young man stopped the robbery, he was also very handsome. The key point was that he was handsome. Men looked at her because she was beautiful. As a woman, she naturally liked handsome men. If it were Oleg who had saved her from a real gun, she would at most just express regular thanks. She gave Luke a wide smile. Her mouth was indeed wide, but her lips were plump and beautiful. Coupled with her dark purple lipstick, she was very eye-catching. What do you want? How about American cheese? She stopped as soon as she said the words. She was too used to trading wisecracks with the restaurant's oddball customers. How could she give trash like American cheese to this handsome man who had saved her life? Luke didn't think much of it. No, Earl already told me about Oleg's specialty. So, I want that. He pointed at the counter. On the counter was a round tray with a transparent lid. On the tray were 4 or 5 cute cupcakes of different colors. Actually, even without old Earl telling him, Luke could confirm with his sharp nose that these were the only things that could be eaten in this restaurant. Everything else passed through Chef Oleg's hands, except for these cupcakes. The black-haired girl got it, and went over to get the cupcakes. When she went around the counter, she even twisted to ensure that she didn't step on a certain big guy lying on the floor. At that moment, the big guy sat up slowly without opening his eyes. Wow, I think I just went to heaven and saw the beautiful landscape of my dreams. There were big, curvy women everywhere. Wait, why am I sitting here? The black-haired girl turned around and glanced at him. Oleg, you stepped in a puddle of piss earlier and flew to heaven with it. Congratulations, you're back in hell. Max, you finally have the courage to come find me in the men's washroom. The tall man, Oleg, turned and looked around. Wait, isn't this the restaurant counter? The black-haired girl, Max, curled her lip and didn't bother with him. She simply put 2 cupcakes on a plate. After a brief daze, Oleg finally thought of something. Why is there piss at the counter? Max, was it you? Max was shocked. Hey, hang on, I've been so busy tonight I didn't even have time to drink 2 mouthfuls of water. You can ask Caroline yourself after she's done changing, okay? Oleg nodded blankly. Okay. He then got up and clutched the back of his head. Did someone hit me in the head? It hurts. Max chuckled. That you can only ask yourself. She then returned with a plate and placed it in front of Luke. Looking at the 2 cupcakes, Luke smacked his lips. This, Max waved his hand. Thank you for saving us just now. We won't take your money. Luke smiled as well. He took out a $20 bill and placed it on the table. Thank you, but 2 won't be enough. So, I'll accept your thank you gift. This is the money for the remaining 3 cupcakes. Stunned, Max looked at the money, then at the 3 cupcakes, before she turned back to look at him. You want to sleep with me? Luke stared blankly and said, $20 won't be enough for that. Looking at his smiling face, Max snorted. Fine, maybe I should be the one to give you 20, or $200. Luke was genuinely stumped for a moment, and then laughed despite himself. Sorry, but I sell my skills, not my body. Max smiled again and took the $20 before handing over the cupcakes. They dropped the awkward topic. It was almost 1 in the morning, but some customers still showed up. Interestingly enough, many of them were wearing surveillance equipment and wireless earpieces, and were out of place in this third-rate diner. Except for 2 who sat down, everybody else bought takeaway. They got into their cars and left in a hurry. Sure enough, these people were all waiting on the streets for Batman and Big Dipper to show up. This behavior was ridiculous and wasteful. But they had the time anyway. If they didn't come out to stretch their legs, they would be hunkered down and doing research in the office. In fact, these people did pretty much the same work as police officers. Even if it was boring and inefficient, it was only when they came out that they could discuss other things. A secret agency that forever hid in the office wasn't intimidating at all. The FBI and the CIA, for example, had been doing their best to increase their hands-on capability and authority. And the power of the 2 parties gradually grew. To describe it in terms of the animal kingdom, it was like pissing to mark their territory. Taking a piss and not killing the opponent was a warning. Luke glanced at them and didn't dwell on it. There were at least 8,000 people investigating his aliases in New York. He couldn't pay attention to all of them, nor was he interested in doing so tonight. He wasn't one of those twisted hitmen who liked to see others investigate him. Most of the counter-investigations he carried out were done for safety reasons and to hide himself. Luke spent most of his time sizing up the customers in the diner. He also took out his phone to play on it, and in the meantime, ate 5 cupcakes and drank 3 bottles of juice. Of course, he drank straight from the bottle. He didn't dare use the cups here. The cook, Oleg, had fallen into a puddle of piss and then gone back into the kitchen without even changing his clothes. As a cleanliness addict, Luke couldn't stand it. It was almost 2 in the morning, and the restaurant called Williamsburg Diner was about to close. Luke speculated that it could only rely on this sort of competitive edge to survive among the surrounding diners. No matter how bad fast food was, no one could eat donuts every night. Other diners wouldn't do this if they could help it. Ordinary diners wouldn't use Earl, who was almost 70 years old, as a cashier, or Oleg and his black cuisine. Only the 2 waitresses were far better than what other diners had, and the black-haired girl, Max, was allowed to sell her products in the diner cupcakes. The blonde, on the other hand, was a troublesome character with a huge debt and family drama. Put together, all of these people pointed to one phrase: save money. If it were any other diner, it would have long gone bankrupt. So, the boss here was quite smart. Luke looked at a tiny thing who came in from outside and took the cash from old Earl. He found it strange. Was this restaurant's boss really so big-hearted? Getting their son to collect the money so late at night, weren't they worried that something would happen to him? In the end, Old Earl mentioned that Luke had helped drive away a robber. The little boy walked over with a smile and shook Luke's hand. Thank you for your help, Mr. Chris. I'm Han Lee, the owner of this restaurant. Please allow me to express my gratitude. As he spoke, he took out 2 colorful paper slips from his pocket and gave them to Luke. These are 50% discount coupons for our restaurant. Come often when you're free. Amused, Luke put the 2 coupons in his pocket. Okay, sure. Not far away, the blonde, Caroline, nudged Max, who was wiping down tables. Max, he's looking at you again. This is the 25th time in 1 hour and 17 minutes. It happens every 3 minutes. Max glanced at her and coughed lightly. She said in a low voice, he's just expressing his appreciation for my developed chest muscles, understand? As she said, she didn't forget to raise her hands to prop up the chest. It was actually quite tiring to work with this burden. She was unlike Caroline, who could move willy-nilly and her bosom wouldn't bounce or hurt. Caroline subconsciously looked at herself, and suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. Bad enough you're not modest about a handsome man chasing you, you're even flaunting your boobs. This was a completely unfair competition. Annoyed, she could only mop faster. Max reminded her, mop that area twice more, or we won't have a place to stay tomorrow. With a dark face, Caroline said, I've used a cleaning agent and an air freshener. I guarantee that you can only smell roses. Max sniffed and shrugged, as long as it doesn't smell like salted fish. Caroline, do you not want to sleep tonight? Just you wait, till we get home. Max chuckled and stuck out her chest. You're nowhere a heavyweight match for me. Carol was lost for words. A moment later, they were done cleaning the diner, and the 2 girls left, leaving the boss, Han, to close up. They had only taken 2 steps, when someone appeared next to the wall 3 to 4 meters away. Caroline shrieked and jumped back. She reached into her bag and shouted in panic, back off. I have pepper spray and a taser. I can call 911 right away. It's me. Luke looked at the blonde helplessly. As expected of a girl who could piss her pants at a squirt gun. She was extraordinary. Hearing his voice, Caroline relaxed, but also a little worried. Are you stalking us? And when we get home, I want to ask Max out for a drink, Luke said, amused. Caroline was stumped. Really? Max's eyes lit up, but she quickly came back to himself and coughed twice. Let me make it clear first. I'm not going to any shady place. Caroline, however, secretly pulled her aside and whispered, you've known each other for less than 2 hours, and it's the middle of the night. Are you sure? Besides, you've been to a lot of shady places. The least shady place I've been in for the last few months is the diner. Max blinked. Also, he's very handsome. It's fine if the place is just a little shady. Caroline choked. There was no arguing that reason. She was actually someone who looked at appearances, and she couldn't call this man ugly. If it were her, she wouldn't refuse. She nodded helplessly. All right, remember to get home early. I can't make the cupcakes to sell tomorrow on my own. Max waved her hand and said casually, those customers won't die if they eat less cupcakes. Can't I rest for a day? Luke suddenly interjected, do you live together? Both girls turned around and nodded. Roommates, company renters. Luke understood. Then do you want to come with us? Caroline was delighted. Really, can I? Luke shrugged. I didn't invite you earlier because I didn't want to stop you from going home to rest, but now, they were roommates and colleagues, and were clearly best friends. It was inappropriate for him to ask only Max out. Of course, it was only a little inappropriate. Doing so might be useless, and even if he didn't, Caroline might not necessarily hate him. But he was out to have fun tonight, and it wouldn't hurt to bring one more person along. Now that was sorted, there was one problem: no car. Luke had been out for a stroll, and naturally didn't have a car, much less take one out of his inventory. The 2 girls, on the other hand, lived a few blocks away. If they didn't leave work earlier in the evening, they would take the subway. They were very familiar with the route home, and they rarely ran into hoodlums who tried to rob them. As long as they were careful and paid attention to dangerous areas ahead of time, they could still avoid being robbed. Luke was about to take out his phone and look for a black cab, when Han closed up not far away. Seeing that the 3 of them were still standing there, he asked them what was wrong. When he heard that they didn't have a car, Han volunteered to be the driver. Luke and the girls had no objections. From mental communication, Luke knew that this doll like Han was a good person. While Han was driving, Luke secretly asked Max and Selena if they wanted to take Han with them. Both of them had strange expressions on their faces. It wasn't disgust, but a little awkwardness. Luke was amused. It's not like I'm telling you to take care of a kid. The most you have to do is keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't get lost, and then collect him again when it's time to leave. In any case, he's the driver, and can't drink. The two girls agreed. If everyone drank, they would be short of a driver. The three of them finally got into the car, and Han was pleasantly surprised when Luke extended the invitation to him. Really, I wanted Max to take me to the club last time, but she said that they didn't provide baby diapers, so she didn't want to take me. Luke chuckled. It's fine, you're a grown man. After getting into the car, Han took a detour home. Putting away the cash he had just collected, he immediately left the house. Luke had found a place. Luke didn't know much about New York's classy and luxurious venues. Most of what he knew were names, locations, and the terrain, in preparation for future cases and private jobs. Besides, most of these places had tighter security and fewer cases happened here. Many detectives liked to work cases like these, so Luke didn't argue with them. However, he knew all sorts of trendy, popular, and wild entertainment venues. That was because a lot of cases happened in these places, and there were a lot of detailed records in his personal database, including information on the bosses and patrons of these places. He chose a recently opened nightclub, Up and Down, which was trendy, lively, and pricey. He picked the atmosphere for the three of them, while the price level was a factor for him. Entry into an ordinary place wouldn't be as tight. It wasn't uncommon for people to do some looting in places like that. In any case, there would be a lot of people, and the management wouldn't be able to watch everything. As long as it wasn't too big a fuss, they would turn a blind eye. A high entry fee meant that those without money were stopped outside, and most of the guests who could enter were rich. People who did business inside the club always followed the rules. They could make polite inquiries with guests, but couldn't threaten or beat them up. If a high-end club's reputation among the rich was tarnished, it would be very easy for it to fall from grace. The quality of its guests would plummet, and in the end, it would become nothing more than a common street club. For a top-notch venue like this that was starting out with tens of millions poured into it, no one would dare make a joke out of that much money. Someone who could open a club like this had connections to either a gang or NYPD, which had the same effect and allowed the club to exist safely. When Luke and the other three arrived, UAD had long shut its doors, and two brawny men stood at the entrance. In front of them was the common meter-tall, gold stainless steel posts with a thin silver chain running from one to the other. Without permission, anyone who wanted to enter the club could only negotiate with the bouncers outside this chain barrier. There was a long line of dressed-up girls at the entrance. Whenever they saw a person who looked like they might be about to enter the club, the more brazen ones would flirt, and the shyer ones would smile expectantly. These people weren't professional workers, they were basically young women who just wanted to play in a fancy club and nothing more. Of course, if most of the men who could bring someone in with them put in a little more effort, they had a higher chance of getting phone numbers. Luke got out of the car and smiled as he said to Max, "I'll pick a dance partner for Han here. Otherwise, we'll have to get Caroline to dance with him." Max exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? I've lined up here before, but nobody paid attention to me even after 20 minutes. Why didn't I meet someone as considerate as you back then?" Luke looked at her. "You're joking. If I saw you, you would be my first pick." Listening on the side, Caroline looked at Max enviously. Luke saw it and smiled. "Of course, with your temperament, you can go in directly." Hearing that, there was a nostalgic look on Caroline's face. "I've never been to this UAD. My family was already broke when it opened, but I went to 2KAO a lot." Luke raised an eyebrow. "That celebrity nightclub?" Caroline sighed. "Yes, I've practically forgotten what it's like inside." Luke didn't say anything else. 2KAO was a well-known, established nightclub in New York. Most of the people who went there were celebrities or famous personages. Just booking a table cost over $1,000. Going there was basically to burn money. This was similar to the 9,998 private custom-made phones sold by Titanium Phone Company. People with such extravagant expenditure usually had to maintain a certain level of class. The ordinary middle class didn't have to adhere to this sort of standard. They just went once in a while, and used it as a conversation topic after that. If they went too often, it would definitely have a huge impact on their quality of life. After Han left his car with the valet a little worriedly, he saw a sweet, round-faced girl of average height next to Luke and the other two. He thought it was Luke's friend, but Luke waved at him. Han, we just met a new friend, Kelly. You're responsible for taking her in. Han. Huh, of course, Luke wouldn't say that he had used mental communication to find the most suitable girl in the queue. The girl, Kelly, was simply following the trend, and wasn't a regular at this trendy nightclub. Like Max, she was here just to have a look inside and not because she wanted to snare a male celebrity or something. Then, it was time to enter. Many nightclubs sold door tickets. The price ranged from over $10 to $30 to $50, which was the normal price for the more popular clubs. This UAD was similar to 2KAO, and the door ticket could be considered a luxury good which clearly wasn't for ordinary people. Buying it was just to show off. If $1,000 wasn't enough, some people would throw in $10,000. If that wasn't enough, they would throw in $100,000. In the end, the objective of nightclubs was to make money, and they wouldn't refuse this sort of upstart spending. In any case, these upstarts still had to follow the rules. Of course, Luke didn't have to go through all that trouble. He simply walked to the door and waved at one of the men. The man's job was actually similar to a receptionist at a regular company. He didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward to lean in close. Luke said something in a low voice and showed him 2 name cards. He then gave the man a bill. The man asked him to wait a moment before he walked inside the club. The entire process was blocked from view by their bodies. Everyone definitely knew that they were negotiating, but they couldn't see the details. In less than 30 seconds, the man walked out and respectfully removed the chain to clear the way. "Mr. Vince, please come in." He turned a blind eye to Luke entering with 4 people, 3 of whom weren't dressed for the venue. What really worked was the $100 tip that Luke had given him, as well as the 2 personal cards that Luke had shown him. The tip proved that Luke wasn't poor, because he had nonchalantly pulled it out of a wad of cash that was at least $500, as if it was pocket change. The names on the 2 personal cards were, "Good friends," of the boss of this nightclub. A lot of people knew the big boss, but not many people knew about these 2 good friends. Much less would make irresponsible remarks about them. Those who could get their personal cards were all influential figures in society, even if they weren't from the same social class. Naturally, there were no restrictions for such people to enter this club. On the contrary, many big bosses who ran places like these had the intention of befriending people like these. In New York, connections were power, and power was money. Luke and the man negotiated swiftly, and the 5 of them were quick to enter the club. Han didn't know anything, and just looked around the nightclub with extreme curiosity. Max was familiar with being downtrodden by society, and had never been in a swanky place like this before. She also wasn't interested in thinking too deeply about it, and just looked around like Han. Her bearing was a lot cruder than Han's, but coupled with her careless expression, she wasn't annoying, and instead looked cute. Caroline obviously had some idea of how things worked, but she was too busy feeling sentimental about her past to ask any questions. Kelly, on the other hand, was quite surprised. She couldn't help saying somewhat inappropriate things like, "Do you know the boss here? Do you know XX celebrity?" Or, "You're very rich." Luke wasn't angry, nor was he disgusted. The United States was a country built on money, and people who viewed money as dirt were the anomalies. This girl probably hadn't seen enough of society yet. Thinking this, Luke couldn't help but look at Max and sighed inwardly. This was the unlucky one who had been beaten up so miserably by society. But that was also the reason why he treated her differently. It wasn't easy for a girl who lived on the bottom rung to maintain such a good mentality. More importantly, she was very pretty. It was like how men with too much money never lacked women. A woman with outstanding looks would encounter more temptations. It wasn't as if she could endure just because she didn't want to do something. Many people would try to drag her down with them. A poor woman would be even more tempted. From what Luke had gathered through mental communication, Max was in better shape than most women. She was optimistic, and while there was a lot of frustration mixed into it, her main character was still admirable. Of course, in the end, looks mattered more. This face, this figure, and this temperament completely matched Luke's taste. It just so happened that he was out to relax tonight, and didn't want to be as scrupulous as usual. He had decisively turned down a lot of female colleagues in the police department. He had even made it clear with Elizabeth, this student of his, Otherwise, he would have already sat on the throne as the person with the biggest harvest in NYPD. He had just given the brawny man a $100 tip and 2 name cards at the door, and the benefits were immediately apparent. A clean table was waiting for them. Luke only ordered an expensive bottle of red wine. In fact, apart from Kelly, this temporary friend, nobody else was interested in the wine. What they cared about at first were the prices. When Luke said that it was fine, they stopped worrying. He didn't care what the others ordered. None of them was in the habit of spending extravagantly. Even the once wealthy heiress, Caroline, only ordered a bottle of beer. It was already 2:30, and the club would close at 4. But the club was still very lively. All the customers who came in were big clients who were willing to throw money away. Naturally, the nightclub couldn't let the atmosphere grow cold. At most, it was a little quieter than when it first opened for the night. Soon, everybody went to dance. However, Han and Caroline were tactful. When Luke took Max to dance, the other two remained seated and didn't disturb them. Only when Luke and Max came back did they go to dance. The advantage of this was that they each had their own private space, which made their interactions more natural. Luke didn't have to care about how Han got along with Kelly, or whether Caroline met a handsome guy in the club. He just needed to have fun with Max. After playing for almost an hour, everybody gathered at the table again. There was a limit to a person's stamina. Apart from Luke, the stamina freak, the others were excited and exhausted. Luke felt it was interesting to come here and let loose every now and then. This was different from fighting. After all, the only BGM he had was a Buddhist chant that wasn't for dancing, but for killing people. When it was almost 4 in the morning, everybody got up and left. Han sent Kelly home, and Luke had the club arrange a car for him and the 2 girls. In any case, it was just a small matter of adding another figure to the bill. The car soon reached Williamsburg, and Luke escorted them into the building. This was the sort of old apartment building that was very common in New York. One couldn't say it was decrepit, but calling it run down wouldn't be an insult either. After dropping the 2 girls off at the door and saying goodnight, Max finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and glared at Caroline, who was still smiling foolishly behind her. "Didn't you say that your bladder was about to explode from holding it in? Are you waiting to fight me to use the bathroom later? I still need to take a shower." Only then did Carol realize that she had become a third wheel. She waved at Luke with a smile and entered the apartment. Only then did Max turn around with a smile. "Although you might not need it, I still have to thank you. Tonight was really awesome." Luke nodded. "No need, I enjoyed myself too." Max blushed and asked, "Really?" Looking at her, Luke was tempted. He asked tentatively, "Caroline said that you like making cupcakes." Max said, "Of course. I made all the food you had tonight." Luke chuckled. "Then can I take a look?" Max's face froze. "What?" Luke coughed and said, "Actually, I have a lot of experience in making cakes." After the initial shock, Max rolled her eyes. "Then why don't you come in?" Luke smiled brilliantly. "Sure, but don't be too surprised. I'm very good at cooking." Max moved aside. "Talk is cheap." Luke entered the place, and Max closed the door. At the same time, through the gap in the bathroom door, a pair of grayish-blue eyes stared at them. At noon the next day, Caroline yawned in satisfaction and woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar layout, she was puzzled for a second, before she suddenly threw off the blanket and ran out of Max's room. In the living room, she saw Max sleeping on her bed. She jumped on her and grabbed her shoulders. "Wake up, wake up." In the end, Max pushed her away. "Stop, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a while longer." But Caroline didn't give up. "You wish. The 2 of you were so noisy in the living room last night for over an hour. I only fell asleep before dawn." With her head buried in the pillow, Max's voice was muffled and indistinct. "I didn't sleep even after sunrise. I'm much more tired than you are." Hearing that, Caroline stopped what she was doing and frowned. "That's not right. It wasn't dawn when I fell asleep, right? Why didn't I hear you?" It seems, I suddenly fell asleep." "That's impossible. I was so tired and couldn't fall asleep." As she spoke, she subconsciously looked at the room where the cupcakes were made. Her eyes widened, and she immediately got out of bed and ran over. Looking at the cupcakes that were piled up like a small mountain, she was shocked. "Are you kidding me? Why are there so many? Were the 2 of them really making cakes? Bullshit. How much flour did they use? Wait, do you think I'm a kid?" Max never yells for God when she makes her cupcakes. Thinking that, she patted her head in frustration. I should have opened the door to take a look. Why did I lie on the bed and cover my ears with a pillow? That being said, she couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Running back to the water bed, she began to gently stroke Max. Honey, tell me how you made the cakes last night. An exhausted Max was half asleep, and subconsciously trusted Caroline even if she was impatient with the chatterbox, and she replied casually, it was like the Ghost movie. Ghost. Thinking for a moment, Carol remembered a famous scene from the movie, and her eyes turned red. You mean, like in the movie, you were stuck to each other, and you messed around with the flour. Max mumbled, that's right, that's right. He even played Unchained Melody. Caroline gnashed her teeth. My dream. That was my dream once. Few girls didn't want to reenact that pottery scene from the movie with their boyfriends. While Caroline was actually pretty big-hearted, she quickly turned frustrated. Damn it, I actually fell asleep when it was so fun. If I had known, I would have taken photos behind the door and uploaded it to F2F. What she didn't know was that Luke had decisively given her an sedative to sleep until the morning when he sensed that she was becoming more and more of a peeping Tom. Otherwise, this woman, who could barely keep her eyes open, would have secretly been taking photos instead of sleeping because of the blazing fire of gossip in her heart. Luke wasn't an exhibitionist. He didn't want videos of him left on someone else's phone, even if the person was a beautiful woman. Did the woman have no idea why Max had kicked her into her room and taken over the living room, and even borrowed Caroline's bed? She wanted to secretly take photos of her roommate, making cupcakes. What a peeping Tom. To settle everything in one go, he could only use a sedative. Thankfully, the sedative was environmentally friendly and harmless. It could even cure some insomniacs, who would feel refreshed and energetic after sleeping. That was why Caroline was so lively. Max, on the other hand, didn't enjoy such treatment. She had stayed up late to study 18 ways to make fancy cakes with Luke, from kneading to rolling, and then investigated recipes and heat control. It could be said that they left no stone unturned. At that moment, she was completely exhausted, and in the end, spilled a bunch of things to Caroline in her half-dazed state. But no good came out of it for Caroline. She couldn't say anything, her eyes red with envy as she breathed harshly. She wished she hadn't heard about some 8-pack, big chest muscles, and a firm back. Not only did she have to go to the diner in the afternoon, she also had to ask for time off for Max. After listening to everything Max told her, she didn't dare let Max go to work. Did they really think that they didn't have to pay for the red wine they drank last night? Today, Caroline had to do the work of 2 people. In comparison, Max had also paid a heavy price to make cupcakes. However, the price that Max had to pay was actually so enviable. It was the Ghost movie. For one moment, Caroline felt a little regret that she was stuck at the basic level when it came to her cake-making skills. But recalling how Luke's target had never wavered last night, she could only sigh. What was the point of knowing how to make cakes? It was still about looks. That handsome Chris clearly liked Max's type more. It had nothing to do with whether she knew how to make cakes or not. Carrying a box of cakes, she got off the subway and went to the diner. She was shocked when she pushed the door open. Did the refugees escape? Why are there so many people? Old Earl raised an eyebrow and turned around to look at her. Wow, we're going to be busy today. Caroline walked to the cash register and asked, what happened? They look like they're starving. Old Earl chuckled. You don't know. Some of the main water pipes were damaged from the explosions yesterday, and power was also affected. There's a huge area over there with families that can't make dinner. The diners are also affected, and can't supply that much food. A lot of the people can only come here to look for food. Caroline's face was full of despair. Seriously, I'm going to die. Old Earl found that odd. You're pregnant, an annoyed Caroline said. You can ask Max that later, since she's asked for half a day off today. She had been about to ask for the whole day off, but when she saw the customers crying for food in the diner, she was creeped out, and said half a day. She really would die if she had to work all night. Old Earl, however, was very calm. There's no rush. You won't be busy tonight even if you want to be. Oleg went to the hospital. The doctor said that he had a concussion, so he's also taking time off. Caroline was overjoyed. If there's no cook, I won't have to deliver food. Old Earl chuckled. No, Han looks very energetic in the kitchen. He said that he'll be the cook tonight. Caroline was shocked. He won't kill anyone, right? Old Earl rolled his eyes. Even Oleg's food can't kill someone. How bad can Han be? Thinking that made sense, Caroline put on her uniform and put the cupcakes on the counter. As soon as she placed the cupcakes on the tray under the transparent cover, someone asked, "How much for the cupcakes?" Caroline said, "One is $5. Special price." She suddenly remembered what old Earl said about burst water pipes, and forcibly twisted 1.50 into 1 for $5. The customers immediately felt the pinch. One of them was clearly a regular customer. "Last time I came, wasn't it just 1.5? Caroline's smile froze. She quietly took a step to the side of the cake tray and stood in front of him. She found the price tag with the words, "Cupcake, $1.50. Only then did she explain with a smile, "This is a new product which we hired a professional pastry chef to make. It originally cost $7, but now, the special price is only $5. There's a limited number." That regular customer couldn't help but blather on, but the others had never been here before. Also, they had already gone to a few shops before coming here, and had to wait everywhere. It was natural to be lazy. Even among hardworking Chinese, more and more young people would rather order takeout than cook at home, let alone in America. After being hungry for so long, many people were no longer interested in going elsewhere. That just meant spending more time traveling and taking longer to return home. Thus, before Chef Han could start hawking his food, Caroline's cupcake business was already booming. She had a unique disposition when it came to money. Her father had swindled a lot of rich people in New York, and she was a natural at inflating prices and taking customers on a ride. After all, she was someone who, during her first day on the job at the diner, had dared to sell Max's cupcakes for $7 each and then pocket the extra 5.50. Now that she and Max were partners, she naturally had the right to raise the price. In any case, she had already said that these $5 cakes were a limited, special product, made by a professional pastry chef. Hadn't Chris bragged that he was very good when it came to making cakes? He and Max had indeed made them together. Everything Caroline said was the truth. It had to be said that she knew how to seize an opportunity. The 50 cupcakes she brought sold out in less than half an hour. In comparison, the turnover for temporary Chef Han was less than 1/5 of Caroline's customers. Overjoyed, Caroline could only call Max, who was sleeping at home, and have her bring the rest of the cupcakes. Usually, 50 cupcakes would be enough for 2 days. Who knew business would be so good today? May the water pipes remain bust for a few more days, a certain unscrupulous female cupcake peddler prayed. When Max lumbered in like an old cow with a few boxes of cupcakes, Caroline was overjoyed. Max complained that her back was still sore and her legs were cramping, but when she heard that the supply of special cupcakes at $5 a piece wasn't meeting customer demand today, her mouth dropped open in shock. What? Caroline could only drag her into the storeroom. She told Max her excuse for raising the price earlier, and explained why the $5 cupcakes were selling so well. Max's sore back instantly recovered. The cupcakes were selling for $5 each, which was more than 3 times the price, but the profits were 5 times higher. The two women couldn't let go of this windfall. In fact, Max had only brought half of the cupcakes with her. She had made too many last night, and she couldn't bring 7 to 8 boxes herself, even if there weren't many people on the subway today. That task could only be left to Caroline. Max happily sold the cupcakes in the diner and counted the money. In her words, counting money wasn't tiring, but moving the cupcakes was. The cupcakes were sold out by 10 in the evening, and there were basically no customers in the diner. Both girls were exhausted but elated. Now that they had nothing to do and no customers, they simply sat next to the cash register and began to scroll on their phones. It was because of Titanium Phone Company's dominance of the high-end market that other major cell phone companies could only break through by investing in low and mid-range smartphones. Only then did they have a chance to counterattack and become king in the future. $100 was enough to buy a second-hand low-end smartphone. Of course, how these practically brand-new, second-hand goods came about was a different matter. As she browsed the news on her phone, Max talked to old Earl, and Caroline took out the last 3 special cupcakes. Max was shocked. "What? That's $15. You didn't sell them." Caroline chuckled. "I don't mind, but do you really not want to taste Chris's cooking?" Max snorted. "I tasted enough this morning, cough cough." She abruptly stopped talking, and picked up a cupcake. HMPH, I'll have him make more if there's a chance again. As she spoke, she took a bite of the cupcake and chewed twice before she raised an eyebrow in surprise. This doesn't taste bad. Caroline gave one to old Earl with a smile and sat down to eat as well. There was no way she would tell Max that she had goofed off at noon and eaten the cupcakes at lunch, only to eat 4 in one go because they were too delicious. $20 for lunch would be too much for Max. At that moment, Han walked out. "What are you eating?" The three of them looked at each other silently, not knowing what to say. That was because there had only been 3 cupcakes. However, Han didn't think too much of it. He simply sat down, exhausted. Actually, he hadn't cooked more than 100 meals tonight. Most customers either left immediately after asking how long they would have to wait, or bought cupcakes and a drink before leaving. They couldn't wait for the food in the kitchen at all. Even so, Han felt exhausted. Soon, the 4 of them started chatting idly. Old Earl was still the person who had been the most relaxed today. Hundreds of cupcakes had been sold today, but it was Max and Caroline who collected that money. Han had been very inefficient tonight, so Earl had spent most of his time on his phone, and immediately started to brag about the information he had gathered. Why had Max and Caroline struck it rich today? Because of the explosions yesterday. What was so great about the explosions yesterday? Of course, it was Batman and Iron Man. The details of the case were still confidential, and hadn't been disclosed to the public. There was nothing to discuss even if people wanted to. There were countless eyewitnesses to Batman and Iron Man's appearance. Naturally, it had been confirmed that the 2 of them had been at the Wall Street subway station to deal with the terrorists together. No one recorded how Iron Man had entered the subway station at the very beginning, but he came out of the station and changed into a new set of armor before going back in. Both suits of armor had looked beaten up. Clearly, the battle inside had been very intense. There were also videos and photos taken by hardcore, live witnesses, of what Batman had done inside. There was even a video on the subway train that had blown up. Coincidentally, it was by an up-and-coming video blogger who took videos of his daily life and posted them online. This blogger was also very professional. He didn't use a phone, but something that looked like a helmet recorder. Sitting at the front in the second-last train car, he took the most complete video of Batman saving lives in the explosion. This blogger wanted popularity above all else, and the disclaimers on all his videos simply said, "You can share, as long as you mention the source." Soon after it was uploaded, the video fell into the hands of the major TV stations. Many organizations had already blocked the video, but it was useless. In just a few minutes, the video was downloaded by a lot of people, including those who had ulterior motives and were waiting to make a fortune by selling it to the TV stations. As long as it was a cash transaction, it wasn't too difficult to sort out. When the original video was taken down, many copies were sold for a good price. It wouldn't be easy to suppress what the TV stations had. Besides, there wasn't any deeper implication involved. It was just a few organizations who selfishly wanted to keep the information to themselves. In the end, this video was played countless times on TV, and the blogger's website was also dug out. The public didn't care about internal politics. It was just like how organizations with ulterior motives didn't care about how many civilians Batman had saved. In any case, rich people wouldn't take the subway, they wouldn't be the ones to die. They just wanted information on Batman, or to reduce Batman's contribution in this matter. Once again, there were a lot of hardcore Batman fans among the crowd. This time, some people who criticized Batman in public were hit hard by the masses. Nobody could slander Batman now. In the video, everyone could clearly see Batman standing in front of the car doors after rescuing 8 passengers. Clearly, in order to protect the passengers who couldn't escape in time, he chose to resist the explosion. Who knew how he had protected the second-last train car from being torn apart in the explosion, but that flared cape and the blazing fire which covered half of the car proved that Batman had used his own body to protect the passengers. Then, Batman jumped out of the subway train and stopped 2 cars that were sweeping through the station. There were also videos and photos of this taken by people who weren't afraid of death. However, these people weren't as professional as the video blogger. The cameras rocked back and forth, and were out of focus. The TV stations and online techies analyzed whatever footage was usable frame by frame to confirm that Batman had suffered injuries from the explosion. The Batman suit might be black, but it wasn't dustproof. Right after the explosion, The suit was clearly covered in dust which blew over the armor in irregular patterns thanks to the wind, making it look even more wretched. Many experts jumped out to prove that this was definitely the result of a head-on confrontation with the explosion, and that this video hadn't been edited. Batman really did use his body to withstand the bomb explosion and protect the passengers on the subway train. Those who took the subway were mostly people at the bottom of society, but they were also the largest in number. They might not be smart, might be easily swayed by others, or might be easily manipulated, but they also made up the group that was most likely to feel gratitude. On the other hand, the rich could hire security guards to block bullets for them with money. They really didn't care about the lives of others. However, Batman had always been for the people. Luke had always remembered the teachings of a great man from his previous life: you are only invincible when you are from the people and for the people. And with the help of that professional blogger this time, Batman's influence was set in stone. With the recognition of the civilians, who had the absolute advantage in numbers, Batman finally went from superhero to spiritual symbol. In the eyes of the civilians, he was no longer a vigilante who enforced the law on his own, but an outstanding embodiment of justice, courage, belief in persistence, unyielding and fearless. In a sense, he became a god that the people believed in. Someone had taken a photo of the subway that would become a classic. Batman had his hands raised as he blocked the door. The explosion in front of him caused bright light to flare out on the sides of the cape, but it was still dark behind the tall figure. A certain online big shot even added an extremely pretentious caption to this picture, bearing the dark as he moves forward. Only the heart of my knight shines. In fact, Batman was already known as the Dark Knight. After this picture and caption appeared, the title, Radiant Knight, also appeared, and fans of the two monikers got into a heated argument. But even the toughest Dark Knight supporters didn't dare say that Batman didn't have light in his heart. Anybody who wasn't blind could see that the Batman suit was black. It was the Knight moniker that stuck. Whether this knight ultimately belonged to the dark or the light, or even both combined, it didn't matter. The four people in the diner didn't forget to express their views as they read the news. Caroline decisively chose light, and insisted that Batman actually wanted to bring hope to the people at the bottom, so light was most suitable for him. Max gave the simplest explanation. Black is more mysterious and cool. Also, Dark Knight sounds very cool. Everybody was lost for words. In this day and age, good and bad didn't really matter. As long as he was famous, there would be a lot of female fans who wanted to have his children. Most of it was because the girls thought that this killer was cool, mysterious, and special. There was nothing wrong with Max saying that black was cooler and more mysterious, which was why she liked it. Han, however, said, I think Iron Man is cooler. How about him? Old Earl chuckled. Look at me and then at Batman. Based on the outside, I have to support Batman. Han was at a loss. Batman has never shown his face, right? How can you be sure he's an old man? Max burst out laughing. Caroline smiled too, but didn't forget to remind him, Han, Earl is talking about skin color. Stunned for a moment, Han looked at Earl. But Batman might not be African American, right? This time, both Max and Caroline laughed so hard they couldn't speak. Old Earl rolled his eyes. I mean, we're both black, okay. Han was enlightened, but he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, the other party wears armor while yours is skin color. What kind of connection is that? Old Earl didn't stop, but looked at him and said, don't you like Iron Man because of the colors? Look at what our waitresses wear. They've said several times that they want a new style, but you refused. Isn't that because of your preferences? Everybody was lost for words. The diner uniform was a yellow dress with a red stripe running down each side and a red apron. At first glance, the colors really did match the metal suit. Luke had actually mocked this color combo the first time he saw it. It was like the tomato and scrambled egg dish from his previous life. However, the scrambled eggs were at least bright yellow, while the ginger hue of the diner uniform was more sh*t yellow. It was a good thing that Max and Caroline were good-looking enough that other people didn't focus on the uniform, or there would be even more complaints about it. Finally, Han still insisted, Iron Man is cool, it's just that it's not as obvious compared with Batman. No matter what the public thought, Tony didn't care. He had gained a lot from the battle with the witch yesterday, even though he looked like a mess afterward. Even if that mysterious Big Dipper hadn't appeared, he was confident he could have turned the tables. He and Jarvis had already analyzed and gleaned a lot from the witch's last strange attack. In the end, it was just a way to use energy. As long as the pulse cannon was adjusted slightly, the energy attack would be neutralized or eliminated. Thus, the tycoon didn't feel that he was weaker than Charcoal Head or Big Dipper. His strength lay in his brain. Since the cave in Afghanistan, he had relied on his brain and patience to turn things around at the critical moment. The only thing he had miscalculated was Obadiah. But that was a loss of trust, not brains. Tony had never been weaker than anyone in his life. These words weren't for show, a certain tycoon had always thought so, and firmly believed them. As for Batman suddenly breaking away during the battle, Tony didn't feel betrayed. The strange thing about that attack was that bouncing it between two targets quickly increased its power. Thus, after Batman magically broke away, the witch's attack power stopped increasing. It had been the right choice. In a real duel, the witch's attack wouldn't even be able to deal 50% damage to Mark 6. Tony could counterattack at any time and defeat his opponent. In terms of energy, Mark 6, which had a third-generation arc reactor, was absolutely unimaginable. Tony, who had suffered from fighting Uncle Obadiah and Ivan, had also specially reinforced the scale of the reactor energy, sacrificing some of the armor's aesthetics in exchange for several times the energy supply. That alone would be able to exhaust the witch to death. What a pity, those guys were too fast. The tycoon couldn't help but mutter as he thought about it. Starting with Obadiah, Whiplash, and now this witch, he had a way to deal with each one every time, but there were always nosy people who came out and ended the battle in a few moves. Tony didn't play certain games, so he didn't know that this was the typical steal kill. But he also felt that he needed a few big moves to settle a fight in one swoop. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing if the opponent fell right before he thought of a way to counterattack. More importantly, he had the faint feeling that there would be more and more such instances in the future. It wasn't like he couldn't beat them, nor did he want to put in so much effort every time, only to end up a spectator. In this regard, he wasn't even as good as the young detective named Luke. Was the young detective stronger than him? Of course not. However, a minor detective was lethal enough. With his terrifying marksmanship, he could kill an enemy in one go without giving anyone else a chance to steal his kill. Thinking that, Tony slapped his forehead and sent Pepper a message to say hi to the city government and to give Luke Coulson a promotion. That detective was pretty good. Although it had been the detective's duty to take part in the battle in the subway station, Tony hadn't expected that he would be able to help. He hadn't thought of it before, but it was good to return the favor now. It was also because NYPD's performance this time was truly terrible. Except for the detective bureau which Luke worked for, the other departments basically made no headway. Tony wouldn't blame these ordinary police officers. However, it was good if someone from the police force could step up at a critical moment and not drag others down. The only people in NYPD worth Tony's attention were Luke and his partner. So, doing this was a piece of cake for him. While most people were obsessively discussing Batman's subway rescue, Luke had returned to a normal life. He kept quiet about how he and Max had made the cupcakes. Actually, the hundreds of cupcakes weren't made by him, but had been mass-produced by his smart kitchenware. He had switched out some materials via his inventory. Luke couldn't use his high-end materials for things like the cups for the cupcakes, he could only use Max's regular materials. In any case, it took nothing more than a thought. Max had been too busy making cakes with the clone to notice. After the smart kitchenware was done preparing the cupcakes, Luke threw them into his inventory, and his clone took them out and placed them in the corner of Max's place where she made her cupcakes. From beginning to end, he only carried out the entire back and forth process twice. He wasn't tired at all. In the morning, Luke went to the police department on his own. His clone, who had been busy until 10 in the morning, returned to the villa to rest. It was still operating solo. He gave Dustin a few reminders in his office so that he would be mentally prepared. There was no need to say anything else. There wasn't anything Dustin himself needed to do, except wait for his promotion. Of course, Luke didn't say that he had helped out. He only said that he had heard something from Stark. Dustin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back then, Luke and Selina had joined the Major Crimes Division in Los Angeles under the banner of Stark Industries. At that time, he had been quite worried that these two would be arrogant. Now the tables had turned, and he had become part of the Stark connection as well. Actually, the inside story was even more complicated than Dustin thought. The real Stark connection this time was still Luke. A few days later, Luke bypassed Sergeant to directly become a lieutenant. This was the easiest way for detectives who focused on cases to be promoted. For example, John McClane had been at this level before, but had made too many mistakes and was demoted. The police department didn't want this capable veteran officer to be instantly demoted, so they simply demoted him to sergeant. However, John had also contributed a lot in the serial explosion case. He was promoted from a level 2 sergeant to a level 2 lieutenant, which was slightly higher than Luke's rank. If Luke wanted to be promoted again, he would have to work as a lieutenant for 2 years. Selena was now a level 2 detective, and could become a level 2 lieutenant if she had the chance. Her progress wouldn't be any slower than Luke's. Dustin was promoted to deputy superintendent. After he was removed from his position as chief of the detective bureau, he was put in charge of major crimes like murder and robbery in NYPD's investigation bureau. Their old boss, Walter Cobb, had made a comeback after being heavily injured and hospitalized when a gang member sought revenge a few months ago. He successfully took another step forward, becoming a captain and the chief of the detective bureau. In addition, Luke had found leads on the 2,400-pound, big surprise, which the terrorists had hidden following the beating which Charlie and the others had gotten. The dump truck which they had gotten into a dispute with had been used to transport the big surprise. But the 2 people who had taken down Charlie and the others weren't among the robbers at the Wall Street subway station. If not for the fact that there was video evidence of them abandoning the dump truck, it would have been like they never existed. Luke had a rough idea of what happened. Perhaps this had been a trick by the people behind the witch. He could investigate it slowly later. However, Luke and Selena had always made far too many contributions. Taking this credit wouldn't help them, but would draw even more attention. So, in the end, it was Elsa and Elizabeth who discovered the original big surprise. They took the footage which Luke gave them and told their boss that they had found the location. Naturally, they got the credit. These were the changes to the small group around Luke. From the insider information Jenny had, the commissioner was doomed to step down, and a new commissioner would take office in June. Chief of Department Jim Nelson was interested in fighting for this position. This chief was an old foe of Brad's. Brad had come back to fight for the commissioner position mostly because he wanted to step on Chief Nelson's head. That was right, Nelson was the villain in Brad's drama. Recently, Jenny had found Chief Nelson to give him support in his fight for the commissioner position in exchange for Dustin's promotion. After visiting Walter Cobb, Luke hinted that the old fox should do his best as well. As long as Dustin was promoted, Walter was the only candidate on the recommendation list to take his place. Nobody thought that this was all a ploy by Dustin. The position Dustin was asking for was nothing in comparison with the deputy commissioner position. It was just part of Jenny's deal with Chief Nelson. But Chief Nelson would absolutely never let Brad be promoted to commissioner. He would rather resign than give Brad a chance to tell him what to do. What was even more coincidental was that Stark Industries' backdoor request for Luke to be promoted coincided with what Jenny wanted, and all of this ultimately fell on Chief Nelson's head. All Jenny wanted was for Dustin to be promoted, and Stark Industries wanted Luke to be promoted. If Luke was promoted, Dustin as his boss could definitely claim some credit. These 2 pies fell into Chief Nelson's lap at the same time. While the direct benefits weren't especially big, it instantly boosted his connections. The support of 2 major corporations was enough for him to work with. However, this matter couldn't be officially confirmed until Chief Nelson became commissioner. After a few days, everything settled down on Luke's side. Walter returned to the police department with mixed feelings. Who knew Dustin would rise so quickly? It had been less than a year. If he had known, he would have still argued. In this society, being 1 step behind meant suffering setbacks everywhere. It was normal to be 1 step ahead. The veterans at the detective bureau discovered that not only was Walter as reliable as ever after his recuperation, his temper had improved a lot. The past few months hadn't been easy for Walter. At first, it was the pressure, frustration, and despair of early retirement. Then, miraculously, there were no side effects from his recovery. Luke dropped by, Walter's rehabilitation was successful, and he returned to the police department and was even promoted. After his comeback from his injury, Walter had undergone a significant transformation and become an excellent leader. Under the control of Walter, whose bearing had become a lot more sophisticated, everything in the department ran as before and didn't fluctuate much. Dustin, Luke's backer, wasn't in the police department, but was now in charge of the investigation bureau, which made him even more powerful. Luke and Selena were still the same as ever. Walter had no intention of making any changes. He now understood Dustin's concerns. Luke wasn't a trouble magnet like John. If he didn't take credit for solving a case, the credit would turn into pressure for his boss. If they continued to use him, he would earn too much credit, but he couldn't be promoted again for now. It would also cause trouble with the old hands in the department if he was promoted. So, after talking to Dustin, Walter let Luke and Selena do whatever they wanted without any qualms. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Luke went to work and took off early as usual. His clone went out to earn points at night, and stopped by the Williamsburg diner twice more and went back with Max again to make cupcakes. However, he went home earlier than the first time so that he didn't have to occupy the living room, and also successfully avoided being snapped on camera by the gossipy Carol. When he was bored, Luke told Max that he wasn't a pastry chef, but an art performer, and that making cupcakes was just a hobby. Max was very interested and asked him what sort of performances he did, and Luke carefully demonstrated it to her. Max, who vividly experienced the beauty of art, could only fall to her knees. Compared with performance art, making cupcakes was nothing. It was impossible to be an art performer without a big heart, abundant stamina, and a strong physique. It just so happened that Luke had all of them, and he had Chris Vince's handsome face. Naturally, Max was convinced. In this way, he strolled leisurely into the month of June, when he finally had enough experience points. Now, the host's experience was 2,900 thousandths. Credit: 195,000. Character level: 19. Strength: 30. Star of Justice plus 10. Dexterity: 29. Star of Justice plus 10. Mental Strength: 30. Star of Justice plus 10. He was only one step away from 40 dexterity. This list was very unfriendly for those with OCD, and Luke felt a little uncomfortable. Just a little more. Just a little more. But no matter how many adjustments he made, if he wanted all three stats to cross the 40 mark at the same time, he would have to reach level 20 first. Actually, whether it was all his stats reaching 40 or a new system module that might be unlocked when he reached level 20, he wanted to obtain all of them as soon as possible. Thus, the only way was to earn experience and credit points even more quickly. New York had a lot of spies from government departments and secret organizations, but the experience and credit points for dealing with these people weren't too high, and Luke couldn't be too quick to take them down. To get experience and credit points from these people, he had to first consider the aftermath. A lot of things had been happening in New York recently, and law and order had dropped to some extent. It wasn't suitable for him to go out in an alias to harvest experience. Luke could only look elsewhere. It just so happened that Gianna had sent a message 2 months ago saying that many forces had changed at the high table, and that someone was even coveting her position as family head. That wasn't hard to understand. The last heads of the Kimura family had been Gianna and Santino. Now that Santino had been killed by Luke, and Gianna, the only one left, was dead, the seat couldn't be left empty, and the Branch family would definitely take over. It was that simple. With Luke's help last time, Gianna had cleaned up the family, but she couldn't be too thorough about it, or the Kimura would be ruined by internal conflict. The position of family head moved many people, and there weren't many people she could trust. It was just that Luke had no plans of becoming her hidden blade, nor was he at her beck and call. Boogeyman John wasn't Big Dipper. This identity couldn't be renounced so easily. After leaving Gianna high and dry for a while, he could consider taking a trip abroad. Resolving Gianna's problem was secondary. The most important thing was to check the situation at the high table and find a suitable target. Of the 12 members of the high table, Gianna's Kimura was dealing with some internal conflict, and the Tarasov family was half crippled and also dealing with internal power struggles. After Luke destroyed the fraternity, the only one left was the boss behind the scenes, and there was no activity on that end for the time being. Luke had also taken down half of the hand, who had fallen silent. So, 1/3 of the 12 members was crippled. That was why, except for the Kimura, everyone was careful to mask their whereabouts. Luke wasn't planning on slaughtering the bottom rungs to earn experience and credit points. It would be best to find an opportunity to deal with the mid and high-ranking members of these forces, like Alessandro and Mrs. Gao from the hand. But this was just a thought. There really weren't that many people in the world who could live for hundreds of years and continue doing bad things so diligently. Thinking about Boogeyman John, who had already become Keanu Reeves, Luke decided to help Kimura solve some of its problems. It was said that the other party had gotten an expert sharpshooter from somewhere. After Luke used the Boogeyman alias last time, the manner had been greatly modified. It would be hard to avoid some traps if anyone wanted to get close to Gianna. That wasn't something that could be avoided with just agility. The sharpshooter was probably aware of this, and so had tried sniping Gianna at long range. It just so happened that Gianna shifted at that moment, and dodged the bullet. She was lucky to survive, but didn't dare stick her head out again. So far, Luke had yet to acquire elementary long-distance shooting. He could look for this sharpshooter in passing. Who knew, he might be able to acquire some ability. Thinking that, he sent his clone to roam under an alias. Coming to roam again, he wasn't as anxious as the last time. It was that easy with a clone. By the time he left one neighborhood, his face had turned into Boogeyman John's. Touching his beautiful beard in satisfaction, he took a cab to the Rome Continental Hotel. He stood at the front desk again, and it was the tall black girl from last time. But this time, her expression was completely different. Almost the moment Luke entered, her gaze fell on him. Her expression changed into a bright and sincere smile. From Luke's mental communication, he could see that the smile was indeed very sincere fear. Taking out a gold coin, he pushed it over the counter and said calmly, "A room." The girl couldn't help but lower her head. "Yes, sir." She didn't even dare mention the man's name. She only dared to address him with the simplest, "Sir." That was because his name had become a legend at the high table, a terrifying legend that used blood and lives as his stepping stones. Even though she knew that Luke wouldn't do anything to a service worker like her, she couldn't suppress her fear. This was different from before. It was now an open secret that many people at the high table wanted to kill the Boogeyman. The strange thing was that the high table hadn't issued an excommunication order. In other words, Boogeyman John was still a hitman of the high table. The Continental Hotel had to provide him with all the services it could. "Jonathan." There was the sound of someone approaching quickly. Luke turned around, his poker face still on. "Hello, Julius. We meet again." Julius, the manager of the Rome Continental Hotel, walked over in his usual black suit and white scarf. But this time, he didn't go forward to shake hands. He simply stood 2 meters away with a complicated expression, clearly keeping his distance from the Boogeyman. It wasn't that he was afraid of being killed, but that he didn't want other people to think that he was that close to the Boogeyman. Luke ignored it. This was just a normal reaction. If Julius did draw closer, Luke would suspect that it was a trap. He turned around. "Is the room ready?" The girl glanced at her boss and respectfully gave him a room card. "Yes, the room is in the west wing and on the top floor." Luke took the room card and nodded at Julius before he left. After Luke disappeared into the elevator, the receptionist asked in a low voice, "Should we inform the higher-ups?" Julius glared at her angrily. "You can resign from here first. Once you leave the hotel, you can do whatever you want." The girl immediately shut up. Julius looked at the elevator again, and his expression changed for a moment before he turned around and left. Look for trouble with the Boogeyman. That was something that even the high table couldn't make a decision on. Although Kimura was speaking up for the Boogeyman, the other 11 families weren't. Actually, the number should be 9. The Boogeyman had directly crippled the Tarasov family, and the new head of the family had no choice but to drink a glass of wine with him to end the feud. Then, he killed Sloane and the elite assassins of the fraternity, leaving the big shot behind the organization short of a figurehead and basically losing the right to speak at the high table. None of the remaining 9 families wanted to touch this crazy god of slaughter. There was no benefit, they would only senselessly lose their own power. In any case, the Boogeyman had always been a loner. He was the kind of person who wouldn't attack unless he was attacked. The unlucky ones were those who provoked him. None of them wanted to be the 4th victim. Luke went to the room in the west wing of the hotel. He chuckled inwardly. No matter how you put it, friendly relations still couldn't compare with guns and lives. This was definitely a presidential suite. It was at least 2 levels higher than the best room, which Julius had given him last time. Taking out a bottle of wine from the kitchen fridge, Luke walked to the window and looked at the red setting sun. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. Is this the life? Probably. He stood in front of the window and leisurely enjoyed the setting sun as he sipped his wine. Countless messages and calls had already spread from the Rome Continental Hotel. Julius hadn't notified anyone, because it wasn't necessary. Many hitmen in the hotel lobby had already recognized the boogeyman. These people didn't have the guts to take action, but dared to send out the intelligence. Boogeyman John had appeared in Rome again. On the surface, the party that was the most nervous about this intelligence was Ndrangheta, one of the 12 members of the High Table whose main base was in Italy. After the internal conflict between the Camorra siblings, Ndrangheta had taken advantage of the opportunity to carry out a lot of small tricks, and was close to suppressing this opponent of theirs. The current head of the family, Gianna, was clearly on the boogeyman's side. Then, it was highly possible that the boogeyman's target in Italy was Ndrangheta. Now, it was their turn to be afraid that the boogeyman would play dirty tricks in their own backyard. Elsewhere, a person instantly frowned when he received the news. The middle-aged man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses thought for a moment, before he took out his phone. "It's me. Stop the operation." On the other end of the line, "No, James. You decide when to start, but how it ends is up to me." James didn't look happy. Gianna called Boogeyman John over. "He's not an ordinary opponent. Those who underestimated him are dead." Even Sloan and 20 elite assassins from the fraternity didn't survive an hour at the hands of the boogeyman. After a brief silence, the person on the other end sneered. "I'm not Sloan, and I'm not one of those weaklings." James was too lazy to talk nonsense. "You went to kill Sloan before, remember? Then, Sloan survived, until he ran into the boogeyman." After another brief silence, the person on the other end finally said, "I'll give you 3 days to investigate him. After that, no matter what you say, I'll take action at any time." With that, the man hung up without waiting for James's reply. James tossed the phone aside and rubbed his forehead. "What should I do? This guy is acting more and more out of control. Do I have to get the boss to call him every time?" Since there was no way to stop it, he would just help this guy kill the boogeyman. That way, it would be easier for the boss to swallow up the High Table. He shook his head and sighed. He picked up his phone again and got ready. The biggest difference in Luke coming to Rome this time was that he was doing everything in the open. Boogeyman John was no longer an ordinary hitman. He had already used hundreds of lives, including Sloane's, to tell the High Table one thing: "You can't afford to offend me." For the next 3 days, Luke roamed Rome as if he were on vacation. No one in the same trade came over to look for death, but a bunch of girls did come to serve themselves up. It was a pity that Luke now had better sight and a more stable mind. Even though some of the girls were on par with Jenny and Selena, none of them were able to return to the hotel with him. Firstly, these girls weren't as good as a gem like Max. Secondly, Luke didn't want to get these girls involved. The High Table was definitely looking for Boogeyman John's weakness now. Even if they couldn't use it this time, they might be able to next time. The lives of a few ordinary women meant nothing to these people. In the evening, Luke postured in front of the window. Watching the sunset as he drank, he didn't forget to stroke his beard. Sigh, being too handsome is also a problem. While he was amusing himself with fulfilling his fanciful thoughts from his previous life, the doorbell rang. Luke raised an eyebrow, curious. He had been here for 3 days, and nobody had knocked on his door except the hotel cleaners. Opening the door, he looked at the woman and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The woman asked, "Handsome, aren't you going to buy me a drink?" Luke stepped back to open the door. After the woman entered, he closed the door and turned around, only to see that the woman was already sitting in the living room. She picked up the whiskey on the coffee table and poured herself a glass. "Where's the ice?" Luke pointed at the fridge and silently sat down on the couch. The woman got up and walked to the kitchen. As if she could sense Luke's gaze on her, the sway of her hips was especially enticing. Luke chuckled inwardly, but didn't react. Of course, he wasn't looking at the woman because of her outstanding looks and figure. He knew this woman, but it had nothing to do with the Boogeyman John alias. She was the only female assassin V had let off to spread the word after the gunfight in Swamp Park. After surviving the disaster, the woman stayed at the New York Continental Hotel and rarely went out. It was unlikely that she was looking for him to earn the bounty on the boogeyman. She didn't have that capability. A moment later, the woman returned and sat on the couch diagonally opposite him. But when she sat down, she leaned toward him. Luke watched quietly. The most convenient weapon for a female assassin was her own charm. With a little training, she could accomplish things that many men couldn't with her figure, looks, and movements. However, this person didn't really want to hook up with him. It was just a habit. Who knew, she might be able to get him to soften toward her, and she could then seize a decisive opportunity. Sure enough, she leaned back on the couch and crossed her legs gracefully. It was the standard procedure and posture for distracting men. Luke, on the other hand, was still as aloof as ever. Boogeyman John had always been like this, and he didn't plan to ruin this king of killers style. This way, he spoke less and could avoid being exposed. The woman snorted and lost interest. She took out an envelope and pushed it over. I came from New York. Someone told me to bring this to you. Luke didn't touch the envelope and simply looked at her quietly. Looking at his face, the woman smiled brilliantly and stood up. She gracefully took off her white muslin dress and dropped the shoulder straps of her silk shift so that it slid down her body. As she walked over, her body swayed and glowed in the evening light in the room. When she reached Luke, she bent down and reached for his shoulders. Her eyes widened in shock, and she paused. Luke put a hand on her face to stop her from leaning forward. Her hand stopped 5 centimeters away from his shoulders. You've brought the letter. Is there anything else? Luke's stiff expression finally changed. The woman said bitterly, John, have you forgotten what we had? Luke flicked his wrist, and the woman fell back onto the couch. Ms. Perkins, please put on your clothes and leave immediately. His cold voice rang out. Otherwise, I'll believe that you've targeted me. The expression of the woman named Perkins changed slightly before she immediately smiled. She got up grandly and picked up the dress from the ground. Perversely, she deliberately had her back to him. After she put on the dress, she turned around. Does it look good? Luke said indifferently, your skin is rough. You should make more money before you retire, or your targets will throw up when they see you like this. He wasn't lying at all. Compared with Max, whom he had only known for a short while, the only advantage this woman had was that her legs were long enough. In all other aspects, however, she was crushed. Face dark, Perkins raised her hand and gave him the finger. FCKU, John. You have D*MNED. Do you really think I like you? Luke stood up. 5 seconds. Otherwise, you no longer have to leave. Pausing for a moment, Perkins then yelled, as if. This is the Continental Hotel. I don't believe you would dare attack me. Just you wait. Bang. With that, the door slammed shut. The female assassin didn't even put her high heels back on. She slammed the door and left even before she finished speaking. Luke looked at his watch. It was almost 4.5 seconds. The woman was indeed a professional. He took 2 steps forward and kicked out. The high heels flew in 2 arcs through the open balcony door. Closing the balcony door, Luke returned to the table and opened the envelope. Inside was a white sheet of paper with messy letters on it. Thinking for a moment, Luke put on his sunglasses and looked at the paper. Soon, Polaris picked out some letters from the pile and put them together to form a web address and a password. Luke took out his phone and accessed the website. There was an encrypted file on it. He downloaded the file, keyed in the password, and opened it. A lot of information appeared. After flipping through the file, Luke sat back, deep in thought. The file was from Winston, and the cipher on the paper was the way they contacted each other. The file contained the movements of the high table after he killed Santino, and some speculation on Gianna being attacked again. Luke had gotten most of this information from Gianna, but there was some new content about the attack. Before coming here, even Luke himself thought that Gianna's opponent might be the Ndrangheta. After all, the Ndrangheta had been taking a lot of small actions recently. The Camorra was in the north in Campania, and the Ndrangheta was in the south in Calabria. The 2 territories were separated by only a small area of Italy in the middle. However, according to Winston's intelligence, it was the Sacra Corona that was acting against Gianna. The Sacra Corona was in the Apulia area, and was a branch which had broken off from the Camorra in the 1970s. In fact, it had been the personal force of the Camorra family head back then. Something went wrong during the coronation process of the family head's successor at the time, and the position fell into the hands of another branch. After that, Gianna's father took over. Once Gianna died, the D'Antonio family which she belonged to might become the next Sacra Corona. The Sacra Corona was a lesson for the D'Antonio family. While this discovery was unexpected, it made sense. Luke had thought that it was an external threat, but in the end, it was still a half-traitor. Anybody who was robbed of their throne would probably think, that should be mine. Given the Sacra Corona's current power, it was indeed possible for it to return to the Camorra. After all, the Sacra Corona's nest was in Apulia, which was right next to the Camorra nest. Returning meant expanding strength and territory at the same time, and they could also fight the Ndrangheta in the south together. However, Winston mentioned that the Sacra Corona wasn't powerful enough. Logically speaking, it should be very hard for it to swallow the Camorra. Luke felt the same way. At the very least, the sniper who had almost killed Gianna wasn't someone that the Sacra Corona could contract. Top talents in any trade were rare. A top sniper was no less intimidating than a legendary killer in certain aspects. Unless they didn't use long-distance techniques, snipers at this level were known in national databases. Otherwise, it would be difficult to hide from the investigation of people interested in who was where and who was attacked. Although there was no way to determine who the sniper was in this case, there was also no word of the Sacra Corona contacting this person. Thinking about how the other party wanted to take back the position of family head, Luke had a guess. This was using a cover to achieve the ultimate goal. Perhaps someone wanted to make a move on the Camorra via the Sacra Corona, and the position as one of the 12 members of the High Table would fall into their hands. This was a good way to enter the High Table, and wouldn't draw suspicion. Now that Luke knew who his opponent was on the surface, there was another question: what did Winston want? Why had he provided intelligence to Boogeyman John? Luke pondered for a moment before he gave up thinking about it. Winston's plan had nothing to do with him. He wasn't the real John Wick, nor did he belong to the High Table. All he wanted was experience and credit. John's fangirl, Gianna, was feeding him information, but it wasn't bad to have Winston as another informant. Thinking that, he sent a copy of the information from Winston to Gianna, and told her to investigate the Sacra Corona and send what she had to him. In a family conflict like this, the two candidates would always be the enemies who knew each other the best. Also, it seemed he had something to do. He looked at the balcony. On the stairs, Perkins was wearing slippers which she had just gotten from a waiter. Again, that's the boogeyman. Since he threw out my shoes, do you really think he doesn't know anything? If this wasn't the Continental Hotel, he would have definitely blown up my head with one shot. I want to make money, but only if I'm still alive to spend it. With that, she hung up the phone without hesitation and took out 2 wet wipes to wipe it clean before she threw it into a nearby trash can and ran off. She was regretting it now. It was too rash to provoke the boogeyman for $1 million, even if it was just planting a bug. She had always thought that she could do anything with money, until she met that terrifying smiling man, V. From then on, she learned what a legendary killer was. The boogeyman, who hadn't been very famous in the past, was now a recognized legendary killer. That was because Boogeyman John had killed Sloan and a dozen elite assassins from the fraternity in a head-on battle. This only proved that the boogeyman was stronger than Sloan, much stronger. Otherwise, why didn't the high and mighty High Table, which had always harped on about the rules, do anything? That was because rules couldn't kill the boogeyman, but the boogeyman could kill them. Night fell, and Luke left the Continental Hotel in his usual black suit, white shirt, and black tie. It was more advantageous for him to rest during the day and then go out at night. Although he didn't know when the attack would happen, his sense for danger had been pinging faintly, and it seemed that some people were hankering to take action. He had to give these people a chance. Otherwise, where would he get the 900,000 points required for his level up? These experience points were the foundation for leveling up. Besides, someone who dared to cause trouble for the boogeyman had to be worth at least 200 points, right? Thinking that, he disappeared down an alley. Rome was an old city. It had a lot in common with many American cities, like the tall buildings in the city center. But Rome was a lot more crowded than the vast, more desolate United States. There were all kinds of small buildings everywhere, like in some parts of Queens and Brooklyn. However, this place had a deeper cultural heritage, and the buildings here had a more artistic style than New York's industrial buildings. Luke didn't care about the art here. He had never been much of an art connoisseur in his 2 lives except when it came to performance art. All he knew was that this was a perfect place for an ambush. Rome was a world-class tourist spot. Even though it wasn't safe at night, many tourists roamed the city. There were also many buildings and sculptures everywhere. Frequently, what looked like a person in a dark corner was a sculpture. This was a problem only for ordinary people. With the drones and his own abilities, it was easy for Luke to detect anything wrong. Looking at the red dots projected onto his lenses, Luke smiled. There were a lot of people, which was plenty of experience and credit points. He walked into what looked like a small park. It was practically empty and quiet. The red dots had already sped up and gradually surrounded him. Knowing what they were waiting for, Luke walked to the fountain in the center of the park and sat down. Almost the moment he sat down, several red dots were trained on his head and abdomen. There was no prelude or communication. After a simple countdown, the snipers fired. The silencers muffled the gunshots, but they could be heard clearly at night. Some of the bullets hit the fountain behind him and some hit the ground in front of him, but Luke had already disappeared. The commander wasn't surprised at all. He simply gave the order. Squad 2, Northwest. Luke moved quickly in the dark, but his movements were still within the range of a normal person. He varied his speed, causing the snipers' second shots to hit air. Squad 2, fire. The commander gave an even simpler order. Gunshots rang out from 7 or 8 megapixel 7s. Luke darted into a corner and quickly circled round as he continued moving forward. He's on the right, the commander immediately warned. Gunfire rang out again, but all of them missed. He's entered a building. Less than 5 seconds after the commander finished speaking, a member of Squad 2 reported in via his earpiece. Squad 2, 2 dead. Squad 2, 4 dead. Captain dead, sniper dead. 6 people in Squad 2 had died after 3 reports at 5-second intervals. The commander frowned. He had known how strong this guy was before he came, but it turned out that his guess might not have been accurate enough. Steady. Don't stick your head out. Keep firing at him, the commander ordered. It was impossible to kill a legendary killer without paying a price. To deal with an existence like the boogeyman, you had to either set a trap or lure him into terrain he couldn't escape. For example, if he was on a plane, they just had to make the plane crash. Unfortunately, they didn't have this opportunity. Nobody knew how the boogeyman had arrived in Rome. The only thing they could do was lay a trap with human lives, like tonight. Thus, the commander's order was that all members, including himself, could be sacrificed. They were expendable pawns tonight. All of this was for the sake of killing the boogeyman. Luke also felt that things weren't the same under the command of this cold-blooded and efficient commander. No matter how fierce or good most of the gang members whom he had dealt with before were, if 3 to 5 out of 10 of them died, the rest would also fall if they didn't flee. However, the people tonight were more like death soldiers. Death wasn't enough to rout them. In any case, he didn't really want to scare off these people. He had earned more than 2,000 experience and credit points from the 6 criminals just now. He didn't want them to run. Otherwise, would he have taken more than 10 seconds to kill 6 people? That was enough time for him to kill all 15 people of Squad 2. Boiling a frog slowly in water wasn't something that happened in the real world. That was because frogs could jump out of the warm water. When it came to mind games, however, this idea indeed did have some effect. Luke didn't mind giving them hope and time, since it gave him some time himself. He would earn some experience and credit points first, so that there were fewer people to escape the net at the end. Just like that, the two parties, each with their own ulterior motive, were in perfect accord as they started a huge battle. Luke hadn't chosen a residential area, but a business district. Most business districts had one thing in common: there were a lot of people during the day, but there wasn't even a ghost at night. There was enough time and space to determine a victor here. Luke didn't retreat immediately after killing the 6 criminals. Instead, he moved through the building. The doors and windows on the 3rd floor became his vantage points. 4 more criminals were killed before they knew it. Then, just as the enemy was about to surround him, Luke dashed out of a side door and slipped off through a flower bed. He's broken through the gap between Squad 1 and Squad 4, the commander warned again. But even as he spoke, Luke had already skidded out from behind the flower bed and suddenly straightened as his run turned into a series of quick steps. The 2 Glocks in his hands exploded. Bullets flew at 2 criminals who had just turned around, and they subconsciously crouched down for cover. This was a reflex they had developed through long-term combat. In fact, Luke didn't really have to aim as he fired at the criminals. There were only 2 of them blocking his way. One stayed on guard at the railing on the side of the road, while the other advanced from 2 meters away. At that moment, Luke suddenly appeared 10 meters away. The criminal holding the gun immediately pulled the trigger and fired 2 short bursts to announce Luke's location. Pa! A hole appeared in the right eye of his tactical goggles, and he collapsed. This was the first target Luke had aimed at after breaking out of their circle. The other person was bent low with his gun raised, but his line of sight was blocked by junk nearby, and he didn't notice Luke right away. When he came out from behind the junk, he heard the sound of a gunshot. He finally caught sight of a black figure out of the corner of his eye, and he immediately pointed his gun at it. However, the black figure's movements weren't quick, but nor were they slow, they were just a little faster than his gun. Just as he was about to lock onto the target, the man was already 5 meters in front of him. The criminal couldn't help but pull the trigger. Luke was unperturbed. Ignoring the bullets that brushed past him, he charged at the criminal and casually raised his hand. Pa! The criminal's head jerked to the side, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, Luke suddenly moved sideways. Bang! There was a muffled gunshot, and a bullet hit where he had been standing. Luke, however, was already hiding in the shadows behind the building. He shook his head inwardly. It wasn't the sniper. The elite sniper he had been expecting wasn't among the people who had shown up tonight. There was still a huge difference between the best and the elite. It was like the difference between the top 10 and the top 500 in the industry. While these two couldn't hit Luke, they could still limit his movements. On top of that, given the current strength of these criminals, they couldn't trigger a clear response from his sense of danger, because they were too weak to him. Half of his attention was currently on the periphery of the activity around him. Killing these small fry was just for experience and credit points, but killing the top sniper might result in a shower of experience points and abilities. It was obvious who was more important. He could get experience and credit points from gangs and secret organizations, but it was hard to encounter a top sniper. The one thing Luke lacked at the moment was the perception of a top sniper. With this, he would be able to kill some troublesome people from afar. People could then investigate all they wanted, but he would never reveal his sniping ability. Of course, he had another backup candidate, Cross. However, Cross wasn't a bad guy. Furthermore, his super long-distance sniping ability was especially distinctive, and had long been on record. There was no need for him to bring disaster to the father and son. The commander reacted quickly. Squad 1 and Squad 4 switched directions and continued firing at him to control his movements. Squad 2 and Squad 3 sped up toward the front. Passing through small paths between buildings, Luke raised his head. There were several other drones hovering in the sky. Although they weren't as powerful as his medium-sized one, they had locked firmly onto his location. This was why the enemy commander's orders were always timely. Luke smiled. He wasn't afraid of them being too strong, but of being too weak. If he didn't give them some hope, he really wouldn't be able to gobble them up. They weren't as good as the hitmen who had formed a temporary alliance before, but their teamwork was more precise and efficient. They had stayed in formation the whole time, and hadn't given him a chance to wipe them out in one go. They had only used their firepower to suppress his movements. This was the level of a proper team. Luke sighed inwardly. If more than 100 elite veterans worked well together, they would definitely be able to completely crush the real John Wick. Wave after wave of attacks wasn't something a normal person could withstand. Luke was now controlling his speed and relying on just his precise marksmanship and Boogeyman John's ability to conceal his aura. It was impossible to ambush them since he couldn't escape their surveillance drones. As both parties ran, the enemy paid the price of 7 more deaths to force Luke to enter a building. When he stepped into the 3-story building, he smiled lightly and said, "It's showtime." Seeing him walk into the building, the commander sneered. "He's entered the 3rd preset location. Follow the plan." 2 seconds after that, the power in the building was cut and several lights went out, plunging the building into darkness. The criminals who were chasing Luke put on their night vision gear. A few seconds later, 4 5-man teams snuck in from several doorways. A trap was set outside the entrance, and the team sealed off one exit. This way, it would be impossible for the boogeyman to escape. There would be a dogfight inside the building until the outcome was decided. Luke, who quickly went up to the 3rd floor, looked at the suddenly dark building and smiled. It seemed that the other party didn't understand the name, Boogeyman, well enough. Casually reloading the guns, Luke put them back at his waist and took down some weapons from the wall. The 3-story building looked ordinary, but had few windows and doors, and also not a lot of rooms. What it did have was shelf after shelf of various cold weapons. So, this building didn't have many windows because no one lived here, as it was used to house a collection of cold weapons. Luke wasn't sure if these cold weapons were cultural relics, but many of them were very old-fashioned, though some were clearly copies of modern products. There were many types of cold weapons, ranging from finger blades, military knives, short swords, longswords, and double-handed broadswords to machetes, curved blades, and horse blades. There were also flails, shields, scythes, long spears, and warhammers. The weapons which Luke had just taken down, on the other hand, were a pair of tomahawks. Each axe was 40 centimeters long and exquisitely designed. Rather than call them weapons, they were more like modern works of art. Luke could smell the chemicals on them from when the axes were carved. However, he wouldn't take them with him. If he used them to kill some people, and then left a small usage fee, it couldn't be considered unlawfully taking someone else's property, and the system wouldn't deduct points for it. Walking past a particular spot, Luke's gaze flickered and he suddenly stopped. He then stood in front of a wire and fiddled with it. For a moment before he connected a smartphone to it. Then, he had Polaris send a BGM over, and played it. Grinding for points was boring, life had to be interesting. Luke decided to have some fun on this trip. At that moment, 4 teams had entered the building. 2 teams covered each other as they searched for Luke. Except for the faint sound of footsteps, the building was silent. Suddenly, there was the sound of drumming, which startled the criminals. Then, a saxophone joined the mix. The tempo was like a powerful current under the night sky, gathering strength and waiting to explode. The criminals then realized that it was the sound of the radio in this museum. Everybody couldn't help but grow vigilant, and the commander outside said solemnly, "Steady, don't be hasty. Slow down and prepare to fire." On the 3rd floor, Luke picked up the tomahawks and leisurely swayed to the drumbeat as he unhurriedly moved to the stairs. He swung the axes in front of him and bopped to the beat as he descended to the 2nd floor. Then, he wandered over to a nearby shelf and narrowed his eyes as he enjoyed the last moment of silence. The 4 teams quickly searched the 1st floor and didn't find anything. They gathered at the stairs. The leader turned around and gave a few tactical signals. Then, he patted the criminals behind him and gestured to go up. They went up in single file. Listening to the light but clear footsteps, Luke smiled and walked forward between the shelves with his axes. When the 4 teams went up to the 2nd floor, they could still hear the strange music. The beat was growing more and more urgent, as if it was about to reach the climax. Tamping down their nervousness, the 4 teams advanced in 2 directions. Then, one of the criminals at the very front on the right suddenly stopped. Seeing a dark shadow pass between 2 shelves, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sound of gunfire broke through the music. 2 teams moved along the left aisle from the stairs, while the 2 teams on the right spread out after the first gunshot, as everybody worked to surround that location. As they hurried forward, Luke crouched low and jumped a few times over the shelves, like a child happily jumping on rocks to cross a river, to escape the pincer attack. After leaping over 3 shelves, he appeared in the left aisle. Luke used telekinesis to cushion his fall, and he stood silently in the middle of the aisle. In front of him was the back of the heads of 10 criminals. Luke whistled to the rhythm of the music. His feet felt like they were on ice as he glided toward the 2 teams in front of him. The sharp edges of the tomahawks were like the fangs of a ferocious beast as he swung them. There was the sound of flesh and bone being cut, and the 2 criminals at the back stiffened, but didn't fall over. Luke had specially chosen the moment when their feet hit the ground and their center of gravity was the most stable. Naturally, he wouldn't let them fall right away. The 2 of them didn't die immediately. Their cervical vertebrae had been cut, and they still had time to witness the attack on their teammates. In their night vision, a figure floated out from between them, slightly bent and holding an axe in each hand. Although he was fast, he still moved to the beat of the music, and his body and the axes swayed rhythmically. This person was actually still dancing. The 2 criminals on the brink of death couldn't make sense of it. Why was he dancing? Who was he? In the midst of their confusion and reluctance, they saw the figure's axes suddenly flash, and 2 more of their teammates were stunned. They realized, "This is how I die." With that thought, their consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Luke didn't care about the people behind him. He simply spun and jumped, and could even swing his axes with his eyes closed. Elementary combat proficiency wasn't for nothing. He didn't have many chances to use an axe, and he was new to these ones, but he acted like an experienced hand with them. The tomahawks looked beautiful, but didn't have a stable core, so they weren't very suitable for real combat. In his hands, however, they were like obedient fairies who danced with him. The music and the faint sounds of the group's movements muffled the sound of the axes cutting through flesh and bones in the neck. Luke glided past the criminals in a skillful manner. The two teams, whose attention was focused on the front for now, were like wooden puppets with their backs to him, as Luke swung his axe at each one. When the captain, who was walking in the front, turned around to check his men behind him, he felt something flash before his eyes, and a chill at his throat. His eyes were wide open, but he didn't know what was going on. In a daze, his frozen body was pressed to the wall by the axe. The captain was the third last to die from both teams. There were only 2 team members left. While these two pressed against the shelf in the wall as they guarded the aisle, Luke drew his axe from the captain's throat and slashed at their necks. Looking at the blood-stained axes, Luke decisively abandoned these murder weapons. The first few criminals had been cut through the back of the neck, and there hadn't been much blood. With the last 3, Luke had cut through major blood vessels. He couldn't take the axes, or they would drip blood on his custom-made suit. Thinking that, he looked at the walls again and chose a more modern pair of swords. It already wasn't good to use someone else's collector's items to kill people, it was better not to touch the more antique weapons. The moment he picked up the swords, Luke couldn't help but curl his lip. Sure enough, this was the toy of some weapon enthusiast. They had extremely flashy gold handguards, but were much sturdier than antique swords. They looked like something from the 18th century. They were far heavier than modern fencing equipment. The impractical, hollow handguard, and the ridiculous unchanged weight proved that the greatest use for ancient swords was still as decoration. The maker had never considered that they would be used in actual combat one day. This was Combat Master Luke's evaluation of the craftsmanship of these swords. Holding them at a downward angle on each side, he glided forward. This was a side ability he had developed using elementary telekinesis. It could be used to cushion his feet and prevent his clothes from rustling so that his movements were soundless. This function was worth the time he had spent researching it. The 10 criminals in the right aisle were swiftly retreating. It had only been 10 seconds since the first person opened fire. The commander could monitor the situation in real time via the night vision gear of these criminals. So, he immediately realized that something was wrong with the 10 people in the left aisle. He decisively ordered the group on the right to withdraw and keep the situation under control, and the criminals outside sent another 20 people in. At that point, there were about 80 people left in this 100-man operation. There were 50 people outside the museum, and 30 inside. At the same time, the commander activated a separate communication channel and said in a low voice, "He's on the 2nd floor." There were only 2 light taps to indicate that the message had been received, and no more movement after that. The commander took a deep breath and refocused on the battle. If possible, he hoped that 10 of his men could live so that he wouldn't have to step up. If all his men died, he didn't have much hope of being able to survive himself. He had rolled the dice. The chance of surviving without being crushed was next to 0. In the end, the outcome of the battle would depend on what Boogeyman John did and the true trump card on their side. Neither of these was under his control. He was just a pawn, not a player. After everything was done, he could only wait for fate to run its course. The music echoed throughout the museum. When Luke connected the phone to the broadcast system, he had looped the song. It would continue to play like this, in part to mask his movements, but mainly to cover the sound of his attacks on the criminals. For someone with elementary sound wave, a suitable BGM wouldn't affect his performance. For example, at that moment, he raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the direction of a particular window on the 3rd floor, excitement flashing in his eyes. Experts had come, and there were 3 of them. However, he suppressed the urge to look for the 3 experts. There were 10 more criminals on the 2nd floor, and 20 more on the 1st floor. The experts were like delicious roast duck. They were cooked, and could no longer fly. These criminals, on the other hand, were like sautéed soybeans. If he used too much strength, they might scatter. He didn't have time to look for them one by one. So, he had to eat this soybean appetizer first before he enjoyed the roast duck. Thinking that, Luke suddenly sped up and flew between 2 rows of shelves before ducking into an aisle on the right. After going over the shelves, 2 heads with night vision goggles appeared in front of him. They were the 2 men who brought up the rear. After the 2 teams on the left were taken down, the commander had immediately warned them of Boogeyman ambushing them from behind, so the 2 men in the rear were on guard. But Luke dropped down from above between the front and the rear, and was in the team's blind spot. Naturally, the commander couldn't detect him from the real-time surveillance. Luke thrust out with his swords. The tips of the swords pierced the napes of the two criminals like thorns, and they were instantly pulled back. He retreated lightly, and even before he turned around, he thrust backward to stab the napes of the two criminals behind him. Chi. In less than half a second, the four criminals were stiff and on the brink of death. Compared with the hard, straight and short tomahawks, which focused on chopping, this pair of swords were more suitable in length and shape. Stabbing was definitely the fastest way to attack. Now that they were in Luke's hands, these fancy swords were truly lethal weapons. He had still been playing around a bit when he chopped up 10 criminals with his axes just now. With these swords, however, he was focused on killing. Luke glided over the floor, a sword in each hand. He wasn't worried about blood splattering on him. With a flick of his wrists, the originally long and slender blades curved slightly as they swung unhurriedly at the criminals around them. Cold light flashed in the night, and the criminals who saw Luke were killed before they could even cry out. They couldn't shout or move, and could only die stiffly. In the end, Luke threw out the swords and nailed one criminal to the wall and the other to the floor around him. The criminals were still frozen in position. A few seconds later, 7 or 8 bodies dropped to the floor. Luke casually grabbed a pair of scimitars that had caught his eye. They were made with similar antique workmanship, with an exaggerated design and gorgeous colors. The golden hilts and the long and thin blades that curved at the end were their most eye-catching characteristics. Grabbing the 2 scimitars, Luke drifted toward the stairs. The 20 people who had just entered were charging up to the second floor, when a black figure drifted over from the side. Before the 6 men who were already on the second floor could react, Luke kicked off of the wall and twisted his body, and the 2 scimitars slashed at the necks of 2 men close to the top of the stairs on the second floor. Landing in a crouch on the corner railing, he spun around, and the slender scimitars drew 2 arcs in the air. The scimitars slashed at the necks of 2 criminals who were at the top of the stairs, and then at 2 more at the turn in the stairs. Luke spun and flew to the bottom of the stairs. With 2 slashes to the head, the tactical goggles on the faces of 2 more criminals were broken. The 2 criminals froze, and blood suddenly flowed from their foreheads to their chins as they collapsed. Before they fell, Luke had already passed them to reach 2 of their teammates who had just been about to step onto the stairs behind him. He slashed at the back of their heads. At that moment, the remaining 4 criminals downstairs finally fired their guns. Luke jumped and somersaulted, pushing himself forward with his telekinesis. He was so fast that he looked like a blurry afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he flipped over their heads and slashed at their necks. The last 2 men subconsciously raised their guns. Luke, on the other hand, dropped down quickly and stabbed them through the chest. They were stunned for a moment, before they slowly collapsed. Luke let go of the scimitars and drew out the military knives strapped to the men's thighs. After standing still for a few seconds, he threw one knife at the stairs with his right hand. A criminal who had just stuck his head out from around the corner of the stairs collapsed with a knife in his forehead. At the same time, Luke turned and threw out the second military knife. But unlike the first straight shot, the knife spun a little in the air, and the hilt just happened to hit the railing with a clang. The blade was instantly deflected to fly toward the second floor. One of the criminals, who was standing on guard at the top of the stairs with his gun, sensed a shadow flash in the corner of his eye, and the deflected knife pierced his right eye. He rolled down the stairs. The 4 remaining criminals on the second floor were tense and bewildered. Not only did they not see how the first criminal was attacked, they didn't even know how the second criminal died. Even though they were ready to die in the line of duty, they weren't stupid. Dying without even knowing where the enemy wasn't in line with the commander's orders. Their mission wasn't to simply die, but to hold back this opponent and try to keep fighting. The longer, the better. Ignoring the 4 frightened chicks, Luke turned around and looked at a case. This case was similar to what could be found in a jewelry store. It was long and flat, with a wooden frame, and 5 glass surfaces. At a glance, one could see that the items inside were all military knives. Mad Dog, M9, Alaskan Harpoon, Falkneven, Rambo, Buck, they were all in the cabinet. Clearly, this cold weapons museum wasn't limited to antiques. Luke's hands itched. Many of the people he had killed were experts at using knives, and there were even more people who were knife enthusiasts. Looking at these knives was like choosing toys. Luke's hands moved before he could make a decision. Opening the lock, he took out all the knives. As display items, these knives weren't sheathed. With a thought, Luke took out a belt and quickly strapped the knives to it. At the same time, he flipped open a military blade with his left hand. There was the rustle of footsteps from several doorways as more teams entered. Without any hesitation, the cold-blooded commander shoved more than half of the men that were outside into the museum. Luke disappeared into the darkness. 16 criminals entered through the front and 14 through the back. Luke didn't stop them. Instead, he let them enter and meet up in the exhibition area on the first floor. There were counters of varying heights here as well as all kinds of cold weapons. The only thing that could be seen was the dim green light of the emergency exit sign. The light shone dimly on the glass cases, making it look like something supernatural was about to happen. Crouching on the floor, Luke pulled out 2 M9s with his right hand. He didn't get up, he simply leaned out from behind a counter and threw out the 2 knives. Pooh, pooh, pooh. With 2 dull thumps, 2 criminals collapsed. The M9 knives stabbed them in the chests. They couldn't breathe, let alone yell, and could only twitch on the ground. None of the criminals saw Luke, and he immediately retreated back behind the counter. Just as the criminals increased their vigilance and checked their surroundings, there was a clang of metal. Ah! One of the criminals screamed and fell. He clutched at his abdomen, but didn't dare touch the hilt of the knife. With a bit of telekinesis and deflection, the knife had bounced off the wall and stabbed the man in the stomach. While many people were distracted by the scream, Luke half knelt on the floor and flicked his right hand. A Swiss Army knife flew out unhurriedly. While it was still in the air, he took out another military knife with his left hand and threw it hard. Clang, clang. Thanks to the abnormal deflection and telekinesis, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Ah! One person clutched his chest and screamed, while another was stabbed in the face and dropped without a sound. At that moment, the commander outside the building suddenly received a video signal. He accessed the feed without hesitation. Luke was standing up slowly from behind a shelf and unhurriedly moving away from where he had launched a sneak attack. Then, there was the rhythmic sound of tapping on the communication channel. After listening to it, the commander gave the order without any hesitation. You now have the target's location. Attack at full force. Don't stop. At that order, the remaining 20 or so criminals on the first floor immediately charged at Luke. They had locked onto Luke's position, and were in strict formation as they covered each other on both sides. Luke's heart jumped. They were here. He suddenly stopped and didn't move. Instead, he stood in front of a counter and placed 8 military knives down before he undid the button on his suit jacket. He also straightened his clothes. Then, he adjusted the knives on the counter and picked up 2 knives in each hand. The remaining 4 knives were placed parallel to each other on the counter. He lowered his head and seemed to stare at the knives, deep in thought. In the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him in confusion. What was going on? After the other side gave the order to attack at full force, the criminals didn't hesitate and surrounded Luke in less than 10 seconds. They didn't pause for long. Before they even finished surrounding him, the commander's cold voice rang out in their earpieces. Fire! The soldiers split into 2. The 2 men at the very front of both teams bent down and charged out. Luke's hands moved at the same time. The 4 knives disappeared, and the 4 criminals collapsed as soon as they pulled the triggers. 2 of them had their heads pierced, and the other 2 had knives in their chests. However, this didn't affect the criminals' attack. Another 4 people rushed out. If it wasn't for the narrow aisles here, more people would have pushed in at the same time, but for now, only 2 could advance from each side at a time. This was also why Luke had chosen this position. There were cabinets of varying heights around it, which was most suitable for fighting a crowd at the beginning. Moreover, he was always faster than the criminals. After throwing out the 4 knives, he grabbed the 4 that were on the counter and threw them to the left and right again. At the same time, he jumped over the counter in front of him and sped up as he slammed into a tall cabinet 2 meters away. A few screams rang out at the same time. 2 of the 4 criminals who had been hit were dead and the other 2 were seriously injured, but nobody was paying attention to them anymore. Luke didn't stop after crashing into the tall cabinet. He continued charging forward, breaking through an opening in the criminals' formation. A passive position was different from an active attack. He had already drawn out 2 knives from his waist, and he threw them at the criminals on both sides. He was too fast, and they were too focused on the aisle up ahead to turn around. 2 knives suddenly appeared in the heads of 2 criminals, killing them instantly. Luke charged forward again. Boom, clang. A second cabinet was pushed down, and Luke successfully broke through the bottom of the surrounding formation. His hands brushed over his waist again and 2 knives flew out to hit 2 criminals at 2 and 10 o'clock in the head. There was an excited gleam in Luke's eyes as he reached under his jacket and crouched and spun around to avoid the bullets fired at him. His hands moved quickly again, and 2 criminals collapsed at 3 and 9 o'clock. Pushing off of his toes lightly, he turned around and fired back. His jacket flapped, but it didn't stop him from reaching for the last 2 knives at his waist. This time, he flicked his hands upward and sent the 2 knives into the chests of 2 more criminals who were turning around. In less than 10 seconds, 18 of the 30 newcomers had collapsed. The attackers were shocked, and the commander outside was dumbfounded. In just a few seconds, Luke fully demonstrated the 3 essential skills all hitmen needed to learn: speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. The knives were lethal, always hit their mark, and didn't stop. The 3 pairs of eyes in the dark also revealed surprise, but there was no fear. Until now, everything Luke did was still within the range of a normal person. What surprised them was that the previous information only mentioned Boogeyman John's marksmanship, and didn't specifically state that he was so skilled in cold weapons. But that was all there was to it. Any one of them could crush Boogeyman John in terms of speed. No matter how fast, accurate or ruthless you were, it was meaningless when you ran into a faster opponent. However, they didn't immediately take action. The timing wasn't right yet. At that moment, Luke had killed 18 people in a row, but was now truly surrounded. At the same time, he had no more knives on his belt. He rolled over a counter, and bullets shattered the glass. Without any hesitation, he punched the case next to him. He grabbed 2 gladdy and flung them at 2 shelves 7 to 8 meters behind him. While these gladdy were short swords, they were as heavy as machetes. 2 criminals had just pressed themselves against the shelves and were about to turn around and crane their necks, when they heard 2 thuds. They felt pain in their chests as they were each pinned to the shelf by a heavy gladius. Their teammates didn't care about them. They continued pressing forward as they fired wildly. After throwing out the gladdy, Luke jumped 4 to 5 meters away. Shards of glass flew past his head, and he reached into the broken glass case to pick up 2 crude grub axes, and threw them out. The axes lodged in the heads of 2 criminals who had just appeared, like unicorn horns, and they were sent flying. Luke stuck his hands inside the case again, and frowned when he grabbed 2 spearheads. These things didn't have a stable enough core for throwing, but he didn't put them back. As he turned around, he flicked his wrists, and the spearheads shot at 2 criminals who were charging at him from behind. In the end, these flying spearheads deviated slightly from the target. The tips of the spears, which had been aimed at their chests from below, veered off to hit the 2 men in a spot below their stomachs. The 2 of them fell without a sound, their hands covering the spearheads as they writhed on the ground like fish on the brink of death. Luke sweated, but anyone who came here had to be prepared for their balls to be popped. Luke decisively slid 2 meters across the smooth floor and approached another glass case that he was interested in, which was full of short daggers. Squatting next to the case, he grabbed 6 daggers. He pushed at the counter with both legs, and the counter slid dozens of centimeters back. With a kick, he passed under a counter and slid through a gap to the middle of a ring of several counters. He got up and threw out 2 daggers. 4 criminals were gathered on one side. 2 of them had just turned around and opened their mouths, but before they could even make a sound, they were hit. Luke didn't stop as he pressed forward. The other 2 criminals rushed out, only to see Luke raise his hands 2 meters away, and 2 curved blades flew out and pierced them in the eye. At that moment, there were only 6 criminals left in the second and third teams. At the commander's order, the 4 survivors on the second floor rushed down as well when they heard the gunshots downstairs. However, they were instantly sent flying when they ran into Luke. At that point, the remaining 6 people no longer dared to move. The battle had been too fast and fierce. Even though they had participated in hundreds of fights, these criminals had never seen such a fierce battle. In less than a minute, only 6 out of 34 people were still alive. The legendary boogeyman with superb marksmanship had actually killed so many on their side without firing a single shot. Was a legendary killer so terrifying? The confidence of the 6 experienced criminals completely collapsed. Even the commander's order to attack seemed to come from afar. Adrenaline could no longer pump them up. Instead, their hands and feet shook like crazy. Luke, however, had no plan of letting them go. Turning the daggers in his hands, he resumed his steady pace and walked in the direction where 3 criminals were gathered. Listening to the faint sound of footsteps, one of the criminals couldn't take the fear in his heart. He suddenly stood up and yelled as he pulled the trigger in the direction of the footsteps. After emptying the submachine gun, he realized that there was nobody around. In that one dazed second, Luke walked past him and slashed at his throat. The criminal was terrified. He dropped the submachine gun and covered his neck. But the blood instantly covered his hands and half his body. Another person who was crouched a meter away saw Luke and was about to pull the trigger. Luke suddenly stepped to the side and brushed past him, and another dagger slashed the man's neck. Following in his partner's footsteps, the man covered his neck helplessly, collapsed against the wall and watched the black figure leave. Another criminal who was hiding 3 meters away heard the noise and sucked in his breath. He looked around in horror behind the counter, and his gun shook. A dagger appeared gently in front of him from above. He felt a chill at his throat, and hot liquid gushed out. With a low yell, he struggled to his feet before collapsing on the counter. Under the dark green light, dark liquid quickly covered the counter's glass surface. The first floor gradually fell silent. The heavily wounded criminal was either dead or out of breath. His scream was almost inaudible. The thick scent of blood filled the dark air, and the eyes of the 3 people in the shadows were bloodshot as they stared at Luke's back. They watched as he snuck up and killed another criminal. Then, he threw out 2 daggers and killed the last 2 criminals. Luke raised his head and let out a long breath, as if to relax. Then, he walked toward the criminal who had been the last to die, reached out, and picked up the submachine gun that he was carrying. At that moment, there was a rumble, and a black figure crashed through the vent in one corner of the ceiling and dropped to the floor several meters away. In the eyes of a normal person, this shadow would only be a fleeting illusion in this dark environment. But to Luke, who had been waiting for a long time, this shadow wasn't fast enough. He raised his MP7 and fired. The shadow didn't dodge at all. The bullets hit him with muffled thuds, but his speed and movements weren't affected. Luke raised his head in surprise. He let go of the MP7 and stepped back hastily. The man missed. Pushing off of his toes, he flashed toward him again. The hands that the man had been hiding in front of his chest suddenly stretched out, and 2 hands with large claws slashed at Luke's head. Luke rolled to the side awkwardly and dodged the attack, but his movements were clearly a mess. The person in the shadows was as nimble as when Luke had been attacking the criminals earlier. The shadow stayed close to the ground. It was as if the 2 attacks earlier were just an illusion. Silently, another shadow fell from the ceiling vent behind Luke. Different from the first shadow, it quietly moved away while Luke was being chased by the first shadow. Its movements were very soft as it approached Luke from behind. Acting like he had been pushed into a corner, Luke suddenly stepped to the side and grabbed a shield that was more than 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide from an ancient suit of armor. There was a rifle in the suit's other hand, but Luke had no time to grab it. Picking up the shield, he turned around and covered himself as he quickly retreated. He picked up a weapon from a shattered glass case with his other hand and threw it at the first attacker who was pressing forward. Although the second attacker's ambush came to nothing, he was still behind Luke, who didn't seem to have noticed. The first attacker brandished his claws, and Luke struggled to block with his shield. The moment they clashed, there was an ear-piercing metallic screech, and sparks lit up the dark room. It turned out that these long claws were metallic weapons, not fingernails. The second attacker behind Luke moved quickly and stayed behind him the whole time. When he was close enough, he stabbed at Luke's back. As if he had sensed something, Luke swung the shield to the side. As he twisted, he exerted strength in his legs, and clashed with the claws of the second attacker. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, followed by a faint crack. The attacker screamed in pain as his forearm was suddenly bent backward. Luke had broken his arm. Even as the second attacker screamed, however, he stabbed at Luke's waist with his other hand without hesitation. Luke abruptly stopped moving, and the attacker was sent flying, the claws missing their mark. Turning around, Luke swung the shield at the head of the first attacker. Alarmed, the first attacker crossed his arms. Clang! With another loud bang, the attacker was sent flying as well. A thought flashed through both attackers' heads: how was that possible? How did his strength and speed suddenly increase so much? Given Luke's speed and strength, it was impossible for him to beat them back. They couldn't help but look above Luke's head. A black figure hung upside down like a snake, with claws aimed at the top of Luke's head. Luke had just sent the first attacker flying with the shield. He turned around, seemingly with his guard down. He reached out with his left hand to another suit of armor in front of him and took the chain mace it was holding. The claws of the third attacker were about to pierce Luke's head, when the attacker suddenly turned vigilant. It seemed like Luke had pulled the chain mace too hard. When he pulled it out, he didn't stop, and the chain mace swung upward. The mace, which was the size of a baby's head, flew straight at the third attacker's chest. The attacker was still hanging from the vent, and it was too late to pull back. He could only do the same thing as his two companions had previously blocked with both hands. Clang! The mace, which had hideous spikes on it, hit his crossed arms. The third attacker flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a counter 10 meters away. He knocked over 3 counters before he stopped. Luke smiled and slowly lowered his left hand. He also pulled the shield back in front of him and turned his head unhurriedly to observe the 3 attackers. The 3 people whom he had sent flying immediately stood up. However, attacker number 2's left hand was dangling by his side like a chicken claw. Attacker number 3 had 2 bloody holes on the back of his hands, which shook like he had Parkinson's. Only attacker number 1's hands were still intact as they shook a little. "You're not the boogeyman," number 1 suddenly said. "The boogeyman isn't that strong." Hearing that, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on Luke's poker face. "No, I'm the boogeyman. Because I paid for it," he added inwardly. He wasn't lying. "That's impossible. The boogeyman never learned how to use these antique weapons," said number 2 through gritted teeth. Luke said, "Yes, this is indeed my first time using them, but that won't stop me." Clang. Number 1's vision blurred for a moment, before a chain mace flew at him. He subconsciously rolled backward, only to feel a chill on his scalp, which turned into a burning pain. Number 2's sneak attack struck the shield again. At that moment, Luke finally finished his sentence, "From killing you." Luke swung his left arm in a half circle, and the handle of the chain mace hit the edge of the shield, but the mace itself swung out to hit number 2's right shoulder from the side. There was a crack as number 2's shoulder instantly caved in, and he screamed as blood splattered. Sensing a shadow out of the corner of his eye, Luke suddenly felt that this person was acting too cool. He couldn't help but raise his right leg and kick the man. His leg broke through the claws of number 3 and struck the man in the stomach. Luke couldn't restrain himself as he inwardly roared the classic line, "This is Sparta." Bang! Boom! This time, number 3 flew even faster and smashed into a wall 10 meters away, creating a huge pit. Phew! Number 3 couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were no longer cold and arrogant, but full of shock. How was that possible? How could this guy still have such extraordinary strength? If Luke had been one in terms of strength and dexterity when he fought the first group of criminals, the way he dealt with the first surprise attack by these 3 was a 3 at most. In this second exchange, Luke showed at least a 6 in strength and dexterity. There were no monsters in this world who could double their strength that easily. Number 3 finally realized that the other party hadn't been using his real strength at all this entire time. How could someone who could kill Sloane, that legendary killer and old monster from the fraternity, be ordinary? Without a crushing advantage, how could he kill Sloane and the 20 elite assassins? Before Luke could drop his leg after kicking out, he suddenly felt cold. He subconsciously curled into a ball and raised the shield to protect his side. Apart from his legs, he was completely covered by the shield. Bang! 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 There were 3 gunshots. Pain blossomed in his right calf, while there were 2 clangs on the shield. The shield vibrated, and Luke's eyes lit up. "You finally made a move." In fact, the 3 bullets had been fired at his head, chest, and thigh. 2 bullets were blocked by the shield, but the shot aimed at his thigh hit his exposed calf. That was pure bad luck. But this didn't affect his evaluation of the shooter's marksmanship. A top shooter. Only a top shooter like this would be able to find the perfect opportunity to prevent Luke from completely avoiding his attack. If it wasn't for the shield, he might have even been hit in the torso. It wasn't a sniper rifle bullet, but a small caliber rifle bullet, which was a very deliberate choice. A single bullet wouldn't pose much of a threat to him unless it was an anti-materiel weapon like a Barrett. Rather, it would be better to use assault rifles with higher firing rates and capacities. Naturally, hitting the head would be an instant kill, though hitting the chest and the leg would slow Luke down at the very least. The shooter had such clear reasoning and precise marksmanship, and just happened to show up here. It was most likely the top sniper who had tried to assassinate Gianna. What a pleasant surprise that walking into this trap had lured out 2 groups of people. Luke rolled over the floor and limped a little as he ducked behind a counter. Bang! 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 3 bullets whistled through the air and broke the glass case to hit the spot he had just run past. Luke secretly praised the guy, who had actually predicted his movements and adjusted his position accordingly. This building didn't have many windows to attack through from the outside, which was why Luke had chosen this place as the battlefield. Yet this person could overcome this drawback and chase him around the building. He was definitely a top expert. As Luke was thinking that, he heard unusual activity. He turned his head, only to see that the 3 attackers were hiding. However, there was a strange sucking sound coming from their hiding place. Luke raised an eyebrow and figured out what was going on. Lying the shield flat on the floor, he pushed hard with his feet, and used it like a skateboard to approach number 2, who was the closest. Of the 3, this guy's strength was in the middle and he was also not as heavily injured. Coincidentally, he was injured in both arms, and currently was the most defenseless. Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken was excessive, but using it to kill a monkey of average strength was very worth it. The sound of the shield scraping over the floor rang out 7 to 8 meters away, and Luke slid out close to know. 2. Number 2 was holding a criminal who was on his last breath, his head buried in the man's neck. At first glance, it looked like these two were canoodling. Hooking his leg around a counter on the side, Luke immediately swung around to charge at number 2 at an angle, and he swung the chain mace. Although number 2 was currently drunk on pleasure, he was more terrified of the chain mace that had already injured him. He raised his hands and threw the criminal he was holding in front of him. Unexpectedly, Luke exerted more strength, and the shield suddenly sped up. He swept past the criminal, and the big, spiked mace smashed into number 2's ankle. There was a crack, and number 2 was sent flying. With pain and bloodlust in his eyes, his claws lashed out at Luke. It was as if he wanted to pin Luke to the ground. Luke, on the other hand, spun, and the shield that he had been using as a skateboard flipped over to hit number 2's claws. Number 2 spun away. Luke's expression turned serious. He didn't chase after the injured number 2, but raised the shield to his head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. Clang, clang, clang. 3 bullets hit the shield again. The first-rate shooter outside adjusted his shooting angle and provided number 2 with firepower support. The commander, who was burning with impatience, was pleasantly surprised. He quickly said, "Good job, Richard and Jeff. Provide additional backup and try to control his movements." On the other end of the earpiece, a man in the same black combat uniform as the criminals was moving. He gave a low laugh, which was full of ridicule. "Richard, Jeff, those 2 guys already had their heads blown up. Did this idiot really think that his sniper team was that strong?" Thinking that, the black figure sped up and charged through the window he had just broken. These guys were all trash. With so many of them, they still couldn't even take down one man. However, he could still make use of these 3. At the very least, they were strong enough to hold back the boogeyman, which made it easier to kill him. So, he couldn't let these 3 experts die right away. Just as the shooter broke into the building, another fierce battle broke out. The mysterious shooter had disrupted Luke's rhythm, and the attackers had already reacted. 2 shadows dashed out with 20% more speed. Luke slowly spun the chain mace in one hand, while he blocked the attack with the shield in the other. Number 3 jumped left and right as he approached, but the spinning mace brushed past his head. If he hadn't withdrawn swiftly, his head would have already been smashed. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had never expected these ancient Middle-Age weapons to be so effective against them in the hands of the boogeyman. What was even more astonishing was his strength and skill with the weapons. If Luke had been using a gun or a sword, they were confident that they could fight him head-on with their special physiques and tight defenses. In the end, Luke used a chain mace and a shield, which were far heavier than regular weapons. He could easily break their bones and slow them down. Until now, the only advantage they had over the other party was their speed. They were used to relying on speed in a fight. They had never fought a head-on battle without speed, and couldn't break out of this habit for the time being. They could only rely on this advantage to find a chance to deal a fatal blow. At that moment, both sides heard the shooter break through the window. The 3 of them weren't worried. The commander had already let them know that the person was on their side. Luke also knew that the mysterious shooter was an enemy. His drone had detected this person. When he ran into the building, Luke matched the man's scent to someone in his memory, Bullseye. He was surprised and delighted. Bullseye, this old acquaintance, barged in, and Luke was now very familiar with the 3 bullets which was fired at both his upper and lower torso, making it impossible for him to completely cover his body with the shield. This time, the 3 bullets, combined with number 1 and number 3's attack, blocked Luke's escape route. Luke suddenly chuckled, and the other 4 could hear the excitement in his laugh. Physical outburst, muscle control, and physical enhancement. It was a 3-in-1, unfinished 0.5 version of his explosive type abilities. The chain mace in his hand hummed and turned into a blur in the eyes of number 1 and no. 3. The next moment, the mace hit number 1 in the abdomen, which was his biggest opening. Bang! There seemed to be a ripple in the air. Number 1 couldn't even scream as he turned into a shadow and flew out like a cannonball. As number 3 dodged, it turned dark in front of him. The shield swung at him from the side at a speed slightly faster than his own. His heart trembled, and he held his hands up in front of his chest without hesitation. He didn't dare lash out with his claws at all. As number 1 had proven, he would only break bones that way. Clang! The claws he was using to block his chest acted as the first layer of defense, followed by the protective armor he was wearing, and finally, his body. Pooh! Number 3 spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. But this time, he could still control his body. His injury wasn't severe, it was just that his hands were shaking again. Luke's sudden outburst sent the 2 enemies in his path flying, and the bullets which flew at him from behind didn't hit their target. At that moment, he made an unexpected choice. Spinning the chain mace in his left hand, he sent it flying toward Bullseye, who was still firing. He then drew out the Glock that he had yet to use from his waist. Pa, pa, pa. He also used a triple combo on the other party. Bullseye dodged the 3 bullets and chuckled. "You're using a gun against me? How interesting." As he spoke, he fired 2 more bullets with his HK-416 to block Luke's approach. Luke, however, smiled and said indifferently, "I've seen bullets that can turn corners. You're mediocre." Bullseye narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" Luke easily dodged the 2 shots, then suddenly raised his shield to the side. Clang! One of the enemy's bullets flew past, and the other bounced off a suit of armor and flew toward Luke's temple. Luke said indifferently, "What an old-fashioned method. You're outdated, old man." Pa, pa, pa. Bullseye's bullets missed their target. The man rolled over the floor and fired 3 more shots. "Really, young man?" A dark shadow suddenly lunged at Luke from the left. It was number 2, who had been sent flying earlier. The guy's eyes were red, and there was blood on his face and body. It wasn't his blood, but the blood of a certain criminal. Number 2's hands, which had been crippled by Luke earlier, were back to normal, as if he wasn't injured at all. Luke snorted. What a nuisance. He raised the shield in his right hand to block Bullseye's attack, but didn't immediately open fire at the incoming No. 2. With a fierce look on his face, number 2 didn't care about the gun in Luke's hand at all. He lunged forward, as if to take Luke down with him. Luke swung the Glock out nimbly to collide with the claws first. Then, the gun paused to rest against the claws. With a gentle twist of Luke's wrist, the gun slid down the back of the claws, and Luke suddenly pressed down. Number 2's hand dropped. Suddenly sensing something, number 2 subconsciously pulled back. But it was too late. The 2 of them were only 1 step away from each other at that moment. Luke pushed the claws aside with the Glock and raised the muzzle slightly, as if the gun was meeting number 2's gaze. Bang, bang. Number 2's eyes turned into holes. Plop. Number 2 instantly collapsed. His race had a special constitution. He wouldn't die immediately when the bullet entered his brain, but he couldn't control his body or continue fighting. Luke brandished the shield in his right hand, and Bullseye's bullets were blocked and ricocheted. At the same time, Luke stuck out the Glock in his left hand and fired 3 shots at the other party. He lifted number 2's hand with the tip of his right foot, then pushed on the claws. Just like that, the 3 longest steel claws were pressed into number 2's neck. The steel claws, which were more than 10 centimeters long, easily cut through the muscles and bones in number 2's neck like butter. Number 2, whose eyes had exploded, screamed in fear, disbelief and despair. "Despicable human, how dare you kill our kind?" Number 1 suddenly roared and charged at Luke. His mouth was also covered in blood. Bloody foam splattered as he roared, his injuries already healed. Number 2's scream was cut off as he was decapitated, and sparks burst from his body and head at the same time, like the last embers of a fire. Then, he swiftly turned into black ash which scattered over the floor. The thin layer of gray ash quickly turned white and transparent before it disappeared without a trace. Is it hard to kill vampires? Luke asked lightly. He fired 2 bullets from his Glock at Bullseye, and the shield in his right hand slashed at number 1's neck. The shield and claws clashed, and number 1 was sent flying. Luke didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around and fired 2 shots at the incoming third person. The third vampire, who was the strongest, also had a bloody mouth and had recovered from his injuries. Although his eyes were red and filled with bloodlust and killing intent, he wasn't as hot-tempered and brainless as the first vampire. He simply snuck over soundlessly and attacked directly. Also, this guy was very vigilant, and his head was constantly moving. Ordinary bullets hitting his torso were meaningless, so Luke decisively chose to hit his legs. Slowing the enemy down would make killing him easier. Actually, Luke didn't want to simply kill the enemy. For someone like him who knew all there was to know about vampires, they were nothing. If he really wanted to kill them, he would take out a Colt Python from his inventory and load it with silver bullets. He would be able to kill number 1 and number 3 with 2 shots. It was just that he was enjoying a double blessing tonight. Plus, he didn't want to expose his inventory space to the other party while he was under surveillance. The smallest accident could lead to trouble. Unless necessary, he wouldn't reveal his trump card in front of any enemy. Also, if he insta-killed the 3 vampires with silver bullets this time, would they send more vampires to deal with him next time? Vampires like these 3 might still be able to avoid a few shots from him. Using silver bullets on ordinary vampires would kill them quicker than if they were ordinary humans. At the very least, ordinary humans could still be saved if they were hit in the torso. A vampire hit in the chest or abdomen by a silver bullet, however, would turn to ash in a few seconds. Number 2, who had just died, was worth a total of 10,000 experience and credit points. If Luke scared off such plump elite minor bosses, where would he find another one in the future? While Luke was calculating, Bullseye suddenly opened fire with his rifle. Bullets fired at Luke from all directions. He wanted to keep the third vampire alive. As long as this strongest helper was alive, he could cause Luke some trouble. In a battle between experts, sometimes, victory was decided by a small opportunity. Suddenly, there was the rumble of an engine approaching the building. Then, a dark shadow crashed through the door. Boom! With a loud bang, a preset bomb at the door exploded. The black rider who had just rushed in on a black motorcycle was sent flying with his bike. The black rider, however, didn't panic. Instead, he stood up on the motorcycle and jumped. At the same time, he protected his body with his big black coat. Luke and Bullseye were also interrupted by the sudden explosion. Because of the explosion, countless junk fragments flew toward the 2 people. Not far away from the door. If it was anywhere else, the 2 of them might not care. But this was a cold weapons museum. Various cold weapons, along with broken glass, were sent flying by the blast from the explosion. Smaller daggers and the like flew haphazardly through the air. One wrong move and you could be stabbed in the face. After a burst of clanging, the first floor of the museum was filled with smoke and dust. The display cabinets, which had only been in a mess before, were now completely ruined. This isn't my fault, Luke mumbled inwardly as he looked at the guy who had charged in. There was rustling, and a gray figure stood up behind a counter. This was the rider in the black coat. Of course, he was now gray. He raised his hand and patted his chest, raising a cloud of dust. Luke was unperturbed. He had noticed the rider not long after the latter entered the drone's patrol range. At that time, the man had been 100 meters away and moving in another direction. 10 seconds later, he suddenly turned around and charged over here. Luke hadn't expected the guy to be so reckless as to charge in on his motorcycle. As the rider patted the dust off his head, he took a deep breath and scanned the room. Knowing what the man was looking for, Luke immediately warned him, 9 o'clock, vampire accomplice. The man looked over and saw someone dressed in a combat uniform who was also covered in gray. He then looked at Luke and frowned. Who are you? Luke said, someone the vampires want to kill. Staring at him, the rider suddenly drew out the silver dart that was stuck in his chest and threw it. Seeing that, Luke raised his hand and fired. Pa, clang. The bullet hit the spinning dart accurately. It looked slightly different from Batman's dart, but Luke was very familiar with how it moved. Sensing its target, he stopped it without hesitation. The rider's eyes widened. He reached for his holster and growled, "You're their servant. Luke didn't answer at all. He quickly jumped into a corner and fired the Glock in his left hand. The rider raised his gun and was about to counterattack, when he realized that Luke wasn't aiming at him at all, but at the guy who had suddenly appeared on his left. The man in the combat uniform ignored the rider on the side and simply fired at Luke. The rider frowned and raised his gun, but didn't point it at anyone. The situation was unexpectedly chaotic. Holding the gun in one hand, the rider couldn't help but wipe the dust from his face with the other, revealing his African-American features. Daywalker! There was an exclamation. The rider narrowed his eyes and looked at someone behind the two men. It was Vampire Number 1 who had shouted. He looked at the latest intruder in horror and used a title that could make vampires piss their pants. Wiping away the dust on his face, Daywalker, who had been recognized by his archenemy, grinned and said darkly, "You look like an old ghost." At that moment, Daywalker and Vampire Number 1 faced off, while Luke and Bullseye did the same. The four of them were in a cross-shaped formation. As soon as Daywalker said that, he threw out another dart. He had never been talkative when it came to vampires. Luke's expression flickered. He casually tossed away the empty Glock and drew out a second gun from his waist. After shooting back twice, Bullseye crouched down behind a counter and quickly moved forward. He released the empty clip and reloaded. Ever since that one time he had been forced to flee because of the sheer number of bullets his opponent had, he had become much more sensitive to the amount of bullets he himself had. After encountering another super strong opponent, the sense of danger from running out of ammo had lingered and turned into a psychological shadow in his heart. Hence, he no longer dared to throw away guns like before, since the other party might seize the opportunity when he was picking up another gun to shoot him to kingdom come. But he had seen the guy throw away a gun just now. This sort of opportunity to take down the enemy could appear on his end. Calculating the remaining bullets in Luke's Glock, Bullseye curled his lip and fired twice. Luke raised his shield and blocked the two bullets again. Bullseye cursed inwardly. He hated people who used shields the most. This guy, in particular, had great foresight. Luke had no time to bother with him. He simply raised the fourth finger and pinky on his left hand. He plucked the silver dart nimbly out of the air. Daywalker's face darkened when he saw this. He was completely confused by Luke's action. But Luke just turned around and exerted more strength as he threw the dart out, still aiming at the first vampire. At the same time, the Glock that was pointing at Number 1 fired again. Number 1 only had time to cover his face with his hands, and felt 2 hits on the armor which covered the back of his hands. The broken bullet fragments left 2 small holes in his forehead. He crouched down without hesitation and jumped to the other side. As soon as he put his hands down, he sensed a silver light spinning toward him. Poochie! The silver dart pierced his neck and got stuck there. Number 1 choked, desperation in his eyes. There was a bright spark in his neck, and he exploded. In the system, Luke instantly obtained 12,000 experience and credit points. Satisfied, Luke turned the gun. Bang, bang, bang. Bullseye had barely stuck his head out before he retreated at bullets flying in from the side. Cursing Number 1 inwardly as garbage, he aimed his gun at Daywalker, who had suddenly interfered. At the same time, Daywalker immediately hid behind a counter. He had clearly seen Luke's fight with Bullseye earlier, and knew that both of them were unbelievably strong. If he wasn't careful, he might die. Since Daywalker was keeping Bullseye occupied, Luke immediately turned his gun and fired at Number 3. He quickly turned around and headed for the stairs. On the other side, Number 3's eyes were still filled with bloodlust, but his body was very honest, and he started to run. He couldn't beat Luke, who had killed 2 of his compatriots, or Daywalker, who had just appeared out of nowhere. He didn't have much confidence in Bullseye, whom he had been counting on just now. The vampires were a selfish race that didn't have any sense of shame. He didn't consider Bullseye a teammate, even if the commander had told him that they were on the same side. After being turned over 100 years ago, humans were nothing more than food and toys in his eyes. Thus, Number 3 decisively ran away. In any case, he was valuable enough and would only be punished at most when he returned. His plan was to go up to the second floor and escape through a window so that he wouldn't be blown back by the bomb set up at the door on the first floor. It was one thing to walk through the front door, but he would have to go through Luke and Daywalker. It would be a miracle if he could survive. But as an expert at slipping away himself, how could Luke let him go? Based on the results with Number 1 and No. 2, Number 3 was worth at least 10,000 experience and credit points. It would be a waste to let him run. So, the two of them ran for the stairs almost at the same time. Having tasted the power of a cold weapon, number 3 finally got a taste of the strongest marksmanship that was in the boogeyman's file. Switching directions constantly, he dodged the first 3 bullets in a row. The 4th bullet hit him in the waist, the 5th bullet hit his thigh, and the 6th bullet hit his calf. When he dodged the first 3 bullets, the last 3 bullets hit him as if they had been waiting for him. The bullets didn't affect him much. Ordinary people would fall to their knees from pain after being shot, but he only jolted slightly, which wasn't even a 0.1 second delay. In front of Luke, however, who was faster and more quick-witted, this delay was fatal. When his calf was hit, he inevitably slowed down. At that time, Luke blocked the stairs and threw out his shield. Number 3 could only switch directions to avoid the shield. Luke quickly closed the distance between them, from 8 to 7, then 5 to 3 meters. Pa, 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 pa. The Glock fired in the dark. Number 3 only had time to cover his face with his claws before he felt pain in his hands and legs. All the bullets were emptied into his limbs, slowing him down further. Then, Luke grabbed number 3's right claws with his free right hand and pressed himself to the man's back. He then stuck his left hand under the man's armpit, and they switched positions. Bang, bang, bang. Bullseye's 3 unexpected bullets hit number 3 in the face and chest. Number 3 paused, and suddenly lost the strength to resist. Pressing down on the man's right claws, Luke made a slashing motion. Poochie. Number 3's head flew up. As it spun in the air, his body and head both exploded with sparks. After collecting 15,000 experience and credit points, Luke looked at Bullseye, who was fighting Daywalker. Bullseye seemed to sense the unfriendly gaze. He turned around and looked at Luke, but didn't panic. Instead, he bent down and charged at Daywalker. Daywalker's last 2 bullets brushed past Bullseye, and the man lunged at him. Instead of being surprised, he grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. He drew his katana from his back and slashed at Bullseye. To his surprise, however, Bullseye opened fire at Luke with one hand and threw out 2 black knives with the other. Protect your vitals. His throwing knives can curve, Luke said coldly as he pressed forward. Since he could use his gun to limit Bullseye's efforts to protect No. 3, Bullseye could naturally use his gun to limit Luke's efforts to protect Daywalker. Luke could only give him a warning. However, Bullseye might not necessarily know how special Daywalker was. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Daywalker reacted quickly. Actually, all 3 of them had extraordinary reflexes. The extremely sharp katana in Daywalker's hand suddenly turned light and nimble. There were 2 flashes as the blade slashed at the 2 black throwing knives. The enormous force disrupted the knives and sent them flying, and Daywalker slashed at Bullseye's neck. These 3 slashes flowed smoothly. Daywalker was definitely an expert blade user. However, he wasn't facing an ordinary person, but a crafty, super assassin called Bullseye. Bullseye turned around and darted past Daywalker. Suppressing Luke with the gun in his left hand, he threw out more knives. This time, it seemed Bullseye had miscalculated. He released the knives before he raised his right hand, and they hit a suit of armor that was lying on the floor. The katana in Daywalker's hand followed closely behind him, the unbroken light of the silver blade light combining both strength and beauty. Bullseye hurriedly threw out the HK-416, which was cut in half by the silver blade. He could only dodge left and right, and it seemed that the light of the blade would catch up to him. Luke, however, cursed inwardly. What a damn actor. He could only put the empty Glock back at his waist and continue pressing forward. At that moment, Daywalker and Bullseye were moving faster than normal people could see. If an ordinary person was watching, they would see the 2 people flicker every now and then as they fought, like a scene out of a movie. Suddenly, Daywalker grunted and paused. The guy had a knife in each calf. These were from Bullseye's error earlier. After hitting the suit of armor, the knives pierced the floor behind Daywalker. Bullseye had lured Daywalker closer to the knives. Daywalker didn't know what kind of opponent he was facing, and didn't pay enough attention to how lethal a flying knife could be, and had thus been tricked. With a fierce smile on his face, Bullseye slashed at Daywalker with 2 throwing knives in his left hand. This time, one blade was aimed at the back of Daywalker's head, while the other curved upward and was aimed at his left armpit. Turning around, he threw out 2 knives with his right hand to attack Luke from both sides. He didn't have a gun, but Luke didn't have a shield either. Bullseye felt that this world was too beautiful. Luke bent down and suddenly sped up, breaking past the two knives and charging at Daywalker. Daywalker, who had sensed danger, had retracted his arm to protect himself. One knife sliced a line over his scalp and the other stabbed into his arm. The moment he felt the pain, he heard someone say calmly, "It's me." He was then sent flying by a huge force. Stunned, he looked at the man in the suit who was still speeding up and who had one hand pressed to Daywalker's chest. There was only one question in Daywalker's eyes: what's going on? Then, Luke's palm jolted, and Kai burst out to give Daywalker one more push so that he flew faster and was directly thrown out of the front door. Luke simply said, "Protect yourself." They parted ways at the entrance of the museum. It was just that Daywalker was sent flying, while Luke charged at the enemy commander 100 meters away. His lenses were showing him the situation on the commander's side. Polaris had successfully hacked into the enemy's command system and was able to obtain data from the enemy's battle cams. This video feed was from a recording device next to the commander. Just now, Luke had seen the commander open a small silver box with a red and green button inside. Sensing danger, Luke pushed Daywalker out without hesitation. When they were outside the building, his sense for danger suddenly dropped. The commander pressed the red button hard. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out on the first floor of the museum, and fire quickly filled the first floor before the shock wave took out the windows. Looking at the explosion on the screen, the commander's expression was extremely ugly as he ordered, "Everyone, move out. We must find the boogeyman. If he's alive, shoot him down. I want his body." He fell silent again. Dead. The 3 judges sent by the Elder were dead. The 100 soldiers on this mission, including the commander, were all cannon fodder. Their only goal was to create an opportunity for the 3 judges to capture the boogeyman alive or kill him. However, whether the boogeyman was captured alive or killed wasn't for the commander to decide. In fact, not only was he unable to command the 3 judges, he was even obliged to fully cooperate with them. From the moment these combat soldiers were dispatched, the Elder was tacitly saying that the commander and his men were cannon fodder. It didn't matter how many of them survived. As far as the commander knew, there were at least 10 combat squads like the one today. The deaths of these people were just a matter of money to the Elder. Before carrying out this operation, the commander had thought that as long as Boogeyman John was a little careless, he might fall into one of the 2 trap locations they had arranged beforehand. That way, he could catch or kill the boogeyman without shedding too much blood. Actually, there were as many as 20 locations in total, which had been set up in the last 3 days. The first type were locations most suitable for killing the boogeyman, and which had been prepared beforehand. The second type was suitable for ambushes, but didn't have any additional arrangements to prevent the boogeyman from detecting anything unusual. In the end, facts proved that one should never expect a legendary hitman to be any less vigilant. He never entered the first or second type of ambush sites. The commander had studied the boogeyman and knew that he wouldn't be able to complete the mission in a short period of time unless the boogeyman's movements were restricted. If the boogeyman was determined to fight a war of attrition, he could drag things out until daylight. No matter how useless the police were, they wouldn't let the 2 parties fight in the city for so long. There had been no traces of Boogeyman John at all in the last few months. Gianna, who was said to have a thing with him, had long been under surveillance by the commander. In the end, it took over a month before the boogeyman appeared. Even with the power and connections that the Elder had, they didn't know how the boogeyman had appeared in Rome 3 days ago. Thus, the Elder dispatched the 3 judges, and also gave the commander complete autonomy on the condition that he completed this mission. The commander knew very well what that meant. He only had this one chance. If he didn't seize this opportunity to catch or kill the boogeyman, their team wouldn't be able to escape death when they returned. The Elder couldn't give them several months to wait for the boogeyman to appear again. When Luke had been fighting the criminals, it felt like things were going to plan, but the commander had been uneasy. As long as Luke withdrew or delayed until the police took action, the commander could just go back and wait for death. When Luke finally stepped into the museum, the commander had been relieved. Although this wasn't a suitable site for an ambush, much less to ambush the boogeyman, the commander had no choice. Most of the time, people made seemingly stupid decisions not necessarily because they themselves were stupid, but because they weren't the ones to make the decisions. The commander was just trying to find a way to survive the Elder's erroneous decision. So, Even though he knew that the mysterious shooter wasn't one of his men, he still told the judges that they were teammates, just for the chance to kill the boogeyman. Now, the 3 judges who were 100 times more important than he was were dead, and the commander was still alive. If he didn't want his family to die with him, he had to at least bring back the boogeyman's body. As for the foolish idea of capturing the boogeyman, it was better to leave it to the elder. After giving the order, he scanned the surveillance feed in the vehicle and suddenly saw a familiar figure rapidly approaching him. With a bitter smile, the commander opened the box and pressed the green button that was inside. At the same time, he bit down on a fake tooth in his mouth. What the commander didn't know was that Luke saw everything. He couldn't see the commander biting down on his tooth, but it was too obvious when he pressed the green button. Luke jumped. Pulling up his right pant leg, he drew out an antique Browning 1906 from his right calf. He raised his hand and fired 4 consecutive shots. The commander sitting in the command van watched him shoot, and didn't think much of it. He was surrounded by a dozen men, in 6 teams of 2, who were on the roofs. The boogeyman was probably shooting at the sniper teams. But the next moment, a bullet hole appeared in the back window of the car. The 4 bullets which Luke fired from dozens of meters away hit the same spot on the bulletproof glass. After elementary penetration was added to the second bullet, the third and fourth bullets hit the commander in the side of the head. This commander, who had been racking his brain and thinking hard for days, finally blew up without any warning. All his worries were gone with the wind, and would no longer linger in his heart. When the commander collapsed, Luke was still in the air. The 2 astonished criminals in the car turned around and nervously checked the commander. Luke opened fire again with his Browning 1906. Pa! One of the criminals was shot in the back of the head, and the other in the eye. They fell back. Luke casually put the small Browning 1906 back into the holster on his calf and got up unhurriedly. In the meantime, he activated Sharp Nose. The commander's mouth reeked of bitter almonds, his face was blue, and he was drooling a little. He had clearly taken some cyanide. What a pity. Luke sighed. This commander would have been a good source of information. Luke had wanted to catch this leader and interrogate him about the origins of the 3 vampires and the mastermind behind the attack. Although he had a rough idea, more detailed information would save him time and he could quickly lock onto his target. Thinking quickly, Luke drew out his Glock and reloaded. At the same time, he turned and took a running leap onto the railing. Using the momentum, he turned and fired twice. 2 bullets pierced the broken glass of the command van and hit the green button. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out. Looking at the command van that exploded on the spot, and the notifications for the deaths of 10 or so criminals in the system, Luke knew that he hadn't been wrong. When the commander activated the red button, a small LCD screen above the red button read 89, and the LCD screen above the green button read 17. After the commander died, the number on the green button turned to 16. These 2 numbers matched the number of criminals who had died and survived this operation respectively. The red button was a detonator to trigger the explosives on the dead criminals. These explosives looked like small black circles worn by the criminals. Luke wasn't familiar with them, and they had been concealed very well, so he hadn't noticed them earlier. Now that they had exploded, the power was truly astonishing. The function of the green button was even simpler: to detonate every bomb the criminals were carrying, including the largest one in the command van. Clearly, this was a way to cover and wrap things up. Luke had triggered the green button with 2 shots and killed more than 10 criminals, so all the experience and credit points were now his. Thankfully, there weren't many people around that night. The remaining criminals were mostly the snipers on the roof, and the explosions didn't cause much damage to the environment. Luke didn't waste any time. He landed and ran to the museum. Going around to the back of the museum, he saw 2 figures, one chasing the other. The person holding the katana and slashing wildly was naturally Daywalker. Bullseye ran even faster as he retreated. Daywalker had already been stabbed with 4 or 5 knives, but his eyes were bloodshot and he ignored them. The light of the blade in his hand flowed like silver. Bullseye, on the other hand, had torn off his mask, and he coughed from time to time. Clearly, he hadn't slipped away as fast as Luke and Daywalker from the explosion in the museum. He had been slow, and had been blown out the moment he approached the window. He felt like vomiting blood. The commander and Bullseye had been using each other tonight. However, the commander pretended not to know that Bullseye was a fake subordinate, and even screwed Bullseye over before he died. Most of Bullseye's slightly deranged mood had disappeared. After the explosion, only then did he realize that he wouldn't be able to escape if he didn't run, since the big black man had already rushed over with his blade, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Running in a line, the three of them headed west. Suddenly, Luke frowned. 4 helicopters were flying over from the southeast. They had clear targets, and seemed to know where the 3 of them were as they swiftly covered hundreds of meters. The Vulcan cannons on the front of the helicopters opened fire. Gunfire rang out as 2 pairs of intersecting lines of fire hit the ground accurately in front of Daywalker and Luke. Both Luke and Daywalker reacted quickly and ducked into a nearby building to avoid the attack. Chapter 13:22. Easing off and gathering intelligence, Luke and Daywalker went around the building and continued the chase, but the Vulcan cannons on the 4 helicopters locked onto them again and fired. The 2 men cursed the insane helicopters. Luke, however, had already sensed that none of the side doors on the 4 helicopters were open. The cannons on the front of the helicopters were very flexible as they followed the 2 men closely. Recalling how they had been intercepted by the firepower earlier, Luke felt that this automatic control system reduced the inefficiency that came with manually aiming and turning the guns. The mid-sized drones had sent back some surveillance data, and the conjecture was that these 4 helicopters were highly bulletproof. Unless Luke used elementary annihilation, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the helicopter shell. The other party had come prepared. The thought flashed through his mind, but he frowned. None of the opponents who had come tonight had a bottom line. Bullseye had also caused a series of explosions in Los Angeles. If Luke brought the helicopters down, who knew if they had the same self-destruct mechanism as the command van? While there weren't many people in the business district at night, the helicopter wouldn't fall straight down. If Luke shot the helicopter down, it might crash hundreds of meters away, and it would be bad if that happened in a crowded place like a hotel or a nightclub. After thinking about it, Luke slowed down. Letting Bullseye run for a while before he let down his guard wasn't a bad idea. By then, he would be able to deal with the other party with a thought. Thus, Luke started to ease off. Nothing needed to be said about Daywalker. The vampires would usually use rifles and the like to deal with him, they wouldn't chase him from the sky with Vulcan cannons. Since his motorcycle had gone up in flames, he was on foot, and really didn't have a way to deal with the armed helicopters. Unfortunately, it was too easy for military helicopters to take out foot soldiers and light armor units. Coupled with the fact that Luke had eased off, Daywalker was prevented from moving forward, and he could only watch Bullseye get into a car and escape. The 4 helicopters hovered for a few minutes before they finally packed up and ran. Luke craned his head and looked at the helicopters, deep in thought. These helicopters were clearly of the same caliber and weren't bad. So, was Kingpin now dealing in firearms? Or had he bought them from someone else? This was something worth thinking about. As Luke pondered, he found Daywalker hiding in a corner. Daywalker had already pulled out the knives which Bullseye had stabbed him with and put them away, probably to keep as mementos. Looking at the black man whose wounds were dripping with blood, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. "I'll bandage you up and get you out of here." Daywalker wasn't as wary of him now. After all, Luke had just killed 3 top-level bloodsuckers in front of him. The 2 of them could now be considered to have mutual interests, so he just nodded. Using the cover of his suit, Luke took out 2 rolls of bandages and some gauze. He simply pressed down on the bleeding guy's wounds and was done. During this process, he collected a lot of blood from Daywalker and stored it in his inventory. This guy had a special physique, and his blood could be used as research material. Less than 2 minutes later, Luke and Daywalker slipped out of the area. Then, Daywalker smashed the window of an old car, found the hidden spare key, and started it up. Luke just watched as a silent bystander. He wasn't the one doing the stealing, it was Daywalker. After driving through half a district, they abandoned the car, and 10 minutes later, Daywalker led him to an old warehouse on the outskirts. After Daywalker sat down, Luke asked, "Aren't you going to treat your wounds?" Daywalker shook his head. No need. His wounds had already healed on the way back, and there was no need to treat them. Actually, Luke knew that too, and was only pretending. Both of them fell silent. Luke didn't find it awkward. Based on the information he had gathered on Daywalker, a silent atmosphere in front of this person was already pretty good. Most of the time, Daywalker would kill the other party with a gun and his katana before leaving. "Is there anything to eat?" asked Luke casually. Daywalker looked in one direction, and Luke saw an old fridge. He very consciously walked over. A moment later, he returned with his hands full. Leaning against the table not far away from Daywalker, he put down the food he was holding, picked up a bottle of beer, opened the cap, and took a big gulp. Daywalker looked at him in surprise, but didn't say anything. Luke picked up another bottle of beer. Do you want one too? Daywalker still didn't say anything, but the bottle of beer was thrown at him. He subconsciously caught it and watched Luke take a second sip of beer. He silently opened the bottle and took a sip. Luke said, I'm John Wick. Some call me the Boogeyman. What should I call you? Daywalker, or Eric? Luke nodded and opened a bag of sandwiches. After taking a bite, he mumbled, all right, Eric. Did you go to that museum tonight because you knew the 3 vampires were there? At the mention of his archenemy, Daywalker's eyes turned fierce. Even from a kilometer away, I could smell their stench. Luke, are you a bloodhound? Also, from the drone feed, this guy had clearly only suddenly turned around when he was 100 meters away. It was very likely that he had only discovered the existence of the 3 vampires at that moment. So, this guy liked to brag. Luke grumbled inwardly, but there was nothing unusual on his face. He simply nodded. I've heard a little about you. You specialize in hunting vampires. So, I'm asking, did you come here because you found a new vampire nest? This time, Daywalker frowned and didn't immediately reply. His eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Luke didn't press him, he just ate his sandwich and drank his beer unhurriedly. Just as he was about to finish his beer, Daywalker finally said, several vampire family elders have gathered recently. They might come to Rome to look for an elder called Roberto Piro. Luke found that odd. Vampire elders hiding in Rome. Aren't they afraid of being hunted by the church? Daywalker finally smiled for the first time that night. What use is the church? Can it make people immortal? Can it make them rich? Most of the strength of the vampire families come from their human servants. He added, vampires refer to these kinds of servants as familiars. They are people who maintain human appearances for the sake of serving the vampires. When they're on the verge of death, they have a chance to be turned into new vampires and obtain eternal life. Chapter 13:23. Bullseye's decision. Of course, Luke knew about vampire servants. Last time, in a Coventry nightclub in London, he had yelled something about being against racism, and shot a fashion designer. That guy had been providing vampires with prey for a long time as a middleman. That was probably the nature of their existence. Luke thought for a moment before he tested the waters and asked, can you take me with you for a look? Daywalker was stunned. For a look, Luke said, they pissed me off. Daywalker immediately understood. This guy wanted to look for trouble with the vampires. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and refused. I have my own plan. You can look for trouble with them yourself. Luke wasn't surprised. It wasn't easy to become a teammate of a person like Daywalker. Given the sort of life he led, it was impossible for him to trust just anyone. Luke himself only lowered his guard against other people because he now had mental communication and pheromone control. Even Selena had gained his absolute trust only after a year of knowing each other. Thinking quickly, he said, can you tell me how to find these guys? It seems they're very good at hiding. This time, Daywalker didn't hesitate to tell him a lot of tricks. But as Luke listened, he knew that these were all essentially supplementary methods which Daywalker himself definitely didn't use. They weren't useless, but they were very inefficient. If Daywalker relied on these methods to track down vampires, he wouldn't kill as many of them. At most, this would only be helping the vampires eliminate some of the old, weak and sick among them. But Luke wasn't angry. These methods were inefficient for Daywalker because the guy didn't have enough resources. His equipment, for example, wasn't cheap. They cost more than hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, he had no power. Daywalker was similar to Luke from a year ago. He had a bit of money on hand, and wasn't worried about food, clothes, and weapons, but his hands were tied in part when it came to dealing with miscellaneous tasks and collecting intelligence. Luke knew this feeling very well. This was also one of the reasons why superheroes with money had it easier than ordinary superheroes. For example, this guy who was focused on killing vampires didn't understand the power of money. Daywalker wasn't a talker to begin with, and when it came to business, it was even simpler. In less than 10 minutes, he was done speaking. Luke saluted him with a beer bottle. Thanks. This is for you. He took out a phone and tossed it over. Daywalker caught it. Luke said, it contains the contact details of a special businessman. Just destroy the phone after you memorize the number. Daywalker didn't think too much of it. His equipment was specially made for dealing with vampires, there was no need to buy anything from some stranger. Luke understood this mentality. After all, those sorts of products wouldn't be sold in bulk, making them exclusive was undoubtedly a better choice. He simply said, "You still need some support equipment. You'll be able to jump over roofs or even fly, provided you're capable of using the equipment." Stumped, Daywalker looked at the phone suspiciously. Luke, however, had already stood up and walked out of the warehouse. "Let's have a drink when we get the chance." Bye. Frowning, Daywalker watched him leave. A moment later, he packed up and left. He wasn't used to strangers knowing where he stayed, not even temporarily. However, recalling what Luke said before he left, he still opened the phone and found a file on the screen. After taking a look, he took a photo with his own phone. He then dismantled the phone that didn't belong to him, broke the SIM card, and took out the battery. When he drove past the gutter outside the warehouse, he tossed the phone's scraps into it and quickly left. On the other side, Luke had already put Daywalker aside. If the vampire nest moved frequently, it was impossible for Daywalker to kill them all. For now, Luke still needed to deal with Bullseye. He hadn't obtained the guy's abilities or experience and credit points yet. That was Luke's main objective tonight. The car Bullseye had taken had gone to a helicopter landing pad in downtown Rome. Bullseye got on a helicopter there and flew southeast. Instead of following Bullseye, the 4 helicopters that had intercepted Luke and Daywalker flew northeast. Luke was very clear on this because the mid-sized drone in the sky had been following Bullseye all this time. Even though it was currently a little far away and wasn't as easy to control, he had the drone's location, and he wasn't worried about losing Bullseye. After he was some distance away from the warehouse, Luke took out the rarely used white wolf armor, which was the suit that the spectators called the Angel of Judgment. As an early trial product, even though Luke had modified it a fair bit after that, the armor's performance was indeed outdated. Luke hadn't produced another white wolf armor suit since he rarely used this alias. But this was Europe. White Wolf had always shown up in Europe. When he rescued Tony, he had gone to Afghanistan, which lay on the southeast-southwest border. Luke had classified White Wolf as the major alias for operations in Europe and Asia, and only used it once in a while to crack down on some terrorists. Whether Bullseye would feel aggrieved when the Angel of Judgment came knocking wasn't something Luke needed to consider. The White Wolf armor, which now had a stealth function and the arc reactor, and which had been equipped with a half-automatic gear-up function, turned into a transparent shadow that rose into the night sky and headed southeast. In a manor in the mountains southeast of Italy, Bullseye was in a dark mood when he hung up the phone. He had already driven the doctor away. He didn't need treatment, but strength. For the first time, he felt the pain of not being strong enough. He hadn't expected the boogeyman to be so strong. Worst of all, this guy seemed to have a miraculous ability to predict danger. Not only had he avoided Bullseye's attacks, he also avoided the final explosion. It was impossible to get a read on this opponent. He couldn't beat him in close combat. No matter how confident Bullseye was, he didn't think that he was better at close combat than those monster assassins combined, nor did he have the practically immortal ability to recover from his injuries. He couldn't hit the man from a distance. While Bullseye had confirmed this during the fight, it was further reinforced by how the boogeyman had avoided the explosion earlier. So, he decided to accept James Wesley's body transformation proposal. He had resisted the plan before because he had never encountered an opponent like the boogeyman. Now, he was willing to give up some things, including his pride and control of part of his body, just to kill the boogeyman. However, the transformation plan would have to wait until he went to another location tomorrow. James would give him one last night to adjust his mood. Knowing that a certain person who had been beaten up like a dog wasn't in a good mood, James sent just 2 people to this small villa in the mountains, in case this guy, who was acting more and more abnormal, caused trouble again. Bullseye opened the window and looked at the dark mountains outside, his heart burning. "Boogeyman, just you wait. I'll find you and stab you to death," he murmured with a deranged smile. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he subconsciously raised his elbow and jabbed backward. Then, he felt a sharp pain, as if his elbow had hit a rock. Before he could say anything else, a big hand covered his mouth, and a low but clear voice rang out. "Don't bother, I found you." Bullseye trembled and struggled wildly. To his despair, however, he slowly rose and floated out the window. The arms behind him were like iron that completely restrained his hands. His movements were severely restricted, and he couldn't even reach for his knives. As he despaired, he floated higher and higher. He couldn't even hear the rustle of the man's clothes as they rose up. That low voice sounded again in his ear. "Do you know who I am? Bullseye. MMPH. The man said, "That's right. I'm God's messenger, the angel who judges all sin." Bullseye was both frightened and angry. The man said, "Fine, I lied. Actually, I'm Hell's messenger, the night demon who harvests evil souls." Bullseye. MMPH. The man said, "Fine, I lied again. I'm just a bundle of thoughts of the innocent people you've killed. They're going to take you to the underworld and cut you into pieces." Bullseye trembled and didn't cry out in protest. Sensing his emotions, Luke was lost for words. It seemed that this guy really believed that. But he wasn't done yet. He simply continued speaking in a low voice, which reached Bullseye's ears with elementary sound wave. "Idiot, you actually took it seriously. That's a lie too. Actually, it's because you're too stupid, and I can't take it anymore. I should just kill you." Bullseye's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to protest. Unfortunately, Luke's telekinesis had already lifted them hundreds of meters into the air. No one else could sense the anger in Bullseye's voice. Luke chuckled. "All right, don't struggle. Come with me. I'll definitely send you to hell." After having enough fun, he finally gave Bullseye a sedative, then threw him into space a few seconds later. In the night sky, the white wolf armor glided away. At that moment, in a palace on the edge of the Sahara Desert, a middle-aged man in an Arabian robe listened gloomily to the report of his subordinate, who was half kneeling. All 106 people of the 3rd Special Service Team, including the commander, are dead. The 3 judges are also confirmed dead. The self-destruct system was activated. The follow-up has already been handled. There are no other problems. An old man in a similar robe bowed his head and fell silent after he was done talking. The middle-aged man stood up and slowly paced in front of his seat. "So, the boogeyman is still alive and kicking," the old man said. Judging from the video, he wasn't seriously injured. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. "How about the man who pretended to be a special service member and fought the boogeyman?" The old man said, "From his movements, it has basically been confirmed that he's an American hitman called Bullseye. He's been working for Kingpin for the past few years." The middle-aged man snorted and was silent for a moment before he finally said, "Reveal that the boogeyman and Daywalker are partners and are hunting vampires. Also, provide those people with detailed information on the boogeyman." "Yes, Elder." The old man lowered his head and waited quietly. The middle-aged man walked back and forth for a few minutes before he suddenly realized that the old man was still on his knees. He waved his hand impatiently. "Go." The old man got up respectfully and left the room, his body still bowed, before he turned around and quickly left. The middle-aged elder sat down again on a luxurious gold divan and leaned back. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, before he summoned another servant in the room and asked, "Is Kingpin working with Roxanne?" The servant said, "Kingpin is involved with cybertech. He's supposedly taking part in an R&D project for a super soldier exoskeleton. Kingpin provided some funding in the test environment." The elder naturally knew what was going on. On the surface, cybertech had nothing to do with Roxanne Corporation, but Roxanne Corporation was secretly involved in this company's operations. Roxanne had always been like this. It liked to hide behind the scenes. The R&D project or whatever would definitely involve human experiments. The so-called funding and test environment was Roxanne Corporation providing support via sock puppets. Kingpin forked out money as well as found test subjects before killing them once they were no longer useful. If these experiments were exposed, it would be Kingpin who took responsibility. It would have nothing to do with Roxanne. To put it simply, this Cybertech Corporation was set up by Roxanne Corporation and many other forces, while Kingpin did the dirty work for this shell company. In fact, it wasn't just Kingpin, there were a few other secret organizations at the high table engaged in similar cooperations. This elder, who was known to be the only person above the high table, had also cooperated, indirectly, with Roxanne Corporation many times before. They knew each other's identities on the surface and knew the strength behind them, but they had a tacit understanding and didn't interfere with each other. Practically speaking, their previous cooperations gave both parties more channels and clients, and couldn't be considered failures. Thus, the elder and Roxanne Corporation could be considered friendly partners. However, Roxanne Corporation also had a super trust, with many internal departments that did all sorts of things. This structure was similar to the relationship between the Elder and the High Table. Thinking for a moment, the Elder said, "Tell Roxanne to have Kingpin add Bullseye to the exoskeleton experiment, and then have him go and kill the boogeyman." The servant, "Yes, Elder." Pausing for a moment, he asked in a low voice, "What if Kingpin refuses?" The Elder looked at the servant indifferently. "If he refuses, just kill him. Find someone else who will obey to take that position." The servant, "Yes, Elder." Chapter 13:25, Tool Man, Shock Man, Stupid Man. Elsewhere, Kingpin, who had been deemed a weakling, hung up the phone. Since Bullseye had agreed to participate in Project Deathlock, Kingpin acquiesced. If it was before, he wouldn't have agreed. There was no need for such a useful subordinate to take such a risk to increase his combat ability. Bullseye's combat ability was very important to Kingpin, but the most important thing was that he was a very capable assassin who could eliminate many competitors and risks. More than a year ago, this subordinate had become more and more deranged, and they couldn't control his actions. Every time he heard news on that smiling man, Bullseye would lose his temper and wouldn't listen to orders. But Kingpin didn't want to get rid of Bullseye. First of all, this guy was very strong and very vigilant. If the cleanup operation failed, it would definitely come back to bite him. Secondly, Bullseye knew a lot of organization secrets. Therefore, Kingpin accepted James Wesley's proposal for Bullseye to undergo modification. If the modification was successful, Bullseye would become a truly obedient tool. For Kingpin, this was Bullseye's true standing. In any case, Bullseye wasn't even listening to orders anymore, and had lost his usefulness as a tool, leaving him as he was would only bring disaster. Kingpin just didn't know if that Project Deathlock recommended by the guy who called himself the Clairvoyant would work. On the other hand, to prevent any accidents from happening, Kingpin had already told James to leave Italy and not interfere with the Sacra Corona's operations. Compared with a tool like Bullseye, James Wesley, this military advisor and professional manager, was a lot more important when it came to internal affairs and getting things done. Because of this, Kingpin didn't want to lose this right-hand man. Bullseye had already revealed his face to the boogeyman, and this guy hadn't listened to James's orders, and had also exposed himself to the Sacra Corona. In this business, one could never depend on the other party being careless. Kimura weren't pigs, and Gianna had inherited her forefathers' ruthless and decisive way of doing things. It wouldn't be long before the Sacra Corona was dealt with. Furthermore, there was the boogeyman, that vengeful man who killed people like it was nothing. How could this duo let the Sacra Corona off? Kingpin had a lot of plans on hand. After seeing how many big shots, good and bad, worked in America, he, too, liked to split up his investments and never put his eggs in one basket. Since he couldn't enter the High Table via the Kimura and the Sacra Corona, he would switch directions. It didn't matter if he had to temporarily abandon his plan to enter the High Table. The High Table wasn't the only one with influence in the underworld. If the High Table's continental gold coins were real money, its value was based on the credibility and force of the distributor. Practically speaking, gold was the most straightforward equivalent, it was just that it wasn't as convenient to use in trade. In the quiet room, Kingpin fell into deep thought. After his clone put Bullseye in space 2, Luke scanned Bullseye in the space and confirmed that he didn't have a tracking device on him, before he threw the man into the lab at the seaside villa. Alfred had a complete interrogation program, and could complete the boring interrogation process. All Luke needed to do was confirm the answers again after Bullseye collapsed. This plan to lure the snake out of the hole was a success. He had captured or killed a whole bunch of big and small snakes. His clone didn't return to the Continental Hotel, but switched to a new identity and found another hotel to stay in. Every day, he rode his Vespa around Rome. Relying on that cute motorbike, his clone would occasionally give some beautiful ladies a lift, and they traveled with him around Rome. But that was all. He simply smiled at the ladies who wanted to go back to the hotel with him. For the past few days, Luke had been savoring the appetizers from this Rome trip. He had no time to bother with these girls. Now, the host's experience was 93,900 thousandths. Credit: 256,000. 100 criminals, including the commander, provided 42,000 experience and credit points. Judges number 1, 2 and 3 gave him a total of 37,000 experience and credit points. Bullseye, on the other hand, was only worth 8,000 experience and credit points. Luke thought for a moment. This guy was probably similar to the elite assassins from the fraternity. Although this guy was ruthless and didn't mind killing ordinary people, he was, in the end, just a top-level goon. He had been active in the underworld for so long, and there might not be as many ordinary people who had died at his hands as villains in the underworld. After all, renowned assassins earned hundreds of thousands of dollars each time. Bullseye was stronger than a regular assassin, and was second only to Sloane. Letting such a top hitman kill ordinary people would be degrading him. Besides, this guy had the help of Kingpin's subordinates. He probably didn't need to give the order, and the minions would deal with ordinary people themselves. Of course, 8,000 experience and credit points wasn't a small number, it was equivalent to killing hundreds of innocent people. Bullseye was only in his 30s and had already done so many bad things, it wasn't unjust for him to be turned into an idiot by Alfred's electrotherapy. Luke, on the other hand, had finally acquired Bullseye's abilities. System: you have defeated Bullseye and have received a list of his abilities. Bullseye's abilities: Basic Combat, Elementary Firearms Proficiency, 5,000 credit Elementary Throw, 5,000 credit Elementary Precision, Special Mental Class. Prerequisites: 20 Mental Strength, 20,000 credit. Without any hesitation, Luke learned all three elementary abilities. He spent the next few days analyzing the functions of the three abilities and found something interesting. If Bullseye had a system, his elementary firearms proficiency and elementary throw should also have a prerequisite, which was elementary precision. Elementary precision was the starting point and the core of Bullseye's abilities. To use Luke's abilities to compare, it was like how elementary combat proficiency was an effective elementary imitation. With elementary imitation, he was able to master various combat skills quickly, and basic combat could be quickly upgraded to elementary combat proficiency. By the same logic, with elementary precision, his learning speed when it came to guns and throwing weapons increased significantly. In actual fact, the hard work he put in was far inferior to that of some experts in basic firearms. But with a cheat like elementary precision, Bullseye easily stood at the top of shooters. Luke also felt that elementary precision was wasted on Bullseye. From its description as a special mental class, it was clear that elementary precision wasn't a shooter's ability at all. It could affect the user's every movement, throwing and shooting were just a small part of it. Chapter 1326. Obsessed with research and career launch. When Bullseye used this passive, innate ability, his body and mind could easily coordinate and complete movements. It could only be said that shooting and throwing were the easiest ways for him to demonstrate his talent with elementary precision, and they took the form of fixed patterns. After Luke acquired this ability and combined it with muscle control and imitation, he could very quickly apply it in close combat. In a few more days, he would be able to apply elementary precision to all sorts of activities, not just combat. In the end, this ability could be applied to all aspects of life. With this ability, it would be very easy to be a chef, a bartender, a magician, an actor, and so on. But this super strong innate ability, which was on par with muscle control, had been completely misused due to Bullseye's twisted mentality. After killing the neighbor's cat with a rock at the very beginning, this guy found a sense of existence from the throw-kill thrill. Later, he joined a gang, became a hitman, and followed Kingpin. He grew stronger and stronger, and his abilities were pared down. Shooting and throwing were enough to thrill him, and he had never considered using his ability in other ways. His guns and knives could hit his opponents even in close combat. There was no need for close combat at all. Hence, he never studied close combat, nor did he apply his ability in his daily life. Everybody was lazy. Even ordinary people wouldn't use their fists or cold weapons if they could kill enemies hundreds of meters away with one shot. Bullseye wasn't as good as Luke in this regard. A certain guy who claimed that safety was everything in fact never felt secure at all. Even though he was very strong, it wasn't until his clone appeared that he gradually started to become more unrestrained. More precisely, it was his clone that started to be more unrestrained. On the other hand, Luke himself became more honest and conscientious. He did his job as a detective in New York City every day, and spent most of his time beating up ordinary gangsters to make a living. After obtaining elementary precision, Luke was no longer as enthusiastic about harvesting points. After a few days of research, he could only say that elementary precision had miraculous effects, but they weren't beyond his imagination. But he never underestimated a special mental class ability. He had developed elementary annihilation with elementary penetration at the very beginning, and then combined it with his elementary spirit form to create the Star of Justice clone. He really didn't dare say what super trump cards he could come up with now that he had elementary precision. Instead of acting alone, his clone waited quietly in Italy for news from Gianna. In any case, he only had one request: after your investigation is over, be sure to call me if you want to take down the Sacra Corona. On top of that, Daywalker Eric left Rome 2 days later. Luke had hurried over halfway to join the fun when the guy destroyed a vampire nest. As a firm fan of stealing kills, Luke went back to his old line of work. When Daywalker killed his way into the nest, Luke used the invisibility function on his armor to walk in. Before taking sneak shots, he sent a secret transmission to Daywalker so that the guy wouldn't get paranoid. He also used this method to listen in as Daywalker violently interrogated the leader of this nest for information. According to this small-time leader, their patriarch, Roberto Pirro, hadn't shown up in more than 10 days. He was supposedly visiting relatives in America. Luke took note of this information and fired a silver bullet just as Daywalker raised his knife. He successfully killed more than half of the gangsters, which gave him 2,000 experience and credit points. Although Daywalker was surprised, he didn't think much of it. For him, the only good vampire was a dead one. It didn't matter who killed them. However, he subconsciously labeled this boogeyman a petty person. The 3 vampires who had fought the boogeyman 2 days ago weren't from this family at all. Now, this boogeyman had even killed a small fry. This guy was incredibly vindictive. However, Daywalker appreciated people who hated vampires. This was the reason why this big, black man, who cherished his words like gold, actually said goodbye officially before he left Rome overnight. Sure enough, Daywalker was rushing back to America to continue making trouble for the vampires. Luke wasn't in a hurry. With Daywalker around, the chances of finding more leads on vampires were higher. It was good to have a pointer on hand to lead the way. A week passed peacefully, and then it was June. Although his clone didn't touch the Sacra Corona, it took the time to sweep through a few of the Ndrangheta's major warehouses, and successfully got rid of a huge pile of illegal drugs, thereby maintaining Luke's daily harvest of experience and credit points. In New York, the NYPD commissioner officially resigned. For now, there was no new commissioner. The situation in NYPD was extremely complicated, and the atmosphere was strange. A lot of people dropped by, and there were always 2 or 3 people who would hide together in a corner and mutter to each other. When there were more people, they immediately shut up. In this sort of environment, all kinds of rumors exploded in NYPD. First Assistant Commissioner Brad, Chief Nelson, 4 stars, 3 other assistant commissioners, and several department heads became the focus of the gossip. Any of the first 5 people had a chance of becoming the commissioner. As for the department heads, any one of them could become chief of department after Chief Nelson was promoted. At the same time, these NYPD bigshots were also taking action. The difference was that the assistant commissioners were all making moves at a higher level. The department heads, on the other hand, inspected the work in various departments, and from time to time, made promises to the mid and low-level officers which basically boiled down to, if I become chief, I will pay more attention to XX. For a time, it felt like NYPD was full of demons. This was especially obvious at HQ. The Detective Bureau, which had been in the limelight recently, naturally couldn't escape this bad luck. Not only did they not escape inspection by the department heads, even the chief of department dropped by to publicly express his satisfaction with the current Detective Bureau. This situation was a little strange. What the chief needed most right now was support from above, not so much from the low and mid-level officers. What was the point of inexplicably dropping by the Detective Bureau? At the very least, the new director, Walter, had a rough guess. Everybody else, including John McClane, was full of questions. Luke and Selena understood what was going on. Not long after Chief Nelson was done with his inspection, Walter received a call. After hanging up, Walter called Luke and Selena into his office and had them close the door. That night, Luke and Selena showed up at a villa in New Jersey, which was only a river away from Manhattan. What Walter had said in the morning was that Chief Nelson wanted them as temporary security guards for a private party. The truth was that they had received official invitations as guests. They wouldn't be copying secret agents in the movies and dressing up as waiters to hide their identities, nor would they be stepping out in formal suits like special agents. They wouldn't be searching people at the entrance, or delivering alcohol on trays. Selena hadn't thought much of the party at first, but Luke reminded her, "This is the first sort of official private party we're attending. You can wear one of the dresses you bought." Selena's eyes lit up when she heard that. She wasn't especially fond of lavish soirees or whatever, but she was very interested in attending an official dinner party in a formal gown. After all, this would be her first time. After checking their invitations, the security guards let them into the villa. They walked hand in hand, and didn't look out of place. As detectives, they didn't often come to private villas to work cases, but it wasn't unheard of either. As vigilantes, it wasn't unusual either for them to observe all sorts of dinner parties. The one today could be considered a proper one. At the very least, they weren't crowded with girls looking for sugar daddies. There were a lot of young girls at this party, but they were all clearly socialites. Luke and Selena didn't think much of these socialites. Since society's fall from the heights, being a socialite changed from a high emphasis on one's own abilities and manners to whoever had more money, fame, and status. As long as a girl had enough money and power, even if private videos of her were spread around the world, she could be called a socialite. For example, there were two groups of socialites here, one led by a girl with this particular reputation. On the other side was another who feigned indifference, but who had become a new, famous socialite after private photos of her were spread recently. However, these new and old generations of socialites weren't getting along at the moment. The groups they had gathered eyed each other, ready to pounce at any moment. There was no killing intent. Luke just sensed the intense disdain and jealousy between the two women through mental communication. Luke and Selena simply hid in a corner and guarded the back passage to the kitchen. They openly enjoyed being the first to partake of the drinks and food that came out. The waiters looked at them in surprise, but they didn't care. It wasn't like they were stuffing themselves at the heart of the party. It was their own freedom to hide in a corner and enjoy some fancy alcohol and food. All right, what the waiters were surprised about wasn't their table manners, but their appetites. They ate every type of food on offer. One of the waiters suggested that they go to the dining table and take whatever they wanted. Luke just flashed his badge and told the man in a low voice that this was part of an ad hoc food safety check by the police. When the other waiters passed them again to deliver food, their eyes were full of sympathy. Obviously, they had learned of Luke and Selena's secret mission. This was a buffet, and there were at least 30 to 50 dishes. They had to try all the dishes. This sort of mission was worse than starving. Luke and Selena weren't stressed at all. The two of them had a tacit understanding of how to split the work. Luke ate the salty dishes, and Selena the sweet dishes. Even if there were twice as many dishes, the two of them would still only be 50% full at most. While Luke and Selena were stuffing themselves in the back passage, a young and beautiful woman walked into the banquet hall, and many people took turns to greet her. This was the treatment of a big shot. The two groups of socialites didn't enjoy this sort of treatment. Most of the people who interacted with them were juniors from the second generation. The people who greeted the young blonde were either seniors or juniors with great power, and were mostly in their 40s. As she ate a fruit and cream pudding, Selena nudged Luke with her elbow. "Your dream lover has arrived." Luke polished off his frittata with quick yet refined actions. Hearing that, he looked over. It's not a dream." Selena was speechless. She wanted to say something, but decided to keep mum. Jenny and Luke had a connection. Many people might know, but those people belonged to a different circle. For the sake of their idle days, it was best to keep the personal relationship between a certain female CEO and a minor detective a secret. However, Selena noticed that Jenny had glanced at them several times as she nodded and smiled lightly. The people around Jenny all thought that this new phone queen was just being polite. Selena, however, knew that a certain female CEO was ready to explode. She chuckled and nudged Luke again with her elbow. "Don't you think she really wants to hit someone right now?" Luke curled his lip. "You're underestimating her. Her father is a banker and her mother was an entrepreneur. She's enjoying the situation as much as we're enjoying the food." Selena didn't believe him. "That's impossible. How can talking nonsense with a bunch of people compare with the taste of delicious food?" Luke said, "Some billionaires like to go out in just slippers and shorts. You don't like that, right?" Selena said, "I would be happy to go out in a bikini and slippers on a beach in LA. Luke was lost for words. Even as they spoke nonsense, they both knew that Jenny was only here for Luke. In fact, when she was talking to Chief Nelson, Jenny pretended to inadvertently let slip that Detective Luke Coulson had once saved her from being hurt by a gangster. She didn't say anything else, but Chief Nelson understood. If she didn't care about Luke, Jenny wouldn't have mentioned his name at all. Since she had, Nelson had to take care of Luke, but he couldn't be too overt about it. This was a form of tacit understanding. However much was said, and however it was said, it was a silent request. If Chief Nelson did well, that would prove that he was useful. If he didn't do well, that was because he was too stupid. He would be kicked away sooner or later, and saying anything after that would be useless. Chief Nelson was a smart guy, and extended invitations to Luke and Selena in the name of official business. It was just a matter of adding 2 more invitations. It was a gain without any risks. However, Jenny and Luke's relationship was very different from what the chief of department had imagined. After exchanging greetings with Jenny, Chief Nelson paid special attention to the 2 of them, but didn't sense anything. Their gazes didn't linger on each other. There was no need to put their flirtatious banter on show. A moment later, Chief Nelson was summoned by a waitress, and had no time to continue observing the situation. After the initial stir when Jenny first came in, only 2 people talked to her. Given her current status, there were only 2 people here who were qualified to talk to her the whole time. One of them was New York's famous financier, Jeffrey Soderbergh, and the other was a city councilor. Jeffrey's cousin was Mike Soderbergh, the mayor of New York, and the councilor was part of the mayor's party. Jeffrey's wife, Aurora, and his daughter, Lindsay, were also there, but they didn't mix with the 2 groups of socialites. Instead, they had their own group of upper-class ladies. Luke naturally knew the Soderbergh family. Previously, the couple had misunderstood their daughter, Lindsay, and thought that she was funding an artist named Monroe because she was in love with him. In the end, it was Luke who recommended that Monroe see Drive Haley for treatment. Only then did the family stop fighting. As for why Jeffrey had a counselor with him as he sought Jenny out, Luke wasn't interested. In America, money and power were always inseparable. If the rich wanted to live comfortably, they had to use money to help them obtain some power. Politicians also needed the support of big capitalists to secure their positions. Luke wanted the advantages of being a big capitalist, but not the burden of social niceties. He could only let Jenny suffer that. Thankfully, with Jenny's current wealth and status, there were very few people who were qualified to negotiate with her. Most of the time, CEO Jenny only needed to ask the PR department to handle things. She had only come tonight to see Luke. After all, Luke hadn't come by recently for official reports on the phone company. Jenny wasn't living up to her title as a secretary. She didn't need to say anything else, it was just a few glances. After tonight, a certain chairman would very sensibly make an appearance. 5 minutes before the party officially started, another tall and thin woman walked in. It was Pepper Potts. There was an even bigger stir than when Jenny had arrived. Selena found that odd. Why is she here? Is tonight's party that big? Luke shrugged. Mike Soderbergh is still New York's mayor. Even if he resigns, there's still half a year to go. If Stark wants to survive in New York, he has to give the Soderbergh family some face. Sure enough, Pepper soon joined Jeffrey's circle and they chatted together. However, Pepper appeared closer to Jenny. Thanks to Luke, Jenny had always been on Pepper's side on Stark Industries' board of directors. Since they were both women, they had a good personal relationship, and their smiles were clearly much more sincere. Then, the party officially began. The counselor made a speech on stage, and everybody applauded politely to say, "Got it, you can get off the stage now." The counselor tactfully got off the stage and continued meeting with people. Jenny and Pepper, however, conversed together as the CEO of Stark Industries, and the CEO of Titanium Phone Company, whose market value and cash flow were expanding rapidly. The 2 of them could cooperate in many ways. Pepper had actually come because of Jenny, and they soon left the hall together to look for a place to talk. Before she left, Jenny met Luke's eyes again and gave him a meaningful look. Luke nodded and then hid behind the long dining table with Selena as they waited for the dancing to start. His ears and mental communication could be considered perfect tools for stealthy surveillance, and it was easy to listen in on all sorts of slanderous gossip. Most of it was from the 2 groups of socialites, but the gossip they had was also the least worth paying attention to. Luke soon focused on the conversation between the others, and didn't forget to record some key points using his black-framed glasses for Little Snail to save. At that moment, a call came in. Luke saw that it was Chief Nelson. When Luke picked it up, Nelson simply told him to find security and have them lead the way to the second floor of Block B. In the meantime, Jenny sent a message and briefly explained what was going on. Something had happened in the room where she and Pepper had been talking. Nelson, Cook, the son of the mayor, and a naked young woman had appeared in a hidden bedroom. Worst of all, the young woman was on the verge of death. After reading the message, Luke immediately headed to the location which Chief Nelson had given him with Selena. He had Jenny's location from her phone, and didn't need anyone to lead the way. On the way, he showed Selena Jenny's message. Selena was stunned. Do big shots all have this sort of fun? I thought this was a proper party. Luke wasn't interested in exposing the private lives of these New York big shots, but he wasn't surprised by anything they did either. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. Too many cases in New York testified to this. Because there were too many rich people here, there were always eccentrics. There will always be a few odd ones out when there are a lot of people. Maybe they like some more stimulating fun, and came here especially for that, he said casually. Selena was lost for words. So now that the fun's over, they're ready to die. Luke said, that's not unusual for other people, but our big boss doesn't seem like someone who would do something so stupid. Let's take a look first. They found the room. Looking at the 4 bodyguards at the door, Luke took out his badge and gave his name. 2 of the 4 bodyguards worked for the owner of the villa. Luke remembered the other 2 female bodyguards. One was Pepper's, and the other was Jenny's. For rich people like the 2 women, it was impossible for them to leave their personal safety to the Soderberghs. Even in this villa, they had their own security detail. However, the little secretary who often followed Pepper around hadn't come, which made Luke curious. The bodyguards at the entrance had clearly received instructions. They quickly checked their badges before letting them in. 3 more bodyguards stood at the door inside, 2 of whom also worked for Pepper and Jenny respectively. 2 women and 2 men were in the drawing room. Luke chuckled inwardly. They were all acquaintances. At that moment, the 4 of them didn't have very good expressions on their faces. When they heard the door open, they looked over. Jenny immediately looked much better when she saw Luke. She even tried to straighten up. She didn't want to show panic in front of a certain someone and lose her dignity as a CEO. Pepper's expression was the same and she looked more relaxed. Tony had asked her to pull strings twice for Luke, so she had naturally investigated him, along with Selena. Even ignoring Luke's astonishing combat ability when the explosions happened 2 days ago, the duo's crime-solving rate in Los Angeles was terrifying. As for why they suddenly disappeared after they came to New York, Pepper had a rough guess. If outsiders stood out too much, they would easily be hated by the locals. This was inevitable, even when Stark Industries came to New York. Stark Industries still had enough confidence and strength to forge ahead. The 2 detectives, on the other hand, were in an awkward position. It was understandable that they chose to keep a low profile. After all, that would cause the least trouble. So, compared with getting the New Jersey police directly involved or having Nelson call other officers over, Pepper trusted Luke and Selena more. However, she was curious how Jenny, who could be half considered a confidant, knew Detective Luke Coulson. After all, Pepper hadn't known that Luke would be here. It was Jenny who had asked Luke to come over. On the side, Jeffrey looked conflicted. It was true that he knew Luke, and he felt some gratitude to this detective who had resolved his family conflict. However, he didn't want Luke to get involved in today's matter. When Luke had resolved their family conflict, he had never backed down just because Jeffrey was a Soderbergh. Chief Nelson was in a wretched state. He looked like he was in a daze, and he struggled to open his eyes and confirm that the person in front of him was Luke. Luke asked, "Where's the woman in critical condition?" Except for Chief Nelson, the other 3 immediately looked at a hallway. Jeffrey said, "It's the room next to the innermost bedroom. There's a doctor performing emergency treatment." Luke nodded and said to Selena, "Help do a preliminary check on Chief Nelson. If necessary, call a doctor. He may have been drugged with a hallucinogen." Hearing that, everybody's expressions changed. Luke was clearly saying that Nelson had been drugged. Someone had drugged the mighty NYPD chief in Jeffrey's house, in a place that was close to becoming a crime scene. Did the Soderbergh family hate the chief of department that much? Or was this a trap to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Everyone here were experienced elites, and they quickly thought of various possibilities. Selena didn't care about their expressions. She immediately stepped forward and took out her phone to record Nelson as she questioned him. Nelson was very cooperative. Except for smoking weed with his classmates as a teenager, Nelson had never touched illegal substances. The video could be used as supporting evidence. After he did a blood test later, he would turn from criminal suspect to victim. For a moment, the drawing room was filled with Selena's questions and Nelson's answers. Luke walked down the hallway and found the bedroom. A wardrobe had been moved to reveal a hidden door, and in the bedroom next door, he saw a young woman lying on the bed. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the woman through his black glasses. She looked familiar, and Little Snail quickly discovered why. She was none other than the waitress who had called Nelson to leave earlier. At that moment, there was a middle-aged man in a white shirt next to the bed. He had tossed his tailored jacket onto a chair, and was sweating as he removed his hands from the woman's chest and felt for an artery in her neck. This was probably the Dr. Jeffrey was talking about. Like Luke, he had clearly been roped in on the spot. Luke glanced around and saw a first aid kit and a stethoscope, but there were no used syringes. Looking at the results of the rough examination projected on his black glasses, Luke quickly stepped forward and moved the middle-aged doctor to one side. The man was about to say something, when Luke showed him his badge. "Keep it brief. What rescue measures did you use?" The middle-aged doctor subconsciously replied, "Just emergency CPR." Luke nodded and pointed at the first aid kit. "Ask the security guards if they have a defibrillator. If they do, bring it over." The middle-aged doctor immediately did as he was told. He was glad that someone else would take responsibility. Actually, he already had a bad feeling before he came to this room. His scalp had tingled when he saw the young woman lying on the bed. Someone dying in the Soderbergh villa, especially a young woman bearing marks of having fooled around, was very fishy. But the moment he saw this woman, he couldn't escape. He didn't dare give her any emergency medicine. Given his medical expertise, he was certain that the woman had taken some illegal substances, which was why she was close to death. If he used drugs to save her, he might be blamed for her death. He longed for and revered the power of the Soderbergh family, but that didn't mean that he was willing to sacrifice his illustrious career for it. CPR wasn't a problem, it was normal if it couldn't save someone. Now that an idiot would take responsibility for everything, the middle-aged doctor was very glad. He wouldn't tell Luke that it was hopeless for the woman. What he didn't know was that the moment he turned away, a crystal that glowed with a faint white light appeared in Luke's hand. This was Tandy Bowen's light dagger, and the girl was Luke's most promising investment as a potential teammate. Every month, she had to expel the surplus life force in her body, and it took the condensed form of a light dagger. The life force in the dagger could be used to save 3 to 5 people. At that moment, Luke pressed the dagger to the young woman's chest to transmit the life force to her. At the same time, he silently put on a black glove on his right hand. After adjusting the electric output of his latest nanoglove using his glasses, he immediately sent an electric current into the woman's heart. The woman jolted, but wasn't instantly roused. Luke's expression didn't change. He waited 2 seconds before he sent out another electric current. This time, he finally felt a faint heartbeat under his hand. He put the nanoglove back into his inventory and left the dagger pressed to the woman's chest to stabilize her heart. This woman was the key. As long as she wasn't dead, Nelson would be fine, and they could follow the clues and find out the cause of all this. Chapter 1330. Rescue and negotiating terms. Nelson had clearly been set up tonight. Dustin and Luke were now on Nelson's side, and had jumped ship not long ago. If Nelson fell, it wasn't hard to guess what Brad would do to these traitors. Luke wasn't scared of Brad, but he wasn't interested in office politics. If Nelson fell out of the running, Luke taking down Brad would only benefit some other party. In comparison, giving Nelson a helping hand now was the least troublesome choice. A few minutes later, the middle-aged doctor returned with a defibrillator, and Luke took it out of his hands at the door. A few minutes later, Luke opened the room door. "Come in and watch her. Call me if anything happens." The middle-aged doctor. Luke didn't waste time talking to him. He went straight to the drawing room. The doctor didn't want to get involved in this matter. How could he hide his half-hearted behavior from Luke? Since this doctor hadn't wanted to save the woman, there was no need for Luke to give him respect. Stunned for a moment, The middle-aged doctor then quickly walked over to the bed and immediately examined the woman. Then, his face was filled with shock. She's really all right. For a moment, he was confused. Was he the doctor, or was that young officer the doctor? It wasn't like the woman had been suffering something as simple as shock. Without hospital medicine and equipment, it would be hard to save her. While the unscrupulous doctor was doubting himself in the bedroom, it was a different matter in the drawing room. Luke said bluntly, "The young woman isn't dead. Miss Potts, Miss Gwennis, you can leave first." He then looked at Jeffrey and Nelson. "Decide right now which hospital to send the patient to. Her life can still be saved." Hearing that, Jenny and Pepper got up. The woman wasn't dead, so this matter had nothing to do with them anymore. Entering a crime scene by mistake and entering a room with an unconscious person were two different things. The two women didn't care how Jeffrey and Nelson wanted to play this, that was far beneath them. In the first place, they hadn't come to the party for these two minor characters. Now that something had happened and they had almost been screwed over, Jeffrey could only wait to run out of luck if he didn't take the initiative to seek them out and give them an explanation later. There was also a hierarchy to power. Jeffrey, who was worth billions, had no right to impose conditions on these two female bigshots, who had hundreds of billions in assets. The dignity of a bigshot couldn't be impugned. Watching them leave, Selena, who was standing behind Nelson and Jeffrey, gave Luke a mocking smile, as if to say, "You're really considerate toward your female CEO." Luke simply waved his hand for her to come over. What a joke. Pepper had also left. What could he possibly ask her to do? They also went to the door and left the drawing room to Jeffrey and Nelson. In less than a minute, the two men quickly reached an agreement. Jeffrey called for an ambulance from a hospital that was under his family's control. Jeffrey, who was a weakling compared with Jenny and Pepper, had the absolute advantage in front of Nelson. Even though Jeffrey was in the wrong, Nelson took the initiative to step back. That was why they were able to reach an agreement so quickly. Nelson didn't have a choice. He couldn't afford to piss off the Soderbergh family, nor let the woman die. Jeffrey didn't want a death in his villa, and didn't force Nelson too much. He only wanted to suppress the matter and would give Nelson an explanation later. That was the end of it. Luke and Selena were about to pack up and leave, when Jeffrey stopped them. Nelson didn't say anything. He simply nodded and gestured that he would call them later. Jeffrey, who saw everything, frowned. Wasn't Luke Nelson's loyal subordinate? A leader had to uphold his dignity at all times. If he wasn't a loyal subordinate, Nelson wouldn't act so casually. After Nelson and the bodyguards left, only the three of them were left in the drawing room. Jeffrey, who had a basic understanding of Luke, simply said, "I hope you can keep what happened today a secret." Luke nodded decisively. "Sure, as long as Chief Nelson has no objections." Jeffrey frowned. "I'll settle this with him." Luke said, "Then I'm good." Jeffrey was a little stumped. He felt that the detective's attitude had changed a little. Luke, however, asked again, "Is there anything else, Mr. Soderbergh?" "My partner and I were about to leave." Speechless, Jeffrey raised his hand and gestured for him to go ahead. After they left, he paced around the drawing room. Why was he so polite toward Luke? Of course, it wasn't because he had saved the woman in the bedroom. The woman wasn't from the Soderbergh family, and it would just be troublesome at most if she died here. Luke wasn't a New Jersey police officer, nor was this case in NYPD's hands. What Jeffrey was afraid of were Jenny and Pepper. Whatever Pepper could think of, how could Jeffrey not consider the same? He had even noticed Pepper's expression when she heard Luke Coulson's name. She clearly wasn't unfamiliar with him. He then sent a message to his assistant to investigate Luke, and especially any possible connections he might have with the two women. His assistant then replied that Luke and Tony Stark had fought together at the Wall Street subway station a few days ago. There was nothing else Jeffrey could say. Tony and Luke had weathered a crisis together. Who knew what Tony's attitude was like toward this detective? Even putting Tony's attitude aside, Pepper's attitude toward Luke clearly wasn't ordinary. Jeffrey had some idea of what Pepper thought of him. He absolutely couldn't compare with Luke. This feeling was reinforced when Luke told Jenny and Pepper to leave first. So, the sticking point here was Luke's attitude. However, Luke's final words meant that he wouldn't get involved in the aftermath, provided that Jeffrey negotiated with Nelson. A political creature like Nelson could be appeased with some benefits, and Jeffrey really didn't think much of it. It seemed that he had to give Luke a clear sign. When he thought this, he relaxed, but his face darkened. He took out his phone and called his cousin. Mike, my beloved nephew, Cook, stirred up some trouble here. You better come at once. On the other side, Luke and Selena left Block B and walked across the lawn of the villa next to the river before they returned to the main block of building where the guests were gathered. In the meantime, Luke received a message from a certain CEO asking whether he needed her to deal with the aftermath of tonight's case. Luke told her to take a break and to be sufficiently prepared for their business meeting tomorrow. Sure enough, she spat contemptuously at him in reply. He smiled and put his phone away. By the time Luke and Selena entered the banquet hall, it was already time for the dancing. A formal dinner party for the rich had to be swanky. Instead of a DJ playing music, there was a live band. They walked along the wall just as a song ended. After a moment of silence, the band adjusted slightly, and the muffled sound of a violin rang out in the hall. Selena paused, her eyes glowing. Tango. Luke stopped and nodded calmly. Poor una cabeza. He was thinking of another Chinese translation of the title Just One More Step. He recalled a product placement for calcium supplement from a certain movie in his previous life. A person wept as he recited the ad line, "Just one more step and the American arts would have had enough calcium." Luke suddenly felt like laughing. Luke had always been this way. After being tortured by online users for so many years in his previous life, his train of thought had become twisted. Even as he was recalling the movie, he stretched out his hand to Selena solemnly. As the most handsome man at this party, I want to invite the most beautiful woman to dance with me. Is that all right? Selena decisively put her hand on his arm. The two of them walked out and stood on the dance floor. Most of the dance couples were young, and were partial to the performance aspect of the tango. There was just one elderly couple whose movements were gentle and restrained. Their eyes were narrowed, as if they were reminiscing about the past. Looking at the old couple and feeling the gentle but warm bond between them, Luke smiled before he looked back at Selena. Selena was a little excited. This was a scene she had dreamed about. The main point wasn't about how extravagant it was, but about the feeling of dancing while everyone watched. As for where this scene came from, it was naturally a movie. Luke also knew about the movie she had watched. He cooperated with her tacitly, and they assumed the same poses before the start of the dance. The dance moves in the movie were ordinary, and weren't particularly difficult, but Luke and Selena liked the feeling of natural teamwork. If he really wanted to do something difficult, he could throw her into the air and help her land smoothly. But what was the point? They were just enjoying life, they weren't superheroes beating up bad guys. As they danced, they drew a lot of attention. Among them, Jeffrey's wife, Aurora, and her daughter, Lindsay, noticed them in a few seconds. After watching Luke for a moment, Aurora paid attention to Selena. In a rare instance, Selena was wearing a pair of silver high heels and a white halter-top dress. The dress was simple and only reached her calves, with splits on the sides which revealed her long and strong legs. She had actually chosen such a high split dress because it wouldn't affect her ability to run or kick anyone. But for the other women present, this dress and Selena's energy blew both the socialites and upper-class ladies out of the park. Selena's wheat-colored back and legs were fully exposed and highlighted her beautiful curves. These were outstanding qualities for a woman's body, which couldn't be improved with makeup or clothes. Some of the socialites, who loved athletic figures, were even more jealous. In front of them was a perfect body that they couldn't get their hands on even if they spent a lot of money. Now, it had actually appeared on an unfamiliar upstart. Envy and hate were about to shoot out of these socialites' eyes. They weren't viewed as poor detectives, because their clothes and accessories couldn't escape the vicious eyes of these socialites. Their clothes were tailor-made and of top quality. Depending on the designer, the prices could range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. At the very least, they were above average at this party. In terms of temperament, they didn't have the typical, upper-class, behavior. However, their calm and steady air made them seem more like successful, low-key juniors. For a moment, all kinds of gazes and whispers surrounded them, but nobody disturbed them as they danced. After watching for a moment, Aurora was moved. She gently patted her daughter's back and asked in a low voice, "You haven't been seeing him recently?" Lindsay didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had a good impression of Luke, but she was also an ambitious and capable heiress. Her enterprise was currently on the rise, and she had no time to consider relationships. Besides, it was always the men who took the initiative to approach her. She wouldn't proactively contact Luke. Their paths didn't cross, and after she got busy, she forgot about him. Lindsay also despaired over her mother, who was a loyal, face con. She wanted Lindsay to contact Luke just because he was handsome. However, Lindsay knew that this was also lingering trauma caused by what happened with Monroe. Now, Aurora wanted her to find a boyfriend as soon as possible, as long as he wasn't ugly, had a good character, and had a stable career. For Aurora, who believed that her daughter could become the second female US president, having a son-in-law who didn't stand out was actually very good. For example, Luke was very suitable. Not only was he calm and low-key, he was also very strong. It was a good thing for the future female president to have a first husband, who was a part-time bodyguard. Of course, Lindsay didn't know that her mother had such a long-term view. She just felt a little helpless. She just admired Luke and Selena. She was obsessed with personal growth and had no time to care about material things or looks. Her mentality was much better than those socialites and upper-class ladies. It didn't take long for poor Una Cabeza to finish. Luke and Selena didn't linger either. Trading smiles, they held hands and left the villa. Some of the young men who had wanted to chat up Selena could only drop it when they noticed that the two of them didn't return after leaving the hall. Some of the socialites couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking that the two of them had gone off to find a room and have fun. However, they couldn't hide the envy in their tones. After all, Luke was someone who could rely on his looks to make a living, and there were a lot of socialites who were interested in this type. From the satirical Chinese movie, Big Shot's Funeral Chapter 1332, A Small Harvest in Rome, and returning to California after returning from the dinner party, Luke didn't dwell on Nelson being set up. He just added a simple reminder to the multifaceted system to keep an eye out for relevant information. He wasn't the chief of department's nanny. It was fine to help out a little, but it was impossible to be at his beck and call. If it were Dustin, Luke might be more serious. Besides, Nelson was a sly old fox who had spent most of his life in NYPD. If he was still screwed over even after increasing his vigilance, it could only be said that he was incompetent, and he may as well retire earlier. In any case, setting traps like this happened all throughout society. Even the President of the United States would be screwed over sometimes. A police chief like Nelson really wasn't a big deal. Luke still had new abilities to study and develop, and his clone could start harvesting points at any time, so he let it go. After having a good chat with Secretary Jenny about work the next day, Luke finally convinced this domineering female CEO to carry on with peace of mind. On the third day, Luke received a call from Lindsay. She wanted to treat him to dinner and deliver thanks from her father, Jeffrey, in passing. Honest boy Luke turned dinner into afternoon tea. They agreed on a coffee shop on the phone, and immediately met up. After chatting for an hour, they said goodbye with smiles. He wasn't interested in her, nor was she interested in him. However, they were on friendly terms, and listening to Jeffrey's thoughts wasn't too wasteful. Lindsay was very relaxed with Luke, and hinted that he might be getting a Service Cross medal in the near future. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this gain, but there was no need to refuse it. He was now a level 2 lieutenant. The other party wouldn't have the guts to directly make him a captain in his 20s. Giving him one of these medals was a must, but there was leeway when it came to everything else. Based on his performance during the explosions, it was possible for him to get the Medal of Honor, the Service Cross, or the Medal of Courage. Given his age, however, it wasn't appropriate to give him the highest-ranking Medal of Honor. It was just like how it wasn't appropriate to give most actors a Lifetime Achievement Award, since it implied that the person had already reached the top, and it was time to give way to the younger generation. Luke was just shy of turning 20 years old. How was he supposed to make way for a younger generation? So, he had estimated that he would most likely get the third-ranked Medal of Courage and be encouraged to continue doing his bit for NYPD. Now, the second-ranked Service Cross would help preserve that final gap before a promotion, and nobody could nitpick his contributions. After all, recipients of this medal were acknowledged to have displayed extraordinary heroism while fighting an armed enemy in an operation without regard to personal safety. His performance during the explosions, along with the tycoon's ironclad evidence, just so happened to align with this description. However, the commissioner had just stepped down, and the big shots in the police department weren't in the mood to hold a ceremony, so the date had yet to be fixed. Luke spent a week in peace. His clone in Italy finally received a signal from Gianna to take action, along with a list of names. There was nothing to say about this mission. It was too easy for Boogeyman John to deal with this small fry. However, there was no trace of James Wesley, Kingpin's capable assistant. Luke was rather disappointed. Given how this guy had been Kingpin's military advisor and manager for years, he was definitely worth more than 10,000 experience and credit points. The truth was that this guy was much smarter and more cautious than Bullseye. Even when he manipulated the sacred corona into going after the Kimura, there was no trace of him. Nobody had even seen him with their own eyes. Even Bullseye hadn't seen James in over a year. He only contacted him via phone or text. Kingpin and his military advisor were really good at hiding. Even Luke admired them. The only thing that comforted Luke was the 70,000 experience and credit points from the Sacra Corona and the huge amount of dirty money he collected. When Luke took down the Sacra Corona, he also looted 60% of their takings from money laundering and drug trafficking. He put all the drugs in his inventory, and later threw them into the ocean to feed the fish. He also took over 100 secret accounts. As for the remaining 40%, those were all troublesome things like fixed assets, shares, and expensive antiques and jewelry which he was too lazy to bother with. He left them for Gianna. Gianna was very tactful. Even though many of her subordinates urged her to have the boogeyman give back the 60%, she didn't mention it to Luke at all, and severely berated these subordinates who were blinded by benefits. She was very clear that however much Luke took had nothing to do with her. The Sacra Corona never thought that Luke would strip them of their assets, much less down to their underwear. Gianna wasn't her stupid brother, and wouldn't do anything stupid like turn against the boogeyman. Luke was thoroughly disappointed by this smart decision. If more people blinded by benefits stepped out, he could help Gianna clean up the mess yet again. Unfortunately, his plan to eat the plaintiff along with the defendant didn't work out. Gianna suggested they have dinner together to celebrate, but a slightly depressed Luke declined. Of course, it definitely wasn't because a certain someone thought that a certain big sister was too old. After leaving Rome, his clone wandered through several major cities in Europe. His vampire search algorithm, which wasn't very developed yet, didn't produce any results. He didn't find any vampire nests, but the multifaceted system did find something in America. His clone didn't stay in Europe anymore, and flew straight back to America. When Luke landed in California, he actually felt a little nostalgic. It had to be said that compared with Shackelford, Houston, and New York, Los Angeles was where his career had truly taken off. The sunny California seaside evoked many memories. Takagi had magnanimously given them a villa when they were still poor, at the very beginning. The so-called pool in the backyard was actually a big bathtub. When she was free in the afternoon, Selena liked to sunbathe next to the pool. The chatty husband, Jeff, and the paranoid housewife, Karen, who were their neighbors, it all felt like yesterday. Unfortunately, although his clone wasn't in a rush, he wouldn't make a special trip back to the villa. Beautiful memories were worth cherishing, but he hadn't lost any family or friends, so he didn't need to rely on them to feel warm. He had to become stronger. That was the foundation for his and his family's safety. Thinking that, Luke bought a second-hand car and roamed the city unhurriedly. The person he was looking for was the vampire elder, Roberto Pirro, who had come from Rome to visit his relatives in America. It wasn't easy to find traces of Roberto, but thanks to the pervasive smartphone and F2F and chat groups online, Luke finally had a possible lead. A man suspected to be Roberto Pirro had appeared in New York a few days ago, and his whereabouts were unknown. However, the multifaceted system later discovered someone similar to the target, who had taken a private plane to Los Angeles. This lead wasn't reliable, but it might lead to a nest of boss-level vampires ripe for harvesting, so Luke felt that it was acceptable to spend a few days investigating it. If he really couldn't find anything, the new generation of gangsters that was starting to rise up in Los Angeles was an acceptable substitute. While the quality wasn't as good, the amount of experience and credit points he could get from 100 gangsters was equal to that of a small vampire boss. Before searching for leads, Luke even went to the In-N-Out outside Stark Industries and packed up a huge amount of cheeseburgers. Ever since the tycoon officially became Iron Man, the cheeseburger in this fast food restaurant became a well-known American dish. Luke waited 30 minutes before he got his 50 hamburgers. Even so, the staff here didn't act surprised at all. It wasn't until Luke turned around and left that he got strange looks. Under the bright June Californian sun, Luke slowly wandered Los Angeles and scanned the areas from the west to the east. When he got bored, he stopped the car to rest and eat. After resting for a while, he would continue searching. That Roberto was too cautious with this family visit, and the leads Luke got were very sporadic. Even now, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Luke was already prepared for this. A year ago, Batman killed the new blood god in Sacramento, and the two young masters of the Ellsworth family were turned into vampires. He then gave them to S.H.I.E.L.D. as research subjects. Following that incident, the upper echelons of the United States started investigating vampires. These operations were classified, and most ordinary people didn't know anything. Luke couldn't find detailed data on how many vampires or soldiers, like the Ellsworth family, there were. Since that incident, however, the vampires had become completely silent. Thus, Luke couldn't find any lackeys to follow a trail. In a way, he had screwed himself over a little. Vampires like to move around at night, and that person who appeared similar to Roberto had only been accidentally caught on camera at the airport in New York. There were too many people after leaving the airport. As long as the vampires were just a little more prudent, ordinary people couldn't touch them at all. Luke didn't want to fight in armor in broad daylight, so he could only search for leads with sharp nose and elementary sound wave. After half a day, Luke, who was familiar with downtown Los Angeles, ruled out most of the bustling areas. Forget searching the vast outskirts of the city, there was no guarantee he would have anything to show for it. In the evening, Luke sat outside along Santa Monica Beach as he ate and looked at the beautiful bikini-clad women under the setting sun. They were all enveloped in a layer of golden light which highlighted their beautiful curves, and Luke was a little distracted. Should he go and find a few big drug dealers to clean up the weed and crystals tonight, or should he ask around for information? A few young girls were laughing and joking not far away. When one of them saw Luke, who was in a daze, she couldn't help but whisper something to her companion, causing them to laugh. There seemed to be a hint of encouragement in her eyes. Luke followed their movements until they disappeared. Finally, he stood up and mumbled, let's go together. Los Angeles at night was no different from before he left. Petty thefts and robberies were on the rise again, and the big gangs were doing a lot better. Without daily greetings from Kneebreaker and Batman, these guys had started to come out again in recent months. After some thought, Luke gave up on the idea of Batman returning. Beating up hooligans once or twice wouldn't increase Batman's prestige. He didn't want to use Batman when he made trouble for the vampires either. In the Big Dipper armor, on the other hand, it didn't matter if he went on a killing spree. Compared with defeat or capture, kills gave the most experience and credit points. However, bad guys who were defeated and caught could still be released and then arrested again. There was no definite difference in experience and credit points between a once-off or ongoing harvest. But Luke didn't like giving villains a chance to return. If they could return to the dead, however, he didn't mind getting a second round of points. After cleaning up a second secret drug warehouse, Polaris sent a notification: traces of Daywalker have been detected. Luke perked up and quickly threw the rest of the illegal drugs into his inventory before he charged into the sky. As Luke's base for several months, LAPD's police surveillance naturally couldn't escape the fate of him setting up a back door. Daywalker had appeared in the north instead of entering the city. Luke immediately followed him. Daywalker could be considered a super bloodhound. He even bragged that he could smell the stench of vampires from a kilometer away. This could only be considered a fancy figure of speech. In fact, Daywalker was a human and vampire hybrid. Relying on his innate vampire instincts, he could indeed dig out traces of his compatriots in the dark corners of the city and kill them all. However, Daywalker also liked to go out at night to hunt the vampires who couldn't endure the light of day, and he also took care to avoid surveillance. Luke had seen him twice in New York a few days ago, and thought that he had lost the vampire, Roberto. It seemed that Daywalker fully deserved the title of Bloodhound. That night, a lone car drove out of downtown Los Angeles. Luke followed at a distance in invisible mode. An hour later, his heart suddenly jumped when he saw the car heading northwest. This road led to San Francisco. But Sacramento wasn't far east of San Francisco. Last time, the Ellsworth family's new blood god had been born in a castle in the wilderness. After that, Luke investigated the castle, and discovered that it had once belonged to an ancient European family. Decades after the Civil War, this castle appeared under the Ellsworth family's name. According to hearsay, the Ellsworth family had risen to power in California. The California Gold Rush happened in the 1850s, and the Civil War began in 1861. Given the timeline and location, it was indeed possible that the Ellsworth family had acquired the castle in 1 or 2 generations. The land that the castle was on was basically no different to any land under the Ellsworth family's name. At the very least, it didn't seem very important on the surface, and had been desolate for many years. Luke mulled over this and felt that the ancestors of the Ellsworth family had probably long had a connection with the vampires. Sheldon had died too quickly, and a lot of secrets had disappeared with this cunning fellow. However, the confessions of the surviving blood god believers revealed that Sheldon had known too much about vampires. More importantly, the round, roofless building in the castle that had been used for the blood god's ascension was 100% an ancient structure, and had existed before the castle was built. Humans couldn't turn into blood gods, which meant that the person who had built the castle over 100 years ago was a vampire. It seemed that the deaths in the Ellsworth family were well deserved. Luke was angry that he had missed such an important piece of information, and decided to investigate the rest of the family. Who knew if there were some who still harbored ambitions to bring to life a vampire god? Thinking that, Luke overtook Daywalker and sped toward the ancient castle in Sacramento. In order to remain invisible, the Big Dipper armor flew at a low speed and only arrived at the castle an hour later. But from a distance, Luke could already see a few lights in the castle. Someone was here. He was pleasantly delighted. A year ago, Batman killed Sheldon, and it had been noisy in the castle for more than 10 days. Then, the researchers left. It was mainly because Sheldon had died too quickly, and the researchers had already found the garlic stun grenades and anticoagulants that Luke had used. After experimenting on the vampires that were taken away, they found that these 2 things were extremely effective against vampires. This could only mean that the vampire god, which had required 8 vampire sacrifices, had died because of these 2 ordinary things. This outcome thoroughly disappointed those who had been interested in the blood god. To complete this ritual, they had first captured 8 powerful vampires, only to create a blood god with an obvious weakness. It wasn't easy to find a vampire with decent strength, but since they now knew how to deal with the blood god, it wouldn't be hard to kill this monster. Thus, the round, roofless hall which had been used for the ritual wasn't moved or destroyed, and was still intact. In fact, the only lights in the castle were in this open hall. Luke didn't go over directly. He released a mid-sized drone and a mini-drone at different heights. If the people inside were vampires, it would be a serious waste to let any of them go after all the time his clone had spent investigating. The drones didn't enter the round hall, and simply operated around it. Vampires had far sharper eyes and ears than ordinary people. A mini-drone passing by might not attract their attention, but it would be easily exposed if it flew back and forth around the hall. Normal people wouldn't care about small bugs, but anyone would subconsciously take a look if they heard a fly wandering around a quiet house. High up in the sky, the mid-sized drone filmed the situation inside through the open roof. Luke was stunned when he saw the image. Were these people having a party? 11 people were partying in the round hall. There were open bottles of red wine, whiskey, and champagne. The people were spraying the champagne everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. Was he wrong? Maybe these weren't bloodsuckers, but people who had the money to play castles and knights. There were even some who were wearing armor. Were these brainless fans of Tony? For the first time, Luke strongly doubted his deductions. Frowning, he was about to eavesdrop on their conversation with elementary sound wave and use sharp nose to detect their scents. By using these, it wouldn't take even a minute to identify them. Just as Luke landed lightly on the grass and stood still, a man in full armor, who was sitting on a rock in the round hall and playing with a bottle of whiskey, suddenly frowned. The man looked in Luke's direction and shook his head with some confusion. Nevertheless, he, who had just obtained immense power, still opened his mouth slightly, and released an invisible wave in Luke's direction. Luke pricked up his ears to listen to what the people inside were talking about. Then, his face changed. At the same time, the face of the man in armor in the round hall changed. He suddenly stood up and jumped lightly over the wall of the round hall that was 10 meters high. The young man jumped off the wall and glided toward Luke. Looking at the man who was closing in, Luke was surprised. There were so many Iron Man imposters nowadays. This young man was the one whom he had thought was a brainless fan of Iron Man. The suit looked like cosplay. Compared with the glamorous Mark series, this suit looked fake, very fake. Even compared with the multiple sets of armor that a real master copycat like Luke had made, this person's armor was nothing. It wasn't as mysterious and heavy as the bat suit, nor as refreshing and meticulous as the Big Dipper armor. It couldn't even compare with the early version of the White Wolf armor. At the very least, Luke had relied on that armor to obtain the title of Angel of Judgment. Putting combat ability aside, it was at the very least classy. The person in front of him, well, he looked a little like the armored warriors from kid shows in his previous life. The only thing this armor had on those stage props was that the color and model at least weren't garish or crude. Looking at the cursory results of the Big Dipper armor's test, however, Luke was a little stunned. Why did this thing look a little like the earliest form of the bat suit? It had no power, was quite sturdy, and had a dark red cape on its back. Apart from being uglier, wasn't this just a copy of the first bat suit? So, this guy wasn't Tony's fan, but his own brainless fan. Even as the thought flashed through Luke's mind, he immediately focused. The armored warrior, who glided down had good balance and nerves, and could actually use the cape's glide function well. Without a doubt, this person was no weaker than Luke from a year ago. Of course, that was only in terms of physical constitution, superpowers aside. The man clearly made straight for Luke's location. The Big Dipper armor was still invisible. Recalling the fluctuations in the air just now, Luke had a theory. However, this opponent seemed quite interesting. Thinking that, Luke didn't deactivate his stealth mode, and simply drew his blades to meet him. It looked like a supernatural movie. In the dark underbrush in the wilderness, a shadow flitted through the sky, while not far away, two longswords moved in the air to warmly welcome it. The next moment, the two blades collided with the young man's hands, and sparks exploded with a crisp clang. The armored warrior brandished his claws and clashed with the swords. A few seconds later, his expression turned ugly. On the surface, they were evenly matched. The truth was that he had hit the enemy several times in a few seconds, which should have given him the upper hand. However, the other party always dodged slightly at the last moment, like a slippery loach, and most of the power of the attack dissipated. Also, it didn't feel like he was grabbing flesh, but a protective material of some sort. In other words, he hadn't even scratched the other party's skin after several rounds. Without a doubt, this invisible man who wielded two blades was very skilled. Even though the other party was much weaker than him in terms of strength and speed, the difference in skill made it impossible for him to completely break through the defense of the two blades, and he couldn't fully use his attack power. Thinking that, he suddenly lost his good mood. It was like standing on a mountain peak and feeling pleased with yourself, only to have someone on the side suddenly shout, "You're here." Luke was able to block most of the enemy's attacks with his two blades. He had also tested the enemy's armor with his own destructive fighting style. The result was neither good nor bad. Although the armor was ugly and a little shabby, it had excellent defenses. It was definitely made of very advanced materials, and there was even a soft protective metal in the joints. Was this finally the day when he needed to take out the divine tool in his inventory, the 8-pound hammer? Imagining himself raising the hammer with both hands and smashing it down on the man, Luke scratched his head. The man was much faster than his clone. It would be difficult to kill him with a single blow. While both of them were feeling vexed, the remaining 10 people in the round hall came out. The only woman was in the lead. Apart from this young man in armor, she was also the most eye-catching person among them. That was because she was wearing a white dress with a low neckline, which actually looked a lot like a nightgown. As she ran, her curves bounced. However, she was also wearing a short white fur coat with an even more eye-catching fur collar. Luke wondered if it would give her a rash. Although she was a vampire, he should still consider the feelings of non-humans. As he mocked in his heart, he suddenly stopped defending with his longswords, and both sides clashed once more. The longswords and the claws of the armored warrior collided. Making use of the momentum from the attack, Luke quickly turned around and lunged at the group. Looking at how quickly the woman and group behind her ran, it would be strange if they weren't vampires. This was an empty wilderness at night. If he killed these small fry first, he would have plenty of time to deal with the big boss, the armored warrior, later. Fire. The armored warrior, who had been pushed back some distance by the collision this time, immediately sensed that something was wrong, and gave a yell. The 10 people subconsciously raised their guns and aimed at the intruder. The expression of the woman in white fur changed, and she suddenly flipped backward. Bang, 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 gunshots rang out. Luke sighed. Couldn't they use cold weapons? Why were they using guns? They already outnumbered him, why did they have to force him? One longsword suddenly disappeared, and was replaced with a Glock. Bang, 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 bang. The 9 vampires charging forward felt a heat in their chests, followed by a strong burning sensation. They subconsciously lowered their heads, only to see dark sparks fly out of their hearts to quickly spread throughout their bodies. The 9 vampires howled even as they were still running. Their chests and stomachs turned into sparks, and only their heads and legs were still moving forward. 3 steps later, their legs and heads completely disintegrated into black ash. Only the woman was spared. She had just completed her flip, and was landing when she saw her companions turn to dust. She was extremely horrified. Pa, clang, 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 clang. Another gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of a longsword and a metal glove clashing in the wilderness. The woman fell from the sky, her face frozen in fear. A bullet hole appeared in the center of her forehead, and sparks flew. The next moment, her entire head and body turned into sparks. When her toes landed on the ground, they turned completely into black ash. The armored warrior's eyes were blood red as he roared, "Mercury!" He finally landed. Pushing off of his feet, the ground exploded as the armored warrior lunged at Luke. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and a barrage of bullets blocked the armored warrior's path. However, the armor's defenses were very strong. He didn't dodge at all as he covered his face with his hands and charged forward. With a thought, Luke sent out his telekinesis as a cushion under the man's feet. Pooh, the armored warrior actually barreled through the telekinesis, and wasn't flung up. Luke was a little surprised. He put the Glock away and switched back to 2 longswords. He used the invisible telekinesis again, on himself. The armored warrior's claws brushed past him, and the swords in Luke's hands suddenly glowed with golden light. Enchanted double blades. 100 credit points each. The golden blades clashed dozens of times with the other party's metal arms. The 2 of them brushed past each other, and then turned around and stopped. The armored warrior's fury abruptly abated. He looked at his arms, which were raised in front of him, and saw deep marks on the armor. "Who are you?" Luke chuckled and didn't reply. Chapter 1336. Making up for shortcomings in a sparring partner, he glanced at his metal blades. At that moment, there were already many fine cracks on them. At the same time, the golden light from the 200 credit points enchantment disappeared. This opponent was hard to come by. Tonight, Luke would either catch this ridiculously strong vampire boss or kill him. There was no other option. Even though his clone had 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, and his armor, physical outburst, and muscle control enhanced his strength, this armored warrior still had a huge advantage in terms of strength and dexterity. Since Luke had made up his mind, there was no need to say anything else. However, there was still something very important that he had to do. With a thought, melodious bells and a man's voice rang out in the desolate plains at night. The supreme edict, supreme lonely souls, all ghosts and charms, 4 lives with grace, with my BGM, I am a god. Luke told himself. The armored warrior was a little stupefied, but Luke was already rushing over by then. Instantly, they collided again. This time, however, there weren't as many clashes. Most of the time, it was just the occasional sound of screeching metal. Luke's movements and his blades were no longer as swift and fierce as before. Instead, they were more unpredictable. The speed and force of the blades changed irregularly, as did the trajectory of his movements. What discomfited the armored warrior was a suction force which suddenly appeared on the blades. When they clashed, the other party's blades would stick to his arms and borrow his momentum to deflect his attacks. When he exerted strength to struggle free, the suction force would suddenly disappear, making it impossible for him to use any force. If it had felt like he was fighting a loach just now, it now felt like he was fighting slime. The other party's movements weren't as fast as before, but they hindered his attacks and successfully slowed him down, which prevented him from fighting comfortably. Less than 10 seconds later, the armored warrior's eyes lit up with red light, and his anger skyrocketed. Annoying. Disgusting. What the hell kind of swordsmanship is this? He roared inwardly. When it came to experts who used such longswords, the vampire's archenemy, Daywalker, was one of them. In order to deal with that guy, not only had the armored warrior been diligently practicing combat skills against longswords, he had also specially created a high-tech suit in an imitation of Batman's. He had yet to encounter Daywalker, and had already run into this stranger who was even more unusual. If it wasn't for the fact that the reincarnation of the blood god had just been completed tonight and he was wearing this suit, he might have been killed like his companions by this invisible man. But that didn't help with his current situation. His immense strength and dexterity were hampered by the enemy's awesome swordsmanship. His armor was damaged non-stop, while his attacks didn't do much damage to the invisible man. Although the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him if this went on, he also wasn't able to kill him. He was a blood god. He couldn't even kill the first enemy he ran into after becoming a blood god. Then, what kind of blood god was he? Luke, however, was delighted. He needed experience and credit now, but he also needed opponents strong enough to temper himself against. Even though his elementary combat proficiency was a combination of other people's abilities, their combat experience and concepts were still very different. It was like theory without practice. These people's abilities were all like books. Without enough actual combat experience, Luke's elementary combat proficiency was just iron ore filled with impurities that could affect his performance. Only under the pressure of a sufficiently strong opponent could he sense what the problem was, and remove these useless impurities to turn the iron ore into a tempered steel knife. To compare, while he had good marksmanship, it wasn't enough to deal with some powerful beings. Bullets in the air were far easier to fend off than cold weapons. For example, Thor and his friends could fly faster than bullets, and they had swift enough reactions to use their weapons and armor to block bullets. By then, the threat which Luke's marksmanship posed wouldn't completely disappear, but it would be significantly reduced, drawing out the fight. It would be extremely stupid of him to covet the convenience of bullets and not make up for the shortcomings he knew he had. Didn't Bullseye, who had insisted on this way for decades, die at Luke's hands? How had Luke dealt with him? He simply prevented Bullseye from retrieving his knives, and the guy was captured alive before he could even counterattack. It was also for this reason that Luke confirmed that he had to focus on hand-to-hand close combat and cold weapons in future training and fights. Before tonight, Thor and his group were the only people he had met who were strong enough. However, they were Asgard's gods, and Thor was hooking up with Dr. Jane. How could he train with him? Among his opponents, only the 3 vampire assassins could just barely fight him. But they were completely crushed by his strength and dexterity. He could adjust his strength accordingly, but not his dexterity. He had better reflexes, dynamic vision, and body movements than the 3 vampires, so he had felt no pressure in battle, not even when Bullseye had helped them. Even if Bullseye's bullets and knives could have turned things around in the end, Luke could evade any lethal attacks. Such a battle was better than nothing. Furthermore, his clone's basic stats were only a 10. If it were his main body, with basic stats at around 30, this armored warrior boss wouldn't be strong enough to suppress him. Nevertheless, this boss was the only sparring partner he had encountered so far whom he could use. Otherwise, if he covered the silver longswords with elementary annihilation, it wouldn't be hard for him to cut through the enemy's fake armor and body, and end the battle in 0.1 seconds. It was too hard for him to find another sparring partner whom he could barely use. If he ran into one, he naturally had to make the most out of it and squeeze out the other party's value. For example, it wasn't a bad idea to lock him up alive and turn him into a vampire sandbag. While Luke remained calm while being suppressed by the armored warrior, his eyes lit up at the thought. The thought of capturing the other party as a sparring partner only lasted for a moment, before he started to savor the feeling of being at a disadvantage, which he had never experienced before. To save costs, he no longer used credit points to enchant his blades. He only used telekinesis and Kai to keep the other party here and not give him any chance to escape. A minute later, the armored warrior finally used his trump card. When he brushed past Luke, he suddenly reached out behind him. His right arm suddenly extended out to grab Luke's ankle. He had already discovered that Luke's armor had astonishing defenses. Instead of attacking the other party's sturdy body, it was better to grab his ankle and hold him in place so that he couldn't slip away. With the power of the blood god he had just acquired, he could easily kill the invisible man and give this monster no chance to escape. Alarm bells rang in Luke's head as he swung his blade to block this strange long-arm attack. Turning around, his eyes lit up. Really, could it be that this was the vampire version of Luffy? As Luke thought this, he lunged forward again like a hungry wolf that had seen a beautiful woman. The armored warrior didn't hold back anymore. His hands and feet stretched out weirdly as he attacked Luke from all directions. Luke finally understood why the man's armor was made of soft metal. In a regular battle, these soft metal links remain folded and compressed together like stacked cups. Once this armored warrior transformed into Luffy and attacked with this method, the soft metal in the joints would continue to protect him. The armor wasn't as sturdy as thick breastplates or arm guards, but it could still allow the guy's hands and feet to turn into metal whips. Once he tangled up his opponent, it wouldn't be hard to kill them. For a moment, Luke was in an even more challenging situation. Without an advantage in terms of strength, dexterity, and attack range, he was in an extremely disadvantageous position. But he was enjoying it. That was because his brain had to work like crazy to manipulate muscle control, quick reflex, and imitation with precision. His combat experience from fighting hundreds of bad guys with basic combat was quickly analyzed and the redundant bits discarded, and the remaining useful parts were quickly integrated. Even beating up hooligans for 100 years wouldn't produce this result. That was because one ordinary, flawed punch was enough to take down small fry. In the face of an enemy who crushed his clone in every aspect, however, he had to look for opportunities in terms of skill. In any case, his clone, which was protected by armor, a reinforced body and self-healing, had enough resources to court death. As long as the other party didn't have some strange magic like that witch, his clone wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. The clone was worth 100,000 credit points and could store excess special energy, recalling it would be very painful. 5 minutes into the battle, Vampire Luffy was able to hit him and reduce his strength by half. The attack on Luke had dropped from more than 20 hits per minute to a little over 10. The Big Dipper armor's stealth system couldn't be maintained under such an intense onslaught, so Luke simply cancelled it to reveal the damaged black and white armor. Vampire Luffy gritted his teeth and asked while attacking wildly, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? I'm going to kill you." Luke didn't say anything. He was firmly at a disadvantage right now, and wasn't wearing the thickest Batman suit. He had to focus on fighting and honing his combat skills. How could he be in the mood to trade words with this sparring partner? 10 minutes later, he was being hit 7 or 8 times per minute. Vampire Luffy, B-starred, "Who the hell are you? Are you mute?" His tone had changed significantly this time. He was still angry, but not as crazy as before. Luke silently brandished his blades to block the torrent of attacks. He was under too much pressure and couldn't say anything. Half an hour later, Vampire Luffy asked, "Who are you?" He hadn't hit Luke once in more than 10 minutes. No matter how he stretched out his limbs and body, he was still blocked by the 2 blades. Also, the way the other party blocked his attacks was changing. From deflecting first and then moving, the other party was starting to do both in one breath. The 2 longswords were always able to deflect his attacks at the last moment and interfere with his momentum. What was even more annoying was that this interference wasn't pure defense, but was a constant manipulation of his momentum. An hour later, Vampire Luffy was horrified. He had stopped bellowing, and the blood-red light in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, he looked around every now and then, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, he punched out, and his long arms lashed out like whips in the air. At the same time, he pushed off of his toes and glided away. Luke smiled inside his helmet, and the armor's hands switched to taser mode. The 2 blades nimbly stuck to the man's elongated arms. Instantly, there was a far stronger suction force, and the 2 blades and arms were practically glued together. Luke activated his telekinesis at the same time, and pushed off of his feet. Vampire Luffy, who had just flown 7 or 8 meters away, felt a huge resistance on his arms and shouted again miserably, "No." A familiar fluctuating force returned alongside his arms. Luke used his blades to drag the man down by his arms. The rebound successfully disrupted the man's glide, and Vampire Luffy fell from the sky. With his dexterity, he naturally wouldn't hit the ground directly. He twisted and landed on his feet, but there was despair on his face. "Who on earth are you? What do you want? Money, power, women, immortality? I can give it to you. Say something. Answer me." Luke looked at this Vampire Luffy, who had basically broken down 10 minutes ago. He had no fighting spirit left and was intent on escaping. He finally sighed. "I wanted you, but you've disappointed me too much. There is no value in an opponent without fighting spirit. So, you can die." As he spoke, he lunged forward again and swung his blades. Vampire Luffy felt something wasn't right when he heard that. but he subconsciously stretched out his hands to block the attack and nothing more. After attacking for half an hour and not being able to hit the other party even once, he had lost the desire to attack. That was why Luke was disappointed. It was useless to keep this vampire boss as a sparring partner. He would lose his fighting spirit when he saw Luke, and wouldn't be able to attack with that sort of oppressive force anymore. He would no longer be helpful in improving Luke's combat skills. Chapter 1338. Blood transformation and holes in the body. If the other party were a female vampire, Luke could still try pheromone control. Although the effects of the hypnosis were limited due to their different races, it wasn't impossible to lengthen the duration of the hypnosis and increase the strength of the attacks. As for the person in front of him, he was a man, so he had to kill him for good. A thin layer of elementary annihilation was attached to the blades as they slashed at the long snake-like arms. Poochie. Impossible. How can silver weapons hurt me? Vampire Luffy felt a chill in his arms, and then saw the intact soft metal armor crack and break under the blades. What horrified him even more was that he had lost all feeling in the parts of his body that had been cut off along with the armor. That was the last straw. Before this moment, he still felt that he had a good chance of escaping. At the very least, his newly acquired blood god power made his body immune to the most lethal weakness, sunlight. The sun, or rather, the strong UV rays, was the bane of vampires. Moreover, it was very hard to dodge the speed of light. Secondly, the more common weaknesses such as against garlic and silver also no longer worked on him. Even his brain and heart no longer had any weaknesses. His body had completely turned into a ball of blood that contained the power of the blood god. It was because of this ability that he could stretch his body like Luffy. The only thing he was scared of was anticoagulants. Sheldon had actually been his test subject. He had deliberately let Sheldon obtain the secret arts of the blood god, but had hidden several key points, including the most important sacrificial requirements. He should have absorbed the ancestral powers of 8 purebloods to complete the blood god transformation, but Sheldon only sucked blood from 8 rotten hybrid scum. So, Sheldon's blood god body was just an inferior and incomplete version. After confirming the possibility of a blood god body, Vampire Luffy completed the last stage of preparations and successfully turned into a real blood god today. However, he was well aware, thanks to an informant in the Ellsworth family, that Sheldon had died because of Batman's anticoagulant. No matter how amazing a blood god body was, it was essentially a mass of blood. He didn't dare bet on it being able to resist an anticoagulant. So, he had put on a full suit of armor in advance to avoid being suddenly injected with one. After becoming a blood god, he was in a great mood. Putting on this armor developed by top specialists, it was as if he was about to take some throne. Who the hell knew why this terrifying black and white face appeared and started fighting him without a word? Wait, it seemed that he was the one who went to him. The thought flashed through Vampire Luffy's mind. Even as he felt regret, the 2 silver blades that were full of cracks and looked like they would break in the next moment had already reached him. The blood god body was cut into pieces and scattered in the air. After living for more than 100 years, his will to live was still strong, and he reflexively used the blood transformation ability of his blood god body. Several pillars of blackish-red blood which glowed with a faint dark light shot out from the back of the armor. They twisted like snakes and fled 10 meters away before they merged back into a blackish-red human-shaped mass of blood. This time, however, 2 wings appeared on the back of this humanoid. With a fierce flap, it left an afterimage in the air as it quickly fled. Luke was surprised. You can do that, but I can fly too. Amused, he didn't stop. He sped up, and the propulsion system on his back activated. There was the strong sound of rushing wind, and the blackish-red humanoid couldn't help but turn around and look. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. What a joke. This guy could fly. In fact, not only could Luke fly, he was also a master at it. Whether it was Batman's cape, Big Dipper's propulsion system, or White Wolf's wings, he was very good at all of them. This was the practical experience gained from a year of being a vigilante. It wasn't something that a person who had only learned cape flight for a few months could compare with. Almost the moment the blackish-red figure turned around, Luke darted under him and shot out a string of anticoagulants. The humanoid wasn't slow to react either. In fact, the blood god gave him extremely strong senses, which included ultrasound detection. That was also why he had instantly detected Luke from 200 meters away. Almost the moment Luke took out the anticoagulants, the man who was very sensitive to syringes, almost got goosebumps. It was a good thing that he didn't have hair in his blood god form, or it would definitely be standing on end. Luke's attack was very sudden. He fired 8 anticoagulants in a row with elementary precision, and blocked the enemy's escape route. Just as the syringes were about to hit him, the humanoid roared and suddenly twisted. Holes appeared in his body, allowing the syringes to pass through without touching him. All 8 anticoagulants missed. Luke couldn't help but curse out loud, shocked by the other party's marvelous performance. But that was all. A golden telekinetic beam shot out and directly penetrated the blackish-red figure, who had slowed down slightly when it had to dodge. In the previous battle, this guy had easily crushed ordinary telekinesis, as well as the few telekinetic chains that Luke had tried to restrain him with. At that time, Luke had sensed a strange power in the guy's body that could nullify telekinesis. However, the 2 blades enchanted with credit points successfully broke through the energy and left deep marks on his armor. Thus, he invested 1,000 credit points into this enchantment. Poochie. The light golden telekinetic beam instantly stabbed the humanoid in the head like a snake. With a series of pops, the golden telekinesis quickly dimmed and then completely disappeared. The blackish-red figure howled miserably and fell. Luke, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise. 1,000 credit points wasn't enough. This thing was really hard to deal with. Although he was surprised, he followed closely behind the man and stabbed out with another 1,000 credit enchantment, sending the blackish-red figure flying again. This time, the humanoid didn't survive. After the golden color of the enchantment dimmed by more than 2/3, the blackish-red blood mass emitted a dazzling golden light which then tore it apart. In the end, the golden light flickered and went out as the blackish-red blood mass exploded into countless pieces. Bright red sparks covered a radius of 10 meters in the night sky, looking like beautiful fireworks. After a brief flash, they turned into black ash which scattered in the air. Chapter 1339. Hard to fulfill destiny, and visiting friends system. Kill Deacon Frost, the vampire blood god. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 50,000. Total credit, 50,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 50,000. Credit plus 50,000. Host's experience, 248,900,000 credit, 411,000. Luke was very satisfied with this notification. It was rare for him to meet such an oppressive enemy, even if this Deacon Frost guy had wanted nothing more than to run away in the last 20 minutes. However, this so-called vampire god couldn't even withstand an enchanted attack worth 2,000 credit points. Indeed, Luke couldn't be too demanding. Old Mephisto wasn't called the god of hell, but even after being hit by a 60,000 credit point attack, he only needed to go back to sleep for 10 years. This was enough to prove that adding the word God in your name did nothing to increase your combat ability. If you had to die, you die. During the 1-hour battle just now, the guy had been cautious and conscientious in the first 40 minutes, always wanting to defeat Luke in one go. In the end, he still gave Luke 50,000 experience and credit points. The other 10 vampires gave him 9,000 experience and credit points. The female vampire was worth the most at 4,000, and the rest were around 500. The mix of monsters, small bosses, and big boss tonight could be considered just another day for Luke. The only thing he didn't get was abilities. The blood god body was directly labeled as unavailable, and the other abilities basically overlapped with what the previous vampires had given him. The only other ability was language. Some of these guys who had lived for a long time knew more than 3 basic languages, including Deacon Frost and the female vampire. In particular, Deacon Frost had basic vampire culture and basic vampire history, which expanded Luke's database a little, and would make it easier when he looked for vampires in the future. It seemed that he had gained a lot tonight. Thinking that, Luke returned to the round hall and searched for a moment before he took everything that the vampires had brought, including the items for the blood god's descent. After making sure that he hadn't missed anything, he flew straight to Los Angeles. 3 hours later, an old RV arrived outside the castle. A man in a black coat snuck into the round hall. A moment later, the man walked out with a puzzled expression. Rubbing his short hair, he mumbled, "That's impossible. They clearly said that their elder was captured by Deacon Frost to perform the ceremony for the blood god's descent. But where is he?" Puzzled, he searched the area. Luke had only taken the items brought by the vampires before he left. He couldn't be bothered to erase traces of what happened. Since nobody else was here, the traces would disappear in a few days. Besides, so what if someone found some traces? They could look for whoever they wanted. In any case, it was Big Dipper's fault. The king of scapegoats didn't care about another strike on his record. In the end, the newcomer found the location where Luke had fought Deacon Frost. He observed the area for a long time with disbelief on his face. This was Deacon Frost's gang. All dead. He had been investigating Deacon Frost and his crew for a long time. He knew that the other party wanted to carry out the ceremony for the blood god's descent. According to the information, after obtaining the power of the blood god, Deacon Frost would no longer have any vampire weaknesses, and he would be like Daywalker, able to walk under the sun. Once his strength skyrocketed, he wouldn't be afraid of silver or garlic. Just by looking at the round hall, he knew that the ritual had been held. The alcohol also proved that Deacon Frost had probably succeeded. Otherwise, the vampires wouldn't have had a party, and there wouldn't be only clothes left of the 8 pureblood elders. The vampires whom Luke had killed had turned to dust, but their clothes were still here. The white fur coat stood out. The man recognized it at a glance as belonging to Deacon Frost's lover and right hand, Mercury. He smelled Deacon Frost on the armor that had been cut into a dozen pieces. Since the scene had been cleaned up, it was clear that the newcomer had killed Deacon Frost and his gang, and had taken the opportunity to clean up the altar. If Deacon Frost had won, it would be impossible for him to pack up the things in the round hall. He could just get a bunch of vampire servants to do it. Daywalker was very sure that there were a lot of vampire servants in the United States. It was even more impossible for Deacon Frost, who was known as the first leader, to lack human helpers. Then herein was the question: who killed Deacon Frost and his core group of 10? Daywalker drove away feeling at a loss. At that moment, he only felt a deep sense of loneliness. It was fine if he didn't have any family or friends. After all, this was his destiny: kill all vampires or be killed by them. But now, he couldn't even find a powerful opponent. How could his destiny be realized? To fulfill this destiny was too hard. Luke didn't know that him stealing kills had once again struck a blow to a certain person's confidence. He simply switched back to his own identity and returned to Los Angeles. The next day, he went to USC to visit his sister, Claire. However, he only looked at the little monkey from afar, and saw that she was participating in a female judo club activity with Blake. Using the drone to silently observe the dodgy seniors, he didn't pay too much attention to their cries and struggles. He only watched Claire and Blake fight for a moment before he quietly left. In terms of skills, Claire completely crushed Blake. But in terms of physique, Blake completely crushed Claire. At the very least, it was thrilling to watch. An upright person like him had no love of peeping, or he would have recorded Blake training as a souvenir. After that visit, Luke took a plane to Houston, and then went to the church in the cemetery to visit Ghost Rider Carter Slade. Luke, who was wearing the Big Dipper armor, passed by the stable and alarmed the black horse. Unexpectedly, this guy still remembered him. It neighed angrily and charged out, wanting to kick him. Without any hesitation, Luke tied up this violent horse once more. Carter Slade walked out at that moment. The old man's hair was still gray, but his body and mind were in much better shape. He was still wearing his old t-shirt, jeans, and a wide-brimmed hat. He was also holding a shovel out of habit, and looked no different from an ordinary cemetery caretaker. Looking at the black horse that was tied up and still squirming on the ground, he had a vague sense of déjà vu. But based on the feedback he got from the vengeful evil spirits, Mephisto had been especially quiet recently. Even his clone hadn't shown any signs of activity in the human world. Then, a person with a black and white face appeared next to the black horse. "Long time no see. You're not dead yet. That's great." Stumped for a moment, Carter Slade then smiled bitterly. "So it's you." He looked at his friend. "There's no need to be like that. He's just a little violent." Luke reached out and aimed at the black net that was trapping the black horse. Sensing Luke's hand signal, the black net automatically unlocked and flew up. As it flew back, the black net compressed back into its original cylinder form and fell into Luke's hands. The black horse immediately got up and ran over to the old man. It shook its head and rubbed against its master, indicating that it had been bullied by this baddie again. Carter Slade rubbed the horse's big head. "All right, don't piss him off, because I can't either. Go back and get some sleep." The black horse snorted angrily at Luke before it returned to the stable. However, it gave Luke a wide berth. After acting spoiled with its master, it knew that it couldn't do anything to this annoying fellow. It could only stay away. Out of sight, out of mind. They walked back to the church which Carter Slade was living in. In the dim light, he simply asked, "Do you want water?" "I only have water." Luke got straight to the point. "How's your recovery?" There was an odd expression on Carter Slade's face. A moment later, he nodded. "I can live for a few more years." Luke had been paying people to watch the old man regularly, and the old man wouldn't notice at all if he was being filmed from a distance. On the surface, the old man indeed looked a lot better. He could even ride the black horse when he was free. Luke asked, "Where's Johnny? Has he contacted you?" "He came to see me once." Carter Slade nodded, then immediately added, "But I didn't ask where he was." A retired old man like him couldn't help the new rider. There was no need to make trouble for Johnny. Luke said, "I want to make a deal with you." "No, I won't." Carter Slade subconsciously wanted to refuse. He had too deep an impression of the word, deal. However, he saw faint white light in the eye sockets of this black and white skeleton mask. Carter Slade suddenly choked. Remembering the fear of being tied up and controlled, he smiled bitterly. "It seems I have to hear you out." Luke nodded. "Don't worry, I'm not Mephisto. Besides, I sent that old man back to hell last time. He shouldn't be able to come out for the next decade." Carter Slade was stunned. What? Johnny had told him the outcome of the last battle with Blackheart. Carter wasn't surprised that Blackheart had lost so terribly. Mephisto's foolish son really wasn't very smart. What the old man had found the most incomprehensible was that Mephisto never appeared at all. The San Venganza contract was definitely very important to this Lord of Hell. Carter was certain that although Blackheart, this foolish son, was ambitious and wanted to seize the contract for his own use, he was ultimately just a pawn for his father. If Johnny hadn't described how the San Venganza contract was activated, Carter Slade would have really thought that Mephisto had swapped out the contract. Mephisto was a demon of hell who liked to play lies and deception the most. Doing something like this beforehand wouldn't be hard. Hearing Luke's words, Carter Slade instinctively felt that it was impossible. But he subconsciously wondered, what if it wasn't that Mephisto didn't want to, but that he couldn't use the San Venganza contract? That would make sense. But even more questions followed. That was Mephisto. As the Lord of Hell, this demon king had his own dimension where his real body had always resided. In hell, Mephisto was powerful. There were indeed people who could defeat him in hell, but Carter Slade didn't think that a terrifying existence like that would appear in front of him and speak to him so amiably. Luke waved his hand. "I won't go to San Venganza until I've dealt with him. Let's talk about our deal. In short, you just have to do your best when I need you." Carter Slade frowned and was about to refuse again. "I'm not done." Luke gestured for him to settle down. "The vengeful evil spirits in your body focus on dealing with special beings. So, when I want you to take action, it'll basically just be these sorts of enemies. I'm usually occupied, however, and saving even a little bit of time can help to protect more innocent lives. So, you'll have to move to New York." Carter Slade's mouth moved again, but this time, he was smart enough to remain mum, since Luke wasn't done. "Do you know the undead, which appeared in New York not long ago? Not only did they wreak havoc in New York City, causing countless casualties, they also opened the door to the underworld on Staten Island in an attempt to let all their kind out," said Luke. "I don't think you can just sit back and let something like that run wild, right?" Stumped for a moment, Carter Slade then nodded silently. If he didn't have a righteous heart, he would have given the San Venganza contract to Mephisto long ago. Compared with the San Venganza contract, the consequences of opening a door to the underworld in the human world were no less devastating. Luke nodded. "That's exactly the sort of thing I need you to deal with. I'll call for you if I need you to come with me and solve the root of the problem. It's also fine if you're willing to fight low-level monsters and save innocent lives." Carter Slade hesitated, but still wanted to refuse. 100 years was long enough for him. He had lived for too long, and really didn't have the urge to fight anymore. However, his belief in justice was what had enabled him to persist for over 100 years. If he lost that last bit of determination, he would just be a walking corpse. Looking at his hesitation, Luke simply finished off by saying, "To give you enough energy to fight, I'll provide you with a regular supply of the drug I gave you last time, Life 1. I'll do my best to help you settle down in New York and everything else. As long as you don't want to buy the Empire State Building, anything is fine." Carter Slade felt that there was something wrong with this deal. Why did it feel like, this felt the same as when he had accepted the position of sheriff after talking to the town mayor over 100 years ago. In essence, he was being scouted. Feeling a little awkward, he couldn't help but repeat the mocking words he had said to the mayor all those years ago. What if I want gold? A lot of gold. Luke looked at him strangely. There were a lot of poor superheroes, but most people's first reaction was to ask for cash, right? This old man was quite old-fashioned. The moment Carter Slade said that, he became embarrassed. I'm joking. Chapter 1341. Idle teammates, unexpected teammates. Luke didn't care if he was joking or not. Only those who didn't have an opinion wouldn't open their mouths. He nodded. Then let me give you a joke reply. If you're willing, I can pay you a ton of gold in one go, or give you a gold bar every month. Consider it a small toy. Carter Slade. If Mephisto had been this generous back then, would he have considered it? This was a hypothesis with no answer. He could only shake his head. I'm just kidding. I don't need gold or cash. Luke nodded. Then you can treat it as a joke. However, I'll give you $1 million in cash. You can use it whenever you need to. No matter how much you use, I'll top it up the following year. Carter Slade. I don't need it. No, you do. This isn't a salary, but an operations fund, Luke said. If you don't spend a penny this year, then naturally I won't have to top up the fund next year. So, this money is just for operation expenses. After all, we're not running a company, there's no need for you to submit invoices. The corners of Carter Slade's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like this really is like a company, and I'm in partnership with a glib-tongued businessman? No matter how uncomfortable the old man felt, however, he ultimately didn't turn Luke down. Or rather, Luke didn't give him the opportunity to refuse. While the old man dawdled, Luke injected him with Life 1. The effect of 20 mms of Life 1 was astonishing. In less than a minute, Carter Slade's hair and beard turned completely black, and the wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared. Instead of 70, he now looked like he was 40 or 50 years old. That wasn't the end. 90% of the effect of Life 1 would only come out a week later. The remaining 10% would last for a few months before slowly fading. In half a year, he would look like he was in his 30s. That was the effect of Life 1, which was why Luke didn't use it most of the time, and used Tandy's life dagger instead. That was because it was too heaven-defying, and he didn't know if there were any hidden dangers. The system, on the other hand, had confirmed that Tandy's light dagger ability was purely life force, and didn't cause any side effects. Who was more suitable as a test subject for Life 1 than an old Ghost Rider on the brink of death? In any case, Carter would be able to live for a few more years. Luke's conscience was clear. As for the deal, it was simply for the sake of being prepared. Ghost Rider's flames and penance stare were very lethal against extraordinary beings. Also, compared with the young and unrestrained Johnny Blaze, the less temperamental ex-Rider was more reliable. This old man kept tight control over the vengeful spirit's desire for sinful souls. During Luke's surveillance over the last few months, the old man had never gone out to sentence evil souls. It was far better to invest in this old man than in the young and brash Johnny and his uncontrollable firepower. At the very least, the old man wouldn't cause too much trouble. It didn't matter that his combat ability was weaker. What Luke needed more was magic damage, not physical strength. The old man was also more patient. During the move to New York, he would quietly spend the time adjusting and learning Luke's safety rules. At the very least, he had to become familiar with the stealth suit and post-op cleanup. He couldn't let himself become a target as soon as he went out, unlike the Ghost Rider's spectacular entrance. Nevertheless, the old man's black hell horse wasn't as explosive as Johnny's hell cycle, and created much less property damage. After taking care of Carter Slade, the clone finally returned to New York. It was best that the clone was the one to sort out the matter with Carter Slade. It wouldn't be good if there was big news of NYPD detectives harboring evil creatures in the future. Despite the bomb explosions, the people of New York were very hardy. After a few days, the only people still talking about it were the superhero fans. But it was just one of many topics, and they weren't as enthusiastic as they had been a few days ago. Humans were mercurial creatures. They easily forgot the good, and walked easily out of grief. So, Luke didn't feel strongly about any of it. In any case, there were still many big events to come, and it would be best for everyone to get used to it beforehand. As for issuing a warning and telling everyone to leave, forget it. This was New York, a financial, economic and business center, and the largest city in America. Half of the old men in Congress would rather die than move away from the city. The police department was also back to normal. The detectives at the bottom had nothing to do with the big shots who fought in the dark. Luke had a lot of time every day. He always got off work at 2 in the afternoon, and never stole the limelight. If he continued being so diligent, what use would the rest of the detective bureau be? He had the time to train his future teammates and study the new abilities he had just acquired. At night, he went out to throw the stock from the drug warehouses into the ocean to feed the fish. His life was peaceful and fulfilling. During this time, only one thing happened which he didn't know whether to deem good or bad. Alice and Carrie suddenly became one-star teammates. Luke was also surprised. If pheromone control could brainwash people into becoming teammates recognized by the system, he would have had a few such teammates long ago. In actual fact, only the mother and daughter had passed the system's evaluation. To compare, there was Black Sky Electra, who had been locked up in Space 2 this entire time and who got regular daily doses of brainwashing with pheromone control and basic hypnosis, and Angel Dust. Both of them were still hostile. What was the difference between Alice and Carrie, and Electra and Angel? It was that the mother and daughter felt gratitude to Luke. He had only used pheromone control and basic hypnosis to stabilize their conditions, and had never intended to make them feel indebted to him. This behavior made them lower their guard, or rather, made it easier for them to thank and trust him. Thus, they passed the teammate evaluation. In order to help them relax and as a test to prevent them from becoming completely cut off from society, he had also taken Alice and Carrie out several times to deal with a few would-be robbers. The mother and daughter were the main attack force, while Luke picked up the pieces. After several outings, the system teammate notification finally popped up. This also gave him some idea about how the system's teammate evaluation mechanism worked. Common battle plus enough trust equals system teammate. For example, he had let Electra and Angel out before for a comparative test. Again, they were the thugs who did the fighting, while he cleaned up after them. The two women didn't resist beating up or even killing people. As vigilantes, they did the same amount of work as Alice and her daughter, but they didn't pass the system's evaluation. Chapter 1342. On women. It was useless even if the two women followed his orders without hesitation. As long as he relaxed for a few days, they would subconsciously think about breaking out of his control. The brainwashing effect on Electra, in particular, disappeared at twice the rate compared with Angel. These two could only be used as temp goons. Thinking that, Luke wasn't disappointed. It was impossible for life to always be smooth sailing, and accidents and difficulties would often happen. On this peaceful day, it was the 18th of June. It was Luke's 20th birthday, and the system's official 2-year anniversary. As a low-key person, Luke naturally wouldn't do anything. He never celebrated his birthday in his previous life. At most, he would go home and ask his mother to make his favorite braised pork and a bowl of longevity noodles. Other friends might send him birthday greetings by text. As for those who didn't remember, it was even simpler. That meant that their birthdays weren't something he needed to remember either. But Dustin didn't let it go so easily. Using this as an excuse, his boss suggested a small, private party, which they hadn't had in a long time. Dustin was rarely at home, and only rented a small apartment in Manhattan. He and Jennifer could barely live together there. It was definitely impossible to have a party there. The kitchen couldn't even fit 2 people. Ultimately, Elizabeth's place was decided as the venue. Since Elizabeth had volunteered, nobody had any objections. The house Elizabeth was talking about wasn't in Manhattan, but New Jersey. It was just that this house was a little further away from the Hudson River, and it would take around 40 minutes to get to HQ from there. Everybody was amazed when they arrived. But Luke and Selena were only pretending, since the multifaceted intelligence system already had this information. Dustin and Jennifer were a little surprised, but didn't think too much of it. Elsa was the most surprised, because she had been to Elizabeth's house a few times. It was a single unit in Manhattan. It was rather spacious, but still an apartment. She was quite surprised that Elizabeth had bought a house in New Jersey without saying anything. What surprised her even more was that there was a big bathtub at the back of the house that was more than 200 square meters in size. It was the same as the one in the backyard of a certain Los Angeles villa, except that it had a more feminine style and functions. Apart from the environment, The house was similar to the LA villa. After Luke and Dustin set up the barbecue for dinner, the four women changed into swimsuits and went to the big bathtub to enjoy themselves. Dustin sat in a deck chair not far from the grill and drank a bottle of beer. It wasn't like he was slacking off, but the things he barbecued didn't cook all the way through, and were completely below standard. Luke decisively told him to go away. Dustin glanced at the four women and coughed. Seeing Luke look at him, he said in a low voice, "Although I shouldn't interfere in the affairs of you young people, we're friends, after all. A word of advice. Don't fool around too much." "Luke, I never thought you were like this, Dustin. Your words are based on the premise that I am indeed fooling around." Luke lowered his voice as well. "However, I've never met Elizabeth in private. You're overthinking it." Dustin frowned. He didn't doubt Luke. There was no need to lie about this, since it could cause trouble in the future. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Then, what Elizabeth thinks of you, Looking at the, you know what I mean, look in his eyes." Luke sighed. "I've mentioned a few times that I have a certain lady friend, but that's all. I can't make the first move to shut her down directly, right?" Dustin knew that meant that Elizabeth had never said anything. What basis did he have to think that Elizabeth had to like Luke? He couldn't help but scratch his head. You should pay more attention. It's best if it doesn't develop to the point of no return." Luke snorted. "Nothing happened at all. Do you think I'm like you, sticking to Jennifer when I have the chance? When are you getting engaged?" Dustin was surprised. "Next month." "Wait, I haven't told Jennifer yet." "How did you know?" Luke shrugged. "I guessed. But you're not young anymore. Jennifer is a nice person. Don't miss the chance. Only one thing needs to be said for a man. Don't cower, just do it." Jennifer didn't receive an engagement ring from Dustin that night, but Luke received birthday gifts. Following Selena's lead, everybody rubbed his head and said kindly, "Kid, you've finally grown up." Luke could only accept it. In most places in the United States, 18 was an important age. Many people who didn't go to college officially entered the workforce, and could be considered adults. 20 years old, on the other hand, was the age when they were considered mature enough to get married. Of course, there was still the age of 21, where one could buy alcohol. So, alcohol was more dangerous than women, a driving license, or guns. Did that mean that from today onward, women weren't the most dangerous thing to Luke? After dinner, Luke looked at the four women who were flushed from drinking, and felt that it was better not to let down his guard so soon. So, he told Gold Nugget to watch them while he and Dustin hid far away and talked about the commissioner and the sheriff. So far, it seemed that the higher-ups were still up to no good. There was no telling whether the mayor would be staying, so NYPD couldn't make a decision. And NYPD would likely be in this limbo for several months. However, the people at the mid and lower levels who actually did the work weren't that affected, and law and order in New York wouldn't suddenly collapse. Most of the time, Luke just listened. Then, he casually told Dustin about how Chief Nelson had been set up in the Soderbergh's villa. They hadn't had time to discuss the incident in detail before, but now that they were free, they didn't mind engaging in their usual line of work as they speculated on the case. "It should be Brad," Dustin sipped his beer and said casually. "If there are no leads until now, it's probably his handiwork." Luke asked, "Is he that good?" Dustin had rarely talked about Brad in the past. Firstly, Brad and Luke were a little distant in status, and secondly, Brad had no intention of accepting Luke. Dustin was really worried that Brad would piss Luke off. If it was a year ago, he wouldn't think that way, but after understanding Luke's temperament, he knew that he was a person who was outwardly hot but inwardly cold. Or rather, this so-called heat had always been a disguise. Chapter 1343, Speculation, Dreams. Given how Brad did things, it was hard for him to win Luke's acknowledgement. Dustin, who was in the middle, had tried, but Brad had been too focused on returning to New York. No matter how capable a minor detective in Los Angeles was, there was no need to take him into account. Luke, on the other hand, politely and decisively refused to get close to Brad. Dustin tried several times, but to no avail. Neither of them liked the other, which wasn't something Dustin could resolve on his own. Dustin confirmed Luke's suspicions. Back then, Brad lost because of support from the higher-ups. The person whose side he was on didn't become the mayor of New York. Otherwise, he would have long become commissioner or even a politician. He smiled self-deprecatingly. I've always thought that it was a good thing for my old boss to have such ambitions, but when I was the one whose interests were sacrificed, I realized that I wasn't that unaffected. Luke didn't think much of it. You're not his father. If his father might not be willing to give him money all the time, how can you always let him have his way? Like him and Dustin, weren't they in the same boat? Nothing in the world was simple. If Dustin was someone who would sacrifice Luke's interests for his own personal needs, Luke would also fall out with him. It wasn't that he would feel sorry about losing out on the benefits, but if he followed a boss who only cared about himself, he would be pushed out as a scapegoat sooner or later. Dustin shook his head. That's not what I mean. It's just, he was silent for a long while before he said in a low voice, maybe he wants to prove himself too much. Luke didn't say anything. He had helped Dustin because Dustin was sincere when dealing with Luke. Brad was a high and mighty figure who didn't even bother to look at the young detective. What ambitions he had nothing to do with him. Dustin knew what Luke's position was, so he skipped over this and continued, Brad has changed a lot. If this was a year ago, he might not have taken the risk. However, he's still 50-50 against Nelson. He's already lost once in the competition for the position of chief of department a few years ago. He can't afford to lose the position of commissioner. Luke understood what Dustin was doing. He wasn't trying to excuse Brad, but was analyzing the possibility of Brad framing him. Brad was also very impulsive. Brad, who had been Nelson's rival for more than 10 years, was completely capable of setting him up. The person who would benefit the most from Nelson's bad luck was Brad. Brad had motive and the means, and a lot to gain from the results. In the eyes of Dustin and Luke, these two old detectives, it was more than 80% likely that Brad was behind this. They didn't need evidence or investigation to come to this most likely conclusion. Luke asked, "What are you going to do?" Dustin shook his head, "Nothing. When Brad takes action, he won't leave any evidence behind. Actually, there's no need for evidence. In any case, the Soderberghs won't let him climb the ladder. Then let's just watch silently." Luke clinked beer bottles with Dustin. That night, Luke took a cab with Dustin and Jennifer. Looking at the driver who greeted Luke with a fist bump, Dustin smiled. "You two really know each other." Belle looked at him and shrugged. "Can't he have a black friend?" Dustin was unmoved. He shook his head and kept smiling. "Generally speaking, most of the acquaintances he mentions are people he detains." Belle, she couldn't say anything to that. Based on her illegal car modifications, speeding, and so on, she was qualified for several years of jail time. Luke was amused. "Boss, she's my friend. She helped John last time." Dustin nodded with a smile. He took out a card from his pocket and slipped it into the cash tray. "Contact me if you need anything in the future." This time, Belle didn't smile cheekily. Pleased, she took the card and put it away. "Thank you very much, Mr. Bieber." This card only had Mr. Bieber's name and a phone number on it. She now had another backer in NYPD, and it was Luke's boss. For someone who loved racing when she had nothing to do, it wasn't bad to have more supporters. What if NYPD made off with her car one day? When Luke was dropped off first, he hinted to Belle that on no account should she charge Dustin a daily cab fee. Belle gave him a "do you think I'm a pig" look. Only an idiot would extort money from Luke's boss. Just because the detective bureau was usually in charge of major cases and homicides didn't mean that they didn't have the authority to issue tickets. Luke waved goodbye with a smile, but mumbled inwardly, "Who the hell knows if you'll go crazy? You wanted to charge John $500 during the explosions last time. Do you think that Officer John is someone easy to deal with?" If it wasn't for Belle's excellent driving skills and her help, John would have slapped her with a fine. Couldn't find her. As if the only reason someone couldn't be found was because they weren't a target. Who the hell knew which yellow cab was hers, out of the tens of thousands in New York? But John had seen her face, and with a sketch and the label of suspect, Belle would be caught in less than 3 days. After seeing Dustin and Jennifer off, Luke entered the house. His 20th birthday passed peacefully. In the next few days, Luke remained busy with his own plans. First of all, he personally arranged everything for Carter Slade. After questioning the old man, he chose a remote, abandoned church on Staten Island. After buying the church under an alias and repairing it, it became the old man's new home. As for how he was going to cross the water in an emergency situation, the old man simply retorted lightly, "How do you know that my horse can't run over water?" Luke was stunned. Can it, as long as I need it to. Luke. B starred. He wasn't expecting that. Fine, let him posture. In any case, Luke wasn't a jealous person. However, when he thought about riding a black horse with flaming ears, nose, and hooves, galloping over water like it was flat land, he felt inexplicably moved. This was completely different from wearing a suit and soaring through the sky. It was another type of thrill. How about, he asked Carter Slade to let him try riding Little Black. But while the old man looked gentle, he was very stubborn. Luke had tied Little Black up twice, and the horse didn't like him. But one always had to have a dream. Who knew when it might come true? In any case, it was Scapegoat King Big Dipper doing all this, not Batman. He could be as shameless as he wanted. In this world, how could he be a scapegoat if he had any shame? Carter Slade's arrival didn't bring any changes to New York. As the typical lonely old man, the old man didn't have high requirements for quality of life. In the church and the cemetery on the outskirts of Houston, he hadn't even had a TV. The most modern thing he had was an old-fashioned radio. This time, Luke had installed a smart satellite TV. It could be voice-operated and even had a radio mode so that there was only sound and no image. As long as the old man wanted to, he could learn more about what was happening in the world. The old man didn't comment on this arrangement, but if he didn't refuse, that meant that he approved. Luke very consciously understood this. After the real estate agent whom Luke was posing as left, the old man didn't enter the church. Instead, he sat down on a big rock next to the church and looked at the ocean not far away. This beach wasn't as desolate as the Texan wilderness, but it was just as vast. For a moment, Carter Slade's thoughts were complicated as he recalled countless faded memories. After a long while, he smiled. So, I wanted to be a fisherman back then. Hee hee. That day, Luke got off work at 2 in the afternoon and was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Gold Nugget, who was waiting at the kitchen door, suddenly said, "Boss, something happened on Claire's side." Luke immediately put down his things and looked at the dog. Danger. Trouble. Nowadays, this guy could use whines and barks to express itself very smoothly. In an ordinary situation, it wouldn't take the initiative to speak. It shouldn't be dangerous, but it might be troublesome. A group of well-trained armed men is trying to catch one of her fans. Claire wants to stop them, but I've persuaded her not to for the time being. Gold Nugget spoke quickly and explained the situation in less than 3 seconds. Luke nodded and called Claire. At the same time, he turned on the camera on his phone. 2 seconds later, Claire picked up the phone and gasped, "Luke, I'm busy." Luke hummed and looked at the image projected by Little Snail. "What are you busy with?" Claire hesitated for a moment, and without Luke needing to say anything, Gold Nugget was already giving Claire instructions. "Claire, someone wants to kidnap." "Hey, who are you?" "Stop." She was clearly yelling at someone. Luke narrowed his eyes and gestured at Gold Nugget. Gold Nugget carried out the order, and Gold Nugget number 2, who was far away in Los Angeles, immediately fled with Claire. The 2 men in black combat uniforms who had been about to surround her were stunned when they saw the girl, who had seemed determined to fight them to the end, turn around and run off in a strange posture. In a few seconds, she had entered an alley in the USC area. The 2 men in black couldn't help but look at each other, unable to understand what was going on at all. The girl had been running with her head turned toward them. Would she really not hit a wall? But the situation quickly changed. Listening to their earpieces, they immediately gave up on thinking about it and raised their guns at 2 girls on the other side. Luke, on the other hand, frowned when he saw the feed on the phone which Gold Nugget had gotten Claire to sneak out from a corner upstairs. Why were Lorna and Carol in Los Angeles, and how had they run into Claire? He pulled up the itinerary for the 5 girls from the AI Butterfly, and saw, in Los Angeles for a PNK fanmeet. Luke was lost for words. What D*MN fanmeet? At the same time, he sent a message to Carol's phone. Then, Carol's expression in the video feed changed, and she pulled Lorna, who had a wary expression on her face, into a run. She was very nimble and quickly charged behind the cars on the side of the road to block the 2 shooters in black combat uniforms. Lorna reacted quickly. Seeing Carol's signal for her to retreat, she immediately did as she was told. Carol had performed better than her in the last few months of safety training, and made better decisions in the field. She subconsciously went along with it. It was now the turn of the 2 men in black combat uniforms. Open fire. Their target today wasn't these 2 girls who had barged in out of nowhere. If they didn't open fire, these two girls who looked like superhumans would run off again. One of them reported the situation in a low voice, but he had barely said a few words, when gunshots rang out on the street not far behind them. Their faces changed. Ignoring the two girls, they turned around and raised their guns. Looking at the video, Luke ordered Butterfly to tell Carol and Lorna to quickly leave the scene. But a moment later, his expression turned ugly. As the gunfire swiftly approached Carol and Lorna, two helicopters approached from a distance and turned on their searchlights. What the hell was going on? Cursing inwardly, he could only have Carol and Lorna hide in an apartment building. The two girls quickly found an empty room. Lorna used her ability to open the door, and they hid inside. On the other side, under Gold Nugget's instruction, Claire quickly hid around a corner and watched a group of men in black combat uniforms chase after a man and a woman. She only used her phone to record everything clearly. Luke's eyes widened. WTF? The couple being chased by the black combat uniforms turned out to be two familiar faces: Wade and Vanessa. Wade also had a plastic Iron Man mask on his face. Vanessa was wearing glasses and a baseball cap, but Luke still recognized her. Why were they in Los Angeles? This question was immediately answered by the AI program Victoria. They had just attended the PNK fan meet. Luke was lost for words. Why are you so unreasonable? You're already so old, and you're still standing a young female star. Wade and Vanessa were in much more trouble than Carol and Lorna, who had escaped easily. Looking at the 30 men in black combat uniforms in the video, it was clear that they were here for the couple, or for Wade. Luke wasn't too nervous. Wade wasn't like Carol and Lorna, those two rookies. This guy had killed hundreds of people, and was experienced and unafraid of death. If he wasn't spending most of his energy protecting Vanessa, the 30 men in black combat uniforms would have already been killed twice over. Looking at the situation, however, Luke got a bad feeling. Wade was crazy in love with Vanessa and had helped her block a dozen bullets. However, the men in black combat uniforms noticed this, and part of their firepower was used to lock down Vanessa, preventing Wade from escaping. Thinking quickly, Luke called Wade, but he didn't pick up the call. Chapter 1345, The Dog Head is the most reliable, and super policewoman, that B** starred. He couldn't help but curse. As expected, Wade wasn't dependable. He wasn't carrying the exclusive phone that was their line of communication. How FC King annoying. Swiftly operating the virtual screen, Luke found Vanessa's current location from her phone, but he didn't call it. They were facing an emergency. If Vanessa was distracted, she might become more of a hindrance than help. Wade would probably go crazy if something happened to Vanessa. While he was busy, Luke didn't stop talking as he gave Gold Nugget all sorts of orders. Through the connection between the two clones, Gold Nugget passed them on to Claire. Currently, the only reliable person at the scene was Gold Nugget. That was right, it wasn't Carol and Lorna, and it wasn't Claire, but Gold Nugget. Neither Wade nor the three girls were reliable. There was only Gold Nugget, the dog head that had always been training and which was so familiar with the safety rules it was practically an instinct for it now. It was also an old hand, who had been Selena's subordinate and bodyguard for a long time. While it didn't have as much combat experience, it was outstanding at hiding. Although this alien dog head was always lazy at home, it had never made any mistakes when it went out into the field, and Luke trusted it. With Gold Nugget's instructions and help, Claire quickly took action. First of all, she activated the surveillance function on her phone. At the same time, she scanned the area to make sure that there weren't any onlookers. Then, she took out a flat box from her backpack and opened it to reveal an unremarkable gray mask. After the box was put aside, Gold Nugget activated the complete symbiotic form. Golden liquid poured out from its back and quickly wrapped around Claire. In less than 2 seconds, a golden humanoid creature appeared. It was similar in size and face to Selena, except that it was a little shorter at only 1.8 meters tall. Also, it wasn't as curvy as Selena. Selena's complete form looked dexterous and powerful, while Claire's looked more dexterous than anything else. After the transformation, Claire put on the gray mask as Gold Nugget instructed and stood still for 10 seconds. Starting from the head, the gold color was covered in a layer of dark gray, which looked utterly unremarkable. This was a second function of the Thousand Faces system. The first function changed the user's body, while the second simply added a layer of semi-optical camouflage. This semi-optical camouflage wasn't as effective as the optical camouflage on the real armor, since the invisibility mode could only be achieved through limited color adjustment. Of course, this second function was tailor-made for Selena and Claire, because only they could carry Gold Nugget with them and enter the complete symbiotic form. Gold Nugget's symbiotic form was so dazzling that Luke had no choice but to prepare this for them. Compared with superhumans, alien lifeforms would probably whip certain organizations into a frenzy, not to mention a certain gold guy looked very valuable. If anyone mistook this guy for pure gold and thought that it could even sh*t gold bars, it might be possible that wave after wave of people would come looking to capture it. That was how much money mattered in America. Most of the problems in this country had to do with money. It looked very valuable, but was an unforgivable root of evil. Claire was very curious about the origin of the gray mask. It was something that the mysterious old man had asked her to fetch from an empty house. He said that it was a little gift that he had gotten his friend to try making. When nobody was around, she went to Luke's basement to activate the complete symbiotic form and undergo focused tests and training. After experiencing the old man's divine power, she didn't pursue the matter, even though she wondered. Gold Nugget also reminded her that the anti-sneak shot function on the phone from Luke could prevent her from being caught on camera. It was very useful for hiding her identity as a super policewoman. The mysterious old man was quite a nice guy. He chatted and gossiped with her, and helped her train. He wasn't like Robert and Luke, who were old and liked to lecture. Instead, he was a little lively. This made Claire feel that she had a connection with this old man. Of course, the naive Claire didn't know she was currently being directed by a certain old fellow from a distance. There was a seamless connection between her and Gold Nugget, and the orders which Gold Nugget received from Luke were relayed to her without error. What she needed to do was follow Luke's instructions and use the least amount of force to accomplish tonight's rescue operation. While Claire was taking around half a minute to prepare, something happened on Wade and Vanessa's end. They charged into the apartment building where Carol and Lorna were hiding. They successfully escaped being attacked, but the danger Carol and Lorna were in had increased significantly. Just now, Carol had described what happened via text. According to Carol, they had just been waiting at the back door for PNK. That was because Lorna said that big stars liked to sneak out through the back door in case they were blocked by fans and reporters. In the end, before a certain big star appeared, they saw two combat soldiers come out of the back door, as if to guard and examine the environment. When they noticed Carol and Lorna, one of them said into his earpiece, "The device has detected suspected superhumans, but not the target." The man's voice was very soft, but Carol's five senses were far sharper than that of an ordinary person. After being hunted for more than a year, she was very wary of combat soldiers like these. When she heard that, she immediately pulled at Lorna and ran. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, before probably receiving an order. After saying, "Copy that," they chased after the two girls. Lorna warned Carol in a low voice that the guns were special, and she couldn't control them. The two girls' experience of being ambushed and hit with sedatives in a matter of seconds had already been turned into training by the AI, Butterfly, and they had reviewed the scenario multiplied times. When encountering an opponent like this, they absolutely couldn't take any risks, nor should they fight on empty streets where they could be easily surrounded. Just like that, they ran 100 meters before Claire appeared. Carol and Lorna didn't recognize Claire even though they were fans of PNK. With the old man to back her up, Claire jumped out to uphold justice. Guns. She wasn't too scared. In any case, she only stuck her head out halfway from behind a car and yelled, and was prepared to retreat at any moment. She had just wanted to buy the two girls time to escape. Claire didn't think that the two unarmed girls in ordinary clothes were bad guys. The two heavily armed men, on the other hand, didn't have any identifying logos on them, and their faces were covered with masks. The SWAT guys in Los Angeles liked to cover their faces, but they would definitely have the department logo on them. For example, the LAPD and FBI's big white or yellow letters would be on the front and back. Some would have the exact department emblem on their shoulder or on the left side of their chest to indicate which law enforcement branch they were from. Thus, the two armed men in front of her were 99% likely to be bad guys. Besides, Claire had never liked it when men bullied women, much less when it was two heavily armed men bullying two unarmed girls. Unfortunately, Gold Nugget, under Luke's orders, immediately manipulated her body into steering clear, and she almost passed out from how much anger she was choking down. This was the gist of what happened before Luke got the alert from Gold Nugget. As Gold Nugget ran off with Claire, it communicated with her. It was an instantaneous transmission, given that they were in the same body. After understanding Gold Nugget's plan, she decisively chose to go along with it. That was because the plan was indeed fun. At that moment, Claire was a little impatient, but Gold Nugget scolded her. "Did you forget what I said? The more important and urgent something is, the more you can't be hasty, or you'll hurt yourself and others." "Claire, don't I still have you?" Gold Nugget said. "You're not my puppet, and I don't want you to become a brainless idiot like those big, fierce women whom you hate the most." Anyway, you can't get any bigger." Claire flew into a humiliated rage. "FCK, I'm only 19. I can still grow." Gold Nugget. "Okay, let's go. Do you remember the objective?" Claire. "Steady. Don't rush. Take it one step at a time." Gold Nugget was satisfied. Actually, Luke's exact words were even simpler. "Stay low, and don't mess around." However, Claire would definitely rebel against such words, so Gold Nugget decisively reframed them. It had learned this from observing how Luke and Selena spoke. After they confirmed the approach they would be taking, Claire's golden form was completely covered. She immediately opened the window and climbed out. As she did so, she stretched out a finger, and a black line shot out to stick to a fire escape 10 meters away. Claire immediately turned and swung in that direction. At the same time, a super mini drone in the shape of a black spider had already scouted the way ahead, and all the information was being relayed to Luke. This device had also been in the box earlier. It had flown out when Claire transformed and equipped herself with the Thousand Faces system. Like the Thousand Faces system, this drone was a custom-made top-grade product. Claire was Luke's sister, after all, and he couldn't be negligent when it came to her safety. Luke himself liked to stay on top of information. Whether it was keeping his identity secret or hiding information on the battlefield, this was the reason why he often tricked other people and why he himself was rarely tricked. Of course, it was also thanks to the tycoon's tech skills that most of Luke's skills were at the peak above everyone else. He didn't give anyone a chance to crush him with superior skills. Whenever Claire used the Thousand Faces system, it was possible she would need intelligence support. As the saying went, information moved first before people did. Without information to pave the way, Luke wouldn't feel at ease. At that moment, he had already entered the basement workshop. 2 virtual 3D projections appeared in front of him and Gold Nugget. This was mainly for Gold Nugget, so that it could directly perceive the activity on the battlefield. Including Gold Nugget here, it could be said that there were 3 people in one body. What Gold Nugget number 1 knew, so would Gold Nugget number 2 and Claire. Supported by the drone, Claire jumped and soared through the shadows of the buildings, as she completely avoided the surveillance of the 2 helicopters and quickly approached the combatants below. In the apartment building, Wade threw away the Iron Man mask with a vexed expression. "B-starred, this guy is definitely toxic. Every time I carry something related to him, I get beaten up." Vanessa didn't correct his misconception. With a worried expression, she searched his body. "How are your injuries?" Wade turned serious. "It's a small problem. It's not even as bad as what the fat girl next door did to me in my sophomore year." Vanessa was both angry and amused. "Hey, we're being hunted here, so tell me the truth." "Wade, then find me a knife first." Vanessa quickly ran into the kitchen and returned 10 seconds later with a knife. "This is the longest one. I couldn't find the kind you usually use." Wade looked at the long knife in her hand, which was 40+ cm long and usually used to cut meat. Thank you very much, darling. But you better find another knife, a smaller one with a fine tip. I just want to use it to dig out the bullets in my body." Stumped for a moment, Vanessa immediately got up and went to the kitchen. This time, she came back with a whole knife rack in one hand and a silver table knife in the other. "Take your pick." Wade stopped with his quips. He quickly took the small table knife from her hand and started to dig the bullets out of his body. His movements were rough, as if the wounds weren't his. In fact, he could no longer feel the pain as the bullets were of a special type, which continued to release a sedative after they entered his body. Wade had only just discovered the problem with the bullets. He could only take Vanessa into the building to buy time and dig out the bullets. He also understood that he had indeed become more reckless after obtaining this immortal body. If he were a normal person, he wouldn't be so careless as to be hit by so many bullets. The other party, however, knew that he was immortal, and had come prepared. Usually, he would recover quickly from 1 or 2 tranquilizers. As for these special bullets which were injecting him with a sedative continuously, he hadn't been aware of them at first as he focused on protecting Vanessa. By the time he sensed that something wasn't right, he could no longer take out his gun, and was delayed for a critical minute or 2. He was in very bad shape physically. At that moment, most of Wade's body was still paralyzed. If this went on, the other party only needed to find him in a minute and shoot him a few more times, and he could only watch helplessly. Real life wasn't a movie, and bad guys weren't stupid. It really wasn't easy to kill Wade, but it wasn't hard to just restrict or trap him. Wade had been kept under restraints by Francis for many days after he obtained his immortal body. In the end, he found an opportunity to blow up the laboratory before he escaped. Francis's laboratory could only be considered an underground workshop at most. The alloy and leather restraints were sturdy but not top quality, yet Wade had still needed to rely on a ploy in order to escape. These people were clearly more professional and had better equipment. Wade didn't think he had a chance to escape if he was caught and tossed into a more secure lockup, and Vanessa would fall into their hands. At that time, he would be cautious, but the other party could do whatever they wanted. Thinking that, Wade moved faster. His already crude technique became even rougher as he directly made the injuries bigger and stuck 3 fingers inside. Using this insane method, he swiftly took out 7 to 8 bullets, and half of the effect of the sedative disappeared. Although the paralysis was still bad, it stopped spreading so rapidly. Just then, Wade suddenly patted Vanessa, who was helping to treat his wounds, and gestured for her to move away. Knowing that she would only be a burden if she was by his side, Vanessa decisively hid in the kitchen. She had just stepped inside, when there was a loud bang at the door. A hole was created in the door, which had been hastily blocked with a chair and a coat rack. Then, a hand quickly reached through the hole and tried to push aside the chair and the coat rack. With his left hand still digging out bullets from his stomach, Wade looked at the silver table knife next to him and smiled happily. He hadn't brought any weapons with him when he came to the concert with his wife tonight. He had had to protect Vanessa when he ran, so he hadn't even had a chance to look for a weapon. Now, you brought me a knife when I need to kill someone. Thank you, my wife, for being so considerate. Thinking that, he grabbed the table knife with his free right hand. Swoosh. Ah, the table knife shot through the broken door and embedded itself completely in the man's shoulder. This unlucky B***starred couldn't fight back, and his arm was now crippled. Oh, yeah, Wade was ecstatic. He took out another bullet with his left hand and threw it away, not forgetting to pick up another table knife with his right hand. The man who had been hit in the shoulder yelled and retreated. Some light shone through the hole. Then, the light suddenly changed, and Wade threw the table knife again without hesitation. Poochie. Outside the door, a soldier who had been leaning on the side and had just turned to open fire through the hole took the knife in his nose. Bang, bang. His helmet hit the wall, and the man collapsed before he could scream. The soldiers outside the door were as calm as ever. They had captured a lot of ruthless and troublesome opponents, and it wasn't uncommon for teammates to die. The captain hiding next to the door made 2 hand gestures and retreated. 2 team members came forward and hid on either side of the door. They traded a simple look, and while one of them didn't move, the other raised the submachine gun he was holding and opened fire. FCK, Wade said, if you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. Ouch. He looked down helplessly at his left hand. He had just taken out another bullet, but was shot right away. There was another bullet hole next to the first bullet hole. It was a spot-on hit. His luck was definitely in the gutter tonight. What was even more unfortunate was that his fingers had been injured, which affected his movements. Wade could only switch to digging out the bullets with his right hand, but thanks to the injury, his aim with his left hand dropped significantly. The combat soldiers outside took turns stretching out their hands to open fire. They didn't get hit with the knives, but the knife tips sticking out of the surface of the door looked a little scary. In fact, in addition to opening fire to distract Wade, a pinhole camera had also been sent in through the crack under the door. After they confirmed Wade's position, the chances of him being shot would increase significantly. Catch. There was a low cry on Wade's side, and a round shadow flew over. Wade looked over and felt his vision go dark. Dwang. He collapsed. Vanessa, who had just thrown out the weapon from the kitchen, was also stunned. Why did you use your face to receive it? I thought you would use your hands. Thankfully, a certain person was a natural at taking a beating. He got up less than 2 seconds later and leaned against the wall. As he picked up the weapon that had just hit him in the face, Wade looked at Vanessa in confusion. "Why did you throw me this?" Vanessa gestured at his chest. "To block the bullets." "Wade, honey, this is just a frying pan, not a bulletproof vest." Right, throw me a few more." As he spoke, he stretched out the frying pan so that it was 1 meter in front of his chest. It suddenly occurred to him that he wasn't scared of shrapnel, but of the sedative that the bullets would continue to release in his body. Thus, the frying pan didn't need to be as sturdy as a bulletproof vest, all it needed to do was wreck the bullets. Wade was overjoyed. It was useful. Although the frying pan got a few more holes in it and wouldn't be able to hold them off for long, he could at least dig out a few more bullets. In any case, he wasn't good at throwing knives with his left hand, so he could use the pan to defend himself. But the captain noticed Wade's frying pan armor via the pinhole camera and decisively gave an order. A team member at the door pulled the safety pin of a stun grenade and threw it into the hole. Wade was feeling happy when he saw a familiar tin can fly in. If it were any other time, he would have kicked it out and let it go back the way it came, but now, not only was he sitting on the ground, he was also paralyzed. Without thinking, he waved his left hand, and the frying pan flew out to meet the can in midair. The can wasn't nearly as heavy as the frying pan, and the moment the two came into contact, it was sent flying in a peculiar trajectory before shooting back out of the hole. The soldiers outside who were waiting for a loud noise suddenly saw a small shadow fly out of the hole and hit the wall opposite with a clang before bouncing to the floor. Everybody subconsciously looked over and exclaimed in shock. "WTF, FCK, SH*T. Numerous shouts rang out, but the moment they cursed, the stun grenade exploded with a deafening bang, radiating intense white light. Their goggles automatically filtered the strong light to protect their eyes. However, the intense explosion in the narrow passage was too powerful. Everybody blanked out for a few seconds, before they felt dizzy and nauseated. Claire arrived just as the stun grenade exploded. There were more than 30 people in this team. Of course, they couldn't all squeeze into the apartment which Wade was in on the 3rd floor. They had split up to control the streets and stairs in front and behind the building to prevent Wade from escaping through the windows and fire escape. The sound of the stun grenade attracted the soldiers' attention. Claire, who had arrived, didn't stop. She swung directly over the heads of the 2 combat soldiers outside the building. 2 dark gray whips shot out in the air, the ends of which instantly turned into small hammer heads. Dwang, dwang. The 2 combat soldiers felt a pain in the back of their heads and passed out. Claire landed soundlessly. The dark gray hammers flew out, and the combat soldiers, 2 submachine guns were pulled back to her. "Let's go." Claire put the guns away and raised her head. 2 dark gray lines shot out from her back and stuck to a window on the 3rd floor. She pulled, and immediately flew up. The moment she left the ground, the gray whips picked up the pistols and clips of the 2 unconscious men and turned into holsters and a belt to store the ammo at her waist. Following Gold Nugget's guidance in her head, Claire jumped through the 3rd floor window and silently moved through the dark living room. Someone had already woken up in the bedroom, but before the person could come out, Claire opened the front door and ran out, not forgetting to close it behind her. When she came out, she saw a bunch of combat soldiers who were shaking their heads and vomiting. Before she even closed the door fully with her left hand, she raised her submachine gun with her right hand and fired. Bang, 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 bang. Her shooting posture was steady, and the targets were no more than 15 meters away. The fact that Claire had already determined the number and distribution of targets made her hit rate very high. Shooting a fixed target at close range was compulsory training for her whenever she was on vacation at Luke's villa. It wasn't to hone her aim, but to preserve her gun sense so that it wouldn't feel unfamiliar after she hadn't touched a gun for a long time. After firing the submachine gun, the dozen or so combat soldiers on both sides of the door screamed as they were shot in their lower halves. Claire smashed the submachine gun against the wall and wrecked it before she charged forward. All the soldiers who had collapsed screaming were kicked in the head. They wouldn't be able to move for 10 minutes. She then removed the clips from their guns and twisted them out of shape. She did everything very quickly. The combat soldiers on guard below had already sensed that something was wrong and were coming upstairs. Claire had planned to confront them head-on, but she changed her mind at Gold Nugget's words. She jumped out a side window and swung down on a black line before scuttling through a window on the 2nd floor. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, she opened the front door of another apartment. By then, 2 teams had already gone up to the 3rd floor. She followed them. The first team was examining the unconscious men on the ground, and the 2 men in the rear of the second team were on high alert as they turned to guard the stairs. Their vision turned dark as they were punched hard in the face. Using them to shield her, Claire raised the remaining submachine gun. After a series of gunshots, the 8 people who had just come upstairs all collapsed. At the end, Claire didn't forget to shoot the 2 unconscious men in the legs. Gold Nugget said that this was a tranquilizer gun, so she wasn't killing anyone but could still ensure that they didn't cause trouble again. Claire had no intention of killing anyone. She was a big star, just preventing a crime was good enough. After destroying their weapons, she stuffed the 2 pistols and the submachine gun she was holding into the apartment at Gold Nugget's reminder, before she turned around and left. She found that odd. Aren't we going to save the people inside? Gold Nugget said, ignore him. That guy isn't human. Or he's not a normal human. He'll be up and kicking in a few minutes at most. I'm hungry. Let's clean up the rest and go home for a shower and supper. Claire, however, was still curious. Who's that guy? Do you hate him? Gold Nugget. I don't hate him, but not many people like him. That guy likes to court death. You'll see him sooner or later. As they chatted, they went downstairs to clean up the survivors. In New York, Luke said, did you wipe your fingerprints? Carol, take Lorna with you and leave. Through the window immediately. Then, go to the location I gave you. Remember, don't let Lorna reveal her abilities, understand? Just 1 apartment unit away from Wade. Carol listened to the voice through her earpiece and nodded. Got it. Then, she grabbed Lorna and jumped out the window, not forgetting to close it with her toes. Carol was very nimble. Even with Lorna on her back, she climbed down nimbly from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor and jumped down. After they landed, the 2 girls ran down an alley. Inside the apartment, Wade found it strange when he saw the gun stuffed through the door. They surrendered after just a stun grenade. These mercenaries are crap. Vanessa quickly walked out of the kitchen and gave him her phone. Your friend's on the line. Wade. Is he asking me to pay him back? Vanessa rolled her eyes. No. Wade then took the phone with his left hand. Before he said anything, he heard a familiar low British accent. I got someone to help you take care of the people outside. Leave quickly and go to this address. Don't get targeted again. I can't save your wife every time. Wade was stunned. I don't need your... Hey. The call was cut off. Vanessa looked at him. What's wrong? Wade didn't care. Let's go. We can leave. Vanessa asked, but the people outside? Wade said, my friend took care of them. That being said, he still propped himself up and walked to the door. Picking up the 2 pistols and clips, he opened the door. He stuck his head out and looked around, before he walked out in surprise. He really sorted it out. Does that guy have a crush on me? Is that why he's watching my every move? Wait, or is it Vanessa? Vanessa came out behind him. What's wrong, Wade? It's fine, let's go. I think I was shot. Hold me. Vanessa gave him a disgusted look, but still helped him downstairs. What she didn't know was that he was mumbling to himself. Maybe V's having an affair with Vanessa. Otherwise, why would he mention saving her again just now? Also, he actually knew about me wanting to watch her in the shower last time. He's definitely a peeping Tom, right? No. What if V is using Vanessa to make me jealous and make me fall in love with him? Yes, that must be it. Wade let his thoughts run wild as Vanessa supported downstairs and they left the apartment building. Luke didn't know what uncouth thoughts Wade had, otherwise, he would still have gotten Claire to take action tonight. There was nothing good about saving Wade, but at the very least, there was no rush. In any case, that guy had a strong self-healing ability. He had endured unimaginable torture when he was transformed, and was practically immune to pain. However, his wife, Vanessa, was really a nice person. She hadn't abandoned this dog face, and continued being sweet with him. She was truly one of a kind. Secondly, Carol and Lorna couldn't be caught. These were his backup teammates. Carol was a little weak combat-wise, but this had never been a problem for Luke. The most important question now was whether or not she could become a teammate. Lorna was the exact opposite. Her abilities were very practical, and Luke didn't mind investing in her beforehand. Finally, he could also test Claire's views on a career as a vigilante. From the looks of it, he had achieved his goal. Neither Wade nor Carol and Lorna were caught. Claire didn't seem to reject the career of a vigilante, which had no prospects, but she was gentler than Selena. Selena had broken the limbs of many knife-wielding hoodlums. In the face of these illegal armed troops tonight, she wouldn't have minded killing them on the spot. Claire, however, had no intention of killing anyone. This was confirmed by Gold Nugget, and Luke had it do as Claire wanted. Actually, he didn't want his sister to enter the vigilante circle. There was no choice when it came to Selena. In any case, being a police officer involved handling guns. He also needed a partner he trusted completely. After Selena, he had never thought of training another female coworker. Elizabeth, for example, was worth grooming, but Luke had just started doing so before he felt that there was no need to drag her into it, so he gave up. That was why Elizabeth had gotten shares in the gold mine and became a rich lady without needing to pay any sort of price. Selena, on the other hand, was tied to him for the rest of her life. From hooligans to tough criminals, superhumans, and even alien creatures, she would have to fight alongside him. Luke believed that even when facing the gods of Asgard, she would stand on his side without hesitation. How could he not be satisfied with such a teammate? Thinking that, Luke shook his head and collected his thoughts. At that moment, he was in the basement while his clone had already put on the bat suit and was on the long journey to Los Angeles. If it was appropriate, he didn't mind having Batman ferret out some secret agencies in Los Angeles and tear them apart in public. However, there was no point. In the end, the unlucky ones would be whoever became the scapegoats. But Luke hadn't forgotten how Batman had been plotted against. Even if Batman didn't go after those secret agencies, would they let go of this envoy of justice? Batman didn't need to be too extreme, but it was normal for him to react a little. If he didn't fight back after being beaten up, some people would think that he was afraid of the authorities and had his hands tied. If he tore off their masks and stepped on them in front of everybody, they would have to consider the consequences if they wanted to attack him in the future. Since he had to hide his travel, his clone didn't use the 2 Mach maximum cruise speed. Instead, he flew slowly at 600 kilometers per hour. His clone went straight to sleep, and Alfred took control of the low-speed cruise. Luke got busy. He had to arrange for a few fake identities and hideouts, pay some shady people to get things done without revealing details, and monitor crime scenes and LAPD's internal comms. Last time, he had tracked down the people who had been chasing Carol and Lorna, and followed the trail to a Sentinel Services base, which he wiped out. He had definitely reaped a lot out of that operation. He wondered if he would be able to find anything this time. But he wasn't in a hurry. The truth was that there were a lot of people who deserved to die on his blacklist. But most of these people were heavily guarded or part of important American departments. Killing 1 or 2 of them was fine, but killing 10% of the people on his blacklist would lead to the rich and powerful in America working together to find the murderer. These people had sh*T on their butts. If found out, a large number of people would be implicated, and the deaths of these few would definitely alert their accomplices. The FBI, the CIA, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. would all be mobilized. Also, he hadn't had a clone before, and had to do everything himself, which could easily make him a focus of suspicion. Now that he had a clone, little Detective Luke could conscientiously go to work every day. The best cover was taking things easy. By the time his clone reached Los Angeles, it was already 3 in the morning. Luke went to look for Carol and Lorna first. The 2 girls were different from Wade, who was a pro at courting death. He couldn't leave them in the temporary safe house. However, he didn't use a familiar face when he sought them out. Using a different identity, he sent a photo and name of the alias to Carol's phone so that the 2 girls would follow him. The only thing he said was to not ask or say anything, and to just follow the arrangements and leave quietly. The truth was that this wasn't the extent of the girls' problem. Those combat soldiers had been carrying high-quality body cameras with wireless communication functions. The faces of the 2 girls had already been sent to their bosses, which meant that these new identities which they had just gotten used to could only be erased. After hypnotizing the 2 girls, Luke moved them to a motel, put the 2.0 version of the Thousand Faces system on them, and left quietly. 10 minutes later, Carol and Lorna woke up and received Luke's call. As instructed, the 2 girls took new IDs and plane tickets and drove an RV south. When they arrived in Phoenix, Arizona, they could use their new identities to fly out of the country to Peru. Bloodmint would be waiting for them, and would smuggle them into Rio. Things might blow up this time. The two unlucky girls could only go abroad to hide. He didn't blame them. Luke had always wanted them to live a normal life after their training, and becoming fans of a star wasn't a big deal at all. However, their luck was a little bad, and they were dragged into Wade's problem at a fan meet, which couldn't be helped. After sorting out the two girls, Luke picked up Wade and Vanessa. He switched identities again, and also sent a photo and the name of the alias to Wade for confirmation before he took them with him. He still only told them what was necessary and not a word more. He had thought about giving them the 1,000 Faces system previously, but hadn't. Now, he finally did so. Wade wanted what he had gotten before. Luke, who was playing the professional white glove, simply said politely, "Given your reputation, I can give you a 50% discount." Hearing that, Wade suddenly had a bad feeling. "How much?" Luke said, $10 million, or something of equal value. Wade looked surprised. "What, are you saying that I need $5 million to buy it?" Luke chuckled and ignored him. Wade wasn't like Gold Nugget at all, he even wanted to pretend to be an elementary math student. Who was he kidding? Wade could be wrong in everything, but never when it came to money as long as it was related to him. The cheap person was dealt a blow by this sky-high price, but he still couldn't help but ask impulsively, "Then why aren't you taking money for these two sets?" Luke said, "A diamond VIP paid for you." "Wow, how generous." Wade was satisfied. As for who helped pay, that wasn't important. They just needed to pay. Luke said, "The client said that it can be considered as you borrowing it from him. He's not afraid that you'll renege on your debt." Wade. WTF. What was a 50% discount for two sets worth $20 million in total? He didn't dare think or calculate. Renege on his debt, that was initially a good choice. However, he had borrowed an optical camouflage suit from V before, which actually needed a special charger. Then, could he continue using this new face-changing tool? Wade swore that there was a catch somewhere. What was worse was that he and Vanessa were on someone's hit list. It was fine if it was him, but what about Vanessa? This face-changing tool was indispensable to Vanessa, which meant that V had the upper hand in this matter. Wade couldn't think of a way to renege on his debt, unless he didn't care about Vanessa. Thinking about how he suddenly had a huge debt that he wouldn't be able to repay in a few lifetimes, he couldn't feel happy. Luke didn't use mental communication to gauge this fellow. Using mental communication to sense a lunatic's thoughts would most likely turn him into a lunatic as well. There was no need to gauge Wade. Luke just needed to talk about money, and his feelings for his wife to handle this guy. In comparison, Vanessa was more like a normal person. It was only the fact that she liked Wade which was abnormal. Luke arranged to send them to Brazil. However, Wade was an experienced mercenary who had traveled far and wide. He didn't need anyone to arrange the journey for him. Luke arranged for the couple to go to Colombia, before Wade and Vanessa would secretly make their way to El Salvador to live. Vanessa liked this arrangement. El Salvador had a tropical climate and was situated along the scenic coast. It was a well-known South American tourist destination. Most Americans who lived in New York's smog for too long wouldn't mind taking a long vacation at the South American seaside. Vanessa had some idea about what was going on. They wouldn't be able to spend all of Wade's previous $5 million even if they lived in El Salvador for decades. What was really expensive was the high-tech product that could change their faces. However, $5 million wasn't enough to buy that thing anyway. They could only owe a debt of $20 million or $40 million. Perhaps, when they no longer needed it, they could ask to return it and pay a usage fee. They could still keep one set. When they needed it, she could have Wade, that ugly ghost, turn back into his original handsome appearance. At the very least, it wouldn't make his face worse. Anyway, she still had over $4 million, which was almost enough to buy a set. The woman calculated in her heart. After using his alias to deal with shameless Wade, Luke watched the two old acquaintances drive off. It was already dawn in Los Angeles, and a new day was about to begin. Luke switched to another identity and returned to the city. He sat in one corner of a diner close to USC and ordered. 200 meters away was where the fight had taken place last night. At that moment, the wounded and the bodies inside had already been taken out, but there was still yellow tape up in some places. Some people in FBI vests went in and out, and there was a patrol car and 2 patrol officers on standby outside. Luke took a sip of his coffee and smiled. How interesting. They were actually using an official identity to clean up the mess. Were they that confident that a poor scumbag like Wade couldn't do anything to them? He sighed inwardly. Poor people had no future in America, even if they had superpowers. If these people were dealing with a certain tycoon, would they dare appear with an official identity in the aftermath? Instead, they would probably dispose of any connection to this matter as soon as possible, to show that it had nothing to do with them. That was because Tony was rich. Even if these people didn't die, they would still be taken down a peg or two. As long as Tony was willing, he could crush most officials. Which big shot had never had shady dealings? As long as Tony was patient, there was always a chance to screw the other party over. Whether or not Tony had the patience or would simply do an exchange of interests was another matter. As Luke mulled over this, something shiny appeared on his phone screen. It was a bald head. The baldy was wearing a smart suit and gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look like a villain. Of course, Luke had long put him on his list of suspected villains. Whether it was from his own investigation or Phil's micro-expressions, Luke was certain that there was something wrong with this bald agent named Sidwell. It didn't matter to Luke which side Sidwell belonged to, as long as he could confirm that he wasn't from S.H.I.E.L.D. But today, Luke was very interested in finding out who was behind this man. The man had his eye on Wade, who had been created by Francis's illegal workshop. In the last few years, Francis had sold dozens of superhumans he had created. He himself didn't know where these people went. His backers provided him with all sorts of support, and he was only responsible for manufacturing and selling. Did that sound familiar? That was right, Francis was just the manager of a labor factory, but his products were superhumans. The leads that Luke had investigated basically all pointed to the Department of Defense, and it was hard to get more detailed information. So, it was possible that Sidwell really was a dutiful, official agent who loved his job and loved his country. After meeting Sidwell, Luke planned to call Phil and ask him if he knew anything about Sidwell's assignments. After some consideration, however, he dismissed the idea. If the other party relied on S.H.I.E.L.D. to clean up the mess, that would only make things complicated for Phil. If Phil could have solved the problem with Sidwell, how could this baldy still be so lively? It was still the oldest trick in the book that was the most reliable. Lure the snake out of the hole, follow the clues, and tackle the root of the problem. These three maxims had always been effective while Luke was grinding for points, and were worth promoting. Luke ate a lot of food to replenish his energy from last night. He also made backup records of all the staff members who showed up at the apartment building. As long as he kept an eye on them, it might not necessarily be Sidwell, but someone might bring him a big harvest. Chapter 1351. Using the countryside to surround the city. It was very common for small fry to divulge big secrets. That was because it was still left to the small fry to get things done, and there was no way they could enjoy the protection which big shots did. If certain nobodies were a little less vigilant and ignored the safety rules, it was possible for them to do any sort of thing privately, like sending top-secret files to a group chat. This wasn't an exaggeration. NYPD officers had already done something like this during the explosions. The FBI had even discovered during a major internal investigation that many employees had lost hundreds of guns and dozens of laptops, the latter containing confidential information. According to the rules, these laptops weren't allowed to be taken out of the FBI office, but the agents had brought them home precisely so that they could work overtime. Then, they had been stolen. If it wasn't for this investigation, the FBI wouldn't have known that so many things had been lost. The titanium phone, F2F, and the little green man, phone OS which Luke had been working on all aligned along this path, gathering leads and intelligence from the bottom, and keeping a handle on the most basic element in any matter people. This was inspired by a certain great person's battle strategy of using the countryside to surround the city. As long as there were enough channels for gathering information which covered 90% of society's population, could the remaining 10% live apart from the 90%. As Alfred screened the phones and social media accounts of the cleanup crew, Luke smiled. Sure enough, something wasn't right with these people. Putting everything else aside, more than 10 of them were from a private insurance company. When their jobs, ages, and incomes were put together, something was clearly strange. They couldn't lie about their income, because they had to pay taxes. It wasn't like they could say that they didn't answer to the IRS because they were contracted by the FBI or CIA. These people from the insurance company definitely weren't core members. They were probably responsible for daily fieldwork. Under the banner of an insurance company, they could outright go to various accident sites and pose as staff investigating the scene and assessing the damages while they cleaned up. These company staff had clearly been working in the country for a few years, and were much less vigilant. The photos of the company's Christmas party which they uploaded online were exactly the same. The photos were also posted several seconds apart. There were a lot of similar situations like these. Even a lazy, regular person would just forward the photos. In any case, it wasn't a big deal to admit being too lazy to take photos. As for the technical staff who handled logistics for these manual laborers, they were probably used to doing things by the book. They just worked in bulk and helped their coworkers send photos to fool their friends. This was the power of habit. The FBI had full law enforcement power in the country, and didn't need a shell company like this. The CIA didn't have law enforcement power in the country, but might be able to go around the law with this sort of company. But the appearance of the Baldy Sidwell suggested that S.H.I.E.L.D. was still the biggest suspect. It had law enforcement power over the world, but was feared by local forces. In principle, it was similar to the United Nations peacekeeping force. Everyone needed a special agency that could legitimately intervene in international matters, but they also didn't like other countries using this agency to enter their own country. But in terms of exchange of benefits, not participating in S.H.I.E.L.D. was equivalent to being excluded, and the losses would be greater. So, it was an ongoing task to try and acquire more power from S.H.I.E.L.D. but also reduce its interference in one's own country. These were all obvious things. Just look at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s direct superiors. The 5 members of the World Security Council just happened to be from 5 of the most powerful nations. It was for this reason that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of authority in the United States, but wasn't completely unobstructed. The US government would do its best to give domestic power to the part of S.H.I.E.L.D. which it controlled, but core secrets couldn't be given to these Americans who were dedicated to the world. This was similar to the setup in NYPD. In name, NYPD's leaders were the commissioner, the first assistant commissioner, and 3 assistant commissioners. They controlled the appointment of the chief of department, funding, and key promotions. In practice, it was Chief Nelson who was in charge of NYPD's daily operations and combat force. The 5 commissioners were equivalent to the 5 council members, and Chief Nelson and Nick Fury had a similar scope of work. The various special branches and police departments were also the same, it was just that one was in New York and the other covered the world. Just as NYPD had the disobedient 15th Precinct, there were members and branches of S.H.I.E.L.D. who followed orders but secretly opposed the organization. They balanced and compromised with each other. That was also why Luke had initially wanted to look for Phil to make some inquiries, but then dropped the idea. Sidwell definitely wasn't on Phil's side. So what if he was found out? Nick Fury was well aware of his position. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't his, just like how NYPD didn't belong to Chief Nelson. The World Security Council wouldn't allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to become Nick Fury's private property. He was just a professional manager. Luke investigated the insurance company, and more information popped up. He had the intelligence, but most of the time, the problem was finding the right target. It was hard to track down an experienced and vigilant veteran agent like Phil. It was easier to investigate a bunch of low-level amateurs who just hung around the insurance company. But whether it was Phil or the Baldy Sidwell, it was inevitable that they would have to find manual laborers like these to complete the handover, shut down the information, and move the evidence. If Phil and his direct subordinates came down, it would take a few days or even weeks to handle the case. S.H.I.E.L.D. was efficient, but it was impossible for the police or other departments to be as efficient. These things hence could only be left to the amateurs to haggle and slowly work out. While these odd jobs might be mundane, there would always be something important. For example, the blood Wade left at the scene, as well as the bullets that he dug out and threw away, had to be sent off. This certainly wasn't something that could be left in the hands of amateurs. The next day, they were all packed up and sent off by helicopter. The helicopter was the insurance company's daily means of transport, and hadn't been specially modified. It wasn't very confidential, and the GPS was on, so Luke easily found its landing point, a small private airport on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Then, the evidence was loaded onto a cargo plane and sent straight to its destination. The plane was under a delivery company, but there was no trace of it at the airport it was supposed to land at. Luke checked the delivery company's schedule and confirmed the plane's flight record. He found a record of the plane's fuel use. After calculating the fuel consumption, he obtained an average of 500 kilometers. He told Alfred to do a search at this distance and focus on the northeastern direction in which the plane had taken off. Alfred searched for satellite photos. Finally, it found an airport in the wastelands of Nevada, and discovered that the cargo plane had landed there. It was an airport in the wilderness with no obvious buildings around it. This was either an underground base or cavern, and felt like a place S.H.I.E.L.D. would use to store things. Chapter 1352, Meeting, and Batman dropping by. After finding the place, Luke immediately made a trip. It only took the armor an hour to cover 500 kilometers. Naturally, he couldn't charge in and kill them all. Such an open, secret base couldn't belong to Hydra. At most, Hydra would be in control under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name. If Batman did that, he would be in serious trouble. So, he simply turned invisible and went for a spin. As an ordinary base for processing evidence, the defenses here weren't poor, but they weren't the best. It was a little difficult to physically infiltrate the place, but he was still able to sneak in soundlessly. After all, he was a master at covert infiltration. He wasn't interested in information. Instead, he found the surveillance system, hid in a corner, and started cracking it. After gaining control of the surveillance system, he didn't modify the image, because that was a one-time deal. Doing it just once was the same as telling someone that you were here. He simply handed the surveillance system over to Alfred to analyze and find flaws. It had to be said that the surveillance cameras here weren't the best, but the system's designer was quite good. If everything followed what the designer intended, there would basically be no flaws or weaknesses in the system. Unfortunately, there was always a gap between design and actual completion. Even for Luke and Tony's armor, most of the parts were finished or half-finished products that didn't meet their requirements. In the end, they could only choose the next best thing. Naturally, a lot of the surveillance system design had been abandoned. No matter how good a condom was, a tiny hole was enough to take one's life. After running a simulation of the security and surveillance systems, Luke entered the base unhindered. The first thing he took was evidence data. What he needed most wasn't the investigation reports, but the source itself. S.H.I.E.L.D. basically dealt with extraordinary events, and Luke was looking forward to seeing how many superhumans were involved. As he downloaded the information, he didn't forget to look at the surveillance feed. Phil had gone on missions with this person before, so whoever followed the Baldy, Sidwell, might not be a bad person. But Luke had an AI program. All he needed to do was find the target and then run a focused investigation. There weren't many opportunities to enter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal surveillance system. Phil, Sidwell, and the other field agents and managers clearly had a different manner to the amateurs. Luke had already found over 100 of such individuals. All of them were placed on his list of suspects. After collecting the files, Luke quietly left. The Baldy was an operative, not a warehouse manager. Naturally, he wouldn't hang around here. However, while chatting to his coworkers in the base, this guy said that he was going back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s DC headquarters. After thinking about it, Luke decided to go as well. DC had the heaviest surveillance in America, with cameras and agents everywhere. Even Luke didn't dare recklessly set up a perimeter there. However, the Baldy might be going back to report the results of the operation to someone, so Luke was willing to waste some time and try his luck. He had a clone, and DC wasn't far from New York, it could be considered on the way. Making up his mind, he left Los Angeles that night and headed east. DC wasn't as busy as New York at night, but it was where all the big shots gathered. Luke became cautious. The last time he came here to deal with William Stryker from Sentinel Services, the guy fortunately had been living on the outskirts and not in the central area. William's men didn't even enter Washington, and were killed on the fringe. With the help of his inventory, everything had been peaceful and Luke didn't draw any attention. This time, the Baldy, Sidwell, was in DC. He headed for Theodore Roosevelt Island, which was where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s DC headquarters, the Triskelion, was located. It was slightly more than 2 kilometers away from the White House, and 5 kilometers from Congress. Using the GPS on one of Sidwell's men, Luke determined that the man had returned to HQ. Luke certainly wouldn't enter S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be stupid of him to charge into someone else's nest and be surrounded. Fury, this sly old fox, had no way to deal with Hydra inside, but his agents either dealt with superhumans or were on their way to doing so. Phil might not be hostile toward Batman, but that might not be the case for other people, including Nick Fury. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for preventing superhumans from committing crimes. Luke was a vigilante, but his actions were still illegal. There were even people in NYPD who still felt that they should arrest superheroes, though there were much fewer of them now. It was just that Batman had saved too many people, so they didn't dare say anything. But there would always be people who thought Batman was a criminal. Luke had never placed his hopes on other people's moral standards, especially when it came to Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. There were probably a lot of people who wanted Batman dead. Staring at the access points of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building from a distance, he suddenly found a familiar face. The man flashed past a window. If it wasn't for Luke's dynamic vision and memory, he might have ignored him. Rick Flag, that operator from the Joint Advanced Research Unit or whatever. Some time back, he had taken Jason Voorhees, that undying murderer, off Luke's hands. Later, Luke even called him to clean up the incident with the big octopus on the cruise ship. Robert, who had been on vacation on the ship back then, clearly knew this Flag. The organization Flag worked for definitely wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D., but a competitor. So what if they were all American organizations? There were many times when American organizations competed for power and suppressed each other. There was a lot of discord between the President, Congress, the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Defense, the military, and even the ocean, land, and air forces. Biological siblings could turn hostile when it came to money, to say nothing of departments that struggled to obtain funding over the years. A few minutes later, Luke saw Flag and a shiny bald head walk past a window. It looked like they were talking. Luke murmured in surprise, "Flag is actually here for Sidwell." He hadn't expected them to be connected. But thinking about how S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Joint Advanced Research Unit could be considered colleagues in a sense, it wasn't strange for them to communicate with each other. Well, it wasn't strange, so he just needed to ask Flag when he came out. Not say anything. Batman had specifically come to ask him, so how could Flag not say anything? Luke had a lot of ways to convince people. Flag didn't tarry long in the building. He drove a black SUV out of the parking lot. Luke quickly followed him and watched him make a call in the car. He spoke for a few minutes before he drove to a neighborhood on the edge of DC. He then stopped the car at a small bungalow and entered the house. Chapter 1353, Dilemma and Interrogation. Luke wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he had the drone scout the area. Half an hour later, a complete defense system gradually appeared on the virtual projection. He clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of someone who does secret work, the defenses are no worse than what a small base would have. Also, because the place was small, the defenses here were even tighter. The only thing was that the system wasn't that advanced. Flag wasn't Tony. His personal defense system only used mid-range equipment. Better ones would cost millions of dollars, and Flag probably wasn't willing to spend that much. Thus, while there weren't any leaks in this defense system, there were loopholes in it at the technical level. Besides, Batman was about to show up, so it didn't matter if he snuck in. Luke simply hacked into the defense system and created a gap before he slipped inside. Flag sat on the couch, exhausted. He didn't turn on the lights or the TV. He gulped down the beer in his hand. What happened recently made him very agitated. He didn't want to go after Batman at all. As a soldier, he didn't mind raising a butcher's knife for his country. But why did he have to deal with Batman? Batman had been saving people all this time and had no intention of getting involved in sensitive matters. Also, according to the intelligence analysis, most of Batman's abilities came from his equipment and his extraordinary combat skills. He didn't have any super abilities. Although Batman could fly, many experts in flight suits could do the same, provided that they had a little auxiliary propulsion and enough training. If there was something which would make Flag's boss take action, it would be the suit technology. There was so much useful tech in America. Were they going to use force to steal the ones they thought were good? Flag didn't think his department had the right. However, his boss had only asked him about it once, and didn't bring up capturing Batman again after that. Flag had thought that it was nothing more than an idea. Many similar ideas popped up in the Joint Advanced Research Unit, and most of them were discarded. He wouldn't dwell on them either. That day, June suddenly passed out at the base. Later, he heard from the researchers that something had happened to the Enchantress, which also affected June. The good news was that June woke up half a day later and was fine. In fact, she was in even better shape than before. The bad news was that he learned from his own sources that S.H.I.E.L.D. was investigating a witch, who was supposedly related to the New York serial explosions. Flag's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the day June passed out when the New York explosions happened? He didn't ask his boss about it, because he knew that she wouldn't admit to anything. Dozens of civilians had died in the New York explosions, and there had been more than 1,000 casualties. No matter how much his boss trusted him, it was impossible for the other party to admit anything to him. 2 FBI department heads had already been fired for negligence this time, and more than 50 people had been fired along with them. At least several hundred people had been transferred to cold benches or difficult postings, which showed how big the blame for the New York explosions was. If it was determined that Flegg's boss had known what would happen beforehand, she would be charged with negligence, and might even be suspended for a few weeks. After all, although this sort of terrorist attack wasn't under the Joint Advanced Research Unit's jurisdiction, it wasn't hard to forward the information onto the FBI and Homeland Security. What did the Joint Research Unit want? To be promoted, to be rich. Those criminals had carried out a robbery under the guise of a terrorist attack. Flegg couldn't guarantee that his boss wouldn't be tempted by the money. But he could only suppress that thought. In fact, the team studying the Enchantress had been given a gag order, and it was strictly forbidden to discuss anything related to the Enchantress outside. At the same time, these people were also told not to leave the base for half a year. These researchers usually only had a few days off every month or so to begin with, and this highly charged situation further reinforced the idea that the Enchantress had a lot to do with the New York explosions. What could Flegg do? Take the initiative to expose his boss. This Joint Advanced Research Unit would definitely be in turmoil, and someone might take over and clean it up. He was also worried about June. If internal conflict broke out right now, it was hard to say what would happen to June. While his current boss's tactics were very shady, Flegg at least knew how things ran. If it was a new boss, who the hell knew where he would be sent off to work and whether he could continue to accompany June? Flegg didn't dare take that risk. As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He suddenly turned around and drew his gun from his holster. He was fast, but Luke was even faster. Almost at the same time, Luke grabbed the gun. Flegg subconsciously tightened his hold, only to see that his hand was empty. His face immediately darkened. When he saw the huge shadow standing behind him, his heart jumped. Batman. Luke tossed the gun onto the couch next to him and walked over, the blood-red lenses on his helmet flashing. "You know why I'm here, don't you?" Flegg subconsciously shook his head. "I don't." "What do you want?" Luke said indifferently. "You don't know about the New York explosions, the robbers, the witch, and the 2,400-pound bomb." "Flegg, I'm not in charge of anti-terrorism, so I don't know much about this case." Luke chuckled. "What about the witch? Don't you know her? She was one of the culprits behind the explosions in New York." His mental communication and basic psychology weren't just for show. Luke was a human polygraph, and he made judgments based entirely on mental fluctuations. Flegg's resistance to interrogation didn't include how to control his mental fluctuations. For the current science on Earth, this was a completely mystical ability. So, when Luke deliberately slowed down and said the keywords one by one, he got what he wanted. When he heard Luke say that the witch was the culprit behind the explosions, Flegg's heart suddenly sped up. Even someone as well trained as he was couldn't completely control his physiological reactions. Technically speaking, he had a complicated relationship with the Enchantress. That was because Flegg liked June, the female doctor, while June had been possessed by the ancient Enchantress, who wanted to completely possess June's body. Flegg hated the Enchantress, but didn't know how to get rid of her. If he wanted to kill her, he would probably have to kill June. "Tell me everything about the witch," said Luke. "Otherwise, I'll find the right person to dispose of her." Flegg immediately shook his head. "I really don't know what you're talking about." This was his last try at professionalism. Chapter 1354. What on earth did I say? Even if he was panicking, he had to remain calm on the surface. He couldn't give the other party a chance to see through him, Flegg warned himself. The next moment, Luke appeared in front of him, and Flegg felt a slight pain in his neck. He stared blankly at the black figure in front of him. "You," Luke said. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Relying on his willpower, Flegg's body, which had been through a lot, successfully resisted the sedative for 20 seconds. Then, he collapsed weakly on the couch. Luke shook his head helplessly. "You actually didn't say something like, 'Even if you beat me to death, I won't say anything.'" Sure enough, soldiers aren't good at acting. How boring. Whatever line Flegg spouted, however, he still wouldn't have been able to escape this shot. Luke really was in a hurry. Flegg had a strong will and was well trained, but Luke was now a true master of persuasion. Putting aside the minimum requirements for physical persuasion, he also had the mid-grade technical combo of basic psychology plus basic hypnosis plus inducer, as well as the high-grade technical combo plus mental communication. If the target was a woman, Luke could also add elementary pheromone control to create the supreme persuasion method. Flegg should be glad that he was a man. Luke couldn't use the supreme persuasion method on him. Nevertheless, the high-grade technique plus super abilities persuasion combo quickly made this elite soldier lose his will to resist. These professional soldiers had plenty of mental weaknesses, and it wasn't hard to break through their defenses. In fact, only Frank Castle, that cheap uncle, was a terrifying existence with a will that couldn't be shaken. Of course, it was also because Luke didn't want to use too violent a method, which would cause more problems for Frank's mental state. So, it was easiest for him to deal with bad eggs. It was honest acquaintances like Flegg who were actually the most troublesome. An hour later, Luke retreated. 10 minutes later, Flegg opened his eyes wide. Stunned for half a second, he suddenly jolted and stood up. He looked around, but didn't see the person. He immediately checked his surveillance system. He could tell from the video of the living room that it hadn't been an illusion. The surveillance camera in the living room hadn't worked for the last hour. Even the camera had been adjusted so that the couch couldn't be seen. If Batman really did get some information from him, Flegg didn't think it was a small matter. Suddenly, he understood why his boss was so wary of Batman. That was because they had done a lot of things which Batman absolutely couldn't know about. If someone as righteous as Batman would break the fingers of looters as punishment, then the Joint Research Unit should be pulverized. Thinking about Batman's possible purge, Flegg's forehead and back were drenched in sweat. It was as if he was in hell, and his mind was in a mess. Wait, he suddenly thought of something. Why am I fine? If it wasn't for Batman's principle of not killing people, he felt that he should have been killed on the spot. But not only was he still alive, he didn't even have a broken finger. Was Batman not that impartial, and would show leniency to someone like him who worked for the country? This unrealistic hope flashed through Flegg's mind. He could only assume that this was the case. As for sending a message to his superior, if he was that stupid, he would have died 100 times over. Putting this aside, there was no way he could confess to his boss about the shady information he had learned on his missions as well as his private dealings with various forces. Although he dared to declare on his conscience that he hadn't profited from these things, who would believe him? The problem was that the Joint Advanced Research Unit couldn't be washed clean, otherwise, it wouldn't be a secret organization. Even if he told his boss that Batman might have gotten a lot of information from him, his boss wouldn't be able to clean up everything. The Joint Advanced Research Unit had $1 billion in funding, more than 10 bases, hundreds of researchers, and hundreds of combatants. Any operation involved burning funds. Even if their boss believed Flegg's warning and immediately cleaned things up, they would lose hundreds of millions of dollars at the very least. If Batman ultimately never showed up or only did so a few months down the road, Flegg and his boss would definitely have to step down. His boss might have many ways to preserve her life, and could wait to make a comeback. People like Flegg, on the other hand, would definitely be on the list of casualties. At that time, his parents would get nothing but a death notice and a 50-cent bronze badge. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He scratched his head in despair. My God, what on earth did I say? Luke left DC feeling both pleased and regretful. The situation wasn't as bad as Flegg thought. Luke wasn't someone who utterly abhorred and would take down evil. There were too many bad guys in this world. Amanda Waller, Flegg's boss, wasn't the first or the worst. This person wasn't even in the top 10 of people he had to kill on this blacklist. Amanda was very cautious. Her whereabouts and appearance were classified, and so was any information on her. She rarely stopped by any particular base. If he hadn't asked Flegg about this person, it was as if she didn't exist. According to Flegg, Amanda Waller was from the U.S. Department of Defense, but it was unknown which division she was from. Luke didn't find any information on her in the public information on the Department of Defense. Bosses in real life weren't stupid. Luke sighed inwardly. Even William Stryker of Sentinel Services had been a very cautious and invisible person. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Luke would actually steal a brainwashed Alice from the base and track him down through her. The key to Luke's success wasn't just his combat ability, but also the effects of Space 2 and elementary pheromone control. In short, William Stryker died because a certain person had used a cheat. Compared with Sentinel Services, which was a small force, the Joint Advanced Research Unit's power was much more terrifying. This was a long-term project that involved the military and multiple organizations. Flegg had been from the Army, and had then transferred to the Marines. He also accepted an overseas defense contract from the CIA, and worked nominally as a mercenary for a few years. After many years of trials and training, he was recalled to the Joint Advanced Research Unit and became a deputy leader in the Operations Division. He had more than 100 combat soldiers under him. There were also 3 other deputy leaders who controlled 3 other operations teams similar to his. The leader of the Operations Division had double the amount of direct subordinates under him. Luke couldn't touch these people, at least not in America. Chapter 1355. Amanda's plan and Batman's plan. They were all secret operatives under the Department of Defense, although Luke didn't know which divisions they were from. Killing these people would be the same as Batman officially declaring war on the U.S. Department of Defense and the 4 main military forces. Luke didn't plan to have Batman become a thorn in their side. In any case, he still had many other identities that could take that role. This high-level joint research unit was quite interesting. In the beginning, it was similar to Sentinel Services. It mainly researched superpowers and tried to make them available to the American government. This concept was actually no different from all super soldier projects, it was just the way the soldiers were boosted that was different. But after Amanda Waller took office in recent years, she had been trying to add another element to it to create a ready-made superhuman team for America's use. This sort of ready-made personnel would naturally have differing levels of trust compared with trained subordinates. Amanda wasn't an idiot, but a cunning and ruthless politician. Her plan was to use lethal methods to control superhumans, especially criminals with superpowers, and have them complete missions. For criminals with superpowers, she didn't need to pay them. At most, their prison environment could be improved and they could be allowed visits from relatives as a reward. Her heart wouldn't ache if they died, and she could squeeze as much as she could out of them while they were alive. They couldn't be any more perfect tools. Her philosophy was that since these people only thought about using their superpowers to commit crimes, then there was no need to care about their human rights. Amanda's idea hadn't received much support. After all, everybody had their own plans when it came to researching superpowers. How would they make money? If a new product appeared in the future, the Department of Defense and the military would be able to procure a batch, and the various parties involved would pocket a share of the benefits. Amanda's idea wasn't bad, but no one could make a quick buck off of it. In fact, the people who supported Amanda also wanted to use these criminals to do the dirty work, so that they could keep their own hands clean. Compared with those idiots who were stupid enough to use their superpowers to rob banks or even electrical appliance stores, these big shots were the best at making use of waste. Dealing with drug rings and gang figures abroad carried no risk to the big shots. The operatives could be disposed of at any time, and it wasn't hard to pick up a quick buck. However, there were very few people who would think of this. Most of them preferred to use official government funding since that was within legal bounds. Amanda had only done a few small-scale experiments, and her plan hadn't received much support. After Batman's appearance and the rise of criminals with superpowers in LA and New York, Amanda's plan was finally remembered by many bigshots. It was no longer about getting rich, but about America's national security. However much the people at the bottom loved Batman was however wary the higher-ups were of this dark knight. The masses abided by the law in order to live peacefully, while these mid and high-level bigshots used countless illegal and violent means to obtain benefits. But the Dark Knight spoke of justice, not the law. As long as someone was caught committing a crime, Batman would pronounce judgment and immediately carry it out, whether it was broken bones for a minor crime or paralysis for a major one. Batman had yet to provoke these bigshots, but they already felt a sense of crisis. They didn't need Batman to feel that they were safe. They had to feel it themselves. Only when they were safe would America be safe, so this was a matter of national security and had to be taken seriously. Given this new development, Amanda's Super Squad project had developed rapidly in the last year. Currently, the Joint Advanced Research Unit had set up 2 semi-complete superhuman teams which had already carried out multiple missions. They were in good shape. That was why Flegg felt that Amanda had become arrogant recently. She was sounding out Batman because she definitely wanted to use him as a stepping stone. I caught Batman. See how powerful my super squad is. That was probably what Amanda was thinking. To put it nicely, Amanda had a strong resolve and tough methods. To put it bluntly, she was ruthless and unscrupulous. She was targeting Batman because Batman had a weakness: he didn't kill people, and most of the time, he only targeted criminals. Secondly, Batman, who had been the focus of much research, was acknowledged to not have any superpowers since he had never demonstrated any. Given Batman's style, he wouldn't deliberately hide his strength when saving people. Thus, he was just a normal human. This made Amanda believe that if it hadn't been for another mysterious person stepping in, the Enchantress would have been able to kill both Batman and Iron Man on the spot during the New York explosions. This proved that Batman wasn't that strong, and that her plan was effective. Recalling what Flegg had told him, Luke couldn't help but smile. Depicting himself as weak was indeed a great weapon for luring out the enemy. These people all felt that Batman's sense of justice was quite stupid, and he wasn't that strong, which was why he dared to jump out and cause trouble. Luke's earlier thinking had been right. As a spiritual pillar, what was the point of having such strong combat ability? Those big shots would never have anything to fear from a Dark Knight with a bottom line and a heart of justice. Batman wasn't a madman. He abided by certain rules and didn't break them, while these big shots would play it, virtuous men constrained by the law. This was what the authorities liked to do the most. But who said that Batman couldn't get revenge? Luke said, "Alfred, how many gangs in New York have informants from the Joint Advanced Research Unit?" Alfred said, "Master, there are 35 that sell information on superhumans to them, and 11 are directly controlled by the research unit." Luke said, "Draw up a plan. I'll wipe out the 11 gangs in one night. As for the rest, I'll deal with them the next day." Alfred, "Yes, sir." Luke couldn't help but chuckle. If people like Flegg were Amanda's hands and feet, then these gangs were Amanda's eyes. Without eyes, it would be very difficult for Amanda to gather intelligence in New York, especially from underground sources. Francis had found Wade through this channel when he was looking for test subjects. Shady business like that definitely couldn't be acquired through official channels. Active gangs with frequent and erratic movements ultimately made the best scapegoats. As long as they made enough money, drug gangs would do anything. The whole world now knew that New York was Batman's new home ground. After the Joint Research Unit tried to screw him over, it made sense for Batman to retaliate by cracking down on the gangs. After all, those guys were criminals. Batman beating up bad guys was a common thing. Chapter 1356. Jealousy makes people ugly. Big clients make people rich. It had been sunny in New York for the last 2 days, and the peaceful life continued. Luke and Selina continued being idle, until Luke fixed on a target and Selina finally came back to life. Sweeping through hooligans was definitely her specialty. Also, the mission this time was very simple. There was no need for an interrogation or to bait people. She just had to get everyone on Luke's list sent to the major hospitals in New York. There was only one requirement: be quick about it. After they split up, Selina only needed to deal with 4 gangs on the edge of Queens, while Luke was responsible for 7 gangs in Queens and Brooklyn. This operation was supposed to be completed in 3 hours. Selina couldn't spend more than 40 minutes on each gang, while Luke had less than half an hour for each. Before, this wouldn't be very efficient. There were too many people furtively gathering intelligence in New York recently, which both increased the time it took them to move on to the next location and the possibility of being tracked, so the technical requirements for the operation were still quite high. Selina, however, said confidently, "No problem. They'll tremble under my fists." As she spoke, she raised her hands, which glowed with a faint yellow light. "I'll blow up all the dogs with these invincible fists." Gold Nugget was unhappy. "Huh," Selina said, "you're not a dog, why are you scolding me? Go and eat your lobster." Gold Nugget thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Why should it be outraged on behalf of human-shaped dogs? I'm a noble symbiotic host. So, it decisively lowered its alien dog head and gobbled down the Boston lobster in its bowl. Luke finally told her the reason for this operation. Selina was shocked. They really dared to use the explosions to force Batman to come out. Thanks to Luke's indirect influence, she was already used to the bottom line of upper-level figures, but it was beyond her imagination that they would cause a large number of civilian casualties in their own country just to force the chivalrous Batman to come out so that they could capture him. After all, Batman hadn't committed any crime against ordinary people. At most, he was cracking down on crime outside the bounds of the law. He only injured the criminals, there were practically no deaths. Even if there was a death count in the information which other parties had, those comprised the hand ninjas which Selena had killed, along with vampires which couldn't necessarily be considered human. Strictly speaking, Batman had never killed any human being. Any mid-sized gang in America did far more serious damage than Batman. For the other party to use such a ruthless method to force Batman out, that could only mean that they weren't targeting Batman for justice in the people, but purely for personal gain. Maybe not, Luke shrugged. Think about the raw materials for the 2,400-pound bomb that was switched out, and the 2 dump truck drivers who disappeared after incapacitating Charlie and the others. Selena frowned. Are you saying that they still have a conscience? It had nothing to do with conscience. Luke laughed. Think about it. Selena thought for a moment and said, are you saying that they knew, but didn't stop it from happening, and only told the witch to wait for Batman to show up? They took the bomb away not because they genuinely didn't want to make things worse, but to prevent the case from being investigated. Luke nodded. More or less. Do you understand their line of thinking? Selena said, they were only taking advantage of the situation. Even if we investigate the robbers, we'll only be able to find out that they were the ones who planned everything. At that point, the authorities will be satisfied and want to close the case as soon as possible. Luke snapped his fingers. Bingo. The mastermind behind this operation is very cautious. Even if I divulge this information to other departments, I won't be able to get enough evidence, and no one would understand her motive. After all, there really isn't any benefit for her in looking for Batman. Selena said, because the benefits will only be clear after she catches Batman, right? Luke patted Selena's head with a smile. Good girl, keep it up. Selena sneered and moved away. Scram, you're not even old enough to legally drink yet. Luke said, drinking can numb the nerves and make a person ugly. Drinking can hold a person hostage. So, I don't drink. Selena was lost for words. What was this? Could he speak English properly? That night, Luke's clone was sitting leisurely in the Williamsburg diner. He was sitting by the window, which gave the best view of the diner. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and the diner was closing up. Caroline, old Earl, and the middle-aged boss, Han, were huddled over a table in the staff lounge and whispering to each other with inquisitive expressions. Are you really not going to call Max? Han asked in a low voice. Usually, at this time, the both of you will be cleaning up, tallying up the money, and waiting to get off work. Caroline said carefully, that's love. How can she be disturbed by a smelly mop and dirty cash? Old Earl said with a smile, I think, as long as there's enough dirty cash, many hot white women would be willing to fall in love with me. Caroline said, fine, you're right. So, when Max gets the money for her 20 cupcakes from her spendthrift boyfriend over there, shouldn't I just watch quietly from here? If I use any more lipstick, I'll be scraping my lips raw. I need dirty cash to buy me some Devil's Claw lipstick and then I can catch a man's eye. Han, Caroline, it seems you don't have a boyfriend. After a brief silence, Caroline finally said, that's why I need lipstick to charm a man. Actually, after Luke entered the place at 1:05 a.m., Max had served him the cakes. It was already 1:35 a.m., and the waitress was no longer in her usual spot. What could Caroline do? She was also helpless in the face of this big client who always emptied out their cupcakes whenever he came. Jealousy could only make her ugly. It couldn't make her rich, not like big clients could. Between money and jealousy, Caroline decisively chose money. The cupcakes these days weren't cheap goods at $1.50, but high-end products at $3 to $4. Ever since this big client gave them suggestions, Max and Caroline had added a top-quality product to their cakes. Originally, it was because Caroline couldn't get around a certain woman who only had sex on the brain, so she had agreed to a trial sale for a few days. The outcome was that a number of people would always come to buy this expensive cake every day. As someone born into a super-rich family, she was too familiar with this pattern. As she casually chatted with the customers, sure enough, she didn't find anything. Chapter 1357, Showing Consideration, One-Stop Service. Wrapped up for delivery. There weren't a lot of customers who bought the new, top-quality cake in the diner, but they came in all forms. Aside from the suspicious fact that they would buy 20 to 30 cupcakes at once, there was nothing else to say. There was no evidence to support Caroline's speculation that this was Luke buying all of them to win Max's favor. Of course, Luke wouldn't say that he could be lazy and directly leave buying the cakes to the charity foundation in the Clinton area. The fledgling foundation had only hired a few local girls from the Clinton area, who mainly did community work. With one phone call from Big Boss Luke, however, these ad hoc social workers could rope in hundreds of residents from the Clinton area, enough for a different person to buy the cakes every day for a whole year. Whoever bought the cakes could keep one for themselves, and the rest was delivered to Foggy and Matt's law firm, the construction company, and the foundation's food distribution points. Most people wouldn't be able to eat something like this even once a month on average. Nobody treated it like a daily benefit. In fact, Max and Caroline had about 50 of these top-quality cakes each day, and Luke only bought a portion of it. As for the Warden Business School dropout who was now a waitress, she couldn't find any flaws, not only because Luke could always use different people to buy them, but also because there were 10 to 20 genuine customers every day. After all, Max really was talented at making cakes. However, when Luke praised her, the girl said self-deprecatingly, "It was probably because I was too hungry when I was a kid, and my mom didn't come home, so I stuffed some flour into the oven that was the first time." Luke was a DIY big shot to begin with. He was a big shot who had already generated a smooth production line of regular cupcakes using smart kitchenware. He specifically pointed out and corrected a few of the biggest shortcomings in Max's cakes, and the taste and color of the cakes immediately improved. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about the other shortcomings, but those came down to just one point: no money. Whether it was high-quality raw materials or high-quality equipment, they were all very expensive, and Max couldn't afford them. Luke didn't want to outright give Max money, even though she always mocked herself for being poor. That was precisely why he got different people to buy the cakes each time. Money earned through hard work was different from charity. Max seemed cheerful, but she actually lacked confidence. He didn't want to become another person who hurt her pride, even if he had good intentions. So, he would rather give her pointers on how to make cakes, then use sneaky ways to buy them so that she could break even with initial sales. While Max and Caroline weren't exactly raking it in, a gross profit of $100 a day could blunt the pressures of life a little. Thus, Luke, who was currently surrounded by the boss, the waitress, and the old man from the cash register, wasn't as free as they thought. His conversation with Max was lighthearted, and nothing like the lovey-dovey talk the other three had been imagining. "That's the 9th patrol car. Are the police in New York not going to sleep tonight?" Max's words were muffled as she chewed on her own top-quality cake. It was weird for Luke to give her her own cake to eat, but he had already eaten 15 of them. Every time Luke came, he would eat at least 3 to 5, and 20 cupcakes at most. She had already confirmed that this temporary boyfriend of hers had a big stomach, and wasn't just buying the cakes for her sake. Luke chuckled and swallowed the cake in his mouth before he said unhurriedly, "You forgot to mention the ambulances. How many passed by just now?" Max frowned. "Is it a large-scale crime scene? Or some sort of collective poisoning?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" Max found that odd. "Why not? I remember when I went to a nightclub last time, I was pushed out after just 10 minutes. A bunch of idiots shouted that it was a terrorist attack, and that someone inside had released poisonous gas." Luke, who was familiar with the major cases in New York, knew that there was no such case. He asked with a smile, "What happened?" Max shrugged. "In the end, I heard some people say that someone had been playing with some sort of fart spray inside, and it smelled like onions. A lot of people covered their noses and teared up at the fumes, and some fainted from an allergic reaction, so people said that it was poisonous gas." Luke said, "That can actually be considered a low-end version of poisonous gas, right? Since people passed out." Did you smell it too?" "No, it was a prank, and they sprayed it in the very middle. I couldn't get through at all." Max actually looked a little regretful. It was the opposite for that unlucky guy who fainted. He couldn't run, and was knocked out by the smell." Luke was speechless. "Did you really want to smell it? It was onion fart spray. The smell can make you tear up. Think about it, it seems very stimulating." Max was eager to try it out. "Maybe it's just like..." Luke covered her mouth. "Don't. Dangerous behavior is strictly prohibited." Stumped for a moment, Max then said in embarrassment, "I was so poor a while ago that I almost couldn't afford toothpaste. I couldn't even bring myself to get someone to change the showerhead after it fell off. I wouldn't buy something like that." She knew that this temporary boyfriend of hers really disliked how she smoked certain things. Although she didn't smoke cigarettes, 60% of people in America had smoked weed before. Max didn't understand why he was so bothered. Thankfully, She had been poor for a long time before she met him. With the little money she had, she may as well buy 2 rolls of toilet paper rather than weed. After all, it didn't matter if she didn't touch weed for the rest of her life, but she could never lack toilet paper. I know. Luke simply smiled and pinched her face, but most of his attention was elsewhere. He and Selena had created a huge scene tonight. Know what a one-stop service is. Know what it means to be wrapped up for delivery to prison. Know what free credit is. All of Luke's NYPD coworkers would be here tonight. The cleanup operation officially began at 9 in the evening. Luke and Selena had leveled the main nests of the 11 gangs. Although they didn't have time to extort information from the 11 gangs, there was ironclad evidence in their homes of illegal drugs, illegal weapons, and even ledgers of their shady dealings. That wasn't the end of it. Luke and Selena even put the information they had gathered on a USB and hung them around the neck of a gang leader who had been turned into a cripple. Now that NYPD had this information, the DA didn't have to enter any plea bargains or look for witnesses to turn state's evidence. With the takedown of these gangs, New York's DA office would have fulfilled their annual quota 5 times over. A DA's performance record in America was based on the number of convictions made as well as the number of convictions for major crimes. It just so happened that these gangs were involved in either shootings or homicides, as well as drugs and weapons trafficking. Even if they didn't confess to anything else in the police department, most of the core members and big shots would still be in jail for 20 years or even life. This case was enough to keep the DA busy until the end of the year. Chapter 1358. Overt Ploy, Self-Investigation. This was Luke's overt ploy. He knew that Amanda Waller didn't dare protect these informants, because what she had asked these gangsters to do couldn't be revealed. From the evidence he gave, there was no doubt that the gang big shots wouldn't be able to escape. Secondly, most of the blame fell on the gang members under Amanda's control. These people were basically the backbone of their gangs. With some support from Amanda, they got rid of a few competitors, made a small fortune, and sat in key positions in the gang, which made it easier for them to do things for Amanda. They weren't officials, and didn't even know Amanda's face or identity. Thanks to the evidence which Luke provided, these dozen or so people were all charged with serious felonies. He used NYPD and New York's DA to nail them above board, and didn't need to lift a finger at all to kill them himself. Amanda Waller didn't want to blow the matter up or draw too much attention. If they really started wrangling, even a slightly capable intelligence agency would find out. She didn't want to be targeted by these so-called colleagues of hers. Furthermore, the cost of getting these people out would cripple her, and would expose her existence. So, she could only watch these useful minions go to prison and become useless trash. This was Luke telling Amanda Waller, "I like seeing how you gnash your teeth but can only retreat and hole up in a corner." The Department of Defense was very capable, and so was the Joint Advanced Research Unit, enough so that it had been easy as pie for Flegg to try and recruit Luke, this minor detective, back then. Flegg was confident because the Joint Advanced Research Unit was just that confident. If only 1 or 2 people had been caught this time, Amanda might not even have to show up and could have gotten someone to drop the NYPD execs a hint for the men to be released. However, over 100 felons, tens of millions in seized goods and a lot of follow-up leads had turned NYPD and the DA into wolves that had latched onto their prey and refused to let go. What Department of Defense? What secret organization? Go to hell. If you're so capable, hand over the official documents. And even if there really were official documents, the New York police would do their best to delay the case. The credit and the money were all here. Why should they give it to the Department of Defense? When did the Department of Defense start hiring gangsters? If they wanted to take them, they had to cover the cost. But no one was willing to pay the cost of fishing out hundreds of felons in one go. And this was just the first phase. Tomorrow, more than 20 gangs that cooperated with Amanda to some extent would be in trouble. These gangs also had some connections with the 11, and Amanda had to rely on them to complete certain missions. And the message Luke was sending? He already had an eye on these gangs. The more Amanda did, the more she was exposing herself. Even if she was cautious and didn't communicate with them personally, the people who helped her couldn't escape. This was the power of an overt ploy. The opponent could only choose the size of their loss, and had no right to choose whether or not they would lose. Of course, it wasn't because Luke was smart, but because Amanda couldn't expose herself. In an underground base, Flegg, who had been tossing and turning restlessly, was woken up by his phone. Picking up the call, he said a few words, before Amanda quickly hung up on the other end. Amanda had him immediately check the teams, especially those who had previously been on capture assignments in New York, to ensure that their identities hadn't been exposed during the operations. Flegg had a sense of foreboding, but when he asked, Amanda didn't give him an answer. But he clearly didn't have to do much. While he was gathering his team, one of the other deputy leaders gave him a call. He had a good relationship with this deputy leader, who had called to swap information. What still bothered Flegg was not knowing what Batman had asked him yesterday. So, he asked his friend, is it related to Batman? The deputy leader suddenly thought of something. Wait, before I returned to the base, a friend from New York called me and said that Batman and Black Cat had crippled hundreds of New York gangsters. He paused. New York had the largest populace in the United States and was a metropolis where people from all over the world gathered. They had led their teams there to carry out missions before. Occasionally, they needed the help of the local snakes. In the past, they hadn't delved too deeply into it. After all, in a secret organization like theirs, people who were too curious and wanted to dig deeper would definitely die quick deaths. But now that Amanda had given the order, there was one possible reason for Batman's actions. He was looking for trouble with the research unit. Flegg didn't ask again. This question didn't need a 100% definite answer. Did Batman need to give Flegg a reason for what he did? Obviously not. Look into it carefully. You better pray that your men don't have any private dealings with the New York gangs, otherwise, Flegg didn't finish, because he didn't know what would happen either. They would be crippled at the very least, and paralyzed at worst. Whatever the case, they wouldn't be able to live intact for the rest of their lives. While Flegg was privately gathering intelligence, Amanda was also very busy. She was in her 40s and wore a business suit. She was tall and had short, curly hair. Although she was now an administrator, she had fought on the front line for years, and still maintained a certain level of training. She was quite strong, and not fat. In front of her was the phone, and not far away was a thin young man who was operating a virtual screen. After hanging up, she asked casually, "Are you sure those guys didn't leave anything online?" The thin young man had his eyes closed and was wearing a strange helmet. Images and data flashed past on the virtual screen. A moment later, they stopped moving. He heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. "Okay, I've done a search. We didn't miss anything." Looking at Amanda's solemn expression, he added, "But if those guys did secretly copy some videos and didn't upload them to the internet, there's nothing I could do. You know that I'm only responsible for things online. It's impossible for me to remotely erase files in an external drive." Amanda nodded. She was well aware of that. However, those big shots were all idiots. She didn't think they had those sorts of brains. In fact, the thin young man had found very little information online. Those big shots basically didn't know how to use online backup. The thin young man didn't say anything else. His worries didn't stop there. He had been the one to clean up after the explosions, and in the end, 2 people had started investigating him online. It was probably Batman and Iron Man. Chapter 1359. Barbecue, fixing a water pipe, and Lotus Head. There was a huge gap in tech skills between him and those two. The only thing the thin young man could do was ensure that he wasn't discovered. Moreover, there was no point in him tracking things back to Iron Man, who lived in Stark Tower. Amanda had high hopes of him tracking down Batman, but he didn't dare. He could use his superpower to protect himself online, but not to improve his tech skills. If he tracked Batman down, that meant that Batman might also be able to lock onto his approximate location. Given how random Batman's appearances were, the thin young man was afraid of waking up the next day and seeing the terrifying Dark Knight standing in front of his bed, pointing at him and saying that classic sentence, "Guilty." The thin young man wasn't a masochist. There really was no need for him to give Batman a reason to come over. Only if his ability improved to the point that he could beat up people online would he disregard the disparity in tech skills and track Batman down. By that point, however, there would be no need for him to work for this hateful BTCH anymore. It would be better for him to just slip away. If he could become a superhero, why would he do the dirty work for this woman? Even becoming Iron Man or Batman's sidekick would still be better than being bossed around by this woman. A certain poor soul started fantasizing. It was really hard to be a good person. In this cruel world, only Batman and superheroes could give him some warmth. Compared with the advanced research unit, which was operating at high speed to clean up its traces, Luke was very relaxed. He dragged Selena and Gold Nugget up to the rooftop for an outdoor barbecue. It would be a shame not to have a barbecue or a beer on a sunny day like this in late June. It had indeed been hard on Selena and Gold Nugget tonight. For the sake of a safe operation, they hadn't been able to plunder any loot tonight. Selena didn't care how much money there was, but the doghead did. It was ignorant about mathematics and didn't know how to calculate the gains, but there was no way it would forget to take the money at all. Luke had always been strict with the doghead's education. Fairness, equality, and transparency, these three principles had to be upheld. Gold Nugget might be a little stupid, but people who treated others like idiots had to be prepared to suffer a backlash at any time, and it was the same with the alien dog. So, Luke had never decreased the reward promised to Gold Nugget beforehand just because it was stupid. Even if the doghead really became smarter, it would conversely realize that it had never been cheated. Between it and Selena, on the other hand, nothing mattered. They had always combined their stash. Gold Nugget even used Selena's credit card for online shopping and used Selena's ID to apply for an account to scold people online. The two hated troublesome things and didn't want to think about cash accounts at all. Selena was eating garlic eggplant, and her lips were bright red. She asked Luke, "Are we still working overtime tomorrow night?" Luke, "Yes, of course." Selena wasn't referring to police work, but to whether or not they were going to continue with their cleanup of the remaining 20-plus gangs. They had caused quite a stir tonight. She felt that if they disposed of 20 more gangs tomorrow, NYPD and the hospitals would be cursing her and Batman. Since Luke had settled on this plan, however, she didn't say much. She was only responsible for raising some objections at the right moment. Whether Luke accepted them or not was up to him. "Are we having supper tomorrow night?" She changed the topic. Luke smiled. "Sure, what do you want to eat?" As Selena finished the second roast eggplant, she mulled over it. "Hot pot, but I have to be able to take it this time." Luke nodded regretfully. "Fine." Asked Gold Nugget, as if this guy could eat a ton of ghost peppers and would still be fine. It had a different physiological structure from humans. Spice was just a flavor to it, just like how diluted sulfuric acid was the same as vinegar for it. While two people and one dog were having a barbecue, Luke's clone had already followed Max home to make cupcakes. Before doing so, however, Luke volunteered to fix her water pipe. Max had inadvertently mentioned that the showerhead was broken, but it was actually a problem with the water pipe. She had already bought the materials and was prepared to do it herself. Max was an all-rounder who could do it anywhere. When she was free, she could fix electrical appliances, furniture and water pipes. More importantly, she was reluctant to pay for expensive repairs. Luke paid more attention to this matter since he also needed to use the bathroom. He didn't want to be sprayed with sewage when he took a shower in the middle of the night. Caroline stopped Max, who was about to go to the bathroom to watch, and said in a low voice, "Isn't he too good at everything? Making cakes can be considered a hobby, but how many men know how to fix a water pipe?" What she was saying was that few rich men would learn to repair water pipes. Max, however, said proudly, he said that he taught himself after watching male leads in action movies repair pipes. Caroline was at a loss. What movies are those? Why don't I remember a male lead like that? Max looked at her roommate in surprise. A moment later, she said, "Like the Gentleman's Club. Isn't it online?" But I watched it on VCR back then." Stumped for a moment, Caroline finally thought of something, and was shocked. "Are you talking about those types of action movies?" Max gave her a pitying look. "Did you think I was referring to the kind shown in the cinemas?" Caroline was lost for words. A moment later, however, she couldn't help but ask, "What's the website?" Max. "What?" Luke spent half an hour fixing the pipe and showerhead. He then changed out of his t-shirt and went to make cakes with Max. Caroline seized the opportunity to enjoy the brand new Lotus showerhead. Even without elementary sound wave, Luke could still hear the strange sounds in the bathroom. With a strange expression on his face, he whispered in Max's ear, "How long has it been since Caroline had a boyfriend?" Hearing that, Max pointed the egg beater at him. "Don't even think about it. I still like your type more." Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wasn't interested in Caroline, except that her movements were too loud for his keen ears. "Are you sure?" Max glared at him for a moment, then gestured downward threateningly. "Yes." Luke hurriedly swallowed. "Hey, this is for the customers tomorrow. What are you doing with it?" Unbothered, Max then continued beating the egg whites. What's there to be afraid of? They've all eaten Oleg's food before. Luke made a retching sound. He was glad that he had sharp nose, which was why he hadn't been screwed over by such a shady chef. Max finally smiled. I'm kidding. Actually, it's been half a year since Caroline had a boyfriend, which is why I specially switched to a multi-purpose showerhead. After a brief hesitation, Luke abandoned the thought of asking about the showerhead's functions. Chapter 1360, Detective Luke's modest refusal. Max chuckled. But there will always be men who want to sleep with you, use up the condoms you bought, do it raw, and then finally leave with a smack of your ass. Of course, if they can steal some cash on the way, it would be perfect. Luke was shocked. Are you serious? Yes. Max nodded without hesitation. But they have to be handsome. Luke asked, as handsome as I am? Max glanced at him and thought for a moment. At least 70% of your looks, including your face and muscles. Luke chuckled. Well, someone like me can take at least $200, right? Max said, if I had the money, I would be willing to pay $2,000 a night. Luke said, thank you for your generosity. Max said, get lost. I don't have any money. You should find those rich ladies in their 40s. Luke smiled and encouraged her. It's fine. If you work hard at making your cakes, you might become a rich lady in your 40s. I can wait. Max gave a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words. Luke said, you're welcome. I think we should go in and discuss the theory behind making the cakes. Max said, wait, we didn't make any for tomorrow. Luke said, after we study the positions. I mean the theory, we can come back and finish it. Max rolled her eyes, and she closed the bedroom door. Don't be too loud later. Caroline said that she can't sleep. Luke said, I'll let you know to keep your voice down. Also, Caroline is still in the bathroom. She can't hear you. The next day, Luke reported to the police department, while his clone was still sitting in Max's living room, having coffee and cake. Although his clone's stats were only 10, the actual coefficient was 4 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with elementary self-healing, he wasn't tired at all after last night. Taking a shower at 4 in the morning, he took out a bag of coffee from his inventory and leisurely made a pot. He then took out his computer and browsed the news. Caroline, who was lying in a cot in one corner of the living room, had passed out the moment Luke came out. She had played in the shower until 3 in the morning. After coming out, however, she went back in again, before coming out again at 4 a.m., looking exhausted. So, Luke gave her a special sedative, and she promptly fell asleep. Looking at the news reports on Batman and Black Cat fighting the New York gangs, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It made more sense to change the word, battle, to, beating. There hadn't been any battle at all. The two of them had been pressed for time, and easily took down each gangster with one punch. If they used a second punch, it wasn't because the other party was too strong, but because they needed to break another limb. After reading the news, Luke got up and transferred the wrapped cupcakes from his place to Max's via his inventory, and prepared lunch for the two girls. Luke wasn't worried about the girls getting fat after eating rich pastries like financiers and Stalin. He could control how much weight Max put on. As for Caroline, she didn't put on weight easily. She had also been busy in the bathroom for more than an hour last night. There was no problem for her to eat a few more desserts. At noon, Luke sensed that Caroline was about to wake up, so he left. Outside the side door, a beautiful but clearly elderly horse stared at him. Luke placed the carrot that he had brought out in passing on the wooden rail and stroked its head. Chestnut, eat it quietly. Don't let your owner know. Chestnut blinked and gave a soft whinny, before it started eating the carrot. Luke couldn't help but rub its neck again, recalling a certain short-tempered black horse. Sigh, it's a pity you can't produce fire. With that, he smiled despondently, opened the gate, and walked out. What was he thinking? It was Ghost Rider who produced the fire, not the horse. 5 minutes later, Caroline got up and looked around blankly. When her gaze fell on a pile of cake boxes, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. He's never around in the morning, but always leaves behind a bunch of cakes. Is this guy a magician? Maybe he was a cook in his previous life, haha. After mocking Luke, who came and went mysteriously, Carol finally thought of proper business. Maybe I should suggest that Max soundproof her bedroom, or that she gag herself beforehand, otherwise, I will never be able to sleep. Thinking that, she felt a little envious. When will I be the one to make Max lose sleep? But where could she find a handsome, considerate, and capable boyfriend? That was the biggest problem for her. Luke and Selena, who had gone to the police department, didn't forget to bring a batch of cupcakes with them. The cakes had been made with the smart kitchenware. It was little snails' robotic arms which took the cakes out, packed them, and placed them in a box, which saved the two of them a lot of effort and trouble. Many of their colleagues who had worked overtime were moved to tears by the snacks that Luke and Selena brought. They had been summoned from home last night to work overtime. No one else could understand this feeling. But they couldn't complain, although it was a little awkward that Batman and Black Cat had delivered the credit to NYPD. The meat was already in their mouths. They would be idiots if they didn't eat it. Walter, who had just taken office, simply looked at Luke and Selena, who were greeting the others and chatting outside, and waited for them to bring some snacks over. Sure enough, Luke came in a few minutes later. Walter was more straightforward than Dustin. He didn't even close the office door and simply said, "Do you want part of this case?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, if the old fellows like John, Joe, and Ricky aren't involved, why should I be?" Walter rolled his eyes, knowing that the guy just wanted to slack off. He didn't believe that Luke didn't know what Batman and Black Cat had done last night. This guy had only been in New York for half a year, and he already had as many connections as Walter, and far more big-level connections. He had been sleeping at home and didn't make even a single call last night. Clearly, he didn't want to take credit for this. He then remembered that Luke had just turned 20 a few days ago, and held the rank of a level 2 lieutenant. It had also already been decided that he would be awarded the Service Cross Medal. It would be too much if he got credit for this case as well. Luke wasn't John. The more credit John got, the more likely he was to be promoted. John had been a lieutenant for several years, and had enough years of service under his belt to be promoted. It was purely because he courted death himself that he was demoted. Luke had to stay in this position for 2 years. After all, making him a detective and then a lieutenant had been an exception. Who would dare make another exception and make him a captain? A captain could already be considered a department chief. What would other 20-year-old patrol officers think if they had a 20-year-old chief? Chapter 1361. A cheat is awesome. Walter now knew what it felt like to have super-capable subordinates but not be able to use them. However, he wasn't qualified to discard them for outliving their purpose. He felt it was a waste not to use them, yet he hadn't called them last night. Walter asked, "Do you want to take on more cases?" Luke quickly shook his head. "I trust John and the others. Give the rookies more opportunities. If we don't give them more responsibilities now so that they can get used to the high-pressure environment of the Detective Bureau, they'll only buckle under the pressure in the future." Walter smiled bitterly. "Thank you very much. Okay, you can go back to work." He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Beastards, one of you is 20 and the other is 26. You have the cheek to talk about rookies. Apart from the 4 new detectives, who else is more of a newbie than you? Besides, the 2 new teams are 27 years old on average." What Walter didn't know was that Luke was being sincere. That was because NYPD was bound to get a large number of cases tonight. HQ would suffer indigestion this time, and nobody in the Detective Bureau would be able to remain idle tomorrow. If he didn't make himself clear now, Walter might pull them into working overtime. It wasn't that Luke wasn't confident in his colleagues' efficiency, it was just that he had even more confidence in his and Selena's efficiency at beating up people. After making clear to Walter that he was a slacker, Luke slipped off early with Selena. Since they had work tonight, they had to finish their daily training in research during the day. Slacking off for one moment felt great, slacking off the whole time felt great. This was an eternal truth. Even Luke had never overestimated his perseverance. If he had really been that tenacious, it wouldn't have taken until he was 30 years old in his last life before he shone. After his interest and talent led him into the circle of online novels, it took him a few years to finally make a name for himself. It wasn't enough to buy a car or a house, but he didn't have to worry about his basic necessities every year and could afford to have tens of thousands in savings. Compared with years at a desk job, he was definitely more interested in online novels, and had worked much harder at it. After a few years, he was earning more from writing online novels than from his desk job, and this steady improvement was due to the effect of his perseverance. In this life, he had also worked hard before the system was activated. But he didn't have a specific goal or extraordinary talent, so his various efforts had had little effect. His physique couldn't compare with the school bullies, and his studies couldn't compare with the top student who had an IQ of 140 plus. He had to do his best to not go out of tune when he sang, and his dancing could only be termed not awkward at most. This was the helplessness of ordinary people. After putting in so much effort, they realized that they were still ordinary. Before the system was activated, Luke had planned to focus on graduating from a second-tier university and using his knowledge of Marvel movie plots to find an opportunity to make a fortune. As long as he had several million, he could stay low and develop slowly. So what if he had transmigrated and had some knowledge from his previous life? In America, people looking for investments were a dime a dozen, and many more knew how to talk themselves up. Even if he had some knowledge from his previous life, without the ability to implement plans or the eloquence to move investors, trying to get started would be difficult. It wasn't until he got the system that Luke's days of suffering finally began. As someone with slight OCD, if a computer part acted up in his previous life, he would agonize over it for days, and it would become a knot in his heart until he figured out the issue. After obtaining the system, the huge difference in his basic stats made him uncomfortable, which prompted him to grind for experience points. Now that he had abilities, he didn't have enough credit, and had to grind for credit points. There was no end to this level, however. Even until now, his points still weren't enough to get him the advanced prefix, which made him feel a sense of urgency. He quietly did all this dry as dust training and research in the training room on his own. He didn't want even Selena to know about it. If Selena saw him, her heart would definitely ache, and then she would think he was crazy. A good-looking man in his 20s who had a great body and countless girlfriends, and who was also good at cracking cases, was holed up in the basement every day and abusing himself instead of working on getting rich or getting the girls. If this wasn't crazy, what was? But Luke had always been an introverted person who lacked a sense of safety. He also didn't like others to shoulder his burdens or worries. He would also feel embarrassed by the sympathy and compassion of others, and that included Selena. So, when he was around other people, he adopted the most relaxed manner. Whether as a detective or a vigilante, he didn't care about messing around. When he was alone, he would hone himself with harsh training and work. He knew that the only thing he needed to comfort him was his own heart. There was no need to show this to his family and friends. They would only worry for nothing. In the beginning, Robert had noticed something, and privately asked Luke about it and comforted him a few times. But as Luke's mental strength and mental communication grew stronger, Robert could no longer sense it. He thought that his coaxing had worked. The truth was that in Luke's previous life, whether it was playing games or writing online novels, Luke could work diligently and relentlessly at something he was interested in. He now regarded the system in a similar way. His stats changed as he gathered experience and credit points to obtain abilities. As long as he could confirm with his own eyes that he had become stronger, finding it a little difficult or a little tiring was part and parcel of the experience. It was just like how players spent several months killing bosses just to obtain the best equipment. Who wouldn't be exhausted or in pain? But they were very happy when they got their gains. Luke was gradually getting used to this painful and happy process. However, there would be a day when players hit the limit of their abilities after obtaining that ultimate equipment. Luke's system, on the other hand, was an all-inclusive super game that he would never get tired of playing for his entire life. As the only player with a cheat on this Marvel Earth, Luke was both lucky and happy. Most of the time, the happiness of some was built on the unhappiness of their opponents. That night, Amanda, who had just closed her eyes in her chair, was woken up by the phone again. She opened her eyes and picked up the phone on the table. "What is it?" "Batman and Black Cat did it again. It's those gangs in New York. It has been verified that 17 of them have been crippled, and all of them had helped us before," said the person on the other end of the phone. Amanda said, "Got it." She then hung up, her expression dark. She wasn't surprised by this result. In the hearts of the ordinary people, Batman was a righteous person, but everyone knew that this Dark Knight wasn't a good-tempered superhero. It seemed that he hadn't killed anyone so far, but the wounded and crippled criminals had ushered in a golden age for New York's orthopedics departments. She had thought that she was spotless before and wouldn't be discovered by Batman, or even if she was, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. It seemed that she had underestimated Batman. To be able to become a superhero who could cow so many criminals in America, Batman definitely wasn't stupid. An idiot posing as a hero would have died 100 times over. Chapter 1362. eat hot pot and waiting for a boot. As for Iron Man, Amanda thought nothing of him at all. For her, that tycoon was a husky. He was hostile toward people he didn't know, but he was in no way as dangerous as Batman. As for Batman, apart from this title, there was nothing else on him. There were tons of reports on Batman from around the world, but nobody knew who he was. That was the scariest thing about him. Iron Man wasn't good, he was good. Tony Stark was worth hundreds of billions and had a lot of connections left behind by his father. As long as he didn't court death, nobody in the government would truly dare deal with him. When it came to the development of armor, the tycoon could also leave Batman in the dust, at least, in terms of price. But nobody at the top level was afraid of him, because Tony was also in this circle. If he wanted to stay in this circle, he had to abide by the rules. If he didn't follow the rules, the connections which Howard Stark had left behind wouldn't be able to protect him. Besides, everybody was well aware of Tony's personality. In a situation where none of their interests were involved, everybody could live in harmony. What sort of character was Batman? Based on current intelligence analysis, everyone came to a similar conclusion. He was a paranoid and delusional man who believed in justice and who was highly suspicious of everything. He was also very violent. The only thing that could restrain him was his sense of justice. So, he didn't kill anyone, but he crippled a huge bunch of criminals. Identity and status were useless to him, much less the rules. Amanda was certain that if he caught her, she would be paralyzed from the neck or waist down. The Department of Defense and the 4 major military arms couldn't fend off this Dark Knight's obsession with justice. He would definitely cripple her. Amanda had climbed to this position not because she could fight, but because she had brains. The superhumans under her now could fight 100 times better than she could, and could only be enslaved because of the nano bombs implanted in them. The best way to deal with Batman was never to step forward, but to act from the shadows. Waiting for an opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife was the safest plan. When she climbed to a key position in the future, Batman would be nothing to worry about. That was because she would have a different name and appearance. Batman could investigate Amanda Waller forever if he wanted. What did that have to do with her? Thinking this, she murmured with a smile, "By the way, there seems to be someone at S.H.I.E.L.D. who is interested in this Dark Knight. Let's help them." She then picked up the phone. In the underground base, Flegg looked haggard. He had had too much to deal with in the last 2 days. When it came to cleaning things up, he did the most work in the entire force. That was because his team was the best at combat among the 4 teams, and the head team leader was Amanda's direct subordinate, so he didn't move very often. There had been a lot of places for Flegg to clean up, and he hadn't slept at all in the last 2 days. The other deputy leaders only needed to think about cleanup, but he needed to think about another problem. What else did Batman know? Hearing about what happened to the unlucky New York gangs, Flegg knew that he was the one who had leaked the information, because he had been the one to contact them. Now, here was the question: what was Batman's next step? Flegg was under a lot of pressure as he worked 2 days in a row in this apprehensive mood, and he also thought of how his and June's fate hung on this. But he couldn't say a word. If he said it, it might really be over. But he couldn't help but worry about Batman's next step in his reprisal plan. Flegg was now like the resident below in that, throwing out boots, joke. He couldn't help wondering when Batman would throw the second boot, but he didn't know that there was no second boot at all. What's the next step? Selina asked Luke casually. They were eating hot pot outside, and she was panting shallowly to alleviate the burning sensation on her lips and the slight numbness of her tongue. Luke's expression was indifferent as he put a piece of tripe into the boiling bright red soup. Nothing. Work hard, train, and eat hot pot again when we're free. Selina was stunned. That's it. Luke nodded. That's ITL. Selina frowned. Didn't you say that we have to be as cold as winter when dealing with the enemy? Ingredients might taste even better after they're thawed, said Luke with a smile. He dipped the tripe into some sesame oil and then stuffed it into his mouth. The rich flavor of the oil in the hot pot soup burst on his tongue. Selina was still confused, but also copied him and picked up a piece of tripe. Are you saying to give them enough line first before reeling them in? She didn't say it in Chinese, of course, but Luke had taught her the 36 stratagems, and she understood the theory. Luke nodded. We're making such big waves. If they're not idiots, they'll keep a low profile for a while. However, they're unwilling to abandon everyone, so I'll ferret them out sooner or later. Selina nodded, deep in thought. Luke was already teaching her these things bit by bit. Coupled with her rich experience working cases, she was no longer the high school graduate with a one-track mind from 2 years ago. Selena knew that if she didn't work hard now, not only would she get herself killed, she would also drag Luke down. She didn't want to be that sort of pig teammate at all. Luke nimbly fished out the tripe from under her chopsticks and put it in his bowl. Selena came back to herself and glared. Mine, Luke said, it's in my bowl. How can you say it's yours? Selena was speechless. Shua. With a flick of her chopsticks, she picked up the piece of tripe and stuffed it into her mouth. It's in my mouth. How can you say it's yours? Luke was lost for words. What a big shot. He couldn't afford to offend her. The two superheroes were having a hot pot on their rooftop. In the distant underground base, Flegg was still wondering which department Batman would target next. What he didn't know was that Luke didn't plan to continue at all. At the very least, there would be peace for the research unit for the next few months. That was because Flegg was Luke's real informant. It was very easy for Luke to eliminate this senior member of the Joint Advanced Research Unit. But this guy was an acquaintance of Robert's. He wasn't a bad person, and had helped Luke out a few times. Since he didn't want to kill him, keeping him alive would be even more useful. From Flegg's confession, Luke knew that this person was very important in the research unit. The female doctor whose body the witch was attached to was in fact his lover. In a sense, Flegg was another form of insurance which allowed Amanda to control the witch. Given the witch's astonishing combat ability, Amanda would never abandon her unless she had to. As long as Flegg could be with his girlfriend, he would continue working under Amanda. Luke hadn't targeted the Joint Advanced Research Unit before because he had too many targets on his blacklist. But since the other party had chosen to start things, it was up to him how to end them. Luke had always felt that superheroes and supervillains were similar to falling in love and getting married. When they didn't know each other, they were on the same level, it didn't matter who was stronger or weaker. Once one side started to take interest, they would sound out the other party and attack. Once both parties tangled together and acknowledged each other as rivals, the love-hate relationship would be officially established. He couldn't be the only one to decide to end this relationship in the future. The other party might not want to let go or give up, even if he beat the crap out of them. For example, Luke had had a few girlfriends in his last life. In the end, when they weren't compatible and broke up, Luke never became entangled with them again. But the enemy in this life was experience and credit points. For the sake of the system, he had to beat the crap out of them. This was like how assets were split during a divorce. There was no way Luke couldn't do something that the ex-wives of America could. The next day, Luke went to the police department as a formality. He had made it clear yesterday that he wasn't going to get involved, and he would keep his word. He would give the work, no, the credit, to someone else. In the end, Walter stopped him. Walter knew that he couldn't out-talk Luke, so he just tossed a file at him. Batman and the Black Cat sent another group of people to the hospital last night. I don't have anyone else to look at this. This case might take a while, and I can only give it to the two of you. Is there a problem, Luke? Number problem. Walter was clearly implying that it was useless for Luke to refuse. Except for the office personnel running around outside, there were no signs of any of the detectives at all. They had all gone to the hospital. Luke couldn't refuse the case. However, he was also a little interested in it. There always had to be fresh things in life in order to improve its quality. Working on difficult cases every now and then would preserve his and Selena's identities as detectives. Luke and Selena went to their desks with the case file. Luke opened it and was lost for words. Could this be considered his fault? That was because the case happened when he and Selena were beating up people last night. It wasn't because they had beaten up the wrong person, but that a core gang member had been interrogated by John and Joe. All four of the unlucky guy's limbs had been broken, but John and Joe had kept him off the treatment list. They made cynical remarks, like how broken arms and legs could get necrosis after a long time, and would be amputated after half a day at most, while a person would need care for the rest of their lives after that. Frightened at turning into a human stick, the guy cried and confessed a lot of things. It was very common for gang members to sell drugs or weapons. At the end of the day, John and Joe were most concerned about homicides. After the man was done, John and Joe spent the night investigating a lead that suggested a human organ trafficking ring. But they didn't find anything. The two of them returned and dragged the guy who had provided the information out of the ward, threatening again to turn him into a human stick. But no matter how the guy wailed and confessed, he just said the same thing. Experts like John and Joe could basically confirm that the man wasn't lying. So, while this might be a huge human organ trafficking case, leads were hard to find. Given the current situation in the detective bureau, Walter couldn't give them time to investigate it slowly. John and Joe didn't want to give up, so Walter said that he would give the case to Luke and Selena. After a brief hesitation, John and Joe agreed. Firstly, they didn't want to fight for cases with Luke and Selena. Secondly, Walter wanted John and Joe to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more credits so that he could recommend them for promotion. They only had suspicions so far, and the case might be a waste of time. It was better to leave it to Luke and Selena, who were capable but didn't want to work too hard. After scanning the file, Luke gave it to Selena. Although she could already view the projection on her sunglasses, Selena had a small habit of preferring to flip through paper documents and using Little Snail to add reminders. She said she was more inspired this way. After reading for a moment, she frowned. Why does this sound like the nonsense of a drug addict? There's a man-eating monster in the sewers, and bodies thrown inside disappear the next day. Did that guy watch too many horror movies? Luke tapped his finger on the table. John and Joe think there's something fishy about it, so it's unlikely to be pure delusion. That made sense. John and Joe were veteran frontline police officers, and even without any evidence, had a sixth sense of sorts. Even if they weren't sure what was going on, their intuition told them that something wasn't right. That was why Luke and Selena had been given the case. Luke got up. Let's go and take a look. Selena got up as well and chuckled. Going into the sewers, some people are quite familiar with that. Luke rolled his eyes as they went to the parking lot to get their car. After crossing Brooklyn Bridge, they drove along the sea to the southwest corner of Brooklyn. The June sea breeze blew in through the open window as they discussed the case. On the beach not far from the crime scene, Selena looked at the people who had come early in the morning to have fun, and then at the clear sky. She couldn't help but feel envious. Sunbathing, Luke said, if it isn't a complicated case, we can have lunch here later. Choose a good spot, and you can come back tomorrow to sunbathe. Selena was satisfied. Fine, I'll remember that when we're crawling through the sewers later. I'll get compensation tomorrow. Luke smiled and didn't say anything else. When he and Selena went out at night, it was basically through the sewers. No matter how good a sewer was, it was still a sewer. Even if New York's sewers were a little wider, they still stank. It was inevitable that there would be rats, sewage, sludge and moss. Fortunately, Selena wasn't squeamish. However, it was inevitable that she would prefer sunbathing. Unfortunately, New York hardly ever had good weather, compared with Los Angeles on the West Coast, which got sun over 200 days a year. Luke was well used to this sort of rainy or gloomy weather from his previous life. After passing the beach, they reached their destination. This was the edge of a middle-class neighborhood, and a lot of cars used the main street next to the beach not far away. Gangsters driving here at night to dump bodies wouldn't draw much attention. The police department was extremely busy today, and this had yet to be officially classified as a crime scene, so there was no cordon tape-up. Luke and Selena got out and walked unhurriedly to their destination. As they walked, they observed their surroundings. As usual, Selena listed out her observations. There are a lot of residents here, but they all live in single-story buildings. The sewer entrance is on the edge. It won't be easy to find eyewitnesses. Those guys all come at night, and they all wear black. As long as they don't smile, it'll be hard for anyone to spot them. Luke rolled his eyes, but was unable to respond. Robberies carried out at night were naturally helped by the cover of darkness. They only needed to wear dark clothing and stand in the shadows at night, which was no less effective than Luke's armor's stealth function. Selena looked around and frowned. Many of the houses here are middle-class holiday homes. There might only be people here during the holidays, and there aren't many homeless people around. There might be fewer witnesses than we expected. Luke nodded in agreement. The homeless were an unavoidable phenomenon in major cities in the United States. They wandered the streets during the day and gathered in makeshift camps at night. There were many who didn't sleep at night, and most of them liked to beg in a fixed location. They were human 24-hour surveillance cameras, and might know something. Providing information to various people was also a form of livelihood for homeless people. For example, when strangers asked for directions, it didn't have to be in exchange for money, they could give half a pack of cigarettes as a reward. Detectives like Luke and Selena, on the other hand, were fixed big clients. They had eyes in many hot spots, and they spent $100 to $200 every month on each informant. Of course, Luke and Selena had the money for it. John and the others were short of money themselves. They only gave money every now and then. Usually, they just used their authority to give the patrol officers a call and tell them not to lay a hand on their informants, which could be considered settling the debt. But in the end, nothing was more useful than money. Money was definitely the most powerful in a metropolis like New York. As Luke and Selena chatted, they reached the sewer. Selena slapped her forehead. Fine, no wonder they chose to dump the bodies here. The sewer they were investigating was clearly connected to a sewage channel. Nobody would build a house next to a sewer channel that stank, so there weren't any houses in the area. Few people would come here. With just one look at the sewer channel, Luke knew that this case might be real. Even in a place with such a foul smell like this, the weeds here had been trampled enough times to create a trail from the main road along the sea to the sewer. Clearly, it wasn't people just passing by. Luke's nose twitched as he eliminated as much of the stench as possible when he activated Sharp Nose. There was no smell of bodies. According to the core gang member, he had been drinking with another person, who had bragged about it. He himself had never personally dumped a body here. When he asked the man later, the man claimed that he had just been spouting nonsense when he was drunk. However, this person had disappeared yesterday, presumably killed by Amanda. Luke couldn't do anything about that. There were more than 20 gangs and over 200 mid-level executives. It was impossible for him to fully grasp all of their movements. These guys also liked to use, indirectly acquired, new phones and frequently switched them out. It was very hard to pinpoint their locations. After observing the sewer channel for a moment, they went back to the sewer. Since Luke's sharp nose didn't detect anything, he could pretty much confirm that no bodies had been dumped here in the last 2 days. However, when they split up to examine the area around the sewer, they uncovered minute clues. Both of them were wearing special sunglasses that could scan the environment for Little Snail to construct a model. To put it simply, it was a comprehensive map of the crime scene. Footprints, a cigarette butt, a paper cup that had been blown here, and some packaging were put together to simulate a sequence of events with 60 to 70% accuracy. Of course, this definitely included rubbish from passers-by who weren't part of the body disposal team. However, Little Snail could eliminate most clues using probability, and Luke and Selena could add or delete them based on their experience. In this way, the AI program and experienced detectives were able to cooperate effectively. This was also the reason why Luke and Selena went into the police department less and less. Regular detectives relied on their stamina, brains, and experience, while Luke and Selena gave most of their work to the AI program that couldn't be bought even if you had the money. The difference was as big as the one between John McClane and Luke's hairlines. With this sort of high-tech equipment cheat, they finished their search operation quickly, and regrouped at the entrance to the sewer. Selena gave Luke a questioning look. Luke sighed. Let's go in. After all, it doesn't make sense not to if we're working the case. Selena, but I don't think we're worse at field investigations than other detectives. However, that was reality. Habits were terrifying. If they didn't show they were putting in some effort, even on the surface, it would be very easy for other people to feel that something wasn't right with the both of them. It was a good thing that they usually wore work outfits or casual denim when they went to work. Occasionally, they would also wear combat outfits, so that they wouldn't look too ugly even if they got dirty. Luke and Selena put on dark gray gloves, opened the metal lattice which covered the sewer mouth, and went in. As Selena had said earlier, some people were professionals when it came to going into sewers. For example, the two of them. Standing in the sewer, Luke consciously restrained most of his sharp nose. There was no helping it. He hadn't dared enter a place like this when he first acquired sharp nose. The smell would have made him pass out. Luke's sharp nose was now almost instinctual, but it still couldn't overcome basic principles. If he wanted a car to go fast, he had to step on the gas. If he wanted to fully utilize sharp nose, he had to inhale more of the smell for analysis. He didn't want to pass out from the smell, so he could only do his best to look for clues in less smelly areas. That was also why Luke had chosen the sewers as his and Selena's escape route. Even Sharp Nose was affected, let alone anyone else with a scent tracking ability who wanted to track them down. He stood there for a few seconds and looked around. Selena stopped next to him and tapped his shoulder lightly. This was one way they communicated while maintaining silence. Luke reached out and gently tapped the back of her hand twice to indicate that he would be in the front and Selena would take up the rear as per their standard procedure. At the same time, 2 mini drones flew out of his other hand and into the dark sewer. Their sunglasses switched to night vision, and their feet barely made a sound as they swiftly and steadily made their way deeper into the sewer. The dark sewers had always been a classic setting in horror movies. At that moment, Luke and Selena were still walking around the suspected body dump site. The sounds of running water and scurrying rats added to the atmosphere. However, neither of them felt anything. After 2 minutes of silence, Luke suddenly stopped. There was a fork in front of him. At that point, the sewer branched off into 3 passages. After standing still for a moment, Luke gestured, and the 2 of them took the left passage. The stench started to fade, and the air turned dry. Looking at the dry sewer, Selena typed out a message via her sunglasses and sent it to Luke. "This seems to be an abandoned sewer." Luke said, "Probably, but it's occupied. We might be able to find a few eyewitnesses." Selena asked, "Homeless?" Luke had a strange expression on his face. "Sort of." After walking dozens of meters, they stood in front of an iron door. Luke glanced at the lock and fiddled with it for a moment before he unlocked it. Luke and Selena opened the door just wide enough for them to walk in. After taking 2 more corners, there was a faint yellow light on the wall not far away. Selena took a look. "It's a surveillance camera. Something's not right here. It probably isn't our target. It might be an eyewitness." Luke raised his hand to tell her to calm down. In fact, there had been a sensor on the iron door earlier. After the door was opened, it sent out a warning signal, but they couldn't hear it. Selena's grip on the gun at her waist relaxed, but she left the holster unbuckled. They walked within range of the surveillance camera behind the light, and the lens adjusted its angle slightly. Luke raised his head and pulled out his badge. "We need to know more about this sewer. We'll leave after we're done. Can we talk?" He wore his standard business smile on his face. Anyone he wasn't familiar with would think that he was gentle and approachable. Selena snorted and sent a message via her sunglasses. "A woman." The smile on Luke's face didn't change as he simply gave her a thumbs up to indicate that she had guessed right. A moment later, a small window opened in the iron door on the side with a light click, and a pair of eyes appeared. "What do you want to know?" Selena raised an eyebrow. The woman had deliberately lowered her voice, but she didn't sound old. Luke asked, "Are you familiar with the sewer 500 meters to the east?" "Not very. I don't go over there often," the woman replied after a brief silence. With a smile, Luke took out a bright green bill from his pocket and smoothly stuffed it into the window. "This is a tip. If there's anything that piques my interest, I'll give you the other half." When he said that, there was a tug on the bill and it was pulled inside. Selena rolled her eyes. The power of money, especially Franklin bills, wasn't something that a homeless person could resist, even if it was a little girl. A moment later, a woman's voice rang out. "I heard that quite a few tramps have gone missing. Some people have even heard the howls of evil spirits. Nobody dares go over there now." Luke immediately gave her another bill. "Anything else?" The woman fell silent again, shocked by the behavior of this super moneybags. $200 for one sentence. She had heard of the homeless getting paid for providing intelligence. But police officers were very poor. Usually, they would give $5 to $10 for a fast food meal. They weren't that generous. She was a little scared, and felt that it might not be that good to take this money. However, another voice seemed to be telling her that the young man in front of her was harmless and trustworthy. The smile on his face, in particular, reminded her of the morning sun on the beach. It was gentle, bright and clear, but not dazzling. After hesitating for a moment, she still chose to be honest. "As far as I know, Maury, Barack, Madeline, and Samir all went missing. Not all at the same time. Every few weeks, one of them disappeared. Most people say that they moved or died from a drug overdose, but nobody has seen their bodies, and there's no news of their deaths from the police either." Surprised, Selena quickly sent Luke a message. "How does she know about the police side of things?" Luke said, "We'll see." Saying that, he took out 2 more Franklins and stuffed them into the window. "This isn't a good place to talk. We'll wait for you in the diner next to the parking lot along the beach at noon. We'll be sitting next to the window on the very left when you walk in." My treat. You can eat whatever you want." He nodded slightly, and then turned around to leave with Selena. Several minutes later, the door finally opened to reveal a thin figure. Looking in the direction they left in, she hesitated. But the 4 franklins in her hand were really too powerful. She had just needed to say a few words to get them, plus she could still get a full meal after this. If it had been a man with ulterior motives, she wouldn't hesitate and would have refused right away. But the man had brought a beautiful colleague with him. To say that he had ill intentions toward her seemed a little ridiculous. Also, Luke seemed to know what she was worried about, and had set the diner as the meeting place, which would have the most customers at noon. Even the police wouldn't arrest her for no reason in front of so many people. If they truly wanted to detain her, they didn't need to go to all this trouble. Her little iron door wouldn't have lasted long if they had tried to break it down. After hesitating for less than a minute, she gritted her teeth and put the $400 into an iron box before she hid it in the wall and left her nest. In the diner, Selena blew on her hot chocolate. What's so special about that girl? If Luke had just wanted information, just throwing out the money there would have been enough. A person like Luke, who wouldn't get up early for anything or do more than required, wouldn't bother to buy the girl a meal. Luke added a lot of fresh milk to his coffee and 2 sugar cubes. Sipping on his drink, he nodded in satisfaction. He liked this kind of milk that was sweet, while Jenny, who loved black coffee, would always look down on it. In the CEO's words, this milk tea completely suppressed the coffee's fragrance and soul. But for Luke, a $200 cup of coffee was no different from coffee worth $2. In any case, once you added milk and sugar, they were all more or less the same. Selena nudged him unhappily. Why are you dawdling? Tell me. Luke put down his coffee cup and thought for a moment before he finally said, she's a little special. She probably isn't an ordinary person. Selena's eyes lit up. When Luke said she was special, he naturally wasn't saying that she was especially beautiful or talented. He was obviously saying that she was different from a normal human being. Very strong? Selena asked. Luke shook his head. I don't think so. It's just that her body is a little special. Looking at his expression, Selena didn't ask any more questions. This was a diner with people coming and going. It was hard to talk about the details. She could wait until they got home. However, all Luke had discovered was that elementary pheromone control only had a minimal effect on the girl, who didn't let down her guard. It wasn't necessarily a superpower that could do that, and he didn't know how to explain it to Selena. 10 minutes later, a 16 or 17-year-old teenage girl walked into the diner. She was wearing a t-shirt, jeans and a thin jacket, and wasn't too tall. Her gentle and slightly angular features suggested that she was of Asian descent. Her black hair was disheveled, but not to the point of being sloppy. However, a few customers who passed by her wrinkled their noses. It seemed she had the smell of the sewers on her. The girl looked in Luke and Selena's direction. Luke and Selena were sitting facing the door. She saw the faint smile on his face, and her nervousness quickly disappeared. The girl hesitated at the door for a moment before she finally walked over. She stood in the aisle in front of Luke and Selena. Before she could say anything, Luke raised his hand and said, "Please sit down." Waitress. A waitress came over with a smile. "Do you want more coffee?" Luke said, "Thank you. My friend would also like to order." The waitress filled his cup with coffee first before she looked at the girl strangely. "Kid, you can sit down first." The girl gave an "ah," and sat opposite Luke and Selena in a fluster. "What would you like?" the waitress asked in the tone of one who repeated the line hundreds of times a day. The girl was lost for words. Luke was amused. "Another of today's special and a can of shamrock milk. If that's not enough, I'll have to trouble you again later." The waitress gave him another smile. "Okay, call me if you need anything." Selena turned her head to look out the window. She wanted to laugh. "Do you want to kill the old lady?" What she didn't know was that Luke had been visiting Max at Williamsburg Diner recently, and his attitude toward waitresses had improved a lot. It was fun listening to Max complain about weird customers, but he didn't want to become the annoying customer whom the waitresses talked about. Luke stretched out his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Luke, a newbie who just joined NYPD." The girl was at a loss, but a moment later, she shook his hand. "I'm Sky." Luke gestured at Selena, who was still giggling. "My partner, Selena." Selena wasn't as formal. She gave a casual, "Hi," and waved. Sky wasn't angry. Selena was dressed very professionally. Coupled with her hot face and sharp eyes, she gave off the vibe of a mature female officer, which made Sky feel that this was exactly what a police officer should be like. Luke said, "Let's eat first. We've been busy all morning. We can't take it if we don't eat something." Sky nodded and didn't say anything. A moment later, two waitresses served them a huge amount of food. Luke thanked them politely. Selena, who had good eyesight, noticed the two middle-aged waitresses whispering behind the counter after they delivered the food. They weren't loud, but she could see their mouths. Using her lip-reading skills, which were getting better and better by the day, Selena could guess that their general topic of conversation was handsome, cute boyfriends or something similar. Her lips twitched as she glanced at Luke. She suddenly felt that this guy was no longer pure. Soon, all three of them were enjoying the delicious food. It had been many days since Sky had a proper meal, and there was a dazzling array of food. Sitting opposite her, Luke seemed to be able to guess what she liked. He stretched out his hand to move the dishes around, and 4 or 5 of her favorite dishes were placed in front of her. It was mostly cheesy fries, strawberry ice cream, mushroom burgers, and chicken wings. 10 minutes later, Sky stared blankly at the man and woman opposite her, and then at the thing in front of her. Luke stretched out his hands and took the box of chicken wings away as he said, "You're eating a bit too fast. Take a break. You should be able to eat more in a while." Sky was lost for words. Who was the one eating too fast? There were at least 5 to 6 portions of food on the table, the kind for big and fat families. It would take at least 10 people to finish them. However, these two police officers with outstanding looks and fit physiques had polished off 70% of the food in 10 minutes. Luke had even started to take away the box of chicken wings and fries that was in front of her. What shocked her even more was that 5 minutes later, Luke and Selena sat back with relaxed attitudes, one holding a hot chocolate cup and the other holding a cup of coffee. After the table was cleared by the diligent waitress, there was no evidence to indicate that they had just had a big meal. Luke, in particular, had eaten at least 5 times what she had. The three of them spending these 10 minutes eating had been deliberate on Luke's part. Without this period of time, how would he be able to determine the effect of elementary pheromone control on Sky? He didn't want to control Sky, but he needed to know exactly why it didn't work. After all, the women who could resist pheromone control, of whom Black Sky Electra was the most resistant, were at least several times more powerful than Sky. Sky was as resistant as Angel Dust. But Angel was a modified superhuman with a strong physique and who was an ex-UFC wrestler. She had very strong willpower. Sky was as thin as a chicken. Angel would be able to break her in half with one punch. She didn't rely on her physique for her resistance. It was worth investigating. He then started talking to Sky. During that 10 minutes or so, Sky had unknowingly been hit continuously with hypnosis, mental communication and pheromone control, and her trust in him finally broke past a final hurdle. She answered their questions without any hesitation. Luke didn't forget to have the waitress bring them ice cream. He had noticed earlier that after the mushroom burger which Sky had eaten at the very beginning, the next thing Sky had chosen was ice cream. A full stomach and delicious food could also make a person unconsciously feel cheerful and let down their guard. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, Luke got up and took the takeaway food from the waitress before they left the diner. In the parking lot, he gave the takeaway to Sky, along with $400. Sky subconsciously accepted them, and was stunned. "This," Luke rubbed her head with a smile. "We agreed before that I would buy you a meal and you could eat until you're full. If you gave me any useful information, I would pay you the remaining half." Sky mumbled, "I thought you already paid me in full. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."